He sure, a taxi driver, unexpectedly bound himself to a divine subsidy system while en route to a dormitory gathering. Father gravely ill? A cash subsidy of $2 million. Rejecting the alluring campus belle? A 100-fold rebate card. Mocked by a wealthy heir? A 30 equity stake in a publicly listed company. He even unlocked a flash sale mall, receiving a billion-dollar residential building upon his first order, just as he sure believed he was destined to embark on a lavish, ostentatious path. His long-lost girlfriend, who had vanished for 4 years, reappeared, bringing along 3 spirited little ones. Thus, the affluent man transformed into a devoted father, embarking on an irreversible journey of cherishing his wife and nurturing his children. Unbeknownst to him, in the process of raising them, he evolved into a formidable investment tycoon, the kind whose mere footfall could reverberate through the global economy. Chapter 1. Binding the System. Rejecting the campus belle's affections. In Hwasu Province, a blue taxi sped along a winding mountain road. Inside sat 4 young men in their early 20s, students from the senior year of Shun City University, residing in dormitory 405. Old 3, you're being unreasonable. The campus belle invited you, and you turned her down. If it weren't for her generous offer, our chance at happiness would have evaporated. Indeed, luckily, the campus belle was lavish enough to charter Old 3's car. You wouldn't believe how envious those losers at school are, knowing we're headed to the Leaf Mountain gathering with her. All this is thanks to Old 3. What a pity he prefers wealth over beauty, such a waste of that handsome face. He sure, at the wheel, paid no mind to their teasing, gripping the steering wheel with one hand and flooring the accelerator. Once he completed this fare, he could finally catch his breath. The dormitory gathering held no interest for him. Hailing from a modest background in a small county, he sure had persevered to reach his internship, but was suddenly confronted with his father's severe illness. To promptly raise the surgical funds, he had no choice but to become a taxi driver, and now he sure was solely focused on making money. Seated in the passenger seat was the dormitory leader. Noticing he sure's silence, he turned to the other 2 and winked. Then he unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and slyly handed it to he sure. Old 3, when we arrive, you can't just leave immediately. The campus belle is here for you. If you bail, we won't even get a taste of her company, and the girls from her dormitory are all beauties. He sure glanced at him, the lecherous look on his face making his intentions painfully clear, especially since this gathering was planned for 2 days and 1 night. However, he sure was not inclined to indulge him, firmly refusing. I still have work, and I have a girlfriend. I can't stay out overnight. The leader grew anxious, casting a frustrated glance at he sure's exquisite profile, feeling a mix of exasperation and despair. Is working more important than meeting girls? And as for your girlfriend, it's been nearly 4 years, and we haven't even seen a picture of her. He harbored reasonable doubts that this so-called girlfriend was merely he sure's excuse to fend off admirers. Believe what you want, he sure replied, closing his mouth again. Seeing he sure unyielding, the second seat occupant resorted to a last-ditch tactic. $1,000, come back with us tomorrow. He sure peered into the rearview mirror. 1,500, until 9 tonight. The second one gritted his teeth. Midnight. 8 o'clock. The second one. Fine. 9 is that. A subtle smile curved he sure's lips as he handed over the QR code hanging by his side. After all, he was a finance major and had never lost in matters of money. Ding. Detecting the host's strong need for money, the divine subsidy system is now activated. System binding successful. Detecting that the host father is seriously ill, a cash subsidy of $2 million is now granted, along with the activation of the flash sale mall. All subsidies will be distributed to the host through legitimate channels. Please enjoy them with peace of mind. The sudden mechanical voice startled he sure, causing him to inadvertently slam the brakes, bringing the car to a sudden halt in the middle of the road. Holy crap. Wow. He sure barely registered the dismay of his passengers, as his entire focus was captured by the phone vibrating with 2 notifications. That he swiped open the screen, and a bank notification immediately popped up. Dear user, your account has received a deposit of 2 million renminbi on May 10th, 20 at 15:23. Your current balance is 2,005,000 RMB. He sure widened his eyes in disbelief. Just yesterday, in order to pay for his father's treatment, he had transferred all his savings back home, leaving only 5,000 for this charter, which he intended to send to his mother that evening. As a modern university student, he was no stranger to novels that depicted such fantastical scenarios, but he never imagined such a stroke of fortune would befall him. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he restarted the car. Without further ado, he inquired, "System, elucidate your functions." The mechanical voice promptly replied in his mind, This system will randomly trigger subsidy functions based on the host's circumstances, the triggering conditions, and subsidy. Contents are variable. He sure raised an eyebrow, understanding that everything depended on the system's whims. What about the flash sale mall? A flash of blue light danced before his eyes. Please explore at your convenience once you are in a secure environment. Understood. Upon reaching Leaf Mountain, he sure refrained from exiting the vehicle. Immediately, he eagerly summoned the system, and a pale blue screen materialized before him. Username, he sure. Age, 22. Assets, none. Today's flash sale items. A Porsche 911. Flash sale price, 9 renminbi and 90 cents. 10 commercial shops on Shanghai Street. Flash sale price, 29 renminbi and 90 cents. A residential building in Jinfusion. Flash sale price, 99.9 RMB. System prompt. The host may purchase only one item per day. Failure to complete a purchase within 24 hours will be deemed as an act of forfeiture. He sure's breath caught in his throat. A Porsche 911 typically retails for over 3 million, not to mention the shops and residential building. Just the rental income alone could sustain him for a lifetime. Suppressing his excitement, he wasted no time clicking on the residential building. With only one opportunity per day, he was determined to select the most valuable option. Ding! Congratulations! The host has successfully placed an order for a residential building in Jinfusion, comprising 120 units. The property deed is being processed, and a professional will contact you tomorrow. Please keep your phone accessible. Ding! Congratulations! The host has made their first purchase in the flash sale mall. A new player gift pack is awarded. One Ferrari SF90, now parked at the school playground. Simultaneously, a car key appeared with a snap in the passenger seat. Holy moly! For just 99 yuan, he had acquired a residential building worth nearly 1 billion and gained a sports car valued at 5 million. A smile instantly spread across he sure's face. In just 1 hour, he had transformed from a penniless nobody into a wealthy magnate capable of counting his riches while reclining. He promptly transferred the entire 2 million to his mother. Now, his father's medical expenses were no longer a concern. He need not rise early or skimp on a simple meal of hand-grabbed pancakes without a mere egg. Everything felt like a fleeting dream. He sure pinched his thigh hard to affirm he was not merely dreaming. As he basked in his joy, a sudden rap on the car window jolted him. Turning his head, he beheld a sweet and innocent face, none other than the campus belle, Qin Ruo. Qin Ruo's family enterprise is among the most distinguished in the entire city of Shun, and coupled with her ethereal beauty, she has consistently been the object of admiration at school. Since the commencement of her freshman year, she has harbored an interest in he sure, frequently making her presence known. However, he sure remains indifferent. He has always maintained a respectful distance from such a pampered and capricious young lady. As he sure opened the car door, Qin Ruo immediately lunged forward, attempting to link her arm with his, only for him to deftly evade her with a swift motion of his foot. He sure's expression turned icy as he remarked, "Miss Qin, I kindly ask you to maintain your decorum." In an instant, tears welled up in Qin Ruo's eyes. Her proud bosom heaved with indignation, and the sight of her voluptuous thighs, exposed to the gaze of passers-by, offered quite the spectacle for those wandering by. Ding! The host has rejected the enchanting campus belle, missing the opportunity to be pampered by a wealthy woman, and is awarded a rebate card with a 100-fold return on expenses. Valid for 3 days, with a maximum rebate amount of 10 million. He sure raised an eyebrow. Pleasantly surprised by this unexpected windfall, he turned his gaze towards his friends in the distance, who were fervently waving at him, and promptly made his way over to them. Meanwhile, Qin Ruo stared at his receding figure, her fists clenched tightly. After all, he was merely a handsome pauper. She vowed that one day he sure would be on his knees, begging for a favor. Chapter 2. The Consumption Rebate Card. Slapping the school beauty in the face. Lua Mountain is a renowned scenic area on the outskirts of Shang City, boasting not only majestic peaks to scale, but also picturesque rural leisure activities. Whether it be fishing, soaking in hot springs, or enjoying a lively bonfire barbecue, the Xinyuan farm stay offers an abundance of delights. The primary plan for this outing among the 2 dormitories revolves around an outdoor barbecue, followed by a night spent under the stars in tents, culminating with a romantic sunrise the next morning. Initially, he sure intended to make a brief appearance and depart, but upon noticing the sudden influx of 1,000 yuan into his account, the words he had on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. Although his net worth exceeded 100 million, he was not one to scoff at such a sum. After all, even the smallest fly is still meat. More importantly, he prided himself on being a man of his word. Seeing he sure approach, the eldest brother immediately affectionately draped an arm over his shoulder. "Hey, third brother, You truly are oblivious to your good fortune. How could you reject such an exquisite beauty with a global mindset? Look at her. She is already holding hands with someone. He sure lowered his gaze to observe the eldest brother struggling on tiptoe, and then resignedly followed his line of sight. Indeed, Qin Ruo was now accompanied by a man who, upon noticing He Shi's scrutinizing gaze, offered a provocative smile. The second brother, who was preparing to set up the tent, abruptly discarded his belongings, exclaiming, "Damn. I thought we would finally take center stage this time, but it turns out the school beauty brought along several sycophants, each one a wealthy heir. Look at those big-chested girls. Their eyes are practically sparkling. We're merely the supporting cast on this trip." He sure surveyed the scene and confirmed that indeed. Several girls were flanked by their admirers. He smiled slightly. "Since that's the case, how about we head back together after the barbecue?" The second brother hesitated. "Well, perhaps it's best not to. It's a rare outing, and with a bit of effort, I might still savor some scraps." Observing the second brother's cowardly demeanor, he sure felt an urge to impart a piece of wisdom. The dog who licks will inevitably end up with nothing. "Hey, you lot, if you want to grill, you'll need to buy your own supplies. We didn't prepare for you." A sudden voice interrupted the conversation among He Shi and his companions. The eldest brother's expression shifted. "Didn't we agree on splitting the costs? Luoya Mountain Scenic Area is a well-known tourist destination invested by the Domestic Tourism Development Enterprise, Liang Group, including this farm stay, which adheres to 5-star standards, hence the prices are quite extravagant. To speak of the food alone, the minimum accommodation fee for a room starts at 2,000 yuan. Among the 4 from dormitory 405, only the second brother came from a somewhat affluent family. The other 3 hailed from ordinary backgrounds. If it hadn't been for the prior agreement to share costs, they would never have ventured to such a high-end locale. The eldest brother's remark immediately drew scornful laughter from the opposing group. "What are you doing here without money? Still talking about splitting the bill? How shameless." The speaker was the man who had previously provoked He Shi. Song Bo, believing himself to be strikingly cool, wore a crooked smile that betrayed his unabashed disdain. Having grown up alongside Qin Ruo, their families were well matched, and there had long been notions of a union between their elders. Thus, he had always regarded He Shi with contempt. A mere pauper daring to pursue his woman was utterly ridiculous. Despite He Shi's capabilities, which could easily land him a position at a listed company, fate had conspired against him. The companies to which he applied happened to have ties with the Song family. And with just a word from Song Bo, He Shi found himself unable to secure even a decent job in the vast Qing city. A high-achieving graduate from a prestigious university reduced to driving a taxi filled Song Bo with a sense of triumph. "Hey, schoolgrass, being a taxi driver isn't so bad, right? You should be grateful to me." He Shi, momentarily taken aback, allowed his expression to harden. "So it's you." He recalled how he had successfully passed interviews with the companies he applied to, only to be informed later that he was no longer needed. At that moment, he had suspected foul play, and now it became clear that jealousy was the motive behind it. Clenching his fists, He Shi's face darkened. Song Bo, reveling in his superiority, taunted, "What of it? You're a pauper. If you can't afford a meal here, you might as well scram with your fellow destitutes. How many days of driving would it take to earn back this meal? Right, guys?" Laughter erupted from Song Bo's companions. "This isn't a place for you country bumpkins. Hurry back to your slums." Meanwhile, Qin Ruo casually observed the spectacle, finding a twisted sense of satisfaction in watching He Shi being ridiculed. Had it been in the past, she would have intervened, but now she felt it was a much-needed humbling for someone so oblivious. The eldest brother and the others were flushed with anger. Their teeth clenched in discomfort. They felt humiliated but dared not speak up. After all, they were no match for this group of wealthy heirs. The usually quiet fourth brother sighed and patted He Shi's shoulder, suggesting, "Third brother, perhaps we should just leave." Yet, He Shi suddenly smiled. "Who says we can't afford it? It's the perfect opportunity to test the effectiveness of the consumption rebate card, which has a rebate limit of 10 million. Ding. Detection of host being belittled by wealthy heirs. Subsidy of 30 equity in the listed company, Liang Group. Ding. 30 equity has been credited. A representative will come to coordinate shortly." He Shi's eyes lit up. "System, you truly are the most remarkable system, bar none." The previously mechanical voice now carried a hint of pride. "Keep a low profile." He Shi summoned a waiter and casually pointed at the menu. This, and this. Please bring me one of each, and I'll pay with my card." Song Bo, caught off guard by He Shi's declaration, burst into laughter. "Huh? I thought you had some real skills, but you're just ordering 3 dishes? Not even enough to fill a woman's teeth." Qin Ruo wore a face of disdain. "If you're broke, just don't force it. It's embarrassing." He Shi ignored their mockery. Following the waiter to swipe his card, the 3 dishes nearly depleted the 6,000 yuan in his account. As the bank deduction notification arrived, He Shi received another alert on his phone. "Dear user, your account has received 595 yuan on May 10th, 2020 at 1620. Your current balance is 595,050 yuan. Indeed, he sure's lips curved into a smirk as he waved grandly at the waiter. Bring me one of everything on the menu. Gasp. Cough, cough. His words left everyone present in stunned disbelief. Could this man be out of his mind? A mere taxi driver ordering a lavish feast at Qinyuan? The eldest brother anxiously tugged at he sure's sleeve, whispering, Third brother, do you really have that much money? Let them say whatever they want. But don't fall for it. He sure smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, today's on me. We'll eat to our heart's content. Cut it out. Don't let it be that you're just pretending to be rich. If your card gets declined, it'll be laughable. Haha, that would truly be hilarious. Qin Ruo frowned, having long been aware of he sure's financial situation. The total cost of these dishes would easily exceed 100,000. She doubted he could pay. Unable to hold back, she finally urged, getting mocked by others, one tea cost you a penny. You can't eat face for dinner. Just apologize to everyone. And let us forget about today. We can still enjoy ourselves together. Apologize? The absurdity of her suggestion left even the usually composed he sure astonished. He raised his head, his words unyielding. Have you lost your mind? Even if I swallowed a fly, I wouldn't he stoop so low as to disgust others like this. You. Qin Ruo's face flushed with anger, and Song Bo seized the opportunity to comfort her by grasping her hand. This ungrateful wretch will soon be begging us on his knees. The staff at the farm stay, however, were well trained. Even though he sure's attire did not suggest wealth, they merely paused for a moment at the sizable order before responding politely. This pleased he sure, as he would soon find himself in a position of authority here. Sir, shall we proceed with this card? He nodded affirmatively. Yes, and please arrange for the finest rooms for me. The attendant bowed slightly. Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment. Chapter 3. An unexpected call to fatherhood. He-she's calm demeanor left the crowd in a state of uncertainty. Song Bo's face turned pale. Impossible. That lad is undoubtedly putting on an act. Qin Ruo's eyes flickered momentarily before she regained her composure. At that juncture, a group of impeccably dressed individuals, exuding an air of elite sophistication, strode towards them. Isn't the one at the front the current president of Liang Group? After scrutinizing closely, Qin Ruo nodded, confirming Song Bo's conjecture. The two exchanged bewildered glances for a fleeting moment. Though the Qin and Song families were considered affluent in Shangqing, they paled in comparison to a conglomerate like Liang Group, valued at hundreds of billions. They had previously crossed paths with Liang's president during social engagements with their elders. Yet witnessing such a grand display was an entirely novel experience. As the group approached, Qin Ruo and Song Bo hastily adjusted their attire, forcing smiles onto their faces. Uncle Lin, Qin Ruo said, swaying her slender waist toward them. Her voluptuous figure nearly caused the men present, save for he-she, to swoon. Her voice was alluring, sending shivers down spines. On a typical day, Lin Ning would have stolen a few more glances at her, but today, he walked past with his entourage, eyes fixed ahead. Upon spotting he-she standing amidst the throng, he paused momentarily, uncertainly inquiring, Are you Mr. He? If you seek the signatory for the equity transfer agreement. That would be me. Lin Ning promptly approached, bowing respectfully. My apologies, Mr. He. I did not anticipate you to be so youthful. I am the current executive president and CEO of Liang. You may call me Old Lin. He-she inclined his head slightly. President Lin, you flatter me. This sudden turn of events struck like a thunderclap, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. The most incredulous of them were Qin Ruo and Song Bo. In their eyes, he-she was merely a rustic whom they could easily belittle. With a few strategic moves, they could render him incapable of surviving in Shangqing. Yet, here was a person they felt compelled to flatter, offering a respectful apology to someone they had consistently looked down upon. This was beyond belief. Qin Ruo, who had always held herself in high regard, found it utterly incomprehensible. Hearing this, Lin Ning furrowed his brow. You must be the daughter of the Qin family, right? Could you please think before you speak? Mr. He is soon to be our second largest shareholder at Liang, and your slander is intolerable. It's disheartening to see such bitterness at such a young age. I truly wonder how the Qin family raises its children. Qin Ruo's face turned pale at his words, and just as she was about to retort, Song Bo firmly grasped her wrist. Lin Ning paid no further heed to them, turning to he-she with a gentle tone. Mr. He, I have prepared the contract. Would you like to sign it now? Bring it here. I shall sign it here. My friend is still waiting for me to dine, he-she replied. Lin Ning quickly gestured to an assistant. Hurry, bring it over. He-she glanced through the contract casually before signing his name. After all, it was a product of the system, guaranteeing its authenticity. The contract was in duplicate, with he-she retaining one copy, stating, I shall not interfere with the group's affairs for now. Just notify me of any significant decisions. Lin Ning, taken aback by this, quickly nodded. Understood, Mr. He. He had initially worried that with the arrival of a new director, his work might be scrutinized, but he was pleasantly surprised that she seemed uninterested in meddling. Lin Ning smiled more sincerely, presenting an elegant black card adorned with golden lettering. This is the Supreme VIP card for Xin Yuan. With this card, you may check into Fengli Garden at any time. She had heard of the 3 exclusive gardens at Xin Yuan, renowned for their beauty and designed by internationally acclaimed garden masters. He assumed Fengli Garden was one of them. My gratitude, President Lin. She accepted the card. Now the second largest shareholder of Liang Group, he felt no need for false modesty. Lin Ning briefly introduced the individuals behind him, eager to avoid delaying the new boss's meal, and quickly departed with his entourage. Once the group had finally retreated, Shi's closest companions rushed excitedly to his side. Wow, Old 3, I never expected you to be so deep and inscrutable. Impressive. Old 2 found the situation surreal. Glancing at the pale-faced Qin Ruo and her companions, he exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Ah, what a splendid public humiliation. This is the stuff of novels. I can hardly believe I'm witnessing it firsthand." Shi smiled softly, waving the black card in his hand, instructing the previous attendant, "Please have the dishes sent to Fengli Garden." The attendant, named Xiaoya, a young lady in her 20s, was already captivated by Shi's charm. Now, upon learning of his financial prowess, her cheeks flushed a deeper hue, though her delicate beauty paled in comparison to Qin Ruo's striking allure. She possessed a unique charm of her own. "Certainly, Mr. He," she replied respectfully, bowing slightly and extending a perfectly manicured hand. "And here is your bank card." Shi acknowledged her with a nonchalant response, pocketing the card. Xiaoya hoped to brush against his long, fair fingers, but Shi was particularly cautious about physical contact, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. Old One, standing nearby, shook his head in disbelief at his friend's inability to appreciate the situation with such a clueless brother. "I wonder when he will find a partner." They then followed Xiaoyu out, leaving Qin Ruo and Song Bo behind, whom Shi had not deigned to acknowledge throughout. Fengli Garden lived up to its name, with pear trees lining the premises, and as they entered, a fragrant breeze enveloped them. The quaint bridges and flowing waters, alongside the pavilions and retro architecture, transported Shi back to ancient times. The interior decor satisfied him greatly, blending elegance with a touch of luxury. All the furniture was crafted from premium rosewood, not to mention the exquisite glass lanterns hanging overhead and the antique calligraphy and paintings displayed around. As they took their seats, Xiaoya quickly arranged for the dishes to be served, and within mere minutes, an array of 58 exquisite dishes graced the table. "Gentlemen, all dishes are now ready. Please feel free to request anything you need." Old One, holding his chopsticks, gaped in astonishment, unsure of where to begin. He couldn't help but exclaim, "I never imagined I would experience such royal delight in my lifetime." Old 3, "Do you still need any leg accessories?" Old 2, relishing the sumptuous cuisine, glanced at Old One's robust arms and teased, "Spare Old 3, with your build, who could possibly withstand it?" Shi and the usually quiet Old 4 chuckled at the banter, appreciating the relaxed atmosphere. Suddenly, a voice drifted in from outside. "Who are you kids? You cannot enter here." Xiaoya, concerned about disturbing the esteemed guests, hurried to the door to investigate. For reasons unknown, Shi felt a sudden urge, as if propelled by unseen hands, and inexplicably followed her. There, in the courtyard, stood a woman in her 30s, gripping a 3-year-old girl tightly. The child donned a distinct attire reminiscent of minority ethnic clothing, vibrant colors adorned with intricate embroidery and pearls, exquisitely crafted. With her lustrous dark hair braided into 2 playful pigtails that cascaded by her ears, the little girl possessed delicate and charming features. Most remarkable were her pitch-black eyes, which caused Shi's mind to erupt in a sudden tumult the moment he laid eyes on her. Upon spotting Shi at the doorway, the girl's eyes sparkled with delight. Seemingly infused with an inexplicable energy, she effortlessly broke free from the woman's grasp and darted towards Shi like a cannonball. "Daddy." Chapter 4. The little girl who resembles his girlfriend. Her tender, yet resonant voice resonated through the room, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewildered astonishment. In a reflexive motion, Shi crouched down, instinctively enveloping the small figure in his embrace. The child clung tightly to his neck, affectionately nuzzling against him, exclaiming, "Daddy, Nian Nian finally found you." It was only then that Shi registered her form of address, and he stared in a daze at her beautiful little face, which seemed to overlap with a familiar visage from his memories. His mind wandered, and as he scrutinized her further, he became increasingly convinced that she bore an uncanny resemblance to his girlfriend, whom he had lost touch with for years prior. At that time, having just completed his college entrance examination, he had embarked on a solo journey to a distant province without any particular destination in mind. One fateful day, he found himself in the midst of a great mountain in the south. Unfortunately, he was caught in a torrential downpour. leading him to inadvertently stumble into the depths of the mountain. When he finally opened his eyes, a girl resembling a fairy appeared before him. Her name was Nan Sun, a melodic name befitting her ethereal presence. Her hair flowed long like seaweed down her back, and her exquisite features radiated a serene beauty, accentuated by a striking crimson mole beneath her eyelid, which lent her an alluring charm. It was during this encounter that he sure learned how gracefully chilliness and allure could coexist. Due to the landslide caused by the tempest, the two found themselves trapped in the heart of the mountains. As they spent time together, a mutual affection blossomed between them. He sure felt an overwhelming joy in those days, even contemplating the notion of remaining in the mountains for a lifetime. Nan Sun possessed an extraordinary intellect, effortlessly foraging for various sustenance, and one day, eager to assist her, he sure brought back some unripe wild fruits. Little did he know that these fruits would ignite a fervent desire within him that evening. After a brief yet passionate encounter, Nan Sun vanished without a trace, and he sure searched fruitlessly for over a month until he fortuitously encountered a local farmer gathering wild vegetables, which ultimately led him back to the city. For 4 long years, he sure had never forgotten Nan Sun, firmly believing that one day their paths would cross once more. Now, gazing at the child who bore a striking resemblance to Nan Sun, he sure found himself momentarily speechless. Regaining his composure, he hoarsely uttered, "I am not your father. Where are your guardians?" Nian Nian furrowed her brows in displeasure, retorting, "How can you not be my daddy? Don't you go by the name He sure?" He sure, taken aback, nodded slowly. "Yes, that is indeed my name." Seemingly relieved, Nian Nian patted her chest, declaring, "Then it must be you. My mother is named Nan Sun, and she showed me your photograph. It looks just like you." Upon hearing that long-yearned name, he sure felt his breath quicken. "How old are you this year?" "I'm almost 3. My birthday is in June." Ding. Congratulations to the host for encountering a biological daughter with whom there exists a blood connection, receiving a child-rearing fund of 100 million. Boom. He sure felt as though he had been struck by a grand revelation. After hearing the child's words, he was now certain that she was indeed his daughter, and the system's reward only solidified this truth. Overcome with emotion, he stammered, yes, Nian Nian, I am your father. But where is your mother? Where is she now?" Nian Nian's expression dimmed as she lowered her head, about to speak when her stomach suddenly growled. She quickly covered her belly in embarrassment, and her quirky demeanor elicited laughter from He sure. He scooped her up in his arms, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Let's get you something to eat first." He then turned to the bewildered Xiaoya, requesting, "Could you please prepare some food that children enjoy?" At that moment, the woman who had been holding Nian Nian approached, her face filled with trepidation as she introduced herself. "Mr. He, I am the lobby manager here. I apologize for not realizing earlier that this is your daughter." He sure cast her a cursory glance before turning back to the room. The 3 men, stunned, stared at the retreating figures of the father and daughter, momentarily lost in thought. Wow, he was a single dog just like us before dinner, and now he has a daughter? The third brother is truly a winner in life. It seems he wasn't lying about having a girlfriend. The eldest, consumed by jealousy, muttered, "This meal is far from enough. We need to make sure to treat the third brother to several more meals." Meanwhile, he sure carried his daughter into the dining hall, first feeding her some porridge to fill her stomach. Nian Nian initially wanted to assert her independence, claiming she could eat on her own. But the warmth of being cared for by her father was simply too delightful to refuse. Once Nian Nian was well fed, he sure eagerly inquired about Nan Sun's whereabouts. With a sigh that belied her tender age, Nian Nian replied, "I don't know. We were supposed to come together to find you, but Xiaowan was too playful. I got separated from Mama while looking for it. Then a kind uncle appeared and offered to give me a ride, so I came here. It's so beautiful. I wanted to get out and play, but he wouldn't let me, so I scared him off with Xiaowan." Though the little girl's words were a bit jumbled, he sure's heart sank at the implication. What kind uncle? My daughter must have encountered a human trafficker. Thankfully, she is as clever as her mother. Yet, who was Xiaowan? Nian Nian tugged at her small bag, opening it to reveal its contents to He sure. Curiously, he leaned in closer, only to be greeted by the sight of a slender, light green snake, animatedly flicking its tongue at him. He sure slammed the bag shut, exclaiming, "What the heck? My daughter seems a bit wild." Nian Nian gently patted her father's head, reassuring him, "Don't be scared, Daddy. Xiaowan is a birthday gift from Mama. He is very well behaved." A snake is a gift? He sure couldn't help but facepalm. This was certainly something Nan Sun would do. But he found himself wishing to inquire on the streets if other people's daughters were raised this way. Recalling the image of Nan Sun with her cold demeanor and her bare hands peeling snake skin, he sure shuddered involuntarily. No, his wife was already fierce enough. Having finally gained a daughter, he must cultivate her into a little princess. "Do you remember your mother's phone number? She must be very worried if she cannot find you." Nian Nian tilted her little head, contemplating for a moment before replying, 158. He sure affectionately pinched her cheeks. Are you full now? Once you are, Daddy will take you to take a bath. We'll go home early tomorrow. Nian Nian obediently nodded. The bathroom at Fengli Garden boasted a grand pool. Luxurious, indeed, but unsuitable for a child. Thus, he sure requested a smaller bathtub to be prepared, and after ensuring the water was ready, he asked once more, Are you sure you don't want me to call someone to assist you? Nian Nian shook her head, her sweet voice chiming. Don't worry, Daddy. I can do it myself. Despite He sure's concerns, he settled on a small stool outside the bathroom, assuming the role of a vigilant guardian. That night, as father and daughter lay in bed, He sure gazed at Nian Nian's peacefully slumbering face, feeling a warmth envelop his heart. He could never have dreamed that Nansun would bestow upon him such a precious gift. Yet, upon contemplating her young, unmarried status as a mother who has single-handedly raised her daughter for so many years, he sure felt an acute pang in his heart, akin to being pricked by countless needles. He reached beneath his pillow and retrieved a somewhat yellowed photograph. It depicted a couple nestled closely together. The man handsome and the woman beautiful. This was a cherished snapshot of He sure and Nansun from years gone by. It was through this very photograph that Nian Nian had located her father. He sure couldn't help but caress the girl's exquisite features, only to suddenly sense something unusual on the back of the photo. Curiously, he flipped it over and couldn't suppress a laugh. Scrawled in a haphazard manner were the words, Bastard, he shall sure. The writer, perhaps in a fit of anger, had pressed down hard, but seemingly softened afterward, adorning it with a small heart. His wife was truly adorable. He sure tenderly placed the photograph against his chest, a smile gracing his lips as he closed his eyes. Yet, within 5 seconds, he opened them again. He retrieved his phone, staring at the number he knew by heart, hesitating for a long while before finally pressing the call button. This was Nansun's old phone number. Over the past 3 years, he sure had dialed it countless times, only to be met with the reminder that it was a disconnected line. This time, he held no hopes, but instead of the anticipated mechanical greeting, the phone rang through. He sat up straight, his breath growing shallow, the thumping of his heart echoing loudly in the stillness of the night. After what felt like 40 seconds, just as he sure thought the call would disconnect, a cool, melodious female voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Chapter 5, Ferrari SF90, Astounding the Nouveau Riche. In the outskirts of Huanan Province, a gold-colored Vince sped down the road. Behind the wheel was a young woman in her 20s, with raven hair and ruby lips. Her skin as fair as snow, mere beauty hardly sufficed to describe her. Before her, all of life's splendor seemed to falter in comparison. Yet, this delicate woman had somehow transformed a van into a racing vehicle. The young boy in the back seat, Xiao Yu, had long since become immune to his mother's fierce driving style, but couldn't help letting out a sigh. Upon hearing this, Nansun promptly chastised, At your tender age, do not carry on like an old man. One of your father is quite enough. Despite being born just minutes apart, the bond between the sisters, Nian Nian and Xiao Yu, was sweetly innocent, while their son often bore the demeanor of a miniature adult, exceptionally intelligent, even managing to supervise his mother at times. Upon hearing his father's name, Xiao Yu's interest peaked. Mom, are you so sure that Dad will wait for you? What if he is married or has a girlfriend after all these years? With my looks, do you think that is likely? Nansun seemed to recall something, her stunning face lighting up with a radiant smile. I believe in him. Unconsciously munching on the metaphorical dog food, Xiao Yu felt rather uncomfortable and quickly changed the subject. I wonder how little sister is doing. I hope she doesn't cross paths with anyone unfortunate. Nansun abruptly jerked the steering wheel, the tires screeching as they carved a noticeable mark on the road, executing a graceful drift. Just as she was about to speak, an obnoxious ringtone shattered the silence within the car, loud enough to rouse the slumbering Xiong Xiong in the back seat. Nansun glanced at the familiar number, swallowing hard. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up with curiosity as he leaned forward. Is it Dad? Mom, answer it quickly. Are you afraid? Afraid of him? Nansun shot a glare at her son, hesitating for a while before finally pressing the answer button. With an anxious tone, she said, He sure? After a prolonged silence with no response, she raised her voice. He sure? Is that you? For years had passed, yet the familiar voice brought tears to He sure's eyes. That damned woman still knew how to answer the phone. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and asked, Nan Xiao son, don't you think you owe me an explanation? She had vanished without a word, raising a daughter alone without a thought to contact him. The mere thought of it infuriated He sure. Aware of her culpability, Nansun hastily pulled the car over, deciding it best to apologize first. Her once cold voice softened slightly. I was in the wrong before. Can I explain everything when we meet? I have a gift for you. And if He Tong Shui is pleased, could you possibly forgive me? He sure chuckled. You mean Yin Yin? I've already seen that gift. Is she with you? That little brat had me worrying for nothing. Realizing her tone had grown a bit harsh, Nansun glanced back at the two children in the rear seat and quickly added, But she's just one part of it. I assure you, there's much more in store. Hearing Nan Sun's voice still filled with the same vitality as before, he sure felt somewhat reassured, but when they finally met, he would certainly have to properly deal with this woman. For now, he needed to keep her steady. Otherwise, if she bolted again, he'd have no one to blame but himself. I will await your explanation and gift in Shin City, Nan Sun. If you disappear again, I will undoubtedly forget about you. Do you hear me? Yes, don't worry. I should arrive in about 2 days. Please take care of Nyen Nyen until then. All right, travel safely. They chatted for a while longer before reluctantly hanging up. Despite years apart, it felt as though they had never been separated. This realization left he sure exhilarated, and he found it difficult to sleep that night. The following day, he set off early with his daughter and roommate back to the city. It was now the 4th year of university, and many students had already moved out. In dormitory 405, aside from He-Sure, the other 3 had found new accommodations and were leaving that very day. He-Sure had initially planned to stay at the school until after his thesis defense. For housing in Shin City was exorbitantly expensive. Even sharing a place was a significant financial burden he was reluctant to undertake. However, circumstances had changed. After utilizing a 100-fold rebate card along with a system subsidy, he found himself with approximately 110 million in his bank account. Furthermore, with his daughter in tow, returning to the dormitory was no longer an option, so his primary concern now was purchasing a home. He then recalled the residential building at Jinfu Tiandi, where the property deed could be finalized today, thus deciding to wait a little longer. He carried Nyen Nyen across the playground, countless gazes fixated on the father-daughter duo. But he sure paid them no mind. His destination was the parking lot at the school's west gate, where the Ferrari SF90, a recent addition from the newcomer gift package, awaited him. Upon arrival, he noticed a crowd gathered around his car, marveling in awe. Wow, whose car is this? The red and black color scheme is absolutely stunning. It's practically walking currency. It's my first time seeing such a luxurious car on campus. He sure struggled to navigate through the throng, protecting his daughter as he squeezed his way in. Who are you? Why are you pushing? He-Sure, hearing the familiar voice. He-Sure looked up in confusion to see Lu Yong, the nouveau riche of his class, with his small eyes and flat nose. Lu Yong hailed from Shin City and had some family wealth. To flaunt his affluence, he often took classmates out for entertainment. However, his relationship with He-Sure was strained, as was with the entire 405 dormitory. Each time he organized an outing, He-Sure and his friends would refuse to participate, especially He-Sure, who, despite his modest background, had caught the eye of the campus beauty, stirring Lu Yang's envy. What? Even the academic prodigy is here to join the spectacle? Take a good look. For in this lifetime, you shall never have the chance to drive such a luxury car. He-Sure cast a fleeting glance at him, puzzled by his pride, considering that it was not even his vehicle. Ignoring the gasps of admiration from the onlookers, He-Sure retrieved a rectangular key that resembled a lighter, first opening the passenger door to place Nyen Nyen inside and fasten her seatbelt before proceeding to the driver's seat to ignite the engine. The car's engine emitted a melodious roar, and within mere seconds, it vanished from the sight of the astonished crowd. Lu Yong, who had just been boasting to He-Sure moments ago, now sat on the ground, his face drained of color. Upon exiting the school gates, He-Sure's first action was to take his daughter to install a child safety seat in the car. The staff member responsible for the installation was utterly astonished. It was the first time he had seen someone drive such an extravagant sports car, not to impress women, but to transport a child. However, observing the excited expression on Nyen Nyen's face, He-Sure realized that acquiring a 4-seater vehicle was imperative, as having the child in the passenger seat was simply too unsafe. Ding! The system detected the host's profound affection for his daughter and issued a 50 discount voucher for purchasing a car, instructing the host to visit a designated 4S store. A purchase voucher? In that case, he might as well go buy a car. He-Sure pulled out his phone, and just as he opened his contacts, a local number from the city rang in. Hello, is this Mr. He-Sure? Yes, it is. Good day, Mr. He. I am the manager of the Jinfu Tiandi sales office. Your property certificate has been finalized, and I would like to confirm your address for delivery. He-Sure glanced around. He was near Jinfu, so he declined, saying, I will come to collect it myself. I can be there in about 5 minutes. Chapter 6, A residential building in Jinfu Tiandi. After hanging up, the sales office manager, Feng Yue, quickly summoned all staff members together. The major client who purchased an entire building is coming shortly. Everyone, set aside your current tasks and be on high alert. No room for negligence, understood? This announcement left everyone in the sales office astonished. While Jinfu Tiandi may not be situated in the most bustling part of the city center, it boasted an enviable location in the city, complete with comprehensive amenities and convenient transportation. Many corporate executives and celebrities favored residing in this area. With property prices exceeding 50,000 per square meter, and he sure is building consisting of spacious units over 100 square meters, all exquisitely decorated. It was evident that the buyer was a formidable, affluent individual. All the female employees eagerly stood on tiptoe, yearning to catch a glimpse of this distinguished client. Feng Yue even positioned himself outside, awaiting the arrival. Soon enough, a flamboyant sports car pulled up in front of the sales office. A young man clad in designer attire and adorned with a luxury watch emerged from the vehicle. Feng Yue hurriedly approached him with enthusiasm, shaking the man's hand. "Mr. He, welcome. I am Feng Yue, the manager here. We have prepared fine tea for you inside. Please, come in." He Chung paused for a moment, taken aback by the level of enthusiasm in the real estate business these days, with even the manager personally welcoming clients. He chuckled politely before being ushered into the lobby. On either side of the entrance stood a row of employees, all beaming as they welcomed the two. The female staff's interest intensified upon noticing that although He Cheng's appearance was rather ordinary, he was quite youthful. The atmosphere felt akin to Tang Sung entering the lair of demons, sending a shiver down He Cheng's spine. Instinctively, he quickened his pace until he reached the sofa. Finally, exhaling a sigh of relief, Feng Yue handed over a black box. "Mr. He, all the property certificates are contained within. Please verify them." He Chung, bewildered, responded. "What property certificates? I haven't even viewed the properties yet, and the certificates are already here?" His remark caused a barrage of question marks to float above Feng Yue's head. At that moment, a security guard entered, escorting He Shi and Yin Yin. The duo's striking appearance instantly captivated everyone's attention. The guard approached Feng Yue and introduced Manager Feng. "This is Mr. He, here to collect the property certificates." Feng Yue looked up and suddenly realized his mistake. "Oh dear, I must have mistaken the identities." He awkwardly apologized to He Chung before hastily approaching He Shi, cautiously inquiring, "You must be Mr. He Shi, right?" He Shi, oblivious to the unfolding confusion, simply nodded. "Yes." Feng Yue breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. He, please have a seat." He Shi set Yin Yin down, taking her small hand in his, and extracted the car key. "No need for that. I am pressed for time. Please have someone bring my belongings to the car, and show me the properties briefly." Seeing the prominent horse emblem on the key, Feng Yue quickly accepted it with both hands, responding respectfully, "Of course, Mr. He." He Shi's unexpected appearance and equally swift departure left the sales office's female employees with expressions of regret. Who would have thought that such a young tycoon was also a devoted father? "Mr. He, while our community consists of only 5 buildings, it spans a vast area with excellent greenery and environment. Your building features only spacious units, with the smallest being 120 square meters, and the largest occupying the top floor, a magnificent 500 square meter penthouse." He Shi nodded slightly. "Reserve the top floor for me. I would appreciate it if Manager Feng could assist in listing the others for rental." Feng Yue promptly agreed. "Rest assured, Mr. He, while I cannot guarantee everything, our Jinfu Tiandi is known for its privacy, and our security measures are among the best in the city. There will undoubtedly be plenty of interest in renting." He Shi briefly inspected a few rooms, all beautifully decorated, before making his way to the penthouse, comprising 5 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, and 5 bathrooms. This space was intended for his family. Considering the likelihood of Yin Yin's future visits and his parents from his hometown, 500 square meters was hardly excessive. He Shi led his daughter through each room, admiring the modern luxury in the decor, which left him quite pleased. "Yin Yin, do you like it here? Daddy will arrange for a children's room for you, filled with lots and lots of toys, okay?" Having never encountered such an expansive residence, Yin Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement from the moment they entered. She vigorously nodded. "Daddy, I like it. Xiao said she likes it too. Can I have a blue and pink cat?" "Blue and pink cats?" Noticing He Shi's confusion, Feng Yue kindly interjected. "The little princess must be referring to Doraemon and Hello Kitty. My daughter adores them as well." He Shi readily agreed. "No problem, sweetheart. Daddy will take you shopping for them shortly." Yin Yin joyfully bounced in place, the silver jewelry on her clothing jingling melodiously. After viewing the properties, He Shi took his daughter to the largest 4S store in the city. As he parked the car, a tall, handsome man approached him. He was He Shi's distant cousin, who had remained in the city post-graduation and often looked out for He Shi. Seeing his cousin emerge from such an extravagant vehicle, cradling an adorable little girl, Qi Jiang was momentarily taken aback. "This is..." He Shi smiled faintly. "This is my daughter, Yin Yin. Yin Yin, greet your uncle." "Hello, uncle." Yin Yin's bright-eyed greeting melted Qi Jiang's heart instantly. "Hello, Yin Yin." Qi Jiang then gazed at He Shi, astonished. "Wait, when did you become a father? I always thought you were rather aloof and uninterested in girls. Now you have a child." He Shi succinctly explained the situation concerning him and Nan Sun, prompting Qi Jiang to give an approving thumbs up. "Your sister-in-law truly is remarkable. Are your aunt and uncle still unaware of this matter?" He Shi shook his head. I plan to wait until Sun Sun arrives, then take her and the child back to our hometown. That sounds about right. Qi Jiang then inquired about the car. Did you hit the jackpot? A Ferrari SF90, ISNT it? That must be worth 5 million. It's not as fortunate as that. I've simply made some gains in the stock market. He sure had already anticipated this excuse. After all, with his background in finance, no one would raise an eyebrow. Qi Jiang, satisfied with the answer, did not press further, trusting in his cousin's abilities. Let us head inside then. What type of car are you considering? Do you have a budget in mind? He sure replied, while walking alongside Nian Nian. Something with ample interior space, no budget constraints. Just recommend what you think is best. Chapter 7. A grand shopping spree at Century City. This indeed was the largest luxury car dealership in the city, and he sure quickly noticed a plethora of limited edition imported vehicles. Qi Jiang led him directly to the SUV section. Since you already have a sports car, I believe acquiring an SUV would be more practical for family outings. He pointed to a sleek black G-Class at the forefront. This is the Mercedes-AMG G63 Night Edition, a recently launched special limited edition. It boasts a V8 twin-turbo engine with 407 horsepower. We have only this one left in the showroom. What do you think of its design? He sure's eyes lit up. No man could resist such a magnificent off-road vehicle, and he was no exception. With its black warrior styling and interior featuring a black and red color scheme, he sure felt increasingly satisfied after a test drive. Just as he was about to finalize the purchase with Qi Jiang, a middle-aged man in a suit approached, his arm around a heavily made-up woman. Darling, this car looks fantastic. Should we buy it? The woman leaned into the man's embrace, her ample bosom quivering under his gaze. Wang Gaodao initially intended to refuse his lover's request, recognizing that the car's price would easily exceed 3.5 million. Although he possessed some wealth, he wasn't inclined to spend it frivolously. To his surprise, he glanced up and found himself face-to-face with He Sure, a taxi driver under his company. Wang Gaodao instinctively touched his eye socket. He was the department manager at Xing Qianli Taxi Company, and, in fact, He Sure's superior. Yet, just 2 days prior, He Sure had given him a sound thrashing. The reason? Wang Gaodao had been indiscriminately pursuing both men and women, setting his sights on someone he ought not to have. He Sure had no intention of indulging his bad behavior. Before Wang Gaodao could utter a word, He Sure swiftly knocked him to the ground with a single punch. The memory of that old lecherous gaze made He Sure feel disgusted. Upon seeing He Sure, Wang Gaodao experienced a fleeting moment of fear, but quickly regained his bravado. Believing that He Sure was merely a lowly driver who posed no threat, especially in a public space where he wouldn't dare act out, he raised his chin. Adopting an authoritative demeanor, "Shao He, I believe it's working hours? What brings you here? Are you intending to purchase this car?" Leaning casually against the wall, He Sure replied, "My apologies, Manager Wang, but I resigned this morning." He then pointedly touched his eye socket. "Oh right. I forgot you've been avoiding people for the past couple of days, having not shown up at the company." Wang Gaodao's expression darkened at these words. The woman in his arms was sweating profusely from his tight grip, yet she dared not utter a sound. He glared at He Sure with a menacing expression. "As long as I don't approve, you remain an employee of Xing Qianli." Ding. System notification. Host is being maliciously harassed by a toxic superior. 60 equity in Xing Qianli Taxi Company awarded. Ding. 60 equity has been credited. A representative will contact the host shortly. Please keep your phone accessible. He Sure nearly burst into laughter. It seemed fortune had come knocking at his door. With this 60 stake, he would become the largest shareholder of the company, wielding absolute control. As he regarded Wang Gaodao, his gaze held a hint of pity. "Indeed, I am still an employee of Xing Qianli. But Manager Wang should perhaps concern himself with his own future, for it may not be secure for long." Wang Gaodao scoffed derisively. "Are you the owner of the company? You think you can declare me unemployed just like that? Planning to resign, I suppose? Don't expect to see a single penny of your salary for this month." He was convinced that He Sure could not maintain his current bravado for long. He Sure was disinclined to waste more words on someone like him. The company had stagnated precisely because of individuals like Wang Gaodao, hindering its growth. How could a company in a thriving first-tier city like this one fail to go public? Just then, his phone rang. He Sure had already guessed the caller's identity. "Hello, Chairman He. This is Lin Feng, the general manager of Xing Qianli Taxi Company. May I inquire if you're available tomorrow to sign the equity transfer documents?" He Sure smiled slightly. "I am available, but I would like to request a favor from General Manager Lin first." Lin Feng, taken aback, eagerly responded, "Please, feel free to ask." Regarding Wang Gaodao from the business department, "I do not wish to see him at the company tomorrow." He Sure had spoken without concealing his intentions. And as soon as he finished, Wang Gaodao staggered in disbelief. He was torn between skepticism about He Sure's newfound power and an overwhelming sense of dread. His small, beady eyes were fixed on He Sure, unblinking. After He Sure ended the call, his own phone buzzed immediately. The name General Manager Lin on the screen drained the color from Wang Gaoda's face. Trembling, he answered the call. Moments later, he collapsed to the floor, muttering, "It's over. Everything is over." Meanwhile, the woman who had previously fawned over Wang Gaoda had slipped away unnoticed. However, none of this concerned He Shi. Purchasing a luxury car priced over $3 million would secure him VIP status at the dealership. Additionally, He Shi had his eye on a luxury minivan. The extended version of the Alpha Mona Lisa, also around $3 million. Utilizing a 50 discount purchase voucher, He Shi concluded the acquisition of both vehicles for a total of $4.75 million. Qi Zhang had already arranged for a safety seat to be installed in the back of the G-Class, and after completing the payment, He Shi drove off. The remaining minivan and the parked Ferrari would be delivered to Jinfu Tiandi. The imposing Mercedes G-Class commanded attention as it hit the road. In high spirits, He Shi took his daughter to the city's largest shopping center, Century City. This venue was a favored haunt for affluent youth and socialites. In addition to everyday brands like Adidas and Nike, it boasted numerous high-end luxury labels such as Armani, Versace, and Dior. Many famous influencers also frequented the area, live-streaming their experiences at various hotspots. The striking father-daughter duo became the center of attention wherever they went, and after declining countless requests for street-style photos, He Shi finally led Nian Nian to the third floor, dedicated to children's goods. Filled with clothes, toys, and delicacies, Nian Nian was wide-eyed with delight. Having never encountered such a place before, which tugged at He Shi's heartstrings. It seemed that in the years he had been unaware, the lives of the mother and daughter had not been easy. Gazing at his daughter's beautiful and innocent face, He Shi couldn't help but spoil her a little. "Come on. Today, Daddy's treating you. You can pick whatever you like." Ding. System notification. Host's strong desire to spend on his daughter detected. A 100-fold rebate card for expenses awarded, valid for 3 days, with a maximum rebate amount of 50 million. He Shi raised an eyebrow. The prospect of spending 500,000 to receive a rebate of 50 million was undeniably enticing. As he and his little companion stepped into a brand-name children's clothing store, a receptionist at the entrance greeted them with fervent enthusiasm. Although He Shi was dressed rather ordinarily, he was not disregarded or neglected as one might expect from tales on television. He surmised that it must be due to the irresistible cuteness of his daughter, Nian Nian. "Sir, we have an array of new styles in the store, all perfectly suited for your little one. Would you like me to recommend some?" This was He Shi's first time purchasing clothes for a child, and the dazzling array of dresses left him quite overwhelmed, each piece seemingly perfect for Nian Nian. Thus, he calmly replied to the attendant, "No need for recommendations. I would like one of each style in the same size, please." "Excuse me?" The attendant, thinking she had misheard, couldn't help but inquire again. "Sir, are you certain you want one of each style? We have nearly 200 different styles of tops, pants, and skirts combined." "Only 200? He Shi expressed his dissatisfaction, thinking that even one outfit a day would hardly suffice for a year. He insisted on one of each style. And he also desired shoes and accessories. The young attendant's breath quickened at his words, and she clenched her fists tightly, reminding herself to remain composed. "Sir, I recommend you consider larger sizes, as children grow so rapidly." He Shi appreciated the attendant's good intentions and readily agreed. Nian Nian, realizing her father was purchasing so many lovely outfits, was overjoyed, but being the sharing child she was, she couldn't forget her sister. With big, sparkling eyes, she looked up at her father and asked, "Daddy, can Nian Nian have 2 of each style?" After a brief moment of surprise, He Shi instantly acquiesced. He must fulfill his daughter's wishes. The attendant's face flushed with excitement. Such a large order was beyond her purview, and she hurriedly called the manager to handle it. "Sir, the total comes to 169,600 yuan. You only need to pay 169,000, and here is our store's VIP gold card, which entitles you to home delivery at any time in the future." He Shi was thoroughly impressed with the service at this store. After settling the payment and providing the delivery address, he took Nian Nian to continue their shopping adventure. They traversed several clothing and toy stores. And only after securing his 50 million rebate did He Shi feel a tinge of lingering desire for more. Chapter 8. Just 1 billion. Ding. The flash sale mall has refreshed for the day. Please participate promptly. Upon hearing the system's notification, He Shi glanced at his phone. Realizing it was the exact time he had engaged in yesterday's flash sale for the Jinfu Tiandi residential building. It seemed the flash sale mall operated on a 24-hour schedule. He summoned the system and opened the mall interface. Username, He Shi. Age, 22. Assets, 1 residential building in Jinfu Tiandi, 1 Ferrari SF90, 1 Mercedes MG G63, 1 extended Alpha Mona Lisa, 30 equity in Leon Group, 60 equity in Xinqianli Rental Company. Today's flash sale items. 1 Porsche 911, flash sale price, 99 yuan. 10 commercial shops on Shanghai Street, flash sale price, 299 yuan. 100 million shopping voucher for Central, flash sale price, 399 yuan. System prompt. The host can only purchase one item per day. Failure to make a purchase within 24 hours will be considered an active forfeiture. He was astonished at how swiftly he had amassed so many assets within a mere day. The system truly was a benevolent benefactor. There were indeed flash sale items available yesterday, and it appeared that new products would only refresh post-purchase. Without hesitation, he opted for the newly available 100 million shopping voucher. Now that he was at Central, he intended to indulge himself. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your order has been successfully placed. 100 million shopping voucher for Central. It is valid for 3 days and cannot be redeemed for cash. Please enjoy your shopping. Payment will be arranged by the system. He glanced down at his inexpensive attire and realized it was high time to upgrade his wardrobe. And he couldn't neglect the mother of his child either. With this thought in mind, he sent a message to Nan's son, then carried the weary Nian up to the 5th floor, the most upscale shopping area in Central. The atmosphere on this level was markedly different from that below. The number of casual browsers had significantly diminished, and nearly everyone was adorned in high-end brands, at the very least sporting a pair of warrior shoes. Very few could be found dressed in attire that collectively cost less than 200 yuan, like He. Armani, Versace, Prada, Gucci, all renowned international men's fashion brands, caught He's eye, and he found himself particularly drawn to the trendy styles of Prada, leading him to enter that store first. Upon entering, the staff noticed He's attire and paused momentarily, but quickly donned smiles as they approached him. Good day, sir. What can I assist you with today? Would you prefer jackets or short sleeves? I can make some recommendations. The store had distinct sections for menswear, women's wear, and accessories. He, with an eye for quality, entered the men's section with determination. Just follow my lead. Everything I point to, please pack it up for me afterwards. Without waiting for a response, he strode confidently to the men's section. This row, this one, and this one can be set aside. I'll take one of every other item in my size. Seeing the attendant frozen in place, He frowned slightly. Don't just stand there. I'm in a hurry. Oh, yes, of course, sir. His extravagant shopping style left both the staff and other patrons in awe. They silently wondered if he was here to disrupt the store or if he was indeed a genuine tycoon. He, accustomed to the gazes of others, remained unfazed as he completed his tour of the men's section and proceeded to the women's wear. This time, he selected with much more thought. Envisioning how Nan Sun would look in each piece he picked up, a smile forming on his lips. After nearly an hour, he had finished shopping at Prada. The well-trained staff followed diligently behind him, swiftly packing high-end paper bags that soon filled half the store. The store manager, a strikingly beautiful woman exuding competence, observed the relaxed He with a hint of trepidation in her smile. Sir, we just need a few more accessories to complete your order. The total comes to 922,360. You can settle for 922,000 even. Will you be paying by card or check? He shook his head, realizing that casual wear prices could not compare to formal attire. He needed to purchase several suits from Armani. Otherwise, it would take an eternity to exhaust his 100 million. The manager's heart sank when he saw He shake his head, fearing he might default on payment. Just then, a dapper gentleman entered the store from outside. He approached He and respectfully bowed. Good day, Mr. He. I am Li Tong, the versatile assistant arranged for you by Mr. Shi. Allow me to take care of this. He felt a twitch at the mention of Mr. Shi and Li Tong. He suppressed the urge to give a thumbs up and simply nodded at Li Tong. Time is of the essence. I need to take Nian for a meal. Please continue shopping on my behalf and ensure we spend the entirety of 100 million today. The calmness in his tone made everyone present gasp. After all, this was 100 million yuan, not just a handful of vegetables. To utter such words so nonchalantly revealed his status as a hidden magnate. Not only was he handsome and wealthy, but he was also a devoted husband. How many men would invest so much time personally selecting clothes for their wives? Yet, this exceptional man had taken on the role of a devoted father. The news cast a shadow of disappointment over all the female staff, who gazed longingly at He's retreating figure. By 6 in the evening, He returned home with Nian, both well-fed and content. On the way, he received a phone call from his mother, Qilan. Son, where did you manage to acquire so much money? I was too busy taking care of your father yesterday to ask. He reiterated the words he had spoken to Qi Jiang. Don't worry, mother. Your son has neither stolen nor robbed. In the future, I will earn even more money, and then I shall build a grand villa for you and father. Qilan chuckled. You little rascal. As long as you take good care of yourself, I will be utterly satisfied. Also, I ran into a good friend of yours from high school, named Yuan Bin. He brought his girlfriend home. If you don't take action this year, I might just have to find someone to introduce you. At this, he felt a surge of urgency. Mom, please don't. Father's surgery is at the end of the month, and I want to surprise you when I return. What surprise! Are you planning to conjure a good grandson for me? He sure smiled at the slumbering Yin in the back seat, thinking to himself that while he couldn't provide a grandson, a granddaughter was certainly possible, though it might just give you a fright. Regardless, it would be a grand surprise, so just wait patiently at home. And please don't hesitate to spend the money I transfer to you. Indulge in good food and drink. Your son is earning quite well these days. Understood. You need not worry about home. I've already repaid the money borrowed from relatives. Now, I feel no pressure, and food tastes better than before. When you return, be sure to thank your uncle and the others properly. He sure's parents owned a fruit shop in the county town, and they had been managing reasonably well until his father, Hiyuhai, was unexpectedly diagnosed with uremia. Fortunately, a suitable kidney donor was found after the transplant. His father could live for at least another 10 years, and with effective treatment, possibly even 20 or 30 more. However, the surgery alone would cost 400,000 yuan, not including subsequent treatments, plunging the already modest He family into difficulty. Thankfully, relatives and friends stepped up to lend several tens of thousands each, enabling Hiyuhai to hold on until he sure could provide the 2 million yuan. Otherwise, they might have missed this opportunity for a transplant. Contemplating this, he sure nodded earnestly. I know all this. You can rest assured. I will never forget the kindness of those who lend a helping hand in times of need, and I will find a way to repay them in the future. Chapter 9. Subsidizing 100 million luxury cars, 1,000 units. Jinfu Tiendi. He sure parked the car in the garage and carried the peacefully sleeping Nian upstairs. After a long day, the little one was utterly exhausted. As soon as he lay down on the bed, he rolled over and continued his slumber. Xiao Ruan poked its curious head out of the bag, hissing softly at He sure. Was it trying to greet him? He sure, belatedly realizing this, reached out and gently patted the bag, whispering, "Go to sleep, little one." He snapped a photo of the two of them and sent it to Nan Sun before heading to the study. On the desk were 3 computers neatly arranged, installed upon his request earlier that day. He had dabbled in stock trading before, but with insufficient capital, his endeavors were modest, yielding little profit. Now that he had savings, he sure was eager to seize the opportunity to make a significant impact. While the system was remarkable, it did not guarantee its permanence. Securing funds into his hands was a safer course. Though stock trading carried high risks, it was undeniably a quick path to substantial profits. Ding. The system has detected that the host has not become complacent due to sudden fortune. Rather, he strives to enhance his own capabilities, which is commendable. Subsidy granted, top-tier investment analysis skills, and elite stock trading abilities. A flood of information surged into his mind, and after a moment of confusion, he sure felt his intellect sharpened 100-fold. He glanced at the stock market trends on the computer. Complex lines converged into a few critical insights. He now understood precisely which stocks were guaranteed to yield profits and when to sell for the highest returns. He sure's excitement surged with this newfound ability. Becoming a stock market deity seemed within easy reach. Moreover, the investment analysis skills sounded formidable. Clearly, establishing an investment company was essential to maximize this potential. Without hesitation, he sure called Li Tong, his first direct subordinate, whom he valued despite being system recommended. Upon learning that Li Tong was single, he arranged for him to live in Jinfu Tiendi, just downstairs from him. After discussing the company's registration, Li Tong arrived within 5 minutes, carrying a substantial stack of documents. Without a doubt, he sure was pleased with this level of efficiency. The two spent an hour finalizing all the details, and Li Tong would submit the paperwork to the relevant departments for registration the following day. He sure took out his phone, created a group chat, and added his dormitory mates and cousin Chi Jiang. He announced to everyone, "I plan to start an investment company. Would you like to join me?" Wow, that's impressive, Third. Is it for real? Of course, I'm registering it tomorrow. Count me in. I've known Third was a big deal. My brother handles our family business, so I'm sticking with Third from now on. Me too. I've been eyeing that bald manager at the company for ages. I'll fire him tomorrow. Haha. You have no right to call anyone bald. You're not exactly sporting a full head of hair yourself. Shut it. As he sure watched the playful banter in the group chat, he suddenly received 2 private messages. Sorry, Third. I'm just getting used to this new environment and building relationships with my superiors, so I want to be joining you. He sure was not surprised by Old Four's decision. Although their dormitory had a generally good rapport, Old Four had never been particularly close with the other 3. No worries. We're all brothers. Let us get together often. After a brief exchange, he sure turned to the other message, sent by his cousin. Hey bro, I'm just a car salesman. How can I help with an investment company? That would just complicate things. Come on bro, don't sell yourself short. Who else can sell cars like you and consistently be the top seller month after month? He sure joked with Chi Jiang for a bit before outlining his plans. Listen, I've acquired the Chinli Taxi Company, and once I sign the share transfer agreement tomorrow, I'll hold 60 equity in the company. I need someone trustworthy to help manage it, and you came to mind. Wait, selling is one thing, but managing a company is entirely different. I believe in you. How about 30,000 a month? 50,000, and the salary will increase once the company goes public. Count me in. Money isn't the most important thing. What matters is that my cousin is involved. He sure leaned back in his chair, unable to suppress a laugh at this character. Old Four had exited the group chat, and everyone understood the situation, opting not to discuss it further. Thus, the initial team for Heeshure's future business empire was established. He added Li Tong to the group. As a token of appreciation for your trust, I'm preparing a set of apartments in Jinfu, Tiandi for each of you. They're not large, just 150 square meters, but as the company grows, I promise to provide even better benefits. His words left the group in stunned silence for several minutes before it erupted with excitement. Real men shed tears. Old Third, from now on, even if it means enduring my death, I shall never part from you. Old Second, boss, what a magnanimous spirit. Wow. We too are now homeowners in the city of Shun. Jiang, truly, our boss is generous. Li Tong, indeed, our boss is quite grand. Sure, let us keep it low-key. Subsequently, he shared a selection of stocks he had been eyeing in the group chat for when opportunities for profit arise. One must not forget their brothers. This display of camaraderie utterly captivated Li Tong and the others. With such a splendid and open-hearted boss, all that remained was to work diligently. The following day, starting from 8 in the morning, a fleet of trucks gradually arrived at Building 3 of Jinfu Tiandi. The after-sales service at Zhonghuan Shijiqing was commendable. All clothing, shoes, and other belongings were neatly arranged in the cloakroom, while Nian Nian's books and toys were properly placed. This indeed saved Heeshure a great deal of trouble. After a quick grooming, he donned a crisp shirt and trousers. Then took Jiang to Xing, Qianli Taxi Company. Nian Nian stayed at home under Li Tong's supervision for a while. The company was situated on the 25th and 26th floors of the Guangmao building in the South Bay district of the city center. This was not Heeshure's first visit, and he was somewhat familiar with the area. Surrounding the building were renowned enterprises in Shin City, including the Liang Group, alongside countless smaller companies interspersed, adjacent to Shanghai Street. Famously referred to as the commercial capital, not far away lay an older district, which, according to city planning, should have been demolished long ago. But due to an abundance of stubborn residents and previous incidents that had even resulted in fatalities, it remained unchanged. As Heeshure gazed at the expansive area, he felt a surge of inspiration, were his company headquarters to be established here. He was confident that the South Bay district could usurp the Ning'an district and emerge as the new economic hub of Shin City. After parking, General Manager Lin Feng was already waiting downstairs. The trio ascended directly to the 26th floor. The 25th floor housed various departmental offices, while the 26th floor contained the management offices and a conference hall. Before several minor shareholders and core executives, Heeshure signed the share transfer agreement, thus establishing himself as the actual controller of Xing Qianli Taxi Company. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully taking over a new venture. To facilitate the company's development, a subsidy of 1 million luxury vehicles with Shun City licenses has been arranged, with all documentation prepared. Please rest assured, host. What the heck? Heeshure struggled to steady his racing heart. 1,000 vehicles? Worth 10 billion. The system is excessively extravagant. This unexpected subsidy disrupted Heeshure's original plans, prompting him to decide to acquire the remaining 40 of the shares as well. Chapter 10. Finally meeting my wife. There is nothing that money cannot resolve. Initially, the minor shareholders were reluctant, but ultimately, Heeshure calmly stated, 100 million for 40 equity. This is a one-time opportunity for consideration. Seemingly fearing Heeshure's reconsideration, the shareholders promptly signed the share transfer documents. Little did they know, this would be the most regrettable decision of their lives. With the addition of 1,000 luxury vehicles, the scale of Xing Qianli Taxi Company could expand several-fold. Previously, the company primarily operated taxis, but Heeshure's ultimate ambition was to transform it into a comprehensive leasing platform, encompassing not only means of transportation, but also electronic products, outdoor gear, clothing, real estate, venues, and even membership accounts. After confirming the future development direction with the management personnel of various departments, Heeshure entrusted all affairs to Jiang. To make his debut alongside Heeshure in the new company, Jiang had taken a day off, and after the month-end handover at the 4S store, he would officially be appointed as the CEO of Xing Qianli Taxi Company. As for his ability to garner respect, that would depend on his personal capabilities. Upon leaving the company, Heeshure returned home directly. Earlier that morning, he had spoken with Nan's son, who mentioned she would arrive in Shin City around 3 in the afternoon via high-speed rail. He intended to pick her up, but she declined. So he decided to take Nian Nian to the station to await her arrival. After all, it had been 4 years since they last met, and Heeshure yearned to see her the moment she set foot in Shin City. Nian Nian missed her mother dearly, and upon hearing they were going to the station to pick someone up, she was overjoyed. She changed into a pink princess dress, and for this occasion, he sure had diligently watched numerous hair braiding tutorials on his phone. After a flurry of activity, she adorned herself with a sparkling butterfly hairpin, transforming into an adorable little princess. He sure nodded in satisfaction, noticing the little one, Xiao Ruan, squatting nearby. He retrieved a beautiful pearl bag for Nian Nian to carry, earning a satisfied giggle from the little girl. Observing his overly formal shirt and trousers, he sure pondered for a moment before entering the cloakroom. When he emerged, he had transformed back into a fresh-faced university graduate. A light gray Gucci sweatshirt paired with loose straight-leg jeans and a pair of black and white Nike Dunk shoes gave him a youthful appearance. Standing beside Nian Nian, they resembled siblings rather than a father and daughter. The train station was approximately an hour's drive from Jinfu Tiandi. By the time he sure arrived, it was just past 2 o'clock. To prevent his daughter from becoming bored, he stopped at a nearby supermarket to buy her some fruit and snacks. He also inquired at the service desk and learned that the train's arrival time was 2:58 p.m. The father and daughter anxiously stood at the eastern exit, scanning the crowd repeatedly. However, by 3:10 p.m., the train's passengers had all departed, yet Nan Sun was nowhere to be seen. He sure, growing increasingly anxious, pulled out his phone, and as soon as it connected, he bombarded her with questions. Nan Sun, where are you? Are you planning to leave without saying goodbye again? How long will this absence be? 5 years or 10? The sudden barrage of questions left Nan Sun momentarily stunned, and it took her several seconds to process. You came to the station to pick me up? He sure's eyes reddened with frustration. He fought back tears as he choked out. Nan Sun, is it amusing to toy with me? Detecting the distress in his tone, Nan Sun hurriedly clarified. I had no idea you were here to greet me. We were hungry, so we exited through the west gate of the station and are currently dining at the Happiness Restaurant. Shin City's high-speed rail station has 2 exits. The east gate is frequented by most due to the availability of buses and taxis, while the west gate is rather secluded. Having grown accustomed to Shin City, he sure instinctively assumed Nan Sun would emerge from the east gate. Upon hearing this, he sure scooped up Nian Nian and hastened toward the west gate, not even pausing to contemplate who Xiang Xiang was in Nan Sun's words. He feared that if he delayed even a moment, that heartless woman would vanish once more. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Nan Sun stood anxiously, glancing around the restaurant entrance. Oh no, when he sure arrives, you all must plead on my behalf. Xiao Yu calmly finished her last spoonful of soup and even wiped the mouth of the grease-covered Xiang Xiang beside her. Dad's anger is justified. After all, it's your own doing, Mom. With a feeling of grievance, Nan Sun lowered her gaze. What did I do? I didn't want him to pick me up because it's been 4 years since we last met, and I wanted to prepare myself mentally. Xiao Yu knew arguing with her mother was futile since she always had 100 reasons ready to counter any point, so she promptly fell silent. On the other hand, Xiang Xiang was quite excited. She was finally going to meet her living father, not just the one in photographs, who couldn't move or speak to her. Thinking about how Nian Nian would reunite with their father first, Xiang Xiang felt a twinge of disappointment. With her big eyes, identical to Nian Nian's, she asked anxiously, Brother, do you think Daddy will like us? Xiao Yu reassuringly patted her sister's head. Of course. Xiang Xiang is so obedient and adorable, no adult could possibly dislike you. Though the words were comforting, Xiao Yu herself felt a flutter of uncertainty within her heart. No matter how intelligent he may be, he remains a mere 3-year-old child, yearning for his father's affection, hoping to see joy in his father's eyes upon their reunion. Thus, the 2 little ones held hands, eagerly gazing at the entrance alongside Nan Sun. The patrons dining in the establishment could not help but stare in awe as soon as the trio entered. Nan Sun's breathtaking beauty was simply unparalleled. Even as she accompanied her children, it was impossible for anyone to divert their gaze from her. Most onlookers were captivated, for her allure transcended conventional standards of beauty, rendering the very act of looking at her a perceived sacrilege. Consequently, upon learning that she awaited the children's father, the patrons feigned casualness while secretly anticipating his arrival. They were eager to discover the identity of the man fortunate enough to have fathered children with such a divine goddess. When the bell above the door jingled, all eyes sparkled with anticipation, only to dim momentarily upon the entrance of an unremarkable-looking man. A collective sigh of disappointment swept through the establishment. Oblivious to the patrons' unspoken thoughts, Nan Sun's attention was solely fixed on the man emerging from behind, cradling a child in his arms. Tall and slender, he appeared delicate. Yet beneath his attire lay a physique replete with chiseled muscles, evidence she knew all too well from personal experience. His features were exquisitely handsome, and compared to 4 years prior, he exuded an even greater magnetism, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush the moment their eyes met. During this fleeting moment of infatuation, he sure, too, noticed her, This woman was indeed more captivating than he had remembered. Striding towards her, he enveloped Nansun in a tight embrace, the strength of which made her feel as though her very bones had melted. Unfortunately, little Yin Yin found herself caught in the middle of her parents' romantic reunion. The two remained locked in each other's arms for nearly 10 minutes before he finally began to regain his composure. He gently caressed Nansun's stunning face, finding solace in the cool, smooth texture of her skin. As their mutual gazes lingered, oblivious to the passage of time, the overlooked Xiaoyu could no longer contain herself and tugged at her father's garment. Chapter 11. It turns out they are triplets. He perplexed, glanced down at the face strikingly similar to his own, his mind momentarily going blank. His eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? Xiaoyu beamed, revealing a row of tiny pearly teeth. Daddy, I am your eldest son. Beside her, Xiang quickly chimed in. Daddy, I am your eldest daughter. He stood in stunned silence, shifting his gaze between the two identical girls, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Ultimately, he turned to Nansun, swallowing hard as he asked, Sun, just how many did you have? With a gentle smile, she replied, 3. Surprised, aren't you? The revelation struck he like a thunderclap, igniting a euphoric explosion within him. Overwhelmed with emotion, he crouched down to gaze at the cherubic faces of the 3 little ones, tears streaming down his cheeks. This reaction startled both the children and Nansun alike. Perhaps sensing their father's distress, Xiaoyu worriedly inquired, Daddy, why are you crying? He quickly wiped his tears with his sleeve, wrapping his long arms around all 3 children. Daddy isn't crying. Daddy is just so very happy. I'm sorry for not being there for you. The thought of the years spent apart, during which Nansun had to raise their children alone, filled he with a profound sense of regret. Xiaoyu gently patted her father's shoulder, offering comfort. Daddy, it's not your fault. You simply didn't know we existed. Mommy tells us stories about you every day, so you weren't absent from our lives. He felt warmth envelop his heart at her words. He embraced his children again, then firmly grasped Nansun's hand, his eyes brimming with unmasked affection. You've borne so much over these years. 4 years ago, when Nansun had just stepped into adulthood, she had to shoulder the responsibility of raising 3 children alone, and the very thought of it pained he. Leaning closer, he whispered teasingly in her ear, Fool. If you don't properly explain why you left without a word tonight, I shall. The unspoken words were too risky, causing Nansun's cheeks to flush crimson. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on reuniting with all your children. To provide them with a better living environment, you are awarded a cash subsidy of 1 billion, along with a comprehensive knowledge guide for all-around fatherhood. Ding. Congratulations, host, on reuniting with your beloved. Bidding farewell to the single life and ascending to the pinnacle of happiness with a cash subsidy of 1 billion, a strength-enhancing supplement, and a beauty and physique enhancement pill. All subsidies will be distributed to the host through legal and proper channels. Please rest assured and enjoy. As the notification chimed on his phone, he felt something drop into his embrace. This was the system's most generous reward, a staggering 20 billion in cash, which only heightened his already euphoric mood upon reuniting with his wife and children. Struggling to contain his excitement, he turned to the family and said, I'll go retrieve the car. You all sit tight and don't wander off. The last remark was clearly directed at Nansun, prompting the 3 little ones to break into delighted giggles. As he walked away with a spring in his step, the onlookers in the establishment were consumed with envy. What a life winner he was. Not only did he have triplets, but he also had a stunning wife and wealth to boot. Those with discerning eyes recognized the exquisite mechanical watch adorning Heisher's wrist, a luxury piece worth well over 100,000. When the sleek black Mercedes-AMG G63 glided to a stop at the entrance, it further validated everyone's assumptions. Heisher loaded all of their belongings into the trunk before opening the passenger door for Nansun. Finally, he secured the 3 little ones in the back seat. Once inside, he remarked with a smile, Looks like we'll need to install 2 more car seats. Nansun remained silent, taken aback by the luxury of the vehicle. Having not anticipated such a change in Heisher's circumstances over just a few years, although she trusted in his capabilities, Heisher, aware of her unvoiced concerns, clarified. I've been investing in stocks and other ventures these past few years. Nansun nodded, gazing out at the bustling traffic as she inquired, Where are we headed? Home. Of course. Heisher shot her a sidelong glance. What? Do you want to stay in a hotel with the kids? Nansun, perceptive as always, quickly denied. Of course not. We never actually broke up, so going home is the best option. However, she hesitated, adding, There aren't any other people at home, right? Heisher could see through her subtle anxieties. In the past, he might have teased her, but now, reflecting on how she had single-handedly raised 3 children, he felt an overwhelming urge to marry this fool immediately. Thus, he spoke plainly. From the beginning, you were the only one. Even if you hadn't returned, there would be no one else. Nan Sun's heart warmed at his words. Forgetting that he sure was driving, she leaned in, puckering her lips to plant a kiss on him. The sudden gesture nearly caused him to lose his grip on the steering wheel, gritting his teeth in frustration. He thought to himself, just hold on a little longer. We'll save this for when we get home. The three little ones in the back seat, however, were quite self-aware and had already covered their eyes, though they couldn't resist peeking through their fingers. Upon reaching the entrance of their community, they encountered Fong Yue from the sales office. He quickly approached the car, cheerfully greeting, Mr. He, what a coincidence. Did you just finish work? He sure lowered the car window, allowing him to glimpse the large and small figures inside. No, I'm here to pick up my wife and children from the station. Fong Yue paused slightly, his gaze lingering on Nan Sun for a moment before he quickly averted his eyes. Upon seeing the three little ones who bore a striking resemblance to He Sure, particularly the little fish, he could not help but widen his mouth in astonishment. Mr. He, you have three. He sure had been eagerly awaiting this question. With a beaming smile, he replied, Indeed, they are all my biological children, triplets. Little ones, say hello to your uncle. Hello, uncle. The sweet, childish voices of the three little ones melted Fong Yue's heart. Unable to resist, he gave He Sure a thumbs up, exclaiming, Mr. He, impressive. A shot fired 3 times, remarkable. He sure stifled a smile at the corners of his mouth. Did you come to see me for something? Nothing major. I just wanted to inform you that over 30 apartments have been rented out, but I still need to report the specifics of the rental collection to you. He sure handed him Li Tong's contact information. This is my assistant. All matters will be handled by him moving forward, so you can liaise directly with him. Fong Yue quickly agreed. All right, I won't disturb you in your family reunion any longer. All right, let's head inside. On the 23rd floor, the top floor. He sure opened the door, allowing the 3 children to enter first, then took Nan Sun's hand to record her fingerprint. All right, you can go in now. You might not have eaten well outside, so I've ordered a feast that will be arriving shortly. Nan Sun nodded, changing into slippers, and gazed at the spacious abode, unable to suppress her admiration. Well, Mr. He, it seems you are indeed doing quite well now. He sure diverted his gaze from her delicate, fair ankles and coughed awkwardly. It's all right, but to ensure a better life for you 4, I must strive harder. He had once thought this house spacious, yet after having 3 children, he sure found it insufficient. He believed it necessary to purchase a villa, preferably one with a garden, to provide ample space for the children to play. Chapter 12. Is Daddy constipated? Reluctantly believed. As soon as Nian Nian returned home, she led her siblings to the large room filled with toys. Gazing enviously at the exquisite dolls strewn across the floor and the beautiful dresses in the wardrobe. Sister, Daddy bought 2 identical outfits for each piece of clothing. We'll wear them together. To surprise their father, Nian Nian had kept her siblings' existence a secret for quite some time. In her heart, these clothes and toys were certainly not solely hers. Though tempted by the thought, Wen Yin shook her head at her sister. Those are gifts from Daddy for you. I cannot accept them. Just then, He Sure walked by and, noticing his eldest daughter's understanding demeanor, felt a pang of affection. Thankfully, he was well prepared. He crouched down and gently ruffled the heads of Xiao Yu and Xiang Xiang, then took the 2 little ones' hands and led them to another door. My darlings, go inside and take a look. This is a gift from Daddy. Xiao Yu and Xiang Xiang's eyes widened in surprise, instantly softening He Sure's heart. He placed their tiny hands on the door, encouraging them to push. However, the 2 children did not move. Instead, they pulled Nian Nian closer, which filled He Sure with pride. As the door opened, they were greeted by a whimsical castle adorned in shades of pink and blue, filled with plush toys and various toy cars. Beside the castle was a large fun slide, a pool filled with ocean balls, and a musical carousel. The entire room was carpeted in a soft, plush material, and the walls were decorated with fairy tale-themed wallpaper, complete with a pumpkin carriage draped in colorful fairy lights. The 3 little ones were captivated, and even Nan Sun couldn't help but feel her youthful spirit rekindle. Today was quite rushed, and many things are still not set up. Daddy has already arranged for the adjoining 2 rooms to be opened up, and by tomorrow at the latest. You will have a super-sized children's room and playroom, so please be patient. As soon as He Sure finished speaking, Xiao Yu dashed over, wrapping her arms around her father's leg, followed by Xiang Xiang and Nian Nian racing to join her. Thank you, Daddy. The 3 little voices chimed in unison. He sure had not stopped smiling all afternoon, patting their little heads and praising, good kids. At that moment, the doorbell rang. That must be the food I ordered. He sure instructed Nan Sun to take the children to the dining room while he walked to the living room to open the door, revealing Li Tong standing outside, accompanied by He Quan, the manager of Central Century City, along with several young workers in uniforms. Mr. He, the children's clothing you requested has arrived. If it's convenient, I can have them moved in right now. He sure raised an eyebrow. Of course, it's convenient. I thought it wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. I appreciate your effort, especially since it's already after working hours. He-Quan hurriedly waved his hands. Not at all. It's my duty. For such a prosperous boss, I must provide excellent service. Who knows, I might just point to this opportunity for a promotion one day. Nan-sun, hearing numerous people entering the house, led the children to the dining room and curiously approached. What is being delivered now? He sure naturally stepped forward to take her hand, clothes and shoes prepared for the kids. Oh, upon seeing He-Quan and Li-Tong at the door, Nan-sun greeted them warmly. Hello. Hello, Mrs. He. Upon seeing Nan-sun, Li-Tong maintained his usual calm demeanor, addressing He-Sure before heading to the dining room with the food. However, He-Quan stuttered nervously, fearing to upset He-Sure. He quickly excused himself. Mr. He, Mrs. He, I won't disturb you any longer. Please feel free to call on me if you need anything. With that, he hurriedly exited. He turned to observe the young workers carrying in the items, noticing their flushed faces and anxious expressions. Instinctively, he stepped forward, blocking their gaze from Nan-sun, and then strode into the bedroom, pulling her along. What are you doing? Nan-sun tugged at her wrist, but He-Sure tightened his grip. He pressed her against the door, one arm securely around her slender waist. Gazing at her enticing lips and the hint of her delicate tongue, He-Sure's breath grew heavier. Nan-sun nervously swallowed. He-Sure, there are so many people outside. Please don't be impulsive. He-Sure smirked, his expression taking on a hint of mischief as he leaned closer to her lips. What? Are you scared? You're the scared one. Am I? He-Sure's grin widened as his long fingers gradually traveled from her waist to her chest. Nan-sun's figure wasn't voluptuous, but each aspect of her could be described as perfect. She was slim where she should be, and her curves were equally impressive. He-Sure's favorite feature was her swan-like neck, slender and alluring, leading to beautifully sculpted shoulders and a deep collarbone, culminating in a tantalizing cleft. Having experienced her delicate softness once before, the memory lingered vividly in his mind. Unable to resist, he pressed her closer, his lips brushing against her petite, rosy earlobe. Can you feel my warmth? His deep, seductive voice sent Nan-sun's cheeks aflame as her body softened, ultimately wrapping her arms around He-Sure's robust waist. Her small hands took the opportunity to explore his abdomen. He-Sure gritted his teeth and bit down on the delicate whiteness of her neck, feeling bold. Are we? As Nan-sun opened her mouth to respond, her lips were swiftly sealed by his. He kissed her fiercely, as if attempting to unleash all the longing that had accumulated over the years. After a moment of resistance, Nan-sun began to reciprocate, and the two of them kissed their way from the doorway to the bed, her dress having somehow been pushed up to her waist. He-Sure's gaze burned as he took in her exquisite figure, her skin, as smooth as jade, and her long, slender legs, all of which stirred his heart. Just as he was about to take things further, voices from outside snapped them back to reality. Nan-sun slapped his arm in frustration. Her previously cool demeanor had morphed into a sultry allure. It's not even evening yet. Hurry up. He-Sure let out a dramatic groan, burying his face in the crook of her neck. His pitiful expression elicited a laugh from Nan-sun. They lay quietly for a while, until it was Nan-sun who finally got up from the bedroom. In the adjoining room, the curious little fish asked, "Where's Dad?" Nan-sun glanced at Li-Tong, who was seated in the living room, and whispered, "He's in the bathroom, dealing with constipation." The little fish paused momentarily, but reluctantly accepted her explanation. Chapter 13. The venture into investment begins, and my wife turns out to be from a witch clan? After leaving the bedroom, He-Sure joined Li-Tong in the study. The registration documents for the investment company had already been submitted, and if all went well, they would be processed within 3 working days. He-Sure intended to use this time to prepare the investment plans, with the system's support in investment analysis. All enterprises with significant potential were now firmly lodged in He-Sure's mind. He handed Li-Tong several A4 sheets, detailing the investment analysis report he had composed overnight. It outlined all the companies headquartered in Shun City that held substantial investment potential. He was confident that these companies would yield significant profits in the future, insisting that Li-Tong must secure deals with them at all costs. The top contenders, such as Kuayin, Guya, Matewan, Pinduoduo, and Tianmei, were to be prioritized. Get in touch with the heads of these companies. You can decide how to allocate the tasks. Just as He-Sure finished speaking, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Detecting the host's initiation of investment ventures, a 10-fold investment rebate card has been issued, valid for 3 months, with no upper limit on rebate amounts. A 10-fold investment rebate card? With no cap on rebates? He-Sure's breath faltered. This meant that the more enterprises he invested in, the greater his returns. Without lifting a finger, he could also acquire shares? This was truly a remarkable opportunity. He steadied himself and addressed Li-Tong with gravity. Once the company is registered, within a week, all the enterprises listed here must be secured. There is no limit on investment amounts. I only require equity, and the more, the better. Understood. Li Tong responded promptly after a brief moment of surprise. He knew he was to unconditionally comply with his boss's directives. He sure's expression reflected satisfaction. Such efficient employees were a rare treasure. After bidding farewell to Li Tong, he sure immediately opened his computer. He intended to compile a list of all high-potential investment enterprises across the nation by the next day. In this brief 3-month window, he aimed to establish a firm foothold in Shin City. In the bedroom, Nan Sun had just finished her bath. She glanced at the large bed where she had recently lain with He Sure, hesitating briefly before making her way to the children's room. The children's room, which He Sure had arranged for renovation, would not be ready until tomorrow, so for the night, the little fish and his sisters were temporarily staying elsewhere. Seeing her 3 precious ones nestled in bed together brought a sense of comfort to Nan Sun. As long as she could see them, no matter how tough life got, she felt a profound happiness, especially with the man she loved by her side. She quietly climbed into bed and tucked them in. When the youngest, Nian Nian, caught a whiff of her mother's scent, she rolled over into Nan Sun's embrace, contentedly smacking her lips. Unable to resist, Nan Sun kissed her daughter's little faces and then pecked her son before finally closing her eyes in peace. By the time He Sure finished his tasks, it was already past 11 at night. He patted his pocket and suddenly remembered the 2 pills the system had subsidized earlier, the Agile Strength Pill and the Beauty and Body Enhancement Pill. The names were straightforward. So without hesitation, he swallowed them both. Clenching his fists, he realized he felt stronger than before. He sure didn't dwell on it long, as he was eager to return and hold his wife. Thinking of Nan Sun's alluring demeanor from earlier that day, he sure could hardly contain his excitement. Yet, upon returning to the room, he was met with an empty, pristine bed. He sure stood there, bewildered. Where was his wife? Meanwhile, Nan Sun was deeply asleep when she suddenly felt herself lifted off the ground. Startled, she opened her eyes to find herself cradled in someone's arms. She instinctively punched the chest before her. What are you doing? You scared me. He sure tightened his embrace, his steps unwavering. What am I doing? You don't have your own room and instead chose to squeeze in with the kids? Afraid I might devour you? Feeling a twinge of guilt, Nan Sun instinctively wrapped her arms around He Sure's neck. It was only when she was tossed onto the bed that she sensed the impending danger. She sprang up, attempting to escape, only to find He Sure gripping her ankles, pulling her back down beneath him. Perhaps it was the atmosphere or something else. But Nan Sun suddenly found He Sure even more handsome than before, and his strength made her feel like a fragile little chick in his presence. This sensation of being dominated caused her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. She tugged at He Sure's arm. Why you need to let me go? He Sure remained unmoved. His eyes fixed intently on the woman beneath him. Why did you leave without a word 4 years ago? And why have you not contacted me in all these years? Unless you explain, you aren't going anywhere tonight. Nan Sun lowered her gaze, remaining silent for a long while before finally speaking. I didn't leave without saying goodbye. I was taken away by my grandmother. It's not that I didn't want to contact you. I simply couldn't. At her words, He Sure's pupils constricted, rendering him momentarily speechless. What do you mean by that? Fearing He Sure would misunderstand her grandmother, Nan Sun hurriedly clarified. Well, my grandmother was acting for my own good. Nan Sun was from a witch clan, and her family had lived in a remote village in the south for generations. Each generation produced a special child destined to become the future clan leader. Nan Sun's mother had been the leader of the previous generation. However, when Nan Sun was 18, she had run away from the village, only to return months later, heavily pregnant, and then disappeared again shortly after giving birth to Nan Sun. 4 years ago, her grandmother managed to locate her mother's whereabouts, which is why she took Nan Sun away. It was then that she learned her mother had vanished for so many years, abandoning her and her grandmother because of a man. That man was Nan Sun's biological father, yet he was also a scoundrel. Hailing from a prominent family in Yen City, his marriage was merely a tool for their social elite, providing her mother with love, but never the marriage she craved. Her mother naively followed him for over a decade, only to live in melancholy. That last farewell was merely Nan Sun's chance to see her one last time. After that, my grandmother fell ill. Upon learning of my pregnancy, her condition worsened significantly. At only 18 years of age, she feared that I would follow the same path as my mother. Tears streamed down Nanshuan's face as she recounted. My grandmother insisted I terminate the pregnancy, but I refused, and ultimately, she relented. She demanded that I remain in the village for 5 years, forbidding any contact with you during that time. If, after 5 years, you still awaited me, she would no longer intervene. 5 years, she reasoned, would suffice to demonstrate a person's sincerity. If He Sure was still waiting, my grandmother could rest assured about her granddaughter's future. If He Sure's affections had waned, it would reveal his true character to Nanshuan, preventing her from suffering a fate as tragic as her mother's. One could say the elderly woman was deeply concerned for her granddaughter's well-being. Chapter 14. Such a beautiful, wealthy woman. I wonder who wouldn't envy her? He sure felt a wave of melancholy wash over him as he absorbed this truth. He hadn't anticipated the reality to be so poignant. He pulled Nanxuan tightly into his embrace, realizing that her grandmother would not have easily compromised. There had to be something Nanxuan had done at the time. She chose not to disclose it, wishing to spare him worry. Yet, he sure found himself at a loss as to how to assess Nanxuan's grandmother. Her obstruction had caused him to miss 3 years with the children and had separated him from Nanxuan for nearly 4 years. Yet, everything she did was rooted in concern for Nanxuan. He let out a soft sigh. And your grandmother now? Nanxuan lowered her head in sorrow. She passed away not long ago. I feel truly unfilial for not honoring the promise I made to her. I had vowed to stay in the village for 5 years, yet I ran to Xincheng immediately after her funeral. Her voice trembled as she added, but the little ones miss you dearly. Though they never voice it, whenever they see other children with their fathers, they can't help but feel envious. I am not a competent mother. Fool. He sure gently tapped her forehead and then comfortingly patted her back. You have done remarkably well. Those 3 little ones are thriving because of you. I believe that if your grandmother is watching from above and sees your happiness, she will find peace. Is that truly so? Of course it is. And if you say the children miss me, does that mean you do not? At this, Nanxuan's eyes not only turned red, but her cheeks flushed as well. Gazing at Heishi's handsome visage, she softly replied, if I did not miss you, I certainly would not be here now. Ultimately, it was her trust in Heishi and their bond that prevailed. Observing the crimson tear mole on her face, Heishi's dark pupils deepened with emotion. He leaned down, his lips brushing against her ear as he whispered, I sense that your mood is not particularly bright. Shall we engage in something joyous, then? His long fingers began to caress her delicate ankle, gradually moving upwards. Nanxuan did not resist. Her cool, beautiful eyes began to shimmer with desire, making her already stunning appearance even more breathtaking. As her breath quickened, she let out a soft moan, eagerly pulling Heishi closer and pressing her crimson lips against his. Time seemed to slip away, the clock spinning endlessly. In the spacious room, the dim yellow lights continued to glow. Her long, dark hair sprawled across the pristine white pillow, a few strands sticking to her forehead as she, drenched in fragrant sweat, playfully kicked at the man beside her. The gentle force of her playful nudge only invigorated Heishi further. He brushed his hand against Nanxuan's rosy cheek, coaxing softly, be good, don't sleep. It's been 4 years, you must let me. His words deepened the flush on Nanxuan's already rosy face, leaving her voiceless, her throat too parched to speak. In her heart, she scolded the man countless times, ultimately unaware of how she drifted off to sleep. The next morning, when Heishi opened his eyes, he found Nanxuan nestled in his arms, soundly asleep. Her exquisitely flawless features instantly reminded him of an angel. Her porcelain shoulders were bare to the air, resembling the finest jade. Her supple waist and long, smooth legs only added to her allure. What angel? She was nothing short of an enchantress. Heishi murmured softly, pulling her closer into his embrace. He sighed helplessly, realizing that if this continued, he would inevitably become a foolish monarch. The two were eventually roused by the shrill ring of a phone. Heishi groggily opened his eyes, covering Nanxuan's ears with one hand while reaching for the phone with the other. As he answered, his elder brother's irritable voice erupted from the other end. Still sleeping, big brother? What time is it? Heishi yawned. I was up late last night. Assuming he had been working, his brother quickly got to the point. Little brother, you've been exposed on the school forum. I posted the thread in the group. You should take a look. What nonsense. Heishi fully awoke. Sitting up, he clicked on the link sent by his brother. The post was authored by someone named Xiao Su. Titled, The Aloof Campus Heartthrob H. June is actually a kept man by a wealthy woman? Heishi's expression darkened as he thought, forget your H. June. Just use his name. He continued reading the content. As someone familiar with H. June, I can attest to his humble background. Yet this poor boy from the countryside casually drives a $5 million sports car. Doesn't anyone find that strange? Moreover, just a few days ago, H. June appeared on campus holding a 3-year-old girl who bears a striking resemblance to him. The poster reasonably suspects that this child is H. June's love child with the wealthy woman. The post included images, one of which depicted him carrying Yin Yin into a car, though thankfully, her face was obscured by the door. Heishi scanned the comments below. It appeared the poster had hired an army of commenters, all uniformly declaring that he tarnished the university's reputation and should be expelled. A few dissenters were quickly overwhelmed by the others. Heishi scoffed at the childish antics, amused by the absurdity, without any substantial evidence. If the school took this seriously and expelled him, it would be on the brink of collapse. However, being unjustly slandered infuriated Heishi. Asleep late in Nanxuan, noticing him engrossed in his phone, leaned in curiously. What is going on? Heishi handed her the phone, briefly explaining the situation. What is the big deal? Just clarify it, then deal with whoever is stirring the pot. After speaking, Nanshuan tugged at Heeshi's arm, signaling him to lean closer. She then opened the camera function on the phone and took a selfie of the two of them, subsequently posting the picture as a reply to the thread with the caption, "The wealthy woman is here." Heeshi was taken aback by this seamless display of confidence. Being supported by such a beautiful wealthy woman, who wouldn't envy me? Heeshi burst into laughter at her words. He playfully pinched Nanshuan's cheek. Such narcissism. I adore it. Nanshuan chuckled. Just don't think I'm acting on my own accord. How could I? This woman is willing to publicly acknowledge our relationship. I couldn't be happier. I want the world to know she is my wife, the mother of my children. Glancing at the newly taken photo, Heeshi immediately set it as his wallpaper, lock screen, and chat background, changing everything he could. As Nanshuan sat beside him, observing his actions, she gradually reclined into Heeshi's embrace, instinctively wrapping her arms around his sturdy waist. However, the individual who made the post required you to devise a means to investigate. Heeshi nodded, reassuring her, "Rest assured, I can handle this." Ding. A notification chimed, detected that the host is being slandered by unidentified online individuals. Advanced hacking skills have been supplemented. Please utilize them judiciously. Heeshi raised an eyebrow. It seemed there was no need to call his childhood friend. He set his phone aside and gently massaged Nanshuan's waist, asking, "How was my service last night?" Instantly, Nanshuan's face flushed crimson, blooming like a peach blossom. It was just that. So it seems you were not completely satisfied? Heeshi lifted the blanket, intending to tease her further, but his phone chimed once more. Chapter 15, A Strict Wife? Absolutely impossible. What the hell? Old third, who is that fairy in the photo? When did you meet her? Such beauty. Does she even exist? After seeing her, I suddenly find the campus beauty quite ordinary. You have no idea. Once you posted that photo, everyone fell silent. Where on earth did you find such a fairy? I must meet her. Heeshi was both amused and exasperated by his elder brother's exuberant remarks. He glanced at the composed Nanshuan beside him and replied, "The fairy you speak of is my wife, the mother of my child. And she is currently lying right next to me. Would you like to greet her?" His elder brother promptly fell silent. "Oh, so she is my sister-in-law. No. I'm too nervous. However, old third, you truly are impressive. A fairy like that, just a glance feels sacrilegious. And you actually had a child with her. I won't disturb you any further. Goodbye." Heeshi shook his head in disbelief, and after putting down his phone, he got out of bed. "I need to check the IP address of the poster in my study. You can lie here a little longer." "No, the kids will wake up soon. I'll go prepare breakfast." "Such a diligent wife," Heeshi remarked, somewhat surprised. Back when they were together, this woman could only grill meat. Of course, the conditions in the mountains did not allow for much else. What did you expect? Nanshuan lifted the blanket, only to discover that her sleepwear had been changed, and it matched Heeshi's attire. She had been completely oblivious last night. "Did you pick the sleepwear?" It made sense now why he had asked her about her clothing size earlier. "Not just the sleepwear," Heeshi replied, as he swept her off her feet and carried her into the walk-in closet. The expansive 50 square meter space was lined with enormous wardrobes, filled with an array of clothes. In the center stood a glass display filled with exquisite jewelry, watches, and handbags. "All of this is prepared for you. Take a look and see if you like it." Nanshuan's eyes sparkled. No woman could resist the allure of adornment. At just over 20, she, despite her natural beauty, still harbored a desire for beautiful clothes and jewelry. She happily wrapped her arms around Heeshi's neck and planted a sweet kiss on him. "Thank you, I love it." Heeshi smiled, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "Is one kiss all it takes to appease you?" He set her down on a nearby sofa, their positions instantly reversed. Fearing Nanshuan might lose her balance, he encircled her waist with his arm. "What would you like to do?" Upon hearing this, Heeshi fixed his gaze on Nanshuan for several seconds, then softly uttered, "Shuan, let us get married." Nanshuan's head shot up in surprise. He continued, "For years ago, I had already decided on you. In this lifetime, I will marry no one else. I meant what I said before. Even if you did not come back, I would not choose another. You have always been my only choice." Seeing Nanshuan silent, Heeshi suddenly felt anxious. Though proposing now may seem a bit hasty, I truly do not wish to wait any longer. I want to provide you and our children with a complete home. I wish to proudly announce to the world that you are my wife. Do you agree?" After holding back for what felt like an eternity, tears finally streamed down Nanshuan's face. Heeshi felt a rush of panic, quickly reaching out to caress her cheek. "What's wrong? If you're not ready to marry so soon, that's perfectly fine." Yet his words were drowned in a kiss filled with affection from Nanshuan. This was not the first time she had initiated a kiss, but Heeshi's heart still fluttered. After a moment of surprise, he quickly took the lead. Nanshuan felt her body soften under the kiss. Had it not been for Heeshi's firm grip around her waist, she would have melted into the sofa. Her complexion was flushed, and the beauty mark at the corner of her eye appeared even more pronounced. Her long eyelashes trembled restlessly, and the sight was so endearing that she couldn't help but plant a few more gentle kisses on her lips. Nanshuan fought to steady her racing heart, and, with a trembling voice, whispered, "I'm willing, she. I want to marry you." She's typically placid face suddenly broke into a radiant smile. He joyfully lifted Nanshuan into the air, spinning her around several times. "Then at the end of the month, after we return home with the kids, we'll register our marriage. Rest assured, I will make sure you have a grand wedding." Nanshuan felt warmth spread through her heart, but, recalling her family situation, felt a pang of guilt towards she. "I'm sorry, but there may not be many relatives from my side at the wedding." Her only living elder was her biological father, who had never cared for her a day in his life. She felt he was as good as dead. She playfully smacked her on the rear. "What is there to apologize for? You've already brought the best relatives with you. Our son and daughter will be the flower children on the wedding day. How memorable is that?" Imagining that scene, Nanshuan's heart sank, and she cast a teasing glance at the man who was taking advantage of the moment to touch her. "It seems you've grown bolder over the years." She hesitated, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memory. "What are you planning?" "What am I planning?" Nanshuan, initially feeling guilty, had been accommodating him since their reunion. Yet this man seemed to be getting more and more audacious. She leaned close to Hishi's ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe, causing him to shiver involuntarily. "Don't you enjoy touching? Then today, let us indulge you." As soon as the words left her lips, Nanshuan raised her delicate finger and let out a few sharp whistles. Hishi's eyes widened in horror. Before him slithered a silver serpent, as thick as a baby's arm, swiftly making its way along the corner of the wall. It charged towards Hishi, climbing up his calf and finally coiling around his neck. Hishi was so startled that he froze in place, his mind racing with thoughts of kneeling before Nanshuan. Yesterday, she had seemed so docile, and now, within the span of a night, her true colors had been revealed. Was he, a proud man from Wawagwagwa, destined to become a henpecked husband? Hishi shook his head vigorously. No way. But upon opening his eyes, he found himself staring directly at the serpent. Hishi. After a moment of fear, he suddenly thought the serpent looked somewhat familiar. Beside him, Nanshuan crossed her arms and chuckled. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize an old friend?" Hishi scrutinized the serpent again, then exclaimed in surprise, "Little Bai?" Upon hearing his voice, the silver snake lifted its head and rubbed against his cheek. Instantly, Hishi's fear dissipated. He reached out to stroke Little Bai's cool scales, astonished. "You remember me. And look how much you've grown." Little Bai was a serpent they had found in the mountains, injured and nursed back to health by Nanshuan, and ever since, it had followed them closely. Thanks to Xiao Bai back in the day, otherwise, the two of them would have struggled to find food in the remote mountains. Previously, he sure had been puzzled by Nansun's uncanny affinity with snakes and insects, and how at times, she seemed to comprehend their utterances. Once he discovered her lineage as a member of the witch clan, everything fell into place. Nansun was indeed a unique entity among her peers, destined to inherit the chieftain's mantle. However, Hishi's curiosity was piqued as to how she had persuaded the clan to abandon their stronghold, prompting him to inquire directly. At the mention of this, Nansun awkwardly scratched her cheek. She felt embarrassed to admit that she hadn't even considered persuasion. Instead, she had quelled them with sheer strength. Those ancient relics had been powerless to resist, despite their attempts to obstruct her. She hissed like a serpent, and Xiao Bai immediately slid down from Hishi's side, obediently curling up nearby. "I shall go prepare dinner." In the blink of an eye, the pair, one human and one snake, vanished from the room. Truly, she was the epitome of a femme fatale. Hishi could only shake his head in resignation, realizing that their household was bound to become lively in the future. Chapter 16, Announcing Romance on Social Media. Hishi settled in front of his computer, and within mere minutes, he had traced Xiao Xiao Su's IP address. His brow arched in surprise. It was located near the university? Concurrently, at the T-language CAF across from Shun City University, a young woman in her 20s glared at the computer on the table, her expression darkened. Though she had enlisted the help of online commentators to sway opinions in her favor, a sudden photo had captivated a multitude of onlookers. Everyone was extolling the goddess-like beauty captured in the image and envying Hishi for being supported by such a stunning affluent woman. Unwilling to concede defeat, Su Qian quickly posted a comment, hinting that others should not be deceived by Hishi. He was merely a kept man. And no matter how beautiful the rich woman was, it did not alter the fact that he was living off her wealth. However, her remarks were met with indifference, and she was instead mocked for her jealousy of the beauty. At that moment, the wind chimes at the entrance jingled, and a woman with an innocent visage yet an alluring figure strode in. Upon spotting Su Qian, she wasted no time in delivering a sharp slap. Su Qian, stunned, covered her cheek. "Ruo Ruo." The visitor was indeed Qin Ruo, who fixed Su Qian with a fierce gaze and admonished, "Who allowed you to malign Hishi? You were present that day at Xian Yuan. Even the president of Liang had to show him deference." What right does a mere university student like you have to act so brazenly? The sudden outburst drew the attention of everyone in the CAF, with some hastily whipping out their phones to capture the scene. Su Qian stared at Qin Ruo in disbelief. But you were the one who encouraged me. Before she could finish her sentence, another slap landed. Are you still trying to defend yourself, Su Qian? I am truly disappointed in you. How could shouting have such a sister as you? Glimpsing the warning in Qin Ruo's eyes, Su Qian swallowed her retort. Shouting was Su Qian's sister. The two siblings were orphans, continuously supported by the Qin family, which made Su Qian obedient to Qin Ruo throughout their time at school. This latest attempt to undermine He Sure had been incited by her. Initially, she had believed Qin Ruo's scheme aimed to get He Sure expelled, but it now appeared the opposite was true. Miss Qin intended to leverage her pawn to win He Sure's favor. Contemplating this, Su Qian lowered her head and offered a self-deprecating smile. Yet for her sister's sake, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Clenching her fists, she murmured, I am sorry. I just wanted to teach He Sure a lesson because I find him insufferable. Moreover, Ruo, I feel you deserve better after harboring feelings for him for so long. Qin Ruo's expression softened as she approached and took Su Qian's hand. I know you mean well, and I was too impulsive just now. But please refrain from such actions in the future. He Sure is not merely a man supported by an affluent woman. Understood. The two soon exited the CAF together. But this scene was quickly disseminated online. Many lamented Qin Ruo's heartfelt yet naive devotion, branding He Sure a scoundrel devoid of sensitivity. Others found the entire situation perplexing. What? Just because she likes him, he must reciprocate? If he doesn't, he is a scoundrel? Some people's thought processes are truly astounding. Downstairs, responses quickly followed. 1L, exactly. He Sure had already clearly rejected her, yet she clings to him persistently. It's utterly repulsive. 2L, the photo was personally shared by He Sure, clearly an announcement. Now this woman appears to stir trouble. Is she trying to play the victim? 3L, did He Sure confess to you? If not, he remains single. Why can't he have feelings for someone else? 4L, Qin Ruo has both beauty and a noble lineage. What makes her unworthy of He Sure? It is his privilege to be liked by her. 5L, oh dear, here comes the sycophant for the school beauty. Let us give a round of applause. 6L, go screw yourself, sycophant. 38L, am I the only one who cares? He Sure is not an ordinary person. He is the president of Liang. 39L, wealthy and handsome, truly a dream. I should have boldly confessed my feelings. Who knows? He might have liked me. 40L, wake up upstairs. The entire thread was a cacophony of opinions. Meanwhile, He Sure had also seen the CAF video and immediately discerned Qin Ruo's intentions. She had merely discovered his newfound wealth and aimed to exploit public sentiment to bolster her image as a virtuous and benevolent individual. Such manipulative behavior was indeed repugnant. He Sure had no intention of indulging such individuals. He promptly commented beneath the video, self-directed and performed. How amusing. Applause is in order here. Subsequently, he opened his social media app and posted an announcement. In this lifetime, having you is enough. My wife, the mother of my child. You are the embodiment of my heart's desire. Accompanied by a nostalgic photo of the two, taken long ago, the post garnered dozens of likes and numerous comments from friends. Big brother, what a display of affection. Goodness. But congratulations, third brother. He Sure, the one being tormented is you, my friend. Second brother, congratulations. I want to be the best man at your wedding. He Sure, absolutely. Cousin, if Aunt had a social media account, she would be on her way here right now. He Sure, she'll. It's a surprise. Many classmates and friends chimed in, including Lin Ning, Fong Yue, and Lin Feng. To which He Sure uniformly replied with a thank you. His spirits were high, while Qin Ruo found herself in a dire situation. She had initially planned to take advantage of this opportunity to impress He Sure. If she could win him over, it would be even better. The 30 shares of Liang could rival her family's assets, and He Sure had always been her type. Should this come to fruition, the likes of Song Bo would be relegated to the sidelines. However, she had not anticipated He Sure's public affront. Though not a friend of He Sure's, she had seen his social media post. Screenshots had already circulated in forums. Others had vividly recounted He Sure and his girlfriend's love story. Gazing at the woman's stunning visage, Qin Ruo felt envy sting her eyes. He Sure had waited for her for 4 long years, refraining from associating with other women, and now they even had a child. Though Qin Ruo considered stirring up further trouble, she dared not. No matter how foolish she was, she would not risk her family's enterprise. The current He Sure was no longer someone she could provoke at will. Furthermore, owing to He Sure's comment, numerous individuals have now come forth to berate her. The Song family, upon learning of this incident, has also developed significant reservations about her. Merely addressing these issues has left her utterly overwhelmed. Although the turmoil surrounding the forum incident has temporarily subsided, it remains etched in He Sure's memory. Presently, he is unable to impart any substantial lesson to Qin Ruo. as she is still shielded by the Qin and Song families. However, the scenario will undoubtedly change in 3 months. Chapter 17. An opulent motorcade that astonishes the entire internet. In the kitchen, as he sure entered, Nansun was busy frying eggs. Clad in a delicate yellow dress, she perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. Her slender waist and fair, straight calves prompted he sure to reminisce about the image of her exquisite form writhing beneath him. Hiss! Xiao Bai, noticing her master lost in thought, curiously approached and playfully tapped his shoe with its tail. He sure affectionately patted the little creature's head, recalling the white mouse he had ordered for Xiao Ruan yesterday. It appeared he would need to raise several more at home. What delectable dish have you prepared? He inquired as he approached Nansun from behind, enveloping her in his embrace. Don't meddle. Go check on Xiao Yu and the others, she replied, but he sure simply seized the spatula from her hand. Why not let you take a break? I shall handle the cooking, he declared. Surprised, Nansun raised an eyebrow as she observed his deft flipping of the eggs, clearly indicating he was no novice. It seems you've acquired quite a few skills over the years. I wonder who it was that couldn't even manage to boil congee back then. He chuckled. I've certainly learned many life skills, yet another aspect has stagnated for 4 years. After all, without you here, I lack the opportunity for practice. He sure concluded with a playful wink toward Nansun. Rogue, she retorted, turning on her heel to leave the kitchen. He sure's lips curved into a smile. A daily dose of teasing his wife indeed proved beneficial for their marital bliss. However, having lived at school for the past few years, he had little chance to learn cooking, relying instead on the encyclopedic knowledge provided by the system's all-encompassing Super Dad Toolkit. A splendid breakfast featuring vegetable porridge, soft egg pancakes, pumpkin puree, steamed dumplings, soy milk, and barbecued pork buns was laid out on the table, leaving Nansun and the 3 children utterly astonished. He sure served each of them a bowl of porridge, urging, don't just stand there, eat up before it cools. Little Yu eagerly lifted his bowl, his eyes shining. Daddy's cooking is so delicious. Nian Nian chewed on a soft bun, her mouth smeared with oil, while Xiang Xiang nodded enthusiastically, not forgetting to shove a piece of egg into her mouth. He sure chuckled. If it's so good, eat your fill. Daddy will cook for you every day. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your first successful cooking endeavor. You have received a luxury restaurant on Shanghai Street. A representative will contact you shortly. Please ensure your phone is available. What a delightful surprise. Yesterday, the flash sale featured a fruit phone priced at 99 yuan, prompting he sure to order 10 shops on Shanghai Street. With the addition of this restaurant, he now owned 11 establishments. He contemplated whether to embark on a small business venture, but ultimately decided against it. He already had a plethora of responsibilities at his investment firm, and Nansun needed to care for the little ones. Running a business was exhausting, and it was far preferable to simply enjoy passive income. Thus, aside from the restaurant, he planned to lease out the other properties. After breakfast, the workers arrived to renovate the children's room and playroom. He sure hurriedly led Xiao Bai into the bedroom, for if anyone were to discover that he kept such a large snake at home, they might faint from shock. He sure's original plan had been to wait for news from the restaurant and shop managers before heading to Shanghai Street, intending to take his wife and children for a leisurely outing. However, he received an unexpected call from Qi Jiang. Brother, the company has suddenly delivered 1,000 luxury cars. The transport personnel claim you ordered them previously. He sure rubbed his ears, nearly overwhelmed by the news. He hadn't anticipated the system's efficiency. A full 1,000 vehicles had arrived so swiftly, catching him utterly unprepared. Yes, I did order them. Immediately secure a large warehouse, no matter the cost. Just ensure the vehicles are unloaded. I'll be there shortly. He sure grabbed the car keys and informed Nansun before heading out. As he approached the elevator, he sensed something and turned his head, only to find his 3 children staring at him with eager eyes at the door. His heart tightened as he returned to scoop up his 2 daughters. Come, Daddy will take you and Mommy to see the luxury car fleet. The 3 little ones cheered joyously. In truth, they understood little of what a motorcade entailed. They simply did not wish to part from their father, whom they had finally managed to see. It was at this moment that he sure realized how insecure Nansun and the children felt. Having abruptly left their familiar home for a strange city, he ought to have spent more time with them. He, as the husband and father, had failed to consider their needs adequately. Will this disrupt your work? Nansun inquired, her happiness at being able to accompany him tinged with concern about affecting his responsibilities. Rest assured, my work will be managed by my subordinates. Otherwise, what is the purpose of employing so many people? He reassured her. I merely need to sign for a batch of cars the company ordered. Very well, Nansun replied, lifting Xiao Yu as the family of 5 ventured out together. Nanjing Bay Area, Central Street. Passers-by pulled out their phones to capture this momentous spectacle. Nearly 200 car transporters crawled down the road, the lengthy convoy seemingly endless, nearly filling the entire street. What drew the most attention was that each transporter carried 5 to 6 luxury cars, each worth millions. A live streaming host outdoors, intrigued, counted and confirmed the astonishing figure of exactly 1,000 vehicles, sending shockwaves through the entire live stream audience. Annie, a popular influencer on a fast-paced media platform, was casually live streaming outdoors when she stumbled upon this grand scene. Witnessing the viewership numbers soar, she decided to investigate the destination of this remarkable motorcade. Holding her phone aloft, she wobbled along behind the convoy, unaware that the comments in her live stream had erupted into chaos. Where did this tycoon come from, purchasing so many cars at once? This must be worth over 100 million. Not just over 100 million. Look at that Audi S8 and BMW 8 Series. Each must be worth at least $1 million. I'm in love. Please, I want a dozen of this kind of tycoon. Annie, hurry up. Let's see the true face of this big shot. Annie's meticulously styled hair had begun to unravel as she glanced at the comments. Panting, I'm already running as fast as I can. Do you want to exhaust me? Annie, stop talking. These wildlings are about to make their move. Annie, you breathe so beautifully. Please don't stop. She had long since developed immunity to the crude comments from her live stream. Ignoring them, she focused all her attention on the luxury cars. That one in front is a Mercedes GLS, priced around $1.3 million. I adore spacious SUVs like this. Once I have the funds, I must get one for myself. Wait, there's a Maserati Ghibli. I love this red color. Look ahead, there's a Lexus LS, such a low-key model, but I've heard it's incredibly comfortable. As the barrage of question marks began to fill the live stream comments, one viewer remarked, I bet Annie worked in a 4S store before. The princess surely won't resort to selling cars in the future. It's the first time I've encountered a girl so well-versed in automobiles. I'm captivated and have followed her. She is indeed a treasure of a streamer, and I am enamored. In a mere moment, Annie's follower count surged by several thousand. Suppressing her elation, she quickened her pace, and 10 minutes later, she finally reached the front of the Guangmao building where the convoy had come to a halt. Chapter 18. The JK-dressed female streamer. At the entrance of the Guangmao building, a throng of spectators had gathered. Annie painstakingly forged her way to the front row. There, she spotted several well-dressed professionals engaged in casual conversation at the entrance, seemingly awaiting someone. A wild guess, certainly awaiting the big boss. Another wild guess, undoubtedly anticipating a high-profile car buyer. Let us not showcase our intellect here. It's obvious. Where are we? There are so many people. I yearn to witness the spectacle. Annie, while fixated on the entrance, interacted with the comments. The streamer is currently at the Guangmao building in the Nanhai district of Xincheng, right next to Shanghai Street. However, I don't mind you all coming. It's exceedingly hot today, and the crowd is immense. Look at my hairstyle. It's a far cry from how I looked when I left home. At that moment, the comments erupted in laughter. To keep up with the convoy, Annie had truly made an effort today. When she first started streaming, she was a delicate and charming fairy, but now her hair was matted with sweat, and her makeup had all but vanished. Fortunately, her enviable figure supported her, as that was how she initially gained fame. Hence, a conclusion was drawn. The streamer ought to consider a change in cosmetics. Annie, you've worked hard. Here is a pair of glasses for you. Annie, you've worked hard. Here is a plane for you. Annie, you've worked hard. Here is a little heart for you. The gift effects erupted on the screen, with even a big spender contributing the most expensive rocket. Annie stifled a smile as she expressed her gratitude for each gift. Just then, a magnificent black Mercedes-Benz G-Class slowly pulled up at the entrance. Wow, is this the one? What a stunning car. Welcome, big boss. Unable to contain her excitement, Annie let out a soft whistle, her eyes glued to the scene ahead. The car door swung open, revealing a pair of long legs clad in tailored trousers, followed by a strikingly handsome young man. Goodness, he is incredibly handsome. Is he a celebrity? He bears a resemblance to the recently popular top star, Wang Xiao. I'm smitten. Possessing both wealth and looks, I hereby unilaterally declare him my future husband. With his extraordinary good looks and long legs, he had every girl lurking in the live stream captivated. Annie's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. She had never encountered a man so stunning in real life. Meanwhile, he sure was oblivious to the fantasies of those girls. Striding forward, he approached the entrance of the building. A man nearing 40, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of refined elegance, promptly greeted him. Mr. He, I am Ma Hongyun, the sales manager of Junsheng Automobile Company. Manager Ma. A pleasure, he sure replied, raising an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that the vehicle subsidized by the system would be from Junsheng. Who isn't aware that Junsheng is the largest automobile enterprise in the country, boasting its own car brand and collaborations with many international luxury brands. He had just placed an order for 1,000 luxury cars, qualifying him as a VIP client. As expected, Ma Hongyun was exceedingly courteous, introducing himself before respectfully presenting a contract. Mr. He, the vehicle quality inspection has been completed. Please sign here. and our collaboration will be deemed a success. Certainly. He sure swiftly signed and turned to Qi Jiang. Is the warehouse ready? It's ready. The unloading is in progress. General Manager Lin is over there. Good. Manager Ma, shall we go upstairs for some tea? No sooner had he sure finished speaking than his phone buzzed impatiently in his pocket. He offered Ma Hongyun an apologetic smile and answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. He sure? That is correct. Hello, Mr. He, I am the manager of Shanghai Restaurant. Do you have a moment? Could you come by to sign the transfer contract? Sure, I'll head over shortly. As soon as he sure hung up, another call from a number in Xinjiang came through. Hello, Mr. He, the property certificates for your 10 commercial establishments on Shanghai Street have been processed. Please provide an address, and we will deliver them to you today. Please send them to Shanghai Restaurant. Thank you. Once he sure finally set his phone down, Ma Hongyun immediately stepped forward with a smile. Mr. He, I won't disturb you any longer today. I have matters to attend to at the company. We can save the tea for another occasion. He sure was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in agreement. All right, I won't keep you. He recognized that Manager Ma had discerned he was busy, which enhanced his impression of the man. The two exchanged polite handshakes before Ma Hongyun took his leave. Meanwhile, Annie, who had been watching the entire scene, felt as if stars were twinkling in her eyes. Such a handsome and capable man is truly a rarity in this world. The comments began to encourage her to approach him for his contact information. This might not be appropriate, right? Annie hesitated. What if she was rejected? Princess, don't be timid. If you like him, go for it. Why am I not there in person? Annie, hurry up and represent us. Annie, don't hesitate. You can do it. Perhaps emboldened by the comments, Annie took out a small mirror to touch up her makeup and adjusted her white stockings, which she had carefully paired with her JK outfit for the day. Confident that everything was in order, she made her way toward the entrance of the building. He sure was discussing work with Qi Jiang when he suddenly heard a female voice behind him. He furrowed his brow in confusion and turned to inquire. Is there something you need? Annie, feeling the weight of his gaze, nervously tucked a stray hair behind her ear. Hello, sir, I am a streamer from Kuayin. And my name is... Before she could finish her introduction, the previously aloof man's face broke into a smile, rendering Annie momentarily speechless. Darling, who are you speaking with? Darling, who are you addressing? Annie snapped back to reality, only to see a stunningly tall and coolly beautiful woman approaching, holding the hand of a small boy around 3 years old. The crucial detail was that the little boy bore an uncanny resemblance to the man before her. Goodness, is such beauty truly real? Annie's eyes sparkled, and she completely forgot about her intention to flirt with He sure. She was transfixed by Nan's son. Not only was her face exquisite, but even her proud figure paled in comparison. The comments section quickly picked up on the unusual tension. Who is the princess staring at? I can practically see drool. I swear I heard someone call the male god darling. Annie, quickly turn the camera. Is there a beauty? Annie swallowed hard. It's a goddess, an absolute paragon. However, she did not comply with the request to turn the camera, as there was a child present. At that moment, Nan Sun had already approached the entrance of the building with her son. She looked at He sure and said, Our son needs to go to the restroom. You should take him. Watching the obedient figure of the man, Annie's heart raced with excitement. It truly is a family of 3. The goddess is so assertive, and I adore her. Are you live streaming? Upon hearing Nanchuan's voice, Annie instinctively lifted her gaze, and the close proximity of such striking beauty caused her neck to flush with warmth. Stammering, she managed to utter, Yes, I am live streaming here today. I apologize for the interruption. Nanshun smiled gently, replying, No need to worry. Your presence serves as an indirect advertisement for my husband and his associates. At that moment, Annie felt akin to the bewildered King Zhou, ensnared by the charms of Daji. Eagerly, she inquired, May I ask why you purchased so many luxury cars at once? Nanshun explained, My husband operates a rental company. Despite these being new vehicles, the rental prices are quite reasonable. Anyone in need can reach out to Zinqianli Rentals. Annie nodded enthusiastically. All right, I will definitely get in touch. Nanshun found the girl to be quite amusing. She had initially thought Annie was focused on He sure, yet now she was fixated on her. The thrill of turning a rival into an ally was invigorating for Nanshun. Meanwhile, the previously supportive comments urging Annie to pursue her crush had shifted, now awash with remarks like, Annie, something seems off. By the way, what is the name of your live stream? I'd like to follow it later. You can find it by searching for Curvy and Charming Annie. Nanshun scrutinized her briefly and gave a thumbs up, a fitting name. They both erupted into laughter. Chapter 19. A wife and child in distress. He sure's fury wife. What are you discussing? You seem quite cheerful. He sure inquired as he returned with their son. Oh, nothing much. Nanshun waved at Annie. We shall take our leave now and tune in to your stream later. All right, goddess, goodbye. As the vehicles at the entrance of the building departed, the onlookers gradually dispersed. He sure, holding their son in one arm and wrapping the other around his wife. made his way to the parking area. Once in the car, Nanchun briefly recounted the details of Annie's live stream. If we can leverage this opportunity to promote your company, it would be beneficial considering the significant buzz surrounding this event. Although Annie is also seeking to gain followers, I feel she should be compensated. What do you think? He's sure, somewhat distracted, merely responded with a non-committal Why don't you call me husband anymore? Nanchun retorted, sensing the potential for irritation. He's sure deftly shifted the topic. Didn't you mention wanting to watch her stream? We can simply go into the live chat and shower her with gifts. Nanchuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's a splendid idea. By the way, where are we headed now? I've opened a new restaurant on Shanghai Street. First, I need to sign some documents, then I'll take you ladies shopping. If time permits, we might catch a family movie afterward. How does that sound, my dear wife? Nanchun crossed her arms and, with a haughty nod, replied, quite satisfactory. By the time the family of 5 arrived at Shanghai Street, 20 minutes had elapsed. The downside of living in a large city was the relentless traffic. Had they known, they would have simply walked. He sure lifted each of the 3 little ones out of the car. Finally, Weevee arrived. On such a hot day, we wouldn't want you to suffer from the sun. You have a way with words. Nanchun playfully pinched him at the waist. Her delicate fingers were smooth and soft, and the pinch felt more like a caress. He sure swiftly grasped her hand, fearing that if she continued, he might truly become incensed. Nonetheless, he mused that perhaps tonight, her tender touch could be put to good use. His gaze inadvertently lingered on her luscious lips, igniting a spark of desire within him. Nanchun, sensing the intensity of his gaze, felt a shiver run through her. It was evident that he was lost in impure thoughts once more. She bent down to scoop up Nian Nian and led the way into the restaurant. Daddy, why did Mommy go in first? Nian Nian asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. He sure, holding each child by the hand, followed leisurely behind. Your mother is simply shy. Adults sure know how to speak nonsense. She is obviously upset. Little Fish chimed in. Naturally, a restaurant named after Shanghai Street would not be a shabby establishment. The venue spanned 3 levels, each approximately 200 square meters. With a primary focus on Chinese cuisine, the decor exuded an antique charm, radiating elegance and sophistication. The first floor featured an open layout with tables and chairs, while the second and third floors housed private rooms. At the heart of the main hall stood a foam mountain adorned with jade stones, beneath which a winding stream flowed, teeming with lively fish. The 3 little ones were instantly captivated, their eyes shining with delight. The waiter, struggling to conceal her astonishment, approached politely. Sir, may I ask if you have a reservation? My surname is He. Please check for your manager. The waiter was taken aback. He? Could this be the new owner? She had heard the manager announce early that morning that the restaurant would be changing ownership, which had left everyone bewildered, especially since this restaurant was the most successful on Shanghai Street. However, they understood that such decisions were beyond their purview, and besides, a change in ownership had little impact on their jobs. Still, the realization that the new owner was so young suggested he was likely a wealthy heir. The waiter, eager to avoid offense, promptly responded, Please hold on. I will fetch the manager right away. The manager, Feng Xiuan, had been eagerly awaiting the new owner since noon. Upon learning of his arrival, he rushed out from behind the reception desk, warmly inviting him to the office on the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, Nanchun, recognizing they had business to discuss, led the children to play on the 1st floor. The young receptionists, now aware that this was the future owner's wife, became notably more attentive. Upon catching Nanchuan's glance, they immediately beamed with smiles, igniting a wave of excitement within her. Once he sure completed the paperwork and exchanged a few pleasantries with Feng Xiuan, he descended the stairs. However, as he rounded a corner, he spotted a hefty woman, weighing around 200 pounds, reaching out to push Nanchun, surrounded by a group of onlookers. His expression darkened as he hastily strode over, pulling Nanchun into his embrace and addressing the woman coldly. What do you think you're doing? And who might you be? Mind your own business. The woman, momentarily taken aback by He Shure's striking appearance, quickly shifted her disdainful gaze upon seeing him with Nanchun, her expression morphing into one of contempt. No wonder you look like that. You're clearly just a promiscuous vixen, flaunting affection in public. He Shure's face turned a deep shade of anger, and the 3 little ones bore fierce expressions, ready to charge forward if not for the receptionists desperately restraining them. This is my wife. I suggest you watch your words. The hefty woman, sensing He Shure's restraint in front of the crowd, grew emboldened. What if I'm not clean? These little brats bumped into me today, and unless they kneel and apologize, none of you shall leave. We already apologized, yet you still pushed us. Little Fish exclaimed, her eyes blazing with indignation as she displayed her hand, freshly bandaged from an earlier mishap. Witnessing his daughter's struggle to hold back tears broke He Shure's heart. Nanchun quickly recounted the sequence of events. It turned out the children had been playing near the foam mountain, too engrossed in their fun to notice the approaching woman. resulting in a collision. Aware of their mistake, they rushed to apologize, and Nanshun had also approached with sincere regret. Yet, instead of accepting their apology, the woman had retaliated with aggression. Given that the combined weight of the 3 children was less than 90 pounds, it was evident that a push from the woman could lead to severe consequences. Nanshun hurriedly rushed over, managing to catch the child just as they fell, yet inadvertently scraping her hand in the process. She quickly called for someone to fetch a first aid kit, then stood up, her face flushed with anger as she confronted the overweight woman. However, the woman, unable to contain herself, pushed Nanshun again, a scene that he sure gang happened to witness. Noticing Nanshun's awkward grip on her wrist, he swiftly approached her, concern etched on his face. What was once a slender wrist was now a vivid shade of red, clearly swollen. He sure gang clenched his fists and strode up to the overweight woman, catching everyone off guard as he seized her by the throat and violently flung her aside. A piercing scream echoed throughout the restaurant, drawing curious onlookers from all corners of the first floor, except for those in the soundproof private rooms. "Darling, are you all right?" At that moment, a frail man rushed out, seeing the overweight woman on the ground and anxiously reaching out to help her. Unfortunately, the disparity in their weights made it impossible for him to lift her. "Can't you lend a hand? Are your eyes even working?" The man's words dissuaded anyone who had considered assisting, creating a sense of collective pity for the overweight woman, who seemed to feel that the world owed her something, leaving her to fend for herself. Seeing no one coming to her aid, the overweight woman slapped the frail man hard. "Useless. I've been bullied here for ages, and you can't even help me up." She then turned her fierce glare towards Hishur gang. "How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? You've crossed the Song family, and I will ensure that your entire family cannot survive in this city." The mention of the Song family made Hishur gang's heart sink. Could it be a mere coincidence? His contempt for the woman intensified. "It is you I struck, and I am eager to see how you plan to make my life difficult." Ding. Congratulations to the host for boldly punishing the wicked woman, granting the host elite commando-level physical attributes. Ding. Detection of the host being threatened by evil forces, granting 60 equity in Wanjia investment. Hishur gang winced at the unexpected system notifications, incredulously thinking, "What is this, a movie?" Yet, the 60 equity was indeed a welcome surprise. Chapter 20. Harsh words? A slap to the face. The overweight woman, summoning all her strength, clumsily rose from the ground, panting as she fumbled for her phone. The 2 bulbous lights of her eyes trembled as she dialed. As soon as the call connected, she began to wail. "Nephew, your aunt is being bullied by a group of small-minded people. Hurry to the Star Sea restaurant. If you don't come quickly, I might get beaten to death." Her exaggerated performance left the onlookers speechless. After hanging up, the overweight woman quickly wiped her tears and looked smugly at Hishur gang. "Just wait until my nephew arrives. You will be in for it." Her previously deflated demeanor transformed into one of arrogance, as if she had completely forgotten her earlier plight. Hishur gang suspected this woman might have trained in the art of face-changing, given her sudden shift in expression. Ignoring her taunts, he gently cradled Xiangxiang in his arms, soothing her. Feng Xiyuan, ever perceptive, noticed Nanxuan's injury and promptly invited a doctor friend over. "Doctor, is my wife's wrist all right?" Hishur gang asked anxiously. Pan Hung, seeing the genuine concern in his eyes, smiled reassuringly. "It's nothing serious, just a sprain. A few days with some ointment will suffice." Hishur gang breathed a sigh of relief, unable to resist tapping Nanxuan's forehead gently. "Children are important, but you must also take care of yourself. Do you understand?" Thankfully, it wasn't anything grave. Otherwise, I would regret it for a lifetime. "Understood," Nanxuan replied, her head bowed in shyness. Observing the evident affection between the young couple, the crowd's disdain for the overweight woman deepened. After watching the unfolding drama, the spectators began to grasp the situation, growing increasingly concerned for Hishur gang's family in light of the woman's boldness. A kind-hearted lady whispered, "Young man, when that woman's nephew arrives, if he causes trouble, we should call the police." "Yes, there are many witnesses here who saw her push the child first. We can all testify for you." Hishur gang and Nanxuan felt warmth in their hearts, smiling gratefully at the onlookers. After a while, the overweight woman's nephew finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Hishur gang looked up, and indeed, it was Songbo. Upon seeing him, Songbo's expression instantly soured. He knew his aunt had a knack for stirring trouble, but never expected her to provoke this particular individual. The overweight woman, oblivious to her nephew's shift in demeanor, eagerly pulled him to her side, anticipating he would deal with Hishur gang as he had done in the past. To her shock, Songbo immediately began to apologize. "Hishur gang, if my aunt has offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize on her behalf." The overweight woman thought she must have misheard. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Songbo roughly shoved her aside. "Do you know who you are offending?" The absurdity of the situation baffled everyone present. Ignoring the crowd's reactions, Song Bo continued. He sure gang. What can we do to resolve this matter? Since leaving Xinyuan last time, he had been reluctant to believe in He Shigong's status as a shareholder in Liang, prompting him to investigate. To his astonishment, he discovered that He Shigong's assets extended far beyond this single enterprise. Fearing retaliation, he had stayed home for days. Yet, the moment he stepped outside, he found himself in deep trouble. He Shigang, uninterested in Song Bo's convoluted thoughts, smirked. This woman not only harmed my wife and child, but also demanded that my child kneel in apology. If that is the case, you both should kneel before my family, and I may consider letting this matter slide. Song Bo's head snapped up, his teeth clenched as he replied, He Shigang. Do not push your luck. Do you really think the Song family fears you? Beside him, the overweight woman unleashed a torrent of curses. Dream on. You two wretches have 3 little bastards, and you expect me to kneel? Damn you. The icy malice in He Shigong's gaze solidified into a fierce resolve as he swiftly slapped her away. Blood mixed with saliva stained the ground, a testament to the mercilessness of his strike. He glared at the wailing woman. If you cannot control your tongue, I will ensure you never speak again. Song Bo trembled at the intensity of He Shigong's gaze, his own expression darkening. After all, this was a member of the Song family, and to be publicly humiliated like this was unacceptable. He had to restore his family's honor, or how could the Song family hold its ground in this city? He Shigang. It seems today's events cannot be resolved peacefully. I hope you do not regret this. He Shigang scoffed. That sentiment is better suited for you. Wasn't it merely relying on the support of the Qin family? He would uproot both families, settling scores both old and new, from the sabotage of his work to the unrestrained insults hurled at his family. Just as tensions escalated, a group of impeccably dressed elites, carrying briefcases, strode through the entrance. Song Bo's heart sank. He had witnessed a similar scene unfold just days prior. The newcomers were divided into 2 groups. One led by a solitary man who handed He Shigang 10 property deeds before swiftly departing. The other group was spearheaded by a middle-aged man in his 40s. Greetings, Mr. He. I am George Bin, the general manager of Wanjia Investment Company. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Bo stumbled slightly, catching George Bin's attention for the first time. Are you Manager Song? What a coincidence. He sure, puzzled, inquired, do you two know each other? The Song Group has recently been seeking investment. Chairman Song and Manager Song visited our company previously, and their discussions with the investment department went quite well, intending to sign a contract in the next couple of days. Upon hearing this, he sure barely stifled a laugh. This was indeed a timely pillow gift. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, I see. Then this collaboration can be cancelled. On what grounds? Song Bo abruptly turned to He Shi. The Song Group is engaged in real estate, and the project they were undertaking required substantial investment, with Wanjia being the largest investment company in Shenzhen capable of providing the capital. If the collaboration failed, the project would be jeopardized. Realizing this, Song Bo grew anxious. On what grounds? Simply because I am about to become Wanjia's largest shareholder. Moreover, with his investment analytical skills, he sure understood that the Song Group had little investment potential. Collaborating with them could only be considered fortunate if it resulted in no losses. He wondered which fool had agreed to the investment. It was not impossible they had accepted bribes. Upon hearing He Shi's words, Song Bo's face turned ashen. No, He Shi cannot possess such power. He refused to believe it. He shook his head vehemently, as if he had lost his sanity. It's all false. All of it. He Shi smirked mockingly and signed the equity transfer document right in front of him. Witnessing this, Song Bo immediately panicked and dashed out of the restaurant, disregarding even his aunt who lay on the ground. Ultimately, it was that frail man who called for an ambulance to carry her away. Mr. He, is it acceptable to schedule the shareholders meeting for tomorrow at 10 in the morning? He Shi nodded. No problem. Please provide me with a list of the company's personnel in advance. Sure, I'll send it to your email shortly. After seeing off George Bin and his party, the restaurant finally returned to tranquility. However, Feng Xiyuan's heart was tumultuous. He had not anticipated that the new boss would possess such stature. After all, it was a company ranked among the top 3 nationwide in investment. Yet, having a boss with a solid background would greatly benefit the restaurant's future growth. With this thought in mind, he cast a more respectful glance at He Shi to express gratitude for everyone's prior support. He Shi instructed Feng Xiyuan to waive the bills for all guests. After leaving the restaurant, he took Nansun and the children straight home. The unpleasant events of the day had extinguished the family's desire to shop, to comfort his wife and children for the grievances they had endured. He Shi prepared a lavish feast. Once they finished eating, the children regained their lively spirits. He took them to see the newly decorated rooms. Using only modern materials alleviated concerns about safety, allowing them to play in the toy room for quite some time. By the time he had coaxed the little ones to sleep and returned to his room, it was already past 9. Chapter 21. Some meals cannot be rushed. Wife? He sure pushed open the door, only to find no sign of Nan-sun. Curiously, he called out a few more times, unaware that the bathroom door was being gently pushed open. Husband. Her alluring voice made he sure's body tense as if jolted by electricity. He slowly turned around to see a pair of elegantly clad feet emerging from the bathroom. He instinctively held his breath, afraid to miss a single detail. Next, a glimpse of a fiery red skirt came into view, its hem barely grazing her thighs, as though any movement might reveal enticing glimpses. Higher up, a sensuous curve of her waist was exposed, a vast expanse of fair skin laid bare to the air, and in her movements. He sure thought he caught sight of something even more alluring. A wave of warmth surged through his being. Her long hair cascaded down her back. And to complement the red dress, Nan-sun had even applied a touch of lipstick tonight. With sultry eyes, she swayed closer to he sure, each step seeming to tread upon his very heart. He sure swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he called out, "Wife." Her delicate arms wrapped around his neck, instantly closing the distance between them. Nan-sun stood on tiptoe and pecked his lips. "Husband, you look so handsome today." Whether it was for standing up for her and their children, or out of concern for her and her injury, she felt reassured that she had not chosen wrongly. "So, is this a reward?" Nan-sun teased, rubbing her foot against his calf, her voice sweetly tantalizing. "If you think so, then it is." He sure immediately grasped her delicate chin and kissed her. The room's temperature gradually rose, and the sound of their heartbeats filled the air intermittently. He sure held her tightly, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. When they finally parted, both were inevitably glistening with a thin sheen of sweat. He sure effortlessly lifted her onto his shoulder. If he were to endure any longer, he would be a beast. Hey, what are you doing?" Nan-sun's sudden elevation left her momentarily dazed. She playfully slapped he sure's shoulder, only to be tossed onto the bed. As the blanket was flung aside, her clothes began to cascade down to the floor one by one. Just as he sure believed he was about to indulge in a feast, he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no." Nan-sun's face flushed crimson, and without a word, she dashed into the bathroom. When she finally emerged, having composed herself, she found he sure lying at the foot of the bed, looking utterly defeated. His expression, as if struck by lightning, nearly made her burst into laughter. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, and I didn't expect it to happen so coincidentally." He sure cast her a resentful glance before turning his head away. That aggrieved little expression was utterly adorable, stirring something within Nan-sun's heart. She climbed onto he sure, leaning in to shyly whisper in his ear, "How about I?" He sure's eyes lit up, but then he noticed her hand, still bandaged, and his spirits deflated. Yet, Nan-sun fixed her gaze upon him, giving his lips a gentle peck. Gazing upon her exquisite visage, he sure felt a pang of reluctance. Nan-sun, sensing his thoughts, directly stated, "I wonder who was giving me suggestive looks during the day." He sure. It was quite embarrassing to have his thoughts exposed by the very person involved. Nan-sun extended her arm to turn off the lights. Tonight, she was determined to make this man lose a few billion. The next day, he sure had a meeting at Wanjia at 10 o'clock. Shortly after 8, he laid breakfast on the table. Nan-sun emerged from the room, one hand covering her lips and the other holding her phone. "Look, Annie's live stream from yesterday is trending. Many people are inquiring about the company's news." He sure took the phone, glancing at it, and discovered that Junsheng Company had commented below, explaining the surge in popularity. After all, Junsheng was a titan in the automotive industry. He immediately called Qi Jiang, urging him to seize this rare opportunity to promote the company. Remembering his conversation with Nan-sun about gifting Annie, he sure replaced all payment apps on her phone with his card and handed her the newly issued supplementary card. Nan-sun didn't hesitate to accept it. "Does this mean I'm being supported by a wealthy man?" He sure smiled. "Incorrect. You are being supported by your husband." He leaned closer to Nan-sun's ear. "So, can we have more of those services like last night?" "Dream on." Nan-sun stepped on him fiercely and turned to flee, only to be pulled back by a grip around her waist. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Xiao Yuer, who had just arrived at the restaurant. In the span of 2 days, he had become accustomed to his parents' habit of unabashedly displaying affection at any given moment. Covering the eyes of his 2 younger sisters, he fulfilled his duties as an older brother to the utmost. With her ears flushed crimson, Nan-sun pushed the man away and waved to the 3 little ones. "Darlings, it's time to eat." He sure, on the other hand, appeared entirely at ease, bringing forth a large bowl of warm brown sugar ginger soup from the kitchen, setting it aside for Nan-sun. Observing that even the congee today was made with brown sugar millet, Nan-sun felt a warmth unfurl within her. Eagerly, she opened her mouth to taste it, only to inadvertently tug at the sore spot in her mouth, letting out a small gasp. "Mom, does your tooth hurt?" Seeing the innocent expression on her child's face, Nan-sun covered her forehead and cast a reproachful glance at He sure. He sure reached out to ruffle his daughter's hair. chuckling with a knowing smile. Your mother was just too hasty while eating and accidentally bit herself. Now we must all behave and eat our meals, understood? Got it, Dad. Nian Nian eagerly nodded her head. Only Xiao Yuer sat there, looking bewildered, but Mom hasn't eaten a single bite yet. After dinner, Nan Sun took the initiative to clear the table while he sure attended to feeding Xiao Bai and Xiao Ruan. It wasn't until 9:30 that he drove away in the Ferrari SF90, leaving the Mercedes-Benz G-Class for Nan Sun, allowing her to take the children out for some fun during the day. Wanjia Investment Company was also situated in the Nanwan district, albeit 2 streets away from the Guangmao building. Wanjia occupied an entire 20-story office building, a far cry from the small, unlisted companies like Xingqianli. When He Shi and Li Tong arrived, the conference room was already filled to capacity. Aside from the few executives who had shadowed George Bin yesterday, no one had met him before. Thus, upon first encountering such a youthful chairman, many hearts stirred with surprise. After He Shi's brief self-introduction, George Bin was the first to applaud, pulling everyone's attention back to the meeting. Wanjia has consistently ranked among the top investment enterprises nationwide. Its strength requires no further elaboration. I hope we can continue to strive for excellence together and achieve even greater accomplishments. He emphasized that Wanjia's development relied on the efforts of every individual, stating that everyone was a vital part of this family. However, where there is diligence, there is also the potential for sloth. While minor transgressions could be overlooked, any malicious behavior would not be tolerated. As his words echoed, he sure observed several faces pale. Silently noting this, he continued, the company's future investment direction will be communicated to everyone by my assistant shortly. Should you have any questions afterward, feel free to approach me for discussion. He Shi's remarks were both commendatory and cautionary, succinctly outlining the company's future trajectory, without a single superfluous word. The 20-minute meeting left all attendees with a newfound respect, especially the older shareholders, who perceived the arrival of a bold and ambitious young decision-maker as a potential boon for the company. Chapter 22. Does Chairman He prefer men? The chairman's office was located on the 20th floor, spacious and exceeding 100 square meters, complete with a lounge. The previous chairman's secretary remained. A young woman in her late 20s, her waist-cinched blouse paired with a form-fitting skirt accentuating her alluring figure, exuding an air of mature femininity. Standing before the desk, she gazed at the handsome He Shi, her heart racing with unexpected excitement. She had not anticipated the new chairman to be so youthful. He was undeniably more appealing than the previous elder, adjusting her collar to deliberately reveal her impressive cleavage. She was about to introduce herself in a coy tone when the new boss coolly said to Manager Qiao standing nearby, I have an assistant. Please arrange for her to occupy a separate position. If she cannot fulfill her duties, the company will not retain idlers. Manager Qiao promptly agreed and gestured for her to leave. The female secretary muttered under her breath, damn it, a bunch of clueless straight men. With the room finally devoid of distractions, He Shi pulled out the list of company management personnel, circling a few names before handing it to Manager Qiao. Keep a close watch on these individuals. If anyone engages in misconduct, inform me immediately. Understood, Chairman He. By the way, who was responsible for negotiating the partnership with the Song family? If they lack the capability, they shouldn't remain here wasting resources. You know how to handle it. Manager Qiao wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, instinctively bowing slightly. I understand. He hadn't expected the seemingly gentle demeanor of the previous day to transform into such a commanding presence when it came to business matters. The formidable aura He Shi exuded was enough to make even a seasoned veteran like Manager Qiao feel the pressure. It seemed he would need to address some of the more lackadaisical individuals within the company. Once the office was left with only Li Tong, He Shi finally inquired, how is the registration for the new company coming along? Initially, with Wanjia's establishment, he had contemplated whether to forego the new company altogether. However, eggs could not be placed in a single basket, and he ultimately decided to proceed with the original plan. It will be finalized by tomorrow. He Shi nodded in satisfaction. Then proceed, as I previously instructed, and expedite negotiations with the companies on the list. Understood, Mr. He. Meanwhile, on the 12th floor, the investment department was buzzing with a livelier atmosphere than usual, as everyone discussed the newly arrived chairman. Hey, did anyone catch a glimpse of him? I heard from the receptionist on the first floor that the new chairman is particularly young. No one saw him. He went straight up to the top floor upon arrival. If that's the case, the ladies in our company must be going crazy. He's young and wealthy. If they snag him, they'll never have to worry again. Huh. Just thinking about it makes even a big man like me feel tempted. As the conversation heated up, Zhang Ping, sitting in the corner, suddenly scoffed. What does being young matter? He is probably just another rich kid relying on family wealth. Handing the company over to someone like that is a recipe for disaster. His words rendered everyone speechless. Zhang Ping, however, remained unfazed. As a high-achieving graduate from a prestigious university, he had even furthered his studies abroad, and he was well aware of the envy directed toward him. Each year upon returning home for the holidays, countless relatives clamored to introduce him to potential partners, nearly wearing a path in the doorway. Unfortunately, despite his years of hard work, his lack of connections prevented him from advancing beyond a mere employee, while others could effortlessly acquire companies to play with. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Fortunately, he was on the verge of securing a significant partnership. Once the contract was signed, he could finally buy a house in the city. Reflecting on the substantial funds that had recently come through, his disdain only grew. With his remarkable capabilities, it was only a matter of time before he too would rise to prominence. Meanwhile, those who had overheard his remarks secretly scoffed. They truly could not fathom where his sense of superiority stemmed from, always acting as if everyone else in the room was beneath him, while he alone was exceptional. Such a person should be hastily shown the door. Perhaps their wishes were too fervent, for just a few minutes later, Manager Qiao unexpectedly pushed the door open and summoned Zhang Ping into his office. Shortly thereafter, incredulous shouts erupted from within. Why am I being dismissed? What have I done wrong? George Bin observed the unwavering defiance in Zhang Ping's demeanor, and his expression grew increasingly cold. You are well aware of your own misdeeds. Accepting bribes alone is sufficient to obliterate your standing in this industry. What is it? Do you wish for me to disclose the evidence to the entire company? Zhang Ping's countenance faltered, panic swiftly overtaking him. His previously assertive tone had evaporated. Manager Qiao, I was wrong. I recognize my mistakes. May I implore you for another chance? I beg of you. The specter of being dismissed from Wanjia, the largest investment firm in the city, loomed ominously over him. How could he maintain his stature in the investment realm without this prized position? Without it, how could he continue to flaunt his supposed superiority before friends and family? George Bin could hardly fathom that, even at this juncture. Zhang Ping still harbored thoughts of posturing before others. He delivered a decisive statement. This is Chairman He's personal decree. You are to collect your belongings and vacate by the end of the day, or you shall face my wrath. This incident presented an opportune moment to issue a stern warning to others similarly unruly. Otherwise, the company's reputation would inevitably suffer at the hands of such individuals. Upon hearing the name of Chairman He, Zhang Ping collapsed onto the floor. Just moments ago, he had spoken disdainfully, and if word of this spread among the office staff, he would find himself utterly cornered. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Zhang Ping fled the office in haste. He needed to escape Wanjia at once. At noon, he sure chose to dine in the employee cafeteria. As the new owner, it was imperative for him to familiarize himself with all facets of the company, including the dining hall. This marked his first public appearance before the entire staff, and many young women felt their cheeks flush with excitement. Some found him vaguely familiar. Was this a common affliction among handsome men? Those who were unaccustomed to dining in the cafeteria hurried in upon receiving the news. In no time, the cafeteria of Wanjia was teeming with employees. He sure shared a table with Li Tong, while not far away sat George Bin and several of his close colleagues, all part of the management team. Feng Hua, the finance manager, excitedly tugged on George's sleeve and whispered, Hey, old Qiao, how old do you think Chairman He is? George Bin paused his meal, astonished by the wrinkles at her eyes. You aren't thinking of pursuing him, are you? What nonsense are you spouting? My niece just graduated. She's beautiful and has a delightful personality. I merely wanted to inquire. George Bin sighed in relief and waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. What if Chairman He prefers men? George nearly choked on his food. Don't spread such rumors. I meant to inform you that Chairman He is already engaged and is soon to begin preparations for his wedding. Feng Hua felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed her niece would remain single, for he sure was undoubtedly her type. Moreover, he had 3 children, triplets, whom she had seen with her own eyes just yesterday. This revelation left Feng Hua astounded, and those nearby who had been eavesdropping on the gossip stared in disbelief. Is that true? Chairman He doesn't look particularly old. He has children, but hasn't he married? He doesn't seem like an irresponsible person. George Bin shook his head. I cannot say for certain, but our future chairwoman's beauty is unparalleled. Feng Hua was somewhat unconvinced. What does it matter? How beautiful can she be? Even the most enchanting will age eventually. George Bin chuckled softly, deciding it best to let these individuals be surprised when the time came. Thus, within the span of a single lunch, the news of He's fiancée and triplets spread throughout the company. However, he sure paid it little mind. The more it circulated, the less he would need to deal with potential complications. Meanwhile, Qi Jiang called to inform him that many were digging into his social media accounts online. Chapter 23. 100 rockets, announced across all platforms. Yesterday was a workday, and many employees lacked the time to follow any live broadcasts. Otherwise, given He's striking good looks, he would have certainly been recognized at the Shanghai restaurant. After a day had passed, The luxury car incident had entirely escalated. As the matter gained traction, public interest in Hisher surged, with several individuals within the company recognizing him as well. Helpless, Hisher registered a new Weibo account. In a mere 10 minutes, he garnered thousands of followers, and the numbers continued to rise. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your initial fan acquisition. A luxurious villa in the Sandalwood Garden has been awarded as a bonus. With the property deed currently being processed and set to arrive tomorrow, Hisher clicked his tongue in surprise. Sandalwood Garden? That was the most prestigious villa area in the city, comprising only 18 properties, each valued at over 100 million. Thankfully, he had grown accustomed to the extravagance of the system. Seizing the momentum, Hisher promoted his venture. Yet he was not a celebrity and would not frequently appear in the public eye. Before long, the public's curiosity shifted to other individuals. This, in turn, had little significant impact on Hisher's life, which brought him some relief. Of course, all of this was secondary. While Hisher sailed smoothly, Zhang Ping, having just exited the company, was not so fortunate. After gathering his belongings and heading downstairs, he received a call from Song Wei Kai, the father of Song Bo. His heart sank immediately. Unwilling to regurgitate what he had already consumed, he grit his teeth and hung up the phone. On the other end, Song Wei Kai glared at the darkened screen, his expression darkening instantly. Song Bo, feeling anxious, spoke up. Perhaps he is busy. He might call back later. Though he said this, he had little hope left. Zhang Ping's previous attentiveness was still fresh in his memory. Had there not been a significant issue, it would be impossible for him to ignore the call. Song Wei Kai shot him a furious glare and bellowed, "You wasteful fool. Is there anything you can do besides creating trouble?" Song Bo felt deeply wronged. "This isn't entirely my fault. It was my aunt who stirred up the mess." Song Wei Kai harbored a deep-seated resentment towards his younger sister. Pampered since childhood, she continued to cause chaos even after marriage, and the Song family had often found themselves cleaning up her mess. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Is she still causing a scene at the hospital? Yes. She's practically tearing the place apart. Since returning yesterday, she had been complaining of stomach pains and incessantly demanding food. Yet the doctors found no issues, not even a scratch. Song Wei Kai dismissed it with a wave. She is undoubtedly throwing a tantrum. Ignore her. He then shifted to the matter at hand. It appears that the investment with Wan Jia is hopeless. We need to seek other avenues quickly, or this project will be utterly doomed. The Song family has staked everything on it. His words implied that if they soared to great heights, they would face complete ruin if they fell. Song Bo recognized the gravity of the situation. Unfortunately, they had been on the brink of success, only to be ensnared by Hisher. This intensified his animosity towards him even further. And find Zhang Ping. Does he think the Song family is easy to bully? Understood, Dad. Song Bo quickly acknowledged. And what about Hisher? Song Wei Kai lowered his gaze. What does it matter? He is just a young man fresh to society. What can he achieve with Li Yong and Wan Jia in his grasp? If he wishes to promote his struggling rental company, then I shall lend him a helping hand. Seeing the cold determination beneath his father's calm demeanor, Song Bo's excitement surged as he raised an eyebrow, ready to watch the drama unfold. It seemed that Hisher had truly provoked his father's ire this time. It won't be long before he meets the same fate as those who have previously offended the Song family, leaving no trace behind in the entire city of Shun. He should have been completely oblivious to the plans of the father and son duo, but who could have anticipated his extraordinary advantage of possessing a system? An unparalleled cheat tool. The crisis information pouch is indeed remarkably useful. This was something he had ordered from the flash sale mall yesterday, spending a staggering sum of 99 virtual currency, which would alert him to impending crises and propose solutions. Unfortunately, each pouch can only be utilized once, leaving Hisher somewhat disheartened, uncertain if this item could be refreshed in the future. Observing the impending actions of Song Wei Kai, Hisher couldn't help but scoff. This method of staging a performance and framing others had undoubtedly threatened countless individuals. Truly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. This entire family is steeped in deviousness. Given this, he was eager to witness how this cunning old fox would end up tripping over his own schemes. That evening, after Hisher and Nan Sun finished their bath, they sat together at the head of the bed. Annie's regular streaming time was from 8 in the evening until 1 in the morning. Nan Sun had never used the app before, and by the time she finished downloading and registering, Annie's viewer count had already surged to 5,000. Although Annie had previously amassed hundreds of thousands of followers, her streams would only attract around 3,000 viewers at a time. This was a remarkable increase within just a day. How much should we send as a gift? Hisher pondered, having never tipped a streamer before. After a moment of contemplation, he took Nan Sun's phone. Just then, the system's voice resonated, announcing the addition of 100 million virtual leisure coins. The system indicated that these coins could be utilized for sending gifts or playing games, but not for cashing out. He promptly recharged Nan Sun's account with half of the amount. At that moment, Annie was engaged in a PK battle against another female streamer of a similar genre, albeit one with significantly better conditions. As the countdown approached its final minute, Annie animatedly urged her viewers to vote. Observing the rocket sent by the top donor, Nansun quickly navigated to the gift page, casually tossing 10 of the same rockets her way. A banner immediately appeared at the top of the live stream across the entire platform. This unexpected generous act left everyone astounded. The rockets on the app were considered the most expensive gifts, with a single one equivalent to 3,000 yuan and 10 totaling 30,000. It was Annie's first time receiving such a multitude of gifts at once, causing her cheeks to flush with excitement. Wow. Thank you to this delightfully named Miss Tai Nan. I truly appreciate it. You are too generous. Little did she know, the excitement was far from over, as another 9 sets of rocket effects erupted in the live stream, each comprising 10 rockets. After a brief silence in the comments, the screen was soon flooded with messages of gratitude towards the benefactor. Annie, overwhelmed with emotion, stammered, "Thank you. Thank you. Moderators, please grant this sister a moderator position." Nansun's fingers moved slightly. "No need for thanks. I promise to watch your live stream." Glancing at the colorful text flashing at the top of the screen, Annie momentarily froze before widening her eyes in disbelief. She yearned to shout out "Goddess sister," but ultimately restrained herself. Nevertheless, this did not dampen her spirits. The arrival of such generosity was more than welcome. After all, that was a whopping 300,000. Even after the platform's cut, she would still receive half. With a smile, Nansun interacted with her for a few more moments before exiting the live stream. However, due to the influx of gifts, Annie's popularity had skyrocketed to a staggering 100,000. Many viewers entered through the banner, eager to claim their rewards from the rocket effects, and some even took the opportunity to follow her. Thus, within just 2 days, Annie found herself once again in the limelight. Chapter 24. A family outing to Luya Mountain. In the following days, he sure temporarily embraced a 9-to-5 work routine. After all, having just taken over the company, many tasks required his personal attention to facilitate future growth. After enduring the week, he sure decided to treat his wife and children to a delightful 2-day getaway. The chosen destination was Luya Mountain, where he had first met Nian Yin. Accompanying them were the eldest and second sons, Li Tong and Shi Jiang. This trip also served as an opportunity to formally introduce Nansun to everyone while celebrating the establishment of the new company. Thanks to He Shure's prior plans, Li Tong and his companions had been exceedingly busy in recent days, making this a perfect moment for relaxation. 3 vehicles were prepared for the trip, one for He Shure's family, one for Li Tong and Shi Jiang, and another for the eldest and second sons. In the parking lot, the imposing Mercedes-Benz emblem drew the attention of the eldest son, who couldn't resist smacking his lips in disbelief. Who would have thought that in just over a week, he had transformed from a fresh graduate into someone with both a car and a house, and could freely indulge in high-end establishments like this? All of this was thanks to the third brother. In this lifetime, I'll work tirelessly to cling to the third brother's leg. The second son wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, the third brother achieved success and still remembers us brothers. That loyalty alone is worth a lifetime of our dedication. However, he questioned, but is this car really ours? It must be worth at least 2 million. While he sure was busy unloading items from the car, he couldn't help but kick the second son lightly on the rear. Absolutely certain. Besides these 2 Mercedes, there are also 2 BMWs in the garage at home. You 4 can share them. Their values are quite similar. These had all been ordered from the flash sale mall for 99 each, gathering dust otherwise. So he figured it wise to gift them to friends as a form of company welfare. The eldest and second sons were so moved they nearly burst into tears. Had he sure not hastened away, they might have rushed over to hug his leg. Shi Jiang, already amused by these 2 clowns, chimed in. Stop fooling around and start unloading the items. Do you really want your sister-in-law and the kids to do the heavy lifting? The eldest son glanced at Nansun, who was standing nearby watching the children, and instantly adopted a serious demeanor. He had not anticipated that the third brother's wife would be even more stunning in person than in her photos. Of course, he merely admired her. Such a goddess was likely unattainable for anyone but the third brother. As the group left the parking lot, the lobby manager, accompanied by several staff members, hurried over upon hearing the news. Upon closer inspection, he sure recognized a familiar face. Xiaoya, he greeted with a smile. Good to see you. Welcome. He sure was pleasantly surprised to find that the once adept server had now become the manager, though it was not entirely unexpected. He casually offered his congratulations. Xiaoya's smile grew even brighter, all thanks to Mr. He and Miss Nian Yin. Had it not been for the previous manager offending them, I wouldn't have had this opportunity. Upon seeing Nansun standing beside He Sure, Xiaoya was acutely aware that her chances were slim. In the presence of such a woman, all her aspirations dissipated. Focusing on her responsibilities was paramount. She personally led the group to the pear garden and ensured that all the barbecue equipment was meticulously prepared, leaving no detail overlooked. The eldest son felt a stirring in his heart. If only he could have a girlfriend like that, he would likely wake up smiling from his dreams. This sudden thought left him momentarily stunned. Was this what true affection felt like? Despite always appearing as a lecher, he was merely talk. He was still quite inexperienced in matters of romance. Previously, he had only ever fixated on physical attributes, but now he felt an urge to genuinely get to know someone. Lost in thought, he reached out to touch the sizzling grill, only to be swiftly caught by someone. The fleeting sensation of softness and warmth against his hand sent a shiver through him. Xiaoya felt her cheeks flush under the unabashed gaze of the man before her. Although the leader was a bit portly, he was by no means unattractive. In his own words, he believed that chubby individuals are merely untapped potential. And if he were to shed some weight, he would undoubtedly transform into a strikingly handsome man with expressive brows and captivating eyes. At that moment, being scrutinized so earnestly by such a potential, the inexperienced Xiaoya found her heart inexplicably racing. This sensation was entirely distinct from the awe she felt upon encountering He Sure. The two exchanged silent glances, and eventually, they shared a tacit understanding to flee the scene. Meanwhile, He Sure had neatly arranged the clothes he had brought and, accompanied by Nanshuan and the children, exited the pear garden. With such splendid scenery surrounding them, it was only natural for the family to take the time to appreciate it. The combination of attractive parents and adorable children made them the focal point of attention wherever they went. He Sure had grown accustomed to this. While Nanshuan was indifferent to the gazes of others, the three little ones were already gleefully engrossed in play, oblivious to anything else. The broad, flat stone path wound its way up to the mountain's summit, interspersed with several flights of stone steps. Whenever they encountered vendors selling cotton candy and balloons, He Sure would pause to buy a treat for each of his wife and children. "I'm not a child," Nanshuan exclaimed, holding her bubble camera with a mix of laughter and exasperation. He Sure wrapped his arm around her waist and whispered in her ear, "But you are my darling. You certainly responded when I called you last night." In an instant, Nanshuan felt the urge to tease him back. He could never maintain his seriousness for more than 3 seconds. He Sure chuckled, playfully pinching her soft cheek. "Isn't this to create a delightful memory? These moments will become cherished recollections for our family of 5. Nanshuan paused, then earnestly replied, "Then I must get you one as well. A home without a father simply won't do." He Sure's heart swelled with sweetness. His wife was truly wonderful. "Mommy and Daddy, hurry up." The three little ones, who had wandered ahead, couldn't resist turning back and shouting in unison. All the romantic atmosphere dissipated instantly. "Coming." He Sure shrugged in resignation, taking Nanshuan's hand to catch up. Yet, the glances they exchanged were filled with unabashed affection for one another. After barely walking 200 meters, the three children became fatigued. Little Fish was dragging one sister with each hand, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. He Sure had anticipated this scenario, which was why he had chosen the gondola. They could take the cable car straight to the summit and descend the same way. It was the first time the entire family had experienced this, including He Sure himself. Fortunately, none of them suffered from acrophobia. Observing the scenery from above was a vastly different experience from being on the ground. Although Nanshuan and the children had lived in the deep mountains before, it was their first encounter with such breathtaking beauty. The majestic mountains, shrouded in mist, resembled a fairyland. How wonderful it would be to live in a place abundant with flowers, grass, forests, and water, Nanshuan mused, pulling a delicate wooden box from her pocket. Palm-sized and etched with intricate patterns. Curiously leaning closer, He Sure inquired, "What is this?" Upon opening the box, they discovered a white insect, its belly swollen. Lying motionless within, clearly deceased. "Just a little one that overindulged," Nanshuan remarked, her expression calm as she discarded the insect from the cable car. Simultaneously, at the Central Hospital of Shenzhen, in the premium inpatient department, a woman weighing over 300 pounds was wailing while clutching her abdomen. Indeed, it was the same overweight woman from earlier. In just a few short days, her already corpulent body had ballooned even further, akin to an inflated balloon. Yet, all the hospital's instruments failed to detect any issues. Her stomach churned violently, causing her daily anguish, and she had long since lost her temper. Weak and sprawled on the floor, a nearby nurse rushed to administer a sedative once she noticed the woman had finally calmed down. Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner, a small black insect had also fallen silent. Chapter 25, Consumed by Dog Food, Yearning for a Matchmaker. When He Sure's family returned from the mountain, the barbecue prepared by the eldest had already been in progress for a while. The second child excitedly approached the other kids, offering them the grilled treats. "These were specially made for you little ones by your second uncle. I didn't use much seasoning, so eat with confidence." The aroma was indeed enticing, and Little Fish's eyes brightened as he and his sisters chimed, "Thank you, second uncle. You're the best." The eldest, feeling slighted, squeezed in with his own plate. Try this beef. It was grilled by your eldest uncle. It's incredibly tender. The second child rolled his eyes in exasperation. What do you mean it was grilled by you? I did all the work. Wasn't it me who passed you the plate? Didn't I flip the meat? A quarrel ensued between the two. While the three little ones sat nearby, happily indulging, and when they noticed their plates were empty, they instinctively shouted, "Eldest uncle, second uncle, more meat, please." The two bickering uncles, nearly at each other's throats, instantly morphed into proud fathers. Coming right up, this scene had Qi Jiang, who had been watching from the sidelines, in fits of laughter, exclaiming, "Finally, someone knows how to handle those two." He sure shook his head in resignation, raising his glass to clink with Li Tong's. Noticing Nanshuan's gaze, he assured her, "I'll only have a little. Or do you wish to try some?" Nanshuan blinked and tentatively took a sip from the glass, finding it rather bland. It was nothing compared to the potent liquor brewed by the village matriarch. He sure, believing she couldn't handle alcohol, downed the remaining contents of his glass in one go. He then moved several dishes in front of Nanshuan, saying, "The meat grilled by the second child is quite good. You should have more." "I know, you eat too," Nanshuan replied. Sitting across from her, Qi Jiang felt the food in his mouth suddenly lose its flavor. He resolved to heed his mother's advice and go on a blind date when he returned home this year. That evening, the three children went to bed early, while the adults gathered around the table, reminiscing about amusing past experiences. They shared tales from their university days, as well as the various eccentricities encountered in their careers. Even he sure was compelled to recount the story of how he met Nanshuan. The atmosphere was filled with warmth and laughter. The eldest was the first to succumb to intoxication, his speech becoming slurred. "Sister-in-law, let me tell you, marrying our third brother guarantees peace of mind." At school, countless girls pursued him, yet he didn't even glance at them. When Nanshuan was suddenly called out, she smiled softly, raising her glass to clink with his. "I know. He sure was well taken care of by you all at school." The eldest waved his hand dismissively. "That doesn't count. Hick, it's us who should be thanking him. Without him, how could we be here drinking and eating meat?" He continued. From the first day of school, he kept insisting he had a girlfriend. We thought he was just making excuses, and didn't he believe him? Third brother is definitely a good man, faithful. Sister-in-law, it's a good thing you're back. Otherwise, with his personality, who knows what would happen? Seeing that he was about to embarrass himself further, he sure hurriedly pulled him back into the room. Shortly thereafter, the second child and Qi Jiang also succumbed to the effects of alcohol. Surprisingly, Li Tong, who had appeared composed, turned out to have an impressive tolerance. He carried the two drunken men back to their rooms and, after exchanging pleasantries with Nanshuan, washed up and went to bed. When he sure returned, he found Nanshuan bent over a low table, engrossed in drawing something. Initially, he assumed his wife was merely experimenting with the brush out of curiosity. However, upon closer inspection, he was utterly astonished. Sprawled across the pristine rice paper was a grand and magnificent landscape painting, slowly taking form under Nanshuan's skilled hand, an exact portrayal of the scenery they had witnessed from the cable car that day. Her brush strokes flowed with a natural grace, seemingly unrestrained by any formal technique. However, after a while, one could discern that those seemingly chaotic and random strokes had coalesced into a stunning masterpiece. He sure understood that perhaps only seasoned painters, honed by years of practice, could possess such a skill. What appeared to be spontaneous was, in reality, each stroke meticulously crafted in the mind. He couldn't help but swallow hard. "Darling, you possess such remarkable talent." It was at this moment that Nanshuan noticed he sure's presence. She gazed at the astonishment in his eyes, puzzled, and asked, "Is my painting really that good? I just casually learned from my grandmother when I was bored." He sure's eyes widened. Could this be the pinnacle of understated elegance? Not merely good, but it rivaled the renowned masterpieces he had seen in books. Furthermore, the accompanying calligraphy, if he wasn't mistaken, appeared to be the delicate script often penned by ancient women. "My dear, could it be that you are a hidden gem of a refined lady?" Nanshuan promptly slapped him playfully. "Wake up." He sure retorted, "All right. A refined lady wouldn't resort to such antics. My love, once you finish this painting, I shall frame it and hang it in our living room. When guests arrive, I will introduce it to them." Perhaps I should create something else, as this landscape painting doesn't quite match our home as decor." "That's fine. Let's place it in the study instead. It would add such depth." The more he sure observed, the more he appreciated her work. Today's artists often underwent systematic training, confined within established frameworks. In stark contrast, Nanshuan, relying solely on her innate talent and imagination, produced works that were truly innovative and original. He promptly sent a message to He Quan, the manager of the Central Ring Century City Mall. Upon their return from Luoyi Mountain, Nanshuan discovered that the seldom-used grand living room had been transformed into an open painting studio. Even the spacious balcony was adorned with easels and a white-railed hanging chair. The entire studio was divided into several sections, featuring Chinese painting, oil painting, sketching, gouache, and watercolor, with even a digital tablet for comics set up. An array of paints and tools was available, making this a veritable paradise for artists. Nan Sun excitedly dashed out, tackling the man standing in the living room onto the sofa. He sure, fearing she might fall, quickly wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Did you see? Nan Sun murmured in affirmation, nuzzling against his neck and softly saying, He sure, you are truly wonderful. He sure affectionately ruffled her hair. Silly girl. Who else would I treat well if not you? The two gazed into each other's eyes, on the brink of a tender kiss. When he sure turned his head and noticed two round, curious eyes fixed intently upon them. Xiao Bai, Xiao Wan. He sure gritted his teeth as he stood up, swiftly ushering the two uninvited guests into the bedroom. He then cruelly announced, Tonight, the little white mice are off the menu. Displeased and feeling aggrieved, he sure retreated into the study. Now, only money could somewhat soothe his wounded spirit. Having not worked for 2 days, his inbox was overflowing with messages. He quickly addressed them, then checked on the stocks he had previously purchased. The gains were quite promising, and by the end of the month, he could consider selling. Just as he was about to notify the group, he received a call from Qi Jiang. He sure raised an eyebrow. It seemed the Song family could no longer remain patient. Chapter 26, A Collective Slip of the Tongue? The unfortunate Song father and son. In recent days, Song Weikai had been feeling quite distressed. Ever since the collaboration with Wan Jia fell through, nothing seemed to go his way. The current project involved the demolition and reconstruction of the old city, specifically in the vicinity of Guangmao Building in the Nanwan district. Due to previous issues with stubborn residents, which had even resulted in fatalities, the Song family had exerted considerable effort to secure signatures from the obstinate populace. However, just as they had everything in place, they found themselves hindered by insufficient funding. Previously, to acquire this land, the group had not only committed all of its liquid assets, but had also taken out a substantial loan from the bank. Song Weikai had even mortgaged all his personal assets. Consequently, it was unrealistic for the Song and Qin families, as smaller enterprises, to manage such a large project alone. This substantial piece of land, once developed into a shopping mall and high-end residential area, promised immeasurable value. Yet, all investment firms avoided it like the plague. After some inquiries, Song Weikai discovered that someone had leaked the news of Wan Jia's refusal to collaborate with them. As a respected entity in the investment circle, Wan Jia's rejection suggested significant underlying issues. Upon learning the truth, Song Weikai felt a surge of rage directed towards He Sure. He sat in his office, pondering for a moment before pulling out his phone. I agree to the collaboration you proposed last time. When will the funds be transferred? Just the day before. In the midst of his financial troubles, Song Weikai received a call. The caller promised to invest 50 billion in the project without participating in construction, but demanded 60% of the profits. Song Weikai refused to acquiesce, and after the two parties failed to reach an agreement, he temporarily set the matter aside. However, without alternative options, he realized that if he waited idly, such a significant project might slip through his fingers, potentially leaving the group unable to repay its debts. The phone crackled with static before a middle-aged man's voice emerged. Chairman Song, have you aged and lost your hearing? I warned you last time that if you called again, the offer would no longer stand. Song Weikai gritted his teeth, barely suppressing his anger. Then how do you propose we collaborate? Still 50 billion. But I want 70% of the profits. Song Weikai nearly exploded with rage. Demanding 70% was tantamount to condemning the Song family to the winds of fate. Chairman Song, I advise you to think carefully. This offer still leaves you a profit. If you wait for the bank to come knocking, your Song group will be in peril. Song Weikai struggled to remain calm. How can I trust your words? I just returned to the country and recently registered an investment company. Feel free to verify. Fine. I expect to see the full amount transferred within 3 days. 3 days is impossible. My funds are not blown in by the wind. You need to give me some time to prepare. Hearing the refusal on the other end brought some relief to Song Weikai. If such a large sum was offered all at once, he would truly have to consider whether he was being set up. Unbeknownst to him, all of this was part of He Sure's plan. Not to collaborate, but to buy time. Cousin, we've caught the person who deliberately cut the brake lines, attempting to frame the company. Qi Jiang was now quite animated. He sure had previously warned him that with the company's recent success, there would inevitably be those with ulterior motives. After keen observation over several days, he had indeed caught the culprit in the act. He never expected that some individuals would risk their lives for money, even sabotaging their own vehicles to stage an accident. Such foolishness. After acknowledging Qi Jiang, he sure inquired, did he reveal who was behind it? This outcome had been anticipated. Qi Jiang's success in apprehending the individual was a result of the crisis management strategies previously implemented by He Sure. No, the brat refuses to speak. I'm on my way to the police station now. All right, I will head over shortly. Half an hour later, he sure arrived at the police station. Still standing outside the door, he heard a man inside bellowing, "I told you. I'm just messing around. Is it wrong to see if I can fix the brakes? On what grounds are you arresting me? Claiming that I would frame you? Do you have any evidence?" Higu raised an eyebrow. It appeared this was the cannon fodder sent by the Song family. As he lifted his foot to enter, a black Audi slowly approached. Stepping out were none other than the father and son of the Song family. Higu deliberately lingered at the entrance for a moment, and upon catching their attention, he called out, "Mr. Song, isn't it? At your age, still wandering about here? Have you found that your hired lackey has been apprehended and can no longer remain at home?" Song Bo's face turned ashen, and he was about to step forward when he was restrained by Song Wei. A faint smile graced his lips as he replied, "Young friend, it is wise to speak with evidence. Without proof, who would believe you? Is that so?" Higu casually tucked his hands into his pockets and turned to leave. Ding. The system detected that the venomous father and son harbored an overwhelming resentment towards the host, granting the host a truthfulness buff, effective for 30 minutes. A twitch at the corner of Hiji's mouth indicated his amusement. Was it the kind of hatred that wished him dead? Moreover, what exactly was this truthfulness buff? Inside the police station, the man in custody, nearing 30, was named Hu Biaozi. He lounged nonchalantly in a chair, answering every inquiry with the same old refrain, "Just playing." Higu approached with calm determination and patted his shoulder. "Cut the nonsense. Don't touch me." Hu Biaozi snapped back irritably. Higu replied coldly, "Quickly reveal the truth of the matter. Do not waste everyone's time." Hu Biaozi stood up, intending to intimidate the young man before him, but his tongue betrayed him. "I was hired by the Song family. After renting a car, I staged a fake accident to frame Xing Qianli. I have phone recordings and transaction records as evidence. I plead guilty. Please investigate, officer." As his words echoed, the police station erupted in commotion, while Song Wei, who had just arrived at the entrance, nearly fainted from shock. Where did they find this fool? I thought his mouth was more tightly sealed than a gourd. Song Bo, overwhelmed with indignation, attempted to retort, but instead blurted out, "So what if we hired him? Show us the evidence." Upon uttering those words, shock washed over his face as Song Wei, exasperated, attempted to interject, but ended up exclaiming, "What a blatant truth." Faced with He Ji's mocking expression, Song Wei felt an unfamiliar chill of fear for the first time in his life, gripping his throat in panic. He questioned, "Why am I involuntarily speaking my mind? Is this your doing?" Higu regarded him with an expression of incredulity. "Mr. Song, the mouth is attached to your own body." He had not even engaged with Song Wei, yet he congratulated him. "But congratulations, Mr. Song, at your age. You have finally come to your senses." "Officer, did you record everything they just said?" The young officer responsible for taking notes nodded in bewilderment. Song Wei clenched his fists. So what if he admitted to being behind this? It was merely attempted framing. Since all communication had been through Song Bo, he would only face a fine and a brief detention. However, He Ji's objective was not merely to confine someone in a dark room. Thus, when Song Wei exited the police station, he discovered that news of the Song Group's general manager's detention had spread like wildfire. The intricate details of how the father and son had hired someone to frame Xing Qianli were being circulated online. The company's image suffered severely, with numerous partners sending termination notices. Simultaneously, the stock price of the Song Group began to plummet, and calls from shareholders flooded in. Upon realizing all this, Song Wei felt his vision darken and nearly fainted. Chapter 27. Constructing the world's tallest building. Upon returning to the company, Higu immediately accessed the stock market to check the fluctuation of the Song Group's shares. As soon as he noticed a sell-off, he swiftly bought in at a low price. In total, these scattered purchases amounted to a 5 stake in the Song Group. Gazing at the illuminated screen, Higu suddenly recalled something. The pleasant sound of typing echoed through the room. Just as he withdrew his hands from the computer, Li Tong knocked and entered. "Song Wei is anxious, wanting our 50 billion to be transferred swiftly. He is open to conditions." Higu smiled slightly. "The moment has finally arrived. Just tell him our funds aren't ready yet, and to wait a bit longer. When the bank comes knocking, will it not still be at his behest?" He handed over a silver USB drive. "Send this to the police once everything is settled. This is what I uncovered after hacking into Hu Biaozi's computer." He hadn't anticipated that this fellow had been clever enough to retain evidence of all his previous dealings with Song Wei. With this, it would surely be enough to give that old fox a run for his money. Meanwhile, Song Wei was in a frenzy, akin to an ant on a hot pan. With the stock price in freefall, panic engulfed the company, and all shareholders were applying pressure. Current projects were put on hold, and those partnered businesses were rushing in to demand repayment. Already overwhelmed, the situation worsened as the Qin family announced they wished to terminate their collaboration. He slammed his teacup in frustration. "Who came to the Song family seeking a marriage alliance? Fine, if you don't wish to cooperate, then so be it. As if I care." He grabbed his phone and dialed Li Tong once more. Speak up, what conditions do you want? His tone was laced with urgency. Li Tong exchanged a glance with He Gu and switched to speaker mode. Mr. Song? What do you mean? The company simply cannot produce that much capital at once. Mr. Li, we are all intelligent individuals here. There is no need for pretense. Do you truly think I am some naive child? He Gu scribbled a line on paper. Li Tong nodded and spoke into the phone. All right, since Mr. Song is so sincere, I will be straightforward. I want that piece of land in the old city. But the company has only managed to gather 20 billion so far. Song Wei thought he must have misheard. He gritted his teeth and asked, do you know how much I paid for that land? You're trying to cut the price in half, thinking I'm a fool. Mr. Song, times have changed. And you should understand this phrase. Moreover, this 20 billion is enough to resolve your predicament. Right now, aside from me, who would dare to wade through this murky water? I advise you to consider it carefully. Additionally, to express my sincerity, I hold a 5% stake in your company, which I can also offer to you. Song Wei realized the shares were undoubtedly acquired by He Gu during the chaos. He made an effort to calm himself and ponder his current situation carefully. He found that aside from acquiescing to He Gu's terms, he had no other viable options. Otherwise, the company would inevitably face bankruptcy. Furthermore, possessing the additional 5% stake would enhance his influence in the boardroom once they weathered this crisis. Thinking thus, it was not entirely a bad deal. Mr. Song, how have you considered this? I have much to attend to. Song Wei took a deep breath. All right, let us sign the contract now. But I expect that 20 billion to be transferred in full today. He feared that if delayed any longer, they would be stripped bare by these vultures. The two finalized their meeting time before hanging up. Mr. He, your foresight is commendable, Song Wei has agreed. He sure scoffed derisively. This old fellow is quite cunning. If you don't allow him to gain some advantage, he would never easily concede. However, it is fortunate that our objectives have been achieved. Ever since I learned that this old district had been acquired by the Song family, I had devised a plan. Thus, my goal was never to bring the Song family to ruin. Moreover, my adversaries are the Song Wei Kai father and son, not the numerous employees who rely on the company for their livelihoods. I wonder how he will react when he discovers that the one who purchased the land is actually you. It would surely be amusing, yet, if he were to learn that a prison sentence awaits him, he might weep even more profusely. It is indeed surprising to eliminate such an obstacle so effortlessly. By the way, how are the investment negotiations progressing for you all these days? Li Tong handed over the folder in his hand, stating, the 12 companies listed here have been negotiated, with the investment amounts and equity ratios detailed within. He sure glanced briefly at the document and noted that the companies he had previously emphasized were all secured, with the lowest equity share being at least 30%. Considering the hundreds of billions he had accrued from investment returns currently in his bank account, he sure nodded in satisfaction. Yet, there remained much work to be done. 3 months is still a tight time frame. How much longer do you estimate it will take? You may need to travel for business afterwards. At most, 2 days, came the response. All right. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Tong drove alone to the Song group. The ever-eager Song Wei Kai hurriedly welcomed him into the conference room. He could hardly contain his impatience as he flipped open the contract that Li Tong had prepared, only to be taken aback upon seeing 2 familiar characters at the signature line. He sure? He exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Li Tong nodded coolly. Who else would it be, if not Chairman Song? Song Wei Kai's expression morphed into one of utter shock, his face alternating between pale and flushed, before culminating in a heart-wrenching roar. It's a conspiracy. This is all a conspiracy. Li Tong leaned back slightly, his expression one of disdain. Chairman Song, your words are not quite accurate. Were we the ones who forced you to purchase the land? Did we compel you to take out a loan? Of course. If you do not desire the 2 billion and 5% equity, you are free to decline signing. Song Wei Kai's chest heaved violently, as if he might faint at any moment. Clenching his fists, he managed to grit out 2 words through clenched teeth. I sign. He sure's tactics had already instilled fear within him. This was no longer merely a matter of 2 billion. He feared that if he did not sign, the Song Group might one day fall into new hands. Thus, he must reclaim that 5% share. Chairman Song is indeed a perceptive man, Li Tong remarked, nodding slightly before departing with the contract, all within a span of less than 15 minutes. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully acquiring the land in the old district. You may subsidize a top-tier construction team, and the architectural style and requirements are entirely at your discretion. On his way home, he sure felt a surge of joy. It seemed his dream of establishing the group headquarters was finally within reach. From the very beginning, he had envisioned constructing the Group's skyscraper at that location. As for any shopping complexes or residential areas, they were entirely out of consideration. The vicinity boasted either the central century city or the renowned commercial thoroughfare, Shanghai Street. To build a shopping mall there would indeed be folly. With excitement, he inquired, System, can I build the skyscraper exactly as I envision? within the limits of human capability. Then may I designate the entire area as the headquarters and construct 10 to 20 buildings? That is permissible, host. Can I also erect the main building as the tallest skyscraper in the world? Yes. Yes. Then I wish to. The mechanical voice could no longer maintain its composure. You may. Please communicate your ideas directly to the construction team. He sure awkwardly rubbed his nose. When will they arrive? They will be here tomorrow. Please keep your phone accessible. Okay. In high spirits. He sure made a stop at the local market, purchasing an array of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, leaving the vendors wishing he would visit every day. Yet, his mind was set on returning home promptly to celebrate with his beloved treasures. Chapter 28. Onlookers astonished. The Barbarossa hits the road. This station reports that Song Wei Kai, chairman of the Song Group, has been arrested by the police for multiple counts of deliberate framing of others, and the subsequent details will be provided, so please stay tuned. As he sure turned on the television that morning, he was taken aback by the swift police action. It seemed that Song Wei Kai had been apprehended almost immediately upon arriving at the office. Is this a serious charge? Will he face imprisonment? Inquired Nan Sun as she enjoyed her breakfast. On its own, the charge appears minor, but if it leads to loss of life, the consequences could be severe. Song Wei Kai has been in business for many years, and many have fallen victim to his schemes. Some, unable to bear the pressure, have lost their lives. A sentence of 3 to 10 years seems likely, but it ultimately depends on the court's ruling. Nan Sun nodded, her understanding only partial. By the way, what time is the construction team arriving today? They should be here shortly. They will call me when they arrive. Should we take the children to see? He sure suggested. What is so interesting about building houses? I have plans to go shopping with Annie today. The unexpected response made he sure pause. Wife, are you abandoning me so soon? Shouldn't you be joyfully running into my arms with the children? You take care of earning a living, while the kids and I will spend freely. It's a clear division of labor, so you needn't worry about us. He sure sighed, feeling somewhat forlorn. All right then, but do splurge a little. Don't try to save money for your husband. He was genuinely pleased that his wife had made friends so quickly. At the garage entrance, he sure carefully placed his 3 well-dressed little ones into the back seat. If you feel tired, tell your mother to find a place to rest. You're all big kids now. You can't expect your mother to carry you, all right? Little fish, you are the man of the house now. Not only must you take care of your 2 sisters, but also look after your mother, understand? Do not speak to strangers, do not accept gifts from strangers, and do not wander out of your mother's sight. Little fish nodded vigorously, nearly dizzy from the pressure. Seeing his father's worried expression, he suggested, "Why don't you come with us, Dad?" Nan Sun, exasperated, pulled the man away. "Don't worry, I'm not a child. I can take care of them." He sure opened his mouth to protest. Could he express that his greatest concern was precisely this audacious wife of his? He hoped that his beautiful and charming daughters would return as little princesses. Once the sleek black Mercedes-Benz G-Class disappeared from view, he sure finally entered his own Barbarossa G900. This limited edition luxury vehicle, valued at $13 million, was something he had ordered from a flash sale. The day it first appeared in the garage, his eldest and second child rushed over, embracing it excitedly, leaving he sure in a state of mixed laughter and tears. He had initially intended for Nan Sun to drive it, but she found it too ostentatious, leaving him no choice but to take on the role himself. As he sure was about to start the engine, a group of young adults in their 20s approached him, clearly drawn to his vehicle. 2 boys and 2 girls, all fashionably dressed, resembled aspiring stars. One boy with dyed blonde hair dramatically threw himself in front of the car, eyes wide with awe. Wow, I can't believe I might never get the chance to drive a car like this in my lifetime. Xiang Yuanxi, can we tone it down a bit? You're still a rich kid, after all. The blonde youth, namely Xiang Yuanxi, turned around and shot a fierce glare at the girl who had spoken. What do you know? This car cannot simply be purchased with wealth, otherwise. One could say that women, with their long hair, possess little wisdom. You. The girl's cheeks flushed with indignation, and she made a move to strike him, only to be restrained by her companion. Xiaoqing, let go of me. Today, I must make him eat dirt. Come on, helplessly witnessing this farce. He sure pressed the horn in exasperation. Lowering the car window, he gazed at the 4 dazed individuals and said nonchalantly, "Please make way. I'm in a hurry." With that, he left behind a cloud of exhaust fumes. The 2 girls' faces turned genuinely crimson, though not out of anger. Xiaoqing, did you see that? So handsome. Wealthy and dashing. Oh my, I think I might just faint. The girl named Xiaoqing, with delicate features and a slender, graceful figure, exuded an impression of fragility and gentleness. At this moment, she was fixated on the direction the car had departed. Initially, she believed that being able to flirt with someone like Xiang Yuanxi was already quite remarkable, but today she understood the meaning of there are always greater talents. Hey, Xiao Xiang, doesn't he live in the same building as you? How would I know? I just moved in today. You all just had the housewarming feast. Noticing the eager glint in Yitong's eyes, Xiang Yunci felt a pang of bitterness. However, he advised her to abandon such thoughts. What do you mean? With my capabilities, why shouldn't I give it a try? Xiang Yunci cast her a discreet glance, conceding that perhaps he did possess a bit of capability. Yet, he stubbornly retorted. Such successful men would never look twice at plain fare. Dreaming is far more realistic for you. His words offended both girls. The dark-haired boy beside them, who had been watching the spectacle with amusement, could only shake his head in resignation. Thus, the group continued their playful banter as they exited the neighborhood. Meanwhile, he sure, having driven onto the main road, found his mind increasingly troubled. In a city as vast as Xincheng, would Nansun manage to navigate without getting lost? He alternated between wondering where the mother and her children had gone and whether they had successfully met Annie. He picked up and put down his phone repeatedly, feeling as though he was driving a luxury car like a clunky tractor. Meanwhile, the drivers behind him hesitated to honk their horns in impatience. Consequently, the lane he occupied crawled along at a snail's pace, drawing curious glances from passing vehicles and pedestrians. Oblivious to this, he sure only snapped back to reality when the traffic police issued a warning. Upon arriving at the company, he still found it impossible to concentrate on his work. After lunch, Li Tong suddenly approached him with news that a representative from a construction team was downstairs seeking him. He sure's eyes brightened at this and hurriedly invited the individual into his office. Hello, Mr. He. I am Ho Jian, the head and chief engineer of Miracle Construction. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration in the future. He sure observed the middle-aged man before him and silently gave a thumbs up to the system. This was the team that had constructed a 68-story building in just 20 days, a truly miraculous feat. From this day forth, this team would be his. He suppressed his excitement and extended his hand. Greetings, Engineer Ho. The headquarters building is of utmost urgency. I appreciate your hard work. Seeing He sure's courteous demeanor, Ho Jian felt even more assured in his choice. Although he was the creator of this miracle, it had also sparked a great deal of public debate and skepticism, leading many to question the quality of their work. There were even accusations suggesting that they were fabricating achievements merely to attract attention. Since then, their collaborative projects had dwindled, and the team that should have soared to great heights had instead sunk into a quagmire. Fortunately, they had now found a patron. He respectfully returned the handshake. Mr. He, I must thank you for your timely investment. Otherwise, my workers would have faced difficulties. Have you ever had doubts about our project? In less than a month, constructing a sky city seemed implausible to anyone who heard it. However, he sure smiled slightly. What doubts could there be? Just because history hasn't recorded it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Moreover, those 20 days only reflect the actual construction time. I believe you must have undertaken extensive preparatory work beforehand, correct? This unreserved trust nearly brought tears of gratitude to Ho Jian's eyes. To be honest, that is indeed the case. We utilized sustainable building modular materials, with 95% of the work completed in the factory. We spent 2 full years on preparation before those 20 days. He sure recognized that this was akin to assembling building blocks, where the pieces had already been prepared in the factory, and all that was left was to assemble them seamlessly. This realization filled him with admiration for human ingenuity. Chapter 29. The unusual cosplay of my wife. Once this project concludes, I firmly believe Miracle Construction will earn universal recognition, he sure declared resolutely. Ho Jian, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anticipation. Then let us finalize the design quickly. May I ask if you have any specific requirements, Mr. He? I trust your judgment regarding the architectural style, Engineer Ho. However, I would like to designate the entire old town as the headquarters area. As for how many buildings can be constructed, I will need you to conduct a site survey with your team. For the central main building, I envision erecting the tallest building in the world. Do you have confidence in this endeavor? Rest assured, there is no need to worry about funding. I simply wish to see the building completed within 2 months. After all, the system will cover the expenses. Ho Jian was momentarily taken aback. He had initially thought that constructing a 70 or 80-story building would be the limit, but he hadn't expected the new boss to harbor such grand ambitions. If a headquarters of this magnitude were truly established in Xincheng, it would not only elevate He sure's company, but also cement Miracle Construction's legacy. After a lengthy contemplation, Ho Jian slowly replied, currently, the tallest building stands at an impressive 163 stories and 829 meters, the Haribo Tower. With the materials we have at our factory, constructing over 140 stories is feasible, and with workers laboring day and night, there is a glimmer of hope for completing the remaining 20 stories within these 2 months. However, to ensure quality, I would appreciate it if Mr. He could allow a few extra days. Upon hearing this, he sure nodded in satisfaction. He appreciated that Ho Jian was not impulsive and had considered all aspects carefully, avoiding blind confidence. It seemed that Ho Jian indeed possessed considerable capability. No problem. You may proceed as you see fit. It will be demanding for the workers, though. Here's what we'll do. During the construction period of these 2+ months, each worker will receive triple their salary. If the project is completed successfully and meets quality standards, additional rewards will follow. Ho Jian was immediately astonished by He Shi's generosity. Then I must thank you on behalf of everyone, Mr. He. You must understand, my entire team consists of thousands of individuals, each earning at least over 10,000 a month. At that moment, he was thoroughly won over by his new boss. After leaving Wanjia, Ho Jian, along with Li Tong, promptly headed to the construction site. With work resolved, He Shi left for home before the end of the workday, grabbing his car keys in haste. When he rushed home and opened the door, however, the place was devoid of anyone. After a day of pent-up anticipation, He Shi pulled out his phone and clicked on a familiar contact. Meanwhile, Nan Sun was happily enjoying her time with Annie and the 3 little ones. They had begun their day with a shopping spree at the central ring, as women are often irresistibly drawn to clothing and cosmetics, relishing the experience of shopping. With her stunning looks, Nan Sun attracted enthusiastic attention from salespeople wherever she went, to the extent that even the store manager sought to enlist her for promotional advertisements. Several individuals, feeling vexed, lost all interest in their leisurely stroll. Upon gazing at the indoor rock climbing and shooting activities advertised at the mall, Nanshuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. However, it was not long before a stranger clad in sunglasses approached them. Fortunately, Annie, the eloquent and charismatic broadcaster, was present. Did you catch a glimpse of my goddess adorned in designer labels? That bag alone costs over 100,000. She is indeed a wealthy lady, with a fortune at her disposal, so if you are hoping to recruit her for advertisements or stardom, you might want to reconsider. Of course, should you guarantee the ability to cover our daily expenditures amounting to millions, then forget what I just said. Observing the man's ashen face, Annie elegantly led the group of children away until they entered an inconspicuous little shop, where they finally exhaled in relief. Sister Goddess, it would be prudent for you to have Mr. He accompany you in the future. Only someone with his formidable presence could keep those ravenous wolves at bay. Nanshuan chuckled lightly, but truly, thank you for earlier. No need for pleasantries. Annie waved her hand grandly, still exhilarated from spending the night before with such a stunning companion. And Annie, what is this place? Nian Nian inquired, her eyes darting around at the vibrant lights. Annie was nearly taken aback by the adorableness of that little voice. Today, she discovered that the goddess had not just one son, but had miraculously given birth to triplets. Each one was as lovely and charming as the last. And with these 3 little darlings in tow, her steps seemed to carry a breeze. This is a gaming venue. Do not be deceived by the small entrance, for the interior is quite expansive. Wow, can we go in and play? Annie hesitated, glancing at Nanshuan. Well, this is an escape room, and some scenes can be rather frightening. It might not be suitable for children. Just as she finished speaking, she was met with the gleaming eyes of the 4. Nanshuan reassured her, rest assured, they are quite brave. Annie swallowed hard, ultimately succumbing to the allure of the adventure, and led them inside. Thus, for the next 2 hours, the space echoed with her terrified screams. Upon exiting, Nanshuan and her children were still buzzing with excitement, while Annie collapsed onto a chair, drenched in sweat. Annie, that was truly entertaining. Are there other games like this? Indeed. And Annie, shall we play again? Annie, alarmed, swiftly declined. No. Once you've played, repeating it loses its charm. Let me take you to a more exciting place. With the Comic-Con tickets she had painstakingly secured from a friend, Annie was now eager to be in a bustling environment. Hearing her promise, the 3 little ones unanimously agreed, already thoroughly convinced by Annie's charm from the previous game. An hour later, a pale-faced, blushing Annie led her ghostly-looking friend Nanshuan and the 3 small specters to the entrance of the Comic-Con. Annie blew on the talisman on her forehead, shivering with trepidation. She vowed not to look in a mirror until she had shed this ridiculous outfit. She couldn't fathom how, despite the array of beautiful costumes available, she had ended up like this. Snow White, Cardcaptor Sakura, and many other beloved characters. Before arriving, she had fantasized about leading the goddess and the 3 adorable children, all dressed in stunning gowns, for a spectacular entrance. But now, it was not just a spectacle. At the Comic-Con, amidst a myriad of eccentric costumes, the striking figures of these 4 little zombies captured considerable attention. The children, unreserved, eagerly posed for photos with various characters, their joyful antics painting the venue. By the end, they were dripping with sweat. Yet they did not forget to procure souvenirs for their father. In the lounge, Nian Nian gazed longingly at her attire. Mom, this outfit is so beautiful. Can I wear it home? Please, Mom. I want to show it to Dad. Observing her little kitten-like zombies, Nanshuan found herself at a rare loss for words. While she too found the costumes delightful, years of understanding warned her that returning home in such attire could invite parental disapproval. Is it okay, Mom? Please. Just as Nanshuan pondered her response, a video call notification blared from her backpack. In her fluster, she accidentally hung up. Oh no. The phone fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into a frenzy of ringing once more. Anxiously, Nanshuan pressed to answer. Where are you, Nanchao? Show me what the ground looks like. Where have you all gone? It's already late, and I haven't received a single message all day. As Nanshuan contemplated how to deflect, Nian Nian dashed into view, eager to show off her new outfit. Upon seeing his daughter's bizarre appearance, her pale face, and the red marks adorning it, he sure nearly fainted from shock. You all stay put, and don't move an inch, do you hear me? The sound of his gritted teeth made Nanshuan shrink back, feeling like a quail. Chapter 30. Mother, he is shocked. Is her son coming out? The three children sensed the tension in the air and quietly nestled closer to their mother. So when he sure arrived, he was met with the pitiful sight of the family huddled together. He lightly cleared his throat, and several pairs of eyes immediately turned to him in unison. First came surprise, swiftly followed by apprehension. He sure felt a mix of anger and amusement. Approaching, he affectionately rubbed the cheeks of the little flower cats. Then he turned to his wife, who always managed to astonish him. Despite her disheveled appearance, her beauty remained intact, which eased his worries. Otherwise, he feared that the ever-spirited Xiao Xiao might falter in a crucial moment upon recalling this scene. You really didn't move at all. Look at this mess. Did you not think to wash up? I was merely trying to avoid making you angrier, Nanshuan murmured softly. He sure helplessly tapped her forehead. His irritation had dissipated on the way over. He was more concerned about these girls, and it was evident that neither the eldest nor the youngest was reliable. Clearly, this household cannot function without you. Nanshuan seized the opportunity to flatter him, signaling the children to cheer him up. Little Yu immediately took the lead, snuggling closer to their father. Daddy, I brought you lots of gifts. None for Mommy or the sisters. Daddy, I also have souvenirs for you, ones we won from games. Daddy, I even brought you this outfit. You can wear it when we get home. He sure's lips twitched. That really wasn't necessary. Earlier, he had only noticed his daughter's painted face, but now he saw that they were all donned in costumes reminiscent of zombies from movies, complete with Qing Dynasty official garb, large prayer beads, and even bags emblazoned with the Bagua symbol. This eclectic style would make even the progenitor of zombies, Lin Xiaoying, applaud in approval. Your costumes are quite unique. The typically quiet Annie, oblivious to the sarcasm in his voice, quickly raised her hand. This was my idea. He sure, noticing her evasive gaze towards the mirror, understood. Impressive, indeed, they were all brave souls, not wishing to endure such an eyesore any longer. He sure swiftly ushered his wife and children into the back seat, guiding them home. As for Nanshuan's car, he allowed Annie to drive away first, promising to arrange for someone to return it later. Upon arriving home, he sure whisked his son off into the bathroom, while Nanshuan led her two daughters to wash up. By the time the three of them had finally tidied up and emerged, he sure had already set the table with an array of delectable dishes. Wow, it smells divine. You must be hungry, come and eat. The three children were each lifted into their high chairs. As he sure served the rice, he casually inquired, my darlings, did you have fun today? What games did you play? Do tell your father all about it. Let's start with Nian Nian, if you speak well of it. There will be a reward. Engrossed in her meal, Nian Nian didn't notice the alarmed expressions of her brother and mother. All her attention was captured by the prospect of a reward. With a beaming smile, she exclaimed, I had so much fun. We climbed walls, played shooting games, and even drove a car. Cough. Nansen suddenly spat out her rice. He sure calmly patted her back and thoughtfully poured her a glass of water. Now, it's your turn, Xiang Xiang. If you don't speak well, Daddy will give the reward to your sister. Xiang Xiang hastily set down her little spoon. Daddy, we also had to escape. There was a strange aunt with tattered clothes and a strange uncle covered in blood. It was so much fun, but Aunt Annie kept screaming. The little one exaggeratedly mimicked Annie's expression, causing Nansun to sputter rice once more. He sure looked at her with a bemused smile. Dear wife, do you need me to feed you? Nansun, startled, quickly waved her hands. No. Very well, son, it's your turn. Please summarize what your sisters have said. Designated. Little Fish glanced at his mother, then at his father, before choosing to come clean. We first went shopping for clothes, then had cake. After that, we played rock climbing, shooting, bumper cars, and an escape room. Little Fish's voice dwindled to a whisper as he sure's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. Goodness, that sounds quite thrilling. Nansun sensed danger and was about to flee when a strong hand encircled her waist. Before she could react, she found herself hoisted onto his shoulder. Keep an eye on your sisters. Your daddy and I need to have a word about life, he sure declared, striding out of the dining room. Oh dear. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Nansun lamented, lying on the bed with a stinging backside. She tried to reach back to soothe it, but her wrist was firmly grasped. He sure, I truly regret it. Please, don't hit me. Observing her reddened skin, he sure felt a twinge of sympathy. Now you call me husband? Our children are only 3 years old. When they grow a bit more, I fear you might lead them astray. But they want to play too. There's nothing like this in the village. He sure's eyes softened as he pulled her into his embrace. I understand your concern for their upbringing, and I can assure their safety, but these activities are not suitable for 3-year-olds. Did you see any other children their age there? Little Fish and his siblings are clever, but they are still children, you know? Nansun ceased her sobbing and reflected. Indeed. She hadn't noticed any other children at that time. It was simply that Little Fish had always followed her up mountains and down rivers, which made her overlook such details. Feeling guilty, she admitted, I understand my mistake, and I won't take them again. He sure kissed her tear-streaked eyes. Good wife. Acknowledging your error is essential. But didn't it hurt when I disciplined you? He tentatively touched her soft body, which quivered slightly. Nansun turned to Nestle into his embrace, playfully rubbing her cheek against him. Just as he sure was about to indulge in some affectionate moments, his phone rang obnoxiously. Seeing the caller ID, he quelled his growing ire. Mom, is there something you need? What's up? Can I call you if there's nothing? Chi-Lan's unmistakable boisterous voice made Nansun sit up straight in bed. Seeing her flustered expression, he sure comfortingly patted her head. Oh, of course not. I was just wondering about Dada's health these past few days. Quite well. I called to ask when exactly you'll be back. Today is already the 21st. He sure glanced at the calendar on the table and replied, I'll head back on the 25th. I should be driving back with Cousin Chi. The bus station is too crowded, and it will be more convenient to travel with the 3 kids, allowing us to bring whatever we need. Most importantly, his newly purchased Alfred Nanny van would finally see some use. He sure's family hails from a small town in the north, and driving from the city to there takes over 10 hours. However, swapping drivers makes the journey manageable, so Chi-Lan didn't press further, only reminding him to drive safely. Mom, I know, you can rest assured. However, there's something I need to discuss with you. Nansun perked up at this. What is it? Are you bringing a daughter-in-law home? I'd dream of waking up laughing, since Yuhai's health had stabilized. Chi-Lan's greatest concern had been her son's marital prospects. Growing up, he had seldom played with girls, and she had worried he might prefer boys. Upon this thought, Chi-Lan's heart sank, and after a moment's hesitation, she asked, Son, are you considering coming out to the family? He sure. What on earth is his mother talking about? Chapter 31. The first conversation between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Listening intently, Nansun's eyes were filled with disbelief. He sure. You've been keeping such a significant matter from me? No, my mother is just rambling. You know my feelings towards men. He sure hastily defended himself. Nansun lowered her eyelashes. She was indeed well aware of her husband's orientation. She merely sought to tease him since he had been so harsh earlier. He sure, however, mistakenly thought she took it seriously and was at a loss for how to clarify when Chi-Lan's voice came through the phone again. Son, who are you talking to? I'm speaking with your daughter-in-law. He sure was left speechless. You really have the audacity to think that. Does my father know you're so trendy? Meanwhile, Chi-Lan was entirely focused on the term daughter-in-law, and the rush of emotions from despair to elation left her utterly exhilarated. Is it real? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Let me hear from my daughter-in-law. Nansun took the phone. Having heard Chi-Lan's bold statements, she began to grasp her future mother-in-law's personality, which alleviated much of her anxiety. Hello, Auntie. I'm Nansun. The sweet voice swiftly reassured Chi-Lan. Oh dear, what a lovely girl. Everything I said earlier was nonsense. Please don't misunderstand. It's all that little rascal's fault for not filling me in sooner. Nansun responded with a smile. Annie, I'm not misunderstanding anything. I was just joking with him. Please don't blame he sure. I simply hadn't been prepared to meet you and uncle, which is why I hadn't mentioned it. Good child, don't defend him. Let me tell you, you must never indulge such men. These are the lessons learned through Annie's experience. As the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law continued to bond, and increasingly exasperated, he sure shook his head in resignation. After tidying up the dining room and coaxing the 3 little treasures to sleep, he finally returned to the bedroom. To his surprise, their conversation was still ongoing. Mom says you should take this call. He sure stared blankly. Has Mom been on the line this whole time? That old lady is quite the charmer. I'll have to learn from her. With a hopeful tone, he answered, Hello? You little rascal. You better not bully Xiao Sun over there. If you don't bring my daughter-in-law back this time, don't think about coming home. He sure opened his mouth, but before he could respond, the call was abruptly ended. Seeing him in a pickle, Nansun burst into laughter. Your mother is quite amusing. In a fit of annoyance, he sure lunged onto the bed, pulling her beneath him and threatening. So, you're not calling me Mom anymore, huh? Ah, the aunt remarked. It's only a matter of time. Indeed, a matter of time. Why not call out husband once more for me to hear? Stop it. Aren't we supposed to buy some gifts for the aunt and uncle to take back? We certainly should, so I'll leave that to you to arrange. But the children mustn't run amok as they did today. Speaking of the children, Nanshuan recalled the phone call. Was it really necessary to inform the aunt about the existence of Xiao Yuer and the others in advance? He Shi's lips curled into a slight smile. Such a significant matter deserves to be revealed in person for a delightful surprise. Unable to resist the mischievous glint in the man's eyes, Nanshuan planted a kiss on his thin lips. You childish fool. He Shi immediately reached out to tickle her waist. Who's being childish? Who's being childish? Ha. It's me, I admit it. Nanshuan was particularly sensitive at her waist. Even the slightest touch would send her into fits of laughter, and soon she was pleading for mercy while lying on the bed. The two continued their playful banter until the stroke of midnight, before finally turning off the lights. In the following days, He Shi was busy with early departures and late returns. He aimed to resolve all matters at hand before heading home. The final design plan from Ho Jian had been confirmed and construction was set to commence shortly. Li Tong and the older brothers had successfully concluded their investments in Shin City. Aside from Li Tong overseeing operations in Shin City, the elder brother had flown to Yin City for business, while the younger brother had gone to Peng City. In the midst of all this, a rather dramatic incident unfolded. During his detention, Song Bo learned that his father, Song Wei, had been arrested as well. Upon his release, he intended to find a way to help his father, only to discover that their family business had changed hands. Moreover, his young stepmother had long since absconded with the funds. Like a headless fly, Song Bo sought assistance from the Qin family, only to be turned away and even humiliated by Qin Ruo. In a fit of rage, Song Bo pushed her to the ground, inadvertently causing her to collide with the corner of the flower bed at the entrance. To his shock, when Qin Ruo regained consciousness, she was left in a state of confusion. Thus, having just emerged from the police station, Song Bo was quickly reincarcerated. Should the Qin family pursue the matter relentlessly, it was highly likely that the Song father and son would find themselves sharing a cell. Upon hearing Li Tong's account, He Shi merely scoffed. Evil begets evil. Some individuals do not require my intervention to bring about their own downfall. The Song and Qin families are but minor obstacles along my path, easily brushed aside. On the eve of their return to their hometown, Nanshuan meticulously packed all the essentials. Besides the gifts intended for relatives and friends, the clothing for the three little ones alone filled 2 entire suitcases. He Shi raised an eyebrow, wondering if they were planning to stay permanently. Beep. Detecting that the host is about to embark on a journey, an additional 10 square meters of personal space has been provided, upgradable, along with a comprehensive travel guide. As the system's voice faded, He Shi felt a subtle connection, and suddenly a pale blue box appeared in his mind. Was this the personal space? Indeed, host. The space can be upgraded with the cards from the flash sale mall, but at this stage, it can only contain non-living entities. Please use it judiciously. He Shi's breath caught in his throat, realizing that at a certain upgrade level, it might even be capable of accommodating living beings. Could that include people? Suppressing his excitement, he discreetly nudged an apple nearby, while Nanshuan and the children were distracted. The apple vanished instantly, reappearing in the pale blue space. Incredible. He Shi spent a considerable amount of time exploring this newfound ability, and by the time he shifted his focus, his wife was already on her 5th suitcase. There's no need to bring so much. The climate there differs greatly from Shin City. The children want tea, wear these clothes, and we can simply buy what we need upon arrival. Finally, Nanshuan relented. However, while opting out of clothing, she made sure to pack an abundance of fruits and snacks. Considering they would be on the road for nearly 16 hours, Xiao Yuer, filled with anticipation, carried a small backpack, while Nanshuan also equipped them with hats and water bottles, creating a sense of adventure. He Shi shook his head, content to watch the 3 of them bustle about. Suddenly, Nanshuan tossed a black sweatshirt at him. You'll wear this tomorrow. He Shi glanced at the 3 children wearing similar outfits and raised an eyebrow. Family matching outfits? Uh-huh. Nanshuan retrieved her white sweatshirt and matching shorts, dashing into the fitting room. She emerged, twirling in front of He Shi. What do you think? Doesn't it look lovely? The sweatshirt, loose-fitting, accentuated Nanshuan's tall and slender figure. This inspired He Shi to consider ordering more family outfits, especially couple attire. But those shorts are rather short, aren't they? Nanshuan looked down, the hem of the top perfectly covering her thighs. Whereas the shortness. These are just normal shorts. You know nothing about fashion. Her long, slender legs were flawless, causing He Shi's eyes to darken. I believe the sweatshirt pairs beautifully with long pants, or that long skirt over there would also be quite nice. Really? Nanshuan, puzzled, changed into the long skirt and examined herself in the mirror. It does seem quite nice. He Shi's gaze lingered on the ethereal glimpse of her fair skin and delicate ankles as she moved, parching his throat. Such an alluring wife ought to be kept hidden at home. He Shi, hurry and change as well. Let us take a family photo. Coming back to his senses, He Shi grabbed the sweatshirt and casually pulled on a pair of black long pants. His effortless attire made Nanshuan's eyes light up. With broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, he would look good even in a burlap sack. Unable to resist, she lunged at him, giving his well-defined abdomen a playful squeeze, relishing the delightful sensation. Having mastered this skill, she darted away, quickly retrieving a line of canvas shoes to urge everyone to change. After taking numerous photos, they finally felt satisfied. Naturally, he sure had grown accustomed to settling scores later. Thus, the following morning, Nanshuan found herself hoisted into the car while still in a deep slumber. Chapter 32. The son wants to sleep with mom and dad. Qi Jiang, already packed and ready, observed the three little ones trailing behind, he sure like ducklings. Resignedly heading upstairs to assist with the luggage, his resolve to seek a matchmaker grew stronger. The extended version of the Alpha minivan could easily accommodate 3 adults and 3 children. They departed promptly at 7 o'clock. He sure's plan was to reach Bin City that night, enjoy a restful night there, and then visit the small town that belonged to Bin City the following day. In the car, Nanshuan stretched lazily. The back seat, akin to a bed, allowed her to sleep particularly soundly. She opened the breakfast he sure had prepared and began feeding the 3 little ones. After they had eaten their fill, the mother and children engaged in a lively session of selfies. The journey was filled with chatter, and time flew by swiftly. Whenever they encountered scenic spots suitable for photographs, they would stop to capture the moments. Nanshuan also brought along her sketchpad, creating numerous drawings of the landscapes. Much to Qi Zhang's amazement, as it was his first time witnessing her artistic talent. They took turns driving, and, thanks to he sure's comprehensive travel guide, they encountered no detours, arriving in Bin City nearly 2 hours ahead of schedule. However, by the time they checked into the hotel they had reserved, it was already past 9 o'clock at night. As a coastal city, he sure wanted to ensure his wife and children could see the ocean. So he specifically booked a room at the Yuejun Hotel, the closest hotel to the beach. The beach was just a short distance from downstairs, and from their room, they could enjoy a sweeping view of most of Bin City. It could be said to be one of the finest hotels in Bin City. In the past, every time I returned home and passed through Bin City, I found the small inns charging 100 for a night exorbitantly pricey. Now, I can't help but smirk. All thanks to my capable cousin. Qi Jiang tossed the car keys to the doorman at the entrance, unable to suppress his musings. Who would argue otherwise? Wasn't there a time when those small inns near the station were infamous for luring in guests? I heard that my cousin once, in a bid to save a few coins, ventured into one and was so startled by the peculiar services offered in the dead of night that he tossed aside his winter coat. Qi Jiang's expression darkened instantly. Must you not spare me any face in front of my sister-in-law? Nan Sun handed the sleeping Nian Nian to he sure, chuckling. It's all right. Cousin, I didn't hear a thing. Truly, my sister-in-law knows how to handle matters. As Qi Jiang spoke, he gave he sure an approving thumbs up. Perhaps it's time to rest. Come here, uncle will hold you. The little girl immediately, still half asleep, rushed over and wrapped her arms around Qi Jiang's neck, prompting he sure to wish he had 2 extra hands at that moment. Enough. Let's head inside. Soon, Xiaoyu will be ready for bed too. Nan Sun nudged subtly at the man's waist. He sure glanced down at his son, effortlessly lifting the little one amidst the child's surprised exclamations, placing him on his shoulders. Hold on tight to Daddy. The stars twinkled in Xiaoyu's eyes as he obediently grasped he sure's head. Daddy, you're amazing. It was the first time he sat so high, and this novel experience filled him with admiration for his father. Naturally, he sure shot a proud glance at Qi Jiang. He now possessed agility and physical prowess rivaling that of a special forces soldier, easily capable of carrying an adult without breaking a sweat. Childish. Nansen shook her head, choosing to disregard the two, and led the way into the hotel lobby with her bag in hand. The lobby manager, who had long noticed their arrival, promptly approached them. Good day. May I inquire if Mr. He sure has reserved a room? Nansun nodded slightly. Yes. With a perfect physique and exquisite features, she captivated the attention of everyone around upon her entrance. He sure, arriving just behind, subtly shielded her from view, his demeanor icy. Please expedite our arrangements. The children are weary. The manager quickly lowered his head. Of course, please follow me, you, madam, and the other gentlemen. As the group made their way toward the elevator, faint voices from the reception could still be heard. Wasn't it said that there were no rooms available? How can they go up? Is it merely because of their looks? The receptionist's sweet voice chimed in. Sir, you've misunderstood. Those are guests who had pre-booked 2 top-tier executive suites. Of course, if you require one, we still have a standard executive suite available. The middle-aged man with a protruding belly responded, awkwardly smacking his lips. But a regular executive suite costs over 10,000, let alone the top-tier ones. I can't afford that. Their conversation quelled the interest of those who had just been captivated by Nansun and he sure. The top-tier executive suite, situated on the 26th floor, boasted a master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, a spacious living room, as well as a conference room and game room. After delivering the sleeping Xiang to her room, Qi Jiang departed. Nan Sun gently wiped the faces of the 3 children before tucking them in. Xiao Yu, still reveling in the joy of moments past, quickly seized her arm as she turned to leave. Mommy, I want to sleep with you and Daddy tonight, can I? The little one shyly buried half his face beneath the covers after speaking. Nan Sun was momentarily taken aback. Her son had always been precocious, caring for his younger sisters from a young age. This was the first time he had sought dependency like a typical child. It was all thanks to He-Shur. It seemed that a father's presence played a significant role in a child's development. Just as she was about to agree, He-Shur entered after finishing his shower. What's the matter, son? Not sleepy yet. Nan Sun remained silent, merely smiling encouragingly at Xiao Yu. Dad, I want to sleep with you and Mommy tonight. His voice dwindled to a whisper by the end. However, He-Shur heard him loud and clear. He stepped forward, scooping up his son and tossing him playfully in the air. Of course, my dear. You are the only little man in the family besides Daddy. If you ever need anything, just say so, and as long as it seems reasonable to your parents, we will certainly oblige, all right? Xiao Yu's cheeks flushed as he nodded vigorously. Feeling the soft little body in his arms, he sure couldn't help but gently pat his son's back. Daddy knows our Xiao Yu is the smartest and always looks after Mommy and your sisters, but now that Daddy is here, you can rest easy knowing I'll handle everything from now on. Just be yourself, understand? At merely 3 years old, he seemed so mature, always considering others. This made He-Shur feel both proud and pained. He wished for his son to enjoy a carefree and joyful childhood. I understand, Daddy. I really like you, the little one declared, burying his head in the crook of He-Shur's neck. Feeling the coolness of his skin, He-Shur's heart softened further. Nan Sun feigned displeasure, teasing him. Son, you've never said you liked Mommy. I might just cry. Mommy's teasing. Xiao Yu rubbed his eyes vigorously and, without lifting his head, murmured, but I like Mommy too. He-Shur and Nan Sun exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with laughter. He hoisted his son back up onto his shoulders, eliciting peals of laughter from the little one. Let us go. I'll take you both to the balcony to see the night view. You can see the ocean from here. Chapter 33. Countdown to meeting the in-laws. In the early morning, He-Shur opened his eyes, gazing at his wife and children soundly asleep beside him, warmth filling his heart. This scene felt like a dream. Just half a month prior, he could never have imagined such happiness. Now, he awaited the success of his father's surgery, and then their family would finally be complete. Of course, he also needed to give Nan Sun a grand wedding, and before that, a memorable proposal was indispensable. The more He-Shur thought about it, the more he felt his last proposal had been far too hasty. No flowers, no ring, and yet this silly woman had unhesitatingly accepted. Why are you looking at me like that? Nan Sun, groggy, rolled over and traced her fingers along the smooth contours of his arm. What is wrong with admiring my lovely wife? He-Shur replied, planting a gentle kiss on her slightly upturned lips. But really, how did you manage it? What do you mean? She asked, glancing at their daughter squished at the edge of the bed, her porcelain cheeks flushed crimson. Who knows what happened? Was it truly some subconscious action after I fell asleep? How embarrassing. See, you can't get enough of me. Look at that. Without me, you can't even sleep well. He-Shur's triumphant face made Nan Sun grit her teeth. Yes, you're right. Without you, I wouldn't even think about food or sleep. So, you must never leave my sight, otherwise. Otherwise what? He-Shur felt a shiver at the intensity of her gaze as she glanced down at his abdomen. Don't worry, my wife. I promise, not just this lifetime, but even in the next, and the next after that, I will never leave your side. Only then did Nan Sun let out a satisfied hum, crossing over his body to head to the bathroom. Meanwhile, their little boy, who had been pretending to sleep, quietly opened his eyes. Dad, it's clearly you who can't live without Mom. I saw you holding her. As the son was about to expose him, He-Shur hurriedly covered the boy's mouth, whispering, Shoo, help Dad keep it a secret, all right? The little fish promptly nodded his head. I want a model airplane. He-Shur chuckled. Hey, you little rascal, already negotiating? He gave the boy a light pat on his behind. Deal, 10 models won't be a problem. But not a word to your mother, understood? Don't worry, Dad. Nan Sun entered, toothbrush in hand, and observed the father and son exchanging a playful fist bump. She approached the bed, lifted the covers, and urged, get up quickly. We're heading to the beach soon. We need to leave by noon. If you want to build sandcastles, wake up your sisters. Okay, Mom. Just as the family finished getting ready, there was a knock at the door. Standing outside were Chi Jiang and the breakfast delivery staff. Upon seeing Nan Sun in a yellow floral dress, paired with a white shawl, and He-Shur in a white shirt and black shorts, Chi Jiang suddenly felt that his carefully chosen floral shirt and patterned shorts paled in comparison. Some individuals, despite their simple attire, appeared as if they had just stepped off a fashion runway. It is only through comparison that one truly perceives the disparities among people. Chi Jiang dismissed the bewildered staff and personally wheeled in the breakfast cart. Are you all bundled up too tightly? He remarked. astonished that people would come to the beach not only without swimwear, but also wearing shirts over their t-shirts. What are you trying to be, a conservative youth? He sure glanced at Qi Zhang's exposed chest and led Nan Sun to the dining table. With that physique, how dare you show off? Hey, what else with that look? I also have an 8-pack, all right. Qi Zhang retorted. He sure merely scoffed. What is the use of abs alone? You're just a mass of muscle. His physique had been meticulously sculpted by the system. Unlike those overly exaggerated muscle-bound men, every line of his body was nothing short of perfection. It was the epitome of looking slim in clothes while appearing toned when undressed. Otherwise, how could he keep his wife captivated every night? Qi Zhang was so infuriated that he felt smoke coming out of his nostrils. However, with Nan Sun nearby, he refrained from suggesting that his troublesome cousin shed his shirt for a comparison. He could only vent his frustration on the food, finishing a bowl of porridge in just 2 bites. Next to him, Xiang was taken aback by Qi Zhang's ravenous demeanor and reluctantly pushed her small bowl towards him. Uncle, you can share my porridge. Oops. Qi Zhang coughed. Thank you, Xiang, but I'm full. Seeing that he genuinely wasn't eating, she resumed happily enjoying her meal. He sure, standing behind and tying his daughter's hair, lovingly patted Xiang's little head, thinking how sweet his daughter was. At this hour, the beach was still relatively empty, save for the habitual morning joggers. Not wanting to be a third wheel, Qi Zhang willingly became a playmate for the little ones, joining them as they squatted by the sandcastle. Meanwhile, he sure strolled along the shore with Nan Sun. So, how does it feel to be up close with the ocean for the first time? The air is delightful, the breeze is comfortable, and the scenery is beautiful. It's just as I imagined. Nan Sun lifted her skirt, playfully wiggling her toes in the sand. So relaxing. He sure gazed at her radiant smile, feeling an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. He took her hand again. This time is a bit rushed, but before we return to the city, how about I take you all on a boat ride, and for some diving? Sounds great. Nan Sun eagerly agreed to the thrilling adventure. Amused, he sure wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and pretended to toss her into the sea, causing her to quickly clutch his neck in a panic. He sure, you're done for. They frolicked by the water, and this warm scene of playful chase was captured by an onlooker with a keen eye. In Pingyuan County, at the He family residence, Qi Lan had spent the early morning tidying both the interior and exterior of the house. The He family lived in an old apartment complex from several decades ago, spacious yet in dire need of modernization. A few years back, He Yuhai and Qi Lan had painstakingly saved to purchase this second-hand home. Now, looking at the outdated furniture, Qi Lan was utterly dissatisfied. Can't we polish it up a bit more? He Yuhai, seated in his wheelchair while perusing a newspaper, adjusted his glasses and remarked, "It's just your excitement over your daughter-in-law's first visit." Qi Lan tossed aside her cleaning cloth. Oh, if you're not excited, then who was tossing and turning at 3 in the morning? Ever since his health declined, He Yuhai had been sleeping soundly through the night. Initially, he was recuperating in the hospital, but the doctor allowed him home for a few days since his recovery was progressing well. With their son returning home with his partner, it was only proper that they welcomed her in a cozy environment, not in a hospital. They had returned home 2 days prior. Yet they wondered where Nan Sun and the children were. Had I known earlier, I would have listened to my son and switched to a more modern smartphone to see our daughter-in-law sooner. He Yuhai shook his head at Qi Lan's bustling figure and continued to read his newspaper, though his gaze occasionally drifted toward the door. Chapter 34. Mother He is shocked. Did my son have triplets? Pingyuan County, often referred to as a county town, is essentially a slightly larger small town. As He Shure's car entered, it drew the attention of all passers-by. This was the sort of luxury event seen only on television. A rare sight in such a small place. One might not see another for years. The road was relatively wide, but Qi Zhang still drove slowly. The 3 little ones curiously leaned their heads out of the windows, with even Nan Sun stretching her neck. Mommy, are we going to see Grandpa and Grandma soon? Yes. Do you want to meet them? Yes. Nan Sun gently patted their little heads. Grandpa and Grandma don't know about you yet. Since Daddy and Mommy want to surprise them, when we meet them, no matter how they feel, you must be polite, understand? In unison, the 3 little ones replied, understood. In their previous lives, they had only known their mother and great-grandmother. Now, not only did they have their father and many uncles, but soon they would also have grandparents. This filled Xiao Yu and her sisters with excitement. Don't worry, my darlings. You're so adorable and well-mannered that your grandparents will be overjoyed. He sure spoke to the little ones, but his gaze was directed at Nan Sun. You're quite familiar with my mother already. Since the last phone call, you two have been chatting every day. My father seems stern, but he has a good temperament. He is just under my mother's strict control. Upon hearing this, Qi Zhang laughed heartily. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure by the roadside. Cousin, is that Auntie? He sure lowered the window, and indeed saw his family matriarch. Although he often referred to Qi Lan as Aunt, she was far from old. In her 40s. She still possessed smooth skin and a lovely appearance. Otherwise, how could she have given birth to such a handsome son like Hishur? In these small towns, it was common to set up stalls on street corners or along roadsides. Many people would sell vegetables and fruits. Qilan was currently squatting in front of a stall selling cantaloupes, selecting fruits while chatting with the vendor. "Miss He, is your fruit store still closed?" "Yes. The business was already mediocre, and now my spouse has fallen ill. How can I possibly muster the energy to manage on my own? Might you consider divesting?" Qilan paused, lifting her gaze to meet the eager face of her employer. "What is this? Do you have a proposition?" A deeper smile spread across the boss's face. "To be candid, our greenhouse in the countryside has yielded quite a bountiful harvest these past 2 years, and I was contemplating establishing a place in town for convenience." Qilan nodded thoughtfully, still grappling with how to decline, when someone gently tapped her shoulder. Who could it be? She turned, puzzled, only to find her son, whom she hadn't seen in ages, beaming at her. Accompanying him was a stunning young lady, resembling a fairy. Qilan was utterly delighted, hastily rising to her feet, uncertainly inquiring, Is this Xiao's son?" Hishur, noticing his mother's faltering words, quickly stepped forward to support her arm. "What is wrong, Mom? You've been clamoring to meet your daughter-in-law, and now that she is here, you hesitate to recognize her?" Nansun slightly bent forward, smiling as she spoke. "Auntie, it's me. I've finally met you." The familiar voice sent Qilan into a frenzy of excitement. She gazed at Nansun, incredulous that her son had found such a beautiful daughter-in-law. "What a lovely girl. She's extraordinarily stunning, making even me, your auntie, feel nervous." Haha. The nearby melon vendor, witnessing their family reunion, also wore a jubilant expression. "Sister He, your son and daughter-in-law are truly a perfect match. This is the first time I've seen someone even more attractive than the stars on television." Passers-by began to cast admiring glances their way, their eyes filled with astonishment. Qilan smiled broadly, her joy evident, and grasped Nansun's hand tightly. "Come, let us go home together." "Oh, son, didn't you drive here? Where's the car? And where's Xiaojiang?" "Here I am, auntie." Qijiang poked his head out of the car window, shouting, "You can't park here. Hurry up and get in." Qilan, momentarily stunned, followed him to the car, unsure of how to react upon seeing such a luxurious vehicle when the door swung open from within. Xiao Yu and her sisters chorused, "Hello, Grandma." The sudden appearance of the 3 children, with their sweet voices, nearly brought Qilan to her knees. Had it not been for Hishur's support, she might have collapsed onto the ground. What is this?" Qilan was utterly astonished. Despite her age, her eyes were still sharp. These 3 children bore an uncanny resemblance to her son, especially the little boy in the middle, who was a spitting image of young Hishur. The other 2 little girls, nearly the same age, looked identical, clearly twins. Upon closer inspection, they resembled Nansun a tad more. She struggled to suppress the dreamlike thought. Climbing into the car, while keeping her gaze fixed on the 3 little ones, the growing affection within her heart rendering her restless. Fearing that further concealment might overwhelm his mother, Hishur promptly revealed the truth as the vehicle began to move. "Mom, though this may come as a surprise, Xiao Yu and Nian Nian are indeed your biological grandchildren. They are the children of Nansun and me. I will explain the particulars further when we see Dad." Qilan's mind exploded with the revelation, all her focus honed in on the words biological grandchildren. Could this truly be happening? She was really becoming a grandmother. And all at once, she had 3 grandchildren? The thrill surpassed even winning a $1 million lottery. Qilan gazed at the little ones beside her with unabashed affection, touching one and then the other, her heart swelling with joy. Within mere minutes, the car was filled with her laughter. After dropping them off, Qijiang returned to his own home, which was conveniently nearby, only a 10-minute walk. At the He residence, in the living room, He Yuhai, seated in a wheelchair, had his mouth slightly agape, processing the shock that engulfed him. This was quickly followed by overwhelming elation. He never anticipated his son would achieve such success, producing triplets in one go. The 3 little ones were unfazed, calling out grandma and grandpa in succession, eliciting hearty laughter from the elderly couple. After a lengthy car journey, it wasn't long before the children grew drowsy. Nansun lulled them to sleep, allowing the 4 adults to finally settle onto the living room sofa. Hishur grasped Nansun's hand, looking at his parents softly. "Actually, Nansun and I have been together for 4 years. Mom, Dad, do you recall my graduation trip? That's when it all began." Just as Hishur was about to elaborate, Nansun interjected, "Let me share the rest with Uncle and Auntie, if you don't mind." He paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. Thus, Nansun recounted how she had been brought home by her grandmother, the reasons for her separation from Hishur, and the unique circumstances of her family, leaving nothing unsaid. These were Hishur's family, and they would soon be her family as well. Hence, Nansun wished for no secrets between them. Chapter 35. A house on your shoulders? Uncle and Auntie, I'm truly sorry for keeping He Sure and the children apart for so long. Which is why you're only now meeting your grandchildren. Lan immediately enveloped Nan Sun in a heartfelt embrace. Her typically assertive demeanor softened as tears welled in her eyes. Silly child, why apologize? Were it not for you, where would these 3 little ones have come from? As a woman herself, she understood the immense pressure of bearing children out of wedlock, the misunderstanding from family and the judgmental gazes of those around her. Yet Nan Sun had persevered through it all. Moreover, in these 4 years, she had not only cared for her ailing grandmother, but had also single-handedly raised 3 children. The thought of this filled Lan's heart with compassion. Good girl, you've endured so much at just 18. A time that should be among the most beautiful in a young woman's life. Nan Sun smiled and shook her head. Auntie, it's not difficult at all. As long as I see the 3 children and think of He Sure, nothing else matters. Lan gazed at the young woman before her, and the tears she had been holding back finally fell. What a foolish girl. Regarding Nan Sun's grandmother, Lan understood even more deeply, empathizing. She thought if it were her own daughter, having to bear a child for a man at such a young age, she would never agree. Yet this man was her son. With that thought, Lan shot a fierce glare at He Sure. If you dare bully Xiao Sun in the future, I will break your legs. Oh mom, how could I? This is my wife. I can't even bear to hurt her. That is more like it. Lan turned her gaze back to Nan Sun, her expression warm. He family men may not be perfect, but they are undoubtedly devoted. Aside from you, He Sure has never interacted with other girls from childhood to adulthood. Both I and his father can attest to this. Indeed, Nan Sun, the fact that He Sure has waited for you for 4 years speaks volumes about his intentions. He Yuhai, who had been quietly listening, couldn't help but chime in. Uncle and Auntie, I understand. Still calling me Auntie. Didn't we agree on Mom during our phone call? Nan Sun's face flushed immediately. Yet she smiled and addressed Mom. Observing the eager expression on He Yuhai's face, she boldly added, Dad. The elderly couple responded promptly. Son, didn't you mention wanting to get the marriage certificate with Xiao Sun first? Tomorrow is Monday. Why not go first thing in the morning? Your father and I will take care of the children. Yes, you should go. It's a perfect opportunity to show Xiao Sun around. With her beauty and amiable nature, He Sure's parents were thoroughly satisfied with Nan Sun as their daughter-in-law, wishing for their son to bring her home at once. He Sure and Nan Sun exchanged a glance and readily agreed. To welcome their son and daughter-in-law home, Lan prepared an abundance of food, including the seafood commonly enjoyed in Bin City. Nanshuan and the children have a penchant for sweet delicacies, prompting He Sure to prepare a delectable feast of tomato sauce mackerel, shrimp and tomato sauce, and a medley of seafood. This culinary display left Lan, witnessing his culinary prowess for the first time, utterly astounded. Indeed, having a wife and children brings about a remarkable transformation. The man who once struggled to boil noodles now concocts such intricate dishes. The 3 children also took to the seafood with delight, while He Yuhai and Lan, like 2 playful old children, eagerly peeled shrimp for their grandchildren, eliciting peals of laughter from Nanshuan. Come, let us raise a toast as a family, hoping that every year to come will mirror this joyous day, He Yuhai proclaimed, lifting his cup first. Xiaoshuan, you have worked hard over the years. Please do not stand on ceremony with your parents. This is your home. Nanshuan, moved, rose to her feet. Thank you, Dad, and I hope you and Mom enjoy good health in the years to come, so we can always be together. Yes, always together. Cheers. Just then, the system's subsidy arrived, as expected. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your family's first reunion. You have received a subsidy of 10 shops on Jinsei Street in Binching and a luxurious villa atop Jintan Bay, with property certificates being processed and to be delivered tomorrow. He Sure raised his eyebrows. Although Binching is merely a second-tier city, its coastal location has fostered a flourishing tourism industry. Jinsei Street boasts an exceptionally advantageous geographical position, truly deserving of its status as one of Binching's 6 central areas, a century-old thoroughfare. While Jintan Bay may not be the most exclusive residential area in Binching, its proximity to scenic spots and beaches makes it desirable. Remarkably, it is only a 15-minute drive to the city center, embodying the essence of being close to nature yet not far from urban life. He Sure knew that even the smallest villa at Jintan Bay spans 600 square meters, with the largest reaching up to 1,600 square meters. Given the system's lavishness, it would undoubtedly provide the best. With this villa, his family would finally have a place to call home in Binching. The meal was filled with warmth and joy. Nanshuan and He Sure entrusted the children to their parents and set about tidying the dishes. They placed the prepared fruit platter on the coffee table, and He Sure subsequently revealed the items they had brought along. Dad, Mom, this is a gift from Xiaoshuan. Come and take a look. What gifts are you bringing home? No more of that in the future, Lan remarked, though her face was alight with joy as she sat on the sofa. Mom, I heard from He sure that your cervical spine isn't well. This is a massage device I had custom-made after consulting an expert from the Grand Hospital in Xinjiang. As Nanshuan spoke, she opened a securely packaged white box. Unlike those counterfeit products out there, I have personally experienced this, and it truly works. You are such a thoughtful child, Lan exclaimed, her fingers gently caressing the item, recognizing its superior quality. And this set of jade jewelry. He sure and I selected it together. It complements your elegance perfectly. Nanshuan then produced an exquisitely wrapped box. Upon opening it, a complete set of necklace, earrings, brooch, and bracelet was revealed. No woman could resist such treasures, and Lan's eyes sparkled. It's beautiful. This must be quite expensive, right? Nanshuan glanced at her husband. Over 3 million, I suppose. It shouldn't be too extravagant, right? Why concern yourself with the cost? As long as you like it. This is our heartfelt gift to you. He sure quickly interjected, eager to shift the topic. He knew that if his mother learned he had gifted her a set worth a house, she would be in a constant state of anxiety. Nanshuan then produced a porcelain jar. Dad, this is Westlake Longjing tea I prepared for you. Do try it. He Yohai's eyes widened in astonishment. Disregarding any semblance of restraint, he hurriedly took the tea into his hands. It was his favorite, and he was well acquainted with it. Upon inspection, he realized it was indeed the top-grade 18 trees Old Longjing. Lan, noticing his trembling hands from excitement, couldn't help but inquire, is this very expensive? It's not merely a question of price. This tea was once exclusively offered to the emperor, and its current yield is exceedingly low. Rumor has it only 2 taels are produced annually. This was indeed true. This small jar was obtained through He sure's connections, purchased at a premium from a collector. Seeing her father-in-law so satisfied, Nanshuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. I also heard you enjoy collecting calligraphy and paintings. This piece is something I attempted to create myself, and I hope you won't find it lacking. Oh, Yohai's interest was piqued further. He sure, wearing an air of mystery, added, Dad, Xiaoxuan's painting is no ordinary work. Be prepared not to be taken aback when you see it. Knowing his son never exaggerated, Yohai became even more eager. Hurry, show me. As the scroll unfurled, a breathtaking scene of verdant peaks, majestic waterfalls, and delicate bamboo houses emerged, all veiled in ethereal mists, appearing vividly alive, transporting viewers to a realm of wonder. This is painted by Xiaoxuan? Lan asked in disbelief. Even she, lacking an understanding of art, felt ensnared by the painting's profound ambience. A mere glance seemed to draw her into the artwork itself, an indescribably marvelous sensation. Yohai, equally astounded, stood frozen in place, finally regaining his senses, his face flushed with excitement. A masterpiece. Truly a masterpiece. I once had the fortune to glimpse a work by Master Chao Wenkai, which left me in a daze, but nothing compares to today. Before Yohai could finish, he was seized by a fit of coughing. Lan hurried to pat his back. Look at how excited you've become. You're scaring Xiaoxuan and the children. Once Yohai calmed down, his expression finally settled, yet his gaze towards Nanshuan was filled with greater warmth. Xiaoxuan, have you created any other works? I have, but they are all at our home in Shenzhen. I only sketched a few quick drawings on the road. Oh, so you don't just excel in traditional Chinese painting? Yohai was even more astonished. Seizing the opportunity to showcase his wife's talents, he sure proudly declared, Xiaoxuan is quite versatile. She dabbles in oil painting, sketching, watercolor, and even comics. While his tone remained calm, pride seeped through. Lan had never witnessed such a side of her son before and was compelled to ask her grandson in a hushed tone, is your father like this at home as well? Little Ewer sighed dramatically. This is him being low-key. Grandma, you have no idea. My sisters and I are inundated with dog food every day. Lan immediately burst into laughter. Truly worthy of being my eldest grandson. You are quite perceptive. The term dog food was something she had only recently learned from the younger folks downstairs. Meanwhile, Yohai borrowed the sketches from Nanshuan and retreated into a room. The He family's 3 bedrooms were designated such that He sure and Nanshuan would spend the night in his childhood room, while the 3 children occupied the remaining vacant room. Lan was particularly adept at caring for children, and with her assistance, Nanshuan found herself considerably more at ease. In no time, the mother-in-law duo had lulled the children to sleep. He sure's room was quite simple, adorned in shades of black, white, and gray. Apart from the bed, a study desk occupied the window side. When Nanshuan emerged from her bath, He sure was reclining against the headboard, attending to work on his computer. She nestled into his embrace, clutching her phone. He sure paused his typing, naturally pulling her closer, and after finding a comfortable position, resumed replying to emails. Are you watching Annie's live stream again? Nanshuan lazily murmured. Is there still a balance in your account? Shall I top it up for you? The last time the system had generously rewarded him with 100 million virtual leisure coins. He sure had been too occupied with various tasks to log into his once-favorite games, leaving him with half of it unused. Yes, I've been spamming rockets every day and still haven't finished. Her rank in Annie's live streaming room had already reached the highest level. He sure nodded in acknowledgement, redirecting his focus back to work. At that moment, he suddenly heard the system's notification sound. Ding! Today's flash sale mall has been refreshed. Please participate promptly. He sure hurriedly glanced at the information panel. The current industry section displayed a lengthy list, and he had grown accustomed to dragging the progress bar straight to the bottom each time he placed an order. Today's flash sale items: 1 universal upgrade card. Flash sale price 99 yuan. 3 universal upgrade cards. Flash sale price 299 yuan. 10 universal upgrade cards. Flash sale price 399 yuan. System prompt: the host can only purchase 1 item per day. If you fail to seize the deal within 24 hours, it will be considered a voluntary forfeiture. Upon seeing those 3 words, he sure felt a surge of joy. It had finally arrived. The system had previously mentioned that upgrading the space relied on upgrade cards. However, the mall refresh was random, so he sure had not held out much hope. Who would have thought so many would appear at once? Without hesitation, he ordered 10 cards. Just as he was about to apply them all to his space, he sure suddenly noticed the word universal. System, can these upgrade cards be used elsewhere? The mechanical voice promptly answered, certainly, the skills previously subsidized to the host can be enhanced using upgrade cards. He sure, have you forgotten, or is this intentional? My memory has always been quite good. He sure, well, how brazen of you to play tricks like that. Have you really become that familiar with him? Suppressing his rising anger, he gritted his teeth and asked, does this mean my top-tier investment analysis skills and stock trading abilities can also be improved? Yes, host. Perhaps feeling a pang of conscience, the mechanical voice quickly added, with 10 upgrade cards, the host's top-tier investment analysis capability can be elevated to divine level. Divine level? He sure's breath hitched. If top-tier already placed him ahead of all the nascent investment firms, then divine level must be. He sure dared not venture further into that thought, or he would surely be too excited to sleep tonight. Eagerly, he used all 10 upgrade cards at once. In mere seconds, it felt as though his brain underwent a metamorphosis. Previously, he could easily analyze whether a company possessed investment potential, but he could only grasp a rough idea of their future profitability. Specific developments would still rely on discussions with his team. Now, however, it seemed he had gained the ability of foresight in addition to analysis, with the optimal developmental trajectories of all companies vividly etched in his mind. This meant he could effortlessly maximize his profits. Even companies that initially seemed devoid of investment potential could be turned around. Incredible. He sure nearly gasped in astonishment. With this ability, he would be invincible not only in the investment sector, but throughout the entire business world. What is this? Did you hit the jackpot? Nansun casually inquired, noticing his excitement. He sure lowered his head and planted a fervent kiss on her alluring red lips. This is far more joyous than winning the lottery. He carelessly tossed his computer aside and embraced Nansun, continuing to kiss her, his hands wandering restlessly across her delicate form. He sure, my parents are next door? Nansun exerted considerable effort to push the man away, her phone tumbling to the floor. Her clear, cold gaze was now misty with emotion, alluring and captivating. He sure, already exhilarated, found it even harder to restrain himself. Leaning close to Nansun, he implored softly, just once, dear wife, please? Nansun, unable to resist his charm, softened her expression slightly. Seizing the moment, he sure pressed on, please, darling. Seeing his distress, Nansun couldn't bear it, and uncertainly asked, gazing at his handsome face, then, do you promise? I promise we'll keep it down, he sure replied, lifting the blanket. But as it turned out, a man's words were indeed untrustworthy. On the way to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Nansun sat in the passenger seat, yawning incessantly. While wiping her tears, she weakly murmured, he sure, if I trust you one more time, I'll take your surname. Chapter 37. The staff is astonished. Are they triplets? Monday brought a considerable crowd to the Civil Affairs Bureau. When he sure and Nansun arrived, the bureau had yet to open, but a long queue had already formed at the entrance. Aware that he had worn out his wife the night before, he sure carefully assisted her out of the car. Their striking good looks immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Listening to the unabashed compliments, he sure, who had grown accustomed to such praise, felt inexplicably happy today, especially upon hearing that he and Nansun were well matched. A woman in her 30s, seeing their intertwined hands, couldn't help but exclaim, congratulations. He sure smiled slightly. Congratulations to you too. However, the moment he spoke, Nansun discreetly pinched his arm. Only then did he notice the man accompanying the woman wore a rather grim expression, while the woman herself had a wry smile. They hardly seemed like a couple there to get married. Apologies, he sure quickly realized. He couldn't entirely blame himself. From the moment he woke up that morning, his mind had been consumed with thoughts of his impending legal union with Nan Sun, completely forgetting that the Civil Affairs Bureau also handled divorces. Fortunately, the woman was quite magnanimous, shaking her head with a smile. It's all right. At 9 o'clock, the doors of the Civil Affairs Bureau finally opened. He sure stared blankly at the few couples ahead of them, utterly bewildered. He hadn't anticipated that there would be several times more people there for divorce than for marriage. After a tense wait, it was finally their turn. He sure and Nan Sun submitted their household registration book along with other documents, exchanging glances filled with laughter. What followed was filling out forms, signing, taking photos, and finally, 2 freshly minted marriage certificates were placed before them. He sure distributed the wedding candies he had prepared to the civil affairs staff before leading Nan Sun out with large strides. Wife. Nan Sun's cheeks flushed as she looked at He sure's eager expression and playfully called, Husband. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a legal partner. Subsidizing a top-tier luxury estate in the city. Subsidizing the country's first 8-star hotel. The estate's documents and keys have been stored at the host's residence. And hotel construction is underway to be fully arranged by the system, so the host can rest assured in taking over. He sure hadn't expected that merely obtaining a certificate would trigger such generous system subsidies. The estate aside, an 8-star hotel. There was only one globally. Built at a cost of over 20 billion. This was the system's most substantial grant to date. He sure felt a surge of excitement and casually remarked, Next, we should start preparing for the wedding. Sure enough, the mechanical voice chimed in once more. Ding. Detecting that the host is about to hold a wedding. Subsidizing a top-tier planning team. Subsidizing exquisite wedding gowns for both genders, 3 sets each. Subsidizing rare pink diamond Century Star Series, rare blue diamond Hope Star Series, and rare red diamond Eternal Star Series. Each series includes 1 diamond ring, 1 necklace, 1 pair of earrings, 1 pair of bracelets, and 1 crown. Please proceed to the High Rue Winston exclusive store in the city to claim them. Incredible. It's all real. He had been intending to have a brand customize a unique diamond ring for his proposal to Nan Sun. To his astonishment, the system presented him with the illustrious title of King of Diamonds from Harry Winston. This prestigious jewelry brand is coveted by numerous royals, aristocrats, and Hollywood stars alike. In an instant, he obtained 3 collections, and he sure could already envision the surprise on Nan Sun's face upon encountering the diamonds. He lifted her into his arms, twirling around amidst the gasps of onlookers. Embarrassed, Nan Sun buried her head against his chest, exclaiming, He sure, put me down. What did you call me? Nan Sun playfully punched him twice, responding, Hubby, is that sufficient? There are so many people watching. Yet, he sure merely chuckled and continued to carry her, occasionally tossing her playfully into the air, as if she weighed nothing in his tall frame. This display of boyfriend prowess drew the ire of several men accompanying their girlfriends, who were quick to chide, Look at him. Not only is he handsome, but he carries his wife as if it's a game. You can't even manage to carry me. If only you could be like him, I'd carry you as well. He sure, having already distanced himself, remained oblivious to their banter. He led Nan Sun directly to the largest commercial center in the county. Given the cooler temperatures in Bin City, the clothing they had worn was rather thin. He intended to take Nan Sun shopping for some warmer attire. Unlike the bustling metropolis of Shin City, this small town lacked major brand names. But the prices were significantly more affordable. They first entered a children's clothing store, where a smiling sales associate greeted them at the entrance. For the sake of their marriage certificate, Nan Sun had donned a white shirt paired with a deep blue pleated skirt that reached her calves, while he sure opted for a simple shirt and casual trousers. Vendors generally possess a keen sense for discerning customers, and upon observing their refined demeanor and appearance, it was evident that they were not short on funds. Welcome. May I ask how old your children are? Do you have boys or girls? We have clothing for ages 3 to 9, the most comprehensive selection in the entire commercial center. 2 girls and a boy, all 3 years old. Nan Sun replied with a smile. The sales associate, a local from the county, was taken aback, exclaiming in dialect, Are they triplets? You and your wife are truly blessed. Yes, we need clothes, pants, and jackets, he sure interjected. The sales associate promptly presented 5 or 6 sets of newly arrived items. And after Nan Sun felt the quality was satisfactory, he sure readily paid for them, delighting the sales associate. Can we arrange for delivery? Of course. Please leave your address and phone number. I will have someone bring them to you shortly. Sounds good. He sure also left 200 cash as a tip for the sales associate. They continued to browse several other children's clothing stores before making their way upstairs. At home, their wardrobe was regularly replenished with new styles from Zhonghuan Century City, so Nan Sun and he sure rarely shopped. This outing presented a splendid opportunity. Ultimately, the couple not only purchased items for themselves, but also acquired several outfits for Qi Lan and He Yuhai. all to be delivered back to the he residence. He sure glanced at his watch, noting that it was already noon. The cold noodles here are delightful. Shall I take you to try them? Nansun patted her stomach and nodded. Sure, I'm rather hungry. Hand in hand, the couple exited the commercial center, only to encounter a familiar face. He sure. It's truly you. I thought I must have been mistaken. Yuan Bin. He sure was pleasantly surprised to run into his high school classmate. They had been quite close, but their paths diverged in university, leading to a gradual decline in communication. And who might this be? Yuan Bin inquired, glancing at Nansun with evident admiration. My wife. Goodness. When did you get married? Why was I not informed? Yuan Bin exclaimed, astonished. A few days prior, he had seen Aunt He, who was still fretting over her son's single status, and now, so swiftly, he had a wife. The notion that he sure, a lifelong bachelor, had found a partner was bewildering. We registered our marriage but have yet to hold a ceremony. Otherwise, wouldn't I have told you? He sure clarified, hoping to dispel any misunderstandings. At least you have some conscience. Yuan Bin lightly punched his shoulder. All right, let us get in touch later. I need to buy some spicy hot pot for my girlfriend. He sure nodded slightly and continued to lead Nansun away. Chapter 38. Neighbors shocked. The He family's daughter-in-law is a fairy? After their lunch, the couple strolled through He sure's former high school, returning to the He residence around 3 in the afternoon. Little Fish and the younger sisters were playing downstairs with Chi Lan and He Yuhai. With the sudden arrival of these 3 treasures, the elderly couple was naturally eager to showcase them. The 3 little ones, charming and sweet-tongued, quickly won the hearts of a group of middle-aged women. Miss He, I thought your He sure was perpetually single? How did he manage to have children so soon? Surely, he hasn't been deceived? This snide remark abruptly pierced the previously harmonious atmosphere. The speaker was Aunt Wang, who resided below the He family. Her son was also attending university in Shin City, albeit at a less prestigious institution, and she had always enjoyed comparing him to He sure, naturally feeling compelled to outdo him as a mother. Her words implied that He sure had unwittingly become someone else's scapegoat. Just moments before, Chi Lan had been beaming, but her expression darkened instantly. Does my son need to inform you about his dating life? Anyone with functioning eyes can see that these children belong to the He family. Furthermore, my daughter-in-law is beautiful and has a delightful character. If you dare to gossip again, I shall make sure to silence you. Do you think I won't stand up for my family? The nearby women, who were on good terms with Chi Lan, echoed her sentiments with fierce retorts. Those 3 little ones are a mirror image of He sure. If anyone has poor eyesight, they should seek treatment. Exactly. There's no need for such disgusting remarks. You. Aunt Wang hadn't anticipated that her casual jab would provoke such an uproar. She felt as though she had been bitten by a dog, bewildered by their fierce reactions. Unbeknownst to her, the women had long held a disdain for her. Petty and opportunistic, she was known for frequently quarreling with her neighbors, making her reputation in the community exceedingly poor. What is so impressive about finding a wealthy daughter-in-law? Is your son, Wang Hao, not the one living off someone else? Aunt Wang's expression soured. Your son is the one living off others. Keep blabbering, and I'll make sure to put you in your place. Just as Chi Lan was about to respond, an Audi A8 slowly rolled into the community. As the window descended, the familiar face of Wang Hao appeared. Aunt Wang rushed over to the vehicle, deliberately raising her voice. Oh dear son. What brings you back so suddenly? Wang Hao furrowed his brow, glancing at the crowd gathered nearby. The words he had intended to say evaporated on his lips. Just the night before, his mother had hurriedly called him, saying that he sure had returned home and urging him to bring his girlfriend along as well. Wang Hao quickly grasped his mother's intentions. Though reluctant, the thought of He sure's disdainful glances when they met compelled him to return. He was average in capability and had struggled to find a decent job after graduating from Shin City. Fortunately, his good looks had attracted the attention of a wealthy woman. Since being with her, he had not needed to work, lounging at home playing video games, with a housekeeper preparing meals for him. His days were utterly carefree. Thanks to his excellent care, even this car now belonged to him. Wang Hao had already concocted a plan to mock He sure when they met. Why are we stopping here? The environment is utterly dismal. A voice filled with impatience suddenly emanated from the back seat. Aunt Wang, brimming with excitement, leaned against the car window, exclaiming, Is that my daughter-in-law inside? Come down and let Annie have a look. The woman glanced outside, disregarding Aunt Wang's words, and continued to leisurely close her eyes in repose. Wang Hao awkwardly smiled at his mother and rolled up the window. After a considerable pause, the woman reluctantly opened the car door. Please help me with my bag, she requested. Aunt Wang instinctively extended her hand. The woman, clad in a full fur coat despite the sweltering heat, cast a haughty glance at her and coolly replied, Auntie. She then added, This bag costs several tens of thousands. Don't damage it. Wang Hao, dressed in a tailored suit, hurried over to assist the woman down from the vehicle, even courteously unfurling a sun umbrella for her. Onlookers, including Qi Lan, who was accompanied by her grandchildren, observed the scene unfolding before them, all silently scoffing. This was no daughter-in-law. It was evidently a matriarchal figure they had brought home. Furthermore, judging by her appearance, no matter how exquisitely her makeup was done, she seemed considerably older than Wang Hao. It was clear that she was not merely a girlfriend. She certainly appeared to be someone being financially supported by a wealthy patron. And entering the family? Who could say that one day she wouldn't tire of him and simply cast him aside? At that moment, Aunt Wang's perception shifted. Her gaze toward Wang Hao was filled with regret. Had she known the situation would unfold this way, she would have never allowed her son to bring this woman home, resulting in such a disgrace. Yet now, no matter how furious Aunt Wang felt, she dared not offend this affluent and influential woman. She had to serve her diligently instead. She could only hope her son might seize this opportunity to earn some extra money, eventually finding a pretext to sever ties. With a flicker of inspiration, Aunt Wang formulated a plan in her mind. Once she achieved a better life, those who now laughed at her would eventually have to regard her with deference. With that thought in mind, Aunt Wang momentarily quelled her displeasure, only for it to resurface again. Meanwhile, everyone's attention was fixated on the Wang family trio, oblivious to the fact that he sure had already driven into the neighborhood with Nan Sun. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing here?" Nan Sun cheerfully greeted the three children as she stepped out of the car, waving at them. "Mommy, oh little son, you're back," Qi Lan exclaimed joyfully as she rushed over, pulling her grandchildren along. "We're back, everything went smoothly." Nan Sun playfully winked, adding, "We even visited the mall and bought clothes for the whole family. They'll be delivered shortly. You young folks should buy for yourselves. Your father and I have plenty of clothes. Out with the old, in with the new. Sun Sun even picked out a cheap pal for you. You absolutely must try it on with that set of jewelry." Just then, he sure stepped out of the car as well. "Dad." The three children happily swarmed around him, receiving affectionate pats on the head before scampering off to play. "Sister He, is this your daughter-in-law?" asked a neighbor who was friendly with Qi Lan, her eyes wide with admiration. "Yes, she is my daughter-in-law," Qi Lan replied, pulling Nan Sun's hand and introducing her to the gathered neighbors. "These are all our longtime neighbors." Nan Sun promptly greeted each one with polite warmth. Her already exquisite appearance, combined with her gracious demeanor, left the usually formidable group of aunties feeling somewhat bashful. They showered her with compliments. "No wonder you have three such beautiful children. It's all in the mother's genes. Indeed, he sure is handsome too. The couple is truly well matched. Sister He, with such a dutiful daughter-in-law, you'll have a blessed future." An avalanche of flattery caused Qi Lan to beam with joy. While this gathering was filled with warmth and camaraderie, Aunt Wang was left seething with frustration, almost grinding her silver teeth in anger. Wang Hao, equally discontent, alternated his gaze between Nan Sun and the luxurious Alfred parked nearby. The previously arrogant woman's expression paled upon encountering He sure. "He sure, long time no see. Where did you rent this car? It must have cost quite a bit." Wang Hao couldn't help but ask, unable to believe that He sure, freshly graduated, could afford such an extravagant vehicle. Before He sure could respond, the woman beside him lifted her head, casting a strange look in his direction. Wang Hao, puzzled, touched his cheek. "What is wrong, sweetheart? Did you notice that your husband looks even more handsome?" Although his voice was low, enough people overheard to cause his face to flush green with embarrassment. Even Aunt Wang felt a twinge of shame at her son's audacity, especially standing next to someone as remarkable as He sure. "I own a car rental company. Why would I need to rent one?" His calm retort struck the crowd like a thunderclap, leaving them utterly stunned. Although the townsfolk were not particularly knowledgeable about luxury vehicles, they recognized that the car before them was not something an ordinary person could afford. They had suspected that the He family had prospered, but they never anticipated that He sure had established his own company. A rental company? Wang Hao thought he must have misheard. He was well aware of He sure's family background and couldn't fathom where he would acquire the funds to start a business. "Aren't you driving taxis?" He had specifically inquired about this before and relished the knowledge for quite some time. So what if he graduated from a prestigious university? He was still in the same boat as Wang Hao, struggling to find employment. He sure raised an eyebrow. "It seems you've taken quite an interest in me. But unfortunately, your curiosity lacks depth." "What do you mean?" "Shut up." The woman, who had been trying to keep a low profile, finally snapped. "Mister, he is the owner of a company that operates thousands of taxis. You spend all day lost in your games. What do you know?" It was then that He sure's gaze fell upon the woman beside Wang Hao. His memory was impeccable. He recognized her as Wang Gaoda's mistress, whom he had seen recently at a 4S dealership in the city. It was amusing to see Wang Hao reduced to being supported by a mistress. However, He sure had never been one to pry into the private affairs of others, so he refrained from exposing her identity. Meanwhile, Wang Hao remained in a state of disbelief, unable to comprehend the words he had just heard. He sure was just a lowly driver. How could he possibly afford to run a company? It was simply implausible. The woman, seeing his skepticism, rolled her eyes in exasperation and produced a video from her phone, tossing it to him. It was a clip from an previous livestream showcasing luxury vehicles, clearly detailing He's identity, with him even appearing on screen. His face was unmistakable to anyone with sight. Wang Hao's expression drained of color as he fixed his gaze on the long line of cars, realizing that his once prized Audi A8 was merely the most ordinary among them, causing him to stagger back in shock. Aunt Wang, in a fit of agitation, snatched the phone and, moments later, collapsed to the ground like a defeated rooster. She understood that she would never surpass Qi Lan in this lifetime. The woman, noticing He's indifference towards her, breathed a quiet sigh of relief. She swung open the car door and, disregarding the Wang family's pleas, strode away decisively. As for what would happen to the three of them next, he had no time to ponder. He had just received a message from Yuan Bin. Brother, the class monitor has organized a gathering in the group. Are you going? Family members are welcome. He opened the high school group chat that he had muted for a long time, where he found class monitor Chen Yang had recently posted the details of the gathering. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, the county's most esteemed restaurant, renowned for its delectable cuisine, will serve as the gathering place for their annual reunion. Regrettably, he has maintained only a lukewarm relationship with everyone in his high school class, save for Yuan Bin, and has never attended a single reunion in the past. Why not go? It's a rare opportunity to return, and my girlfriend expressed her desire to meet your sister-in-law. He pondered momentarily before acquiescing. Originally, they had planned to return to their ancestral home in the countryside tomorrow to visit their uncles and grandparents. Following this, Yuhai was scheduled for a thorough examination at the hospital, anticipating surgery at the end of the month. If he were to attend the class reunion in the morning, they would have to postpone their departure until the afternoon. That evening, He and Nan Sun visited Qi Zhang's family to extend an invitation to his parents for dinner and to deliver the prepared gifts. The Qi family, having a preference for sons, had always had a strained relationship with Qi Lan's maternal side, leaving the only close ties to the distantly related Qi Zhang family. Additionally, as their residences were in proximity, the bond between the two families had grown increasingly strong over the years. During Yuhai's illness, the Qi family lent them all their savings, which is why he felt a special closeness to his cousin. In fact, he even transferred 30 of the shares of Xing Qinli Company to him. Mr. and Mrs. Qi were warm-hearted individuals, and Qi Zhang naturally conveyed to them the regard he held for him. The elderly couple felt both gratified and thankful, further strengthening the familial ties. The dinner was a joyous affair, with laughter and merriment shared among the guests, leading Qi Zhang and Mr. Qi to even open a bottle of wine in celebration. Meanwhile, in their high school class group chat, a single remark from Yuan Bin ignited a flurry of previously silent participants. Class monitor Chen Yang remarked, "Is he coming? It's been 4 years since we've seen our campus heartthrob. I can hardly wait." Yuan Bin responded with amusement, "Haha, he's coming. The heartthrob's charm remains undiminished. And I assure you, you won't be disappointed." Zhao Qianji chimed in. "He must be earning a fortune now, surely a 6-figure monthly income. After all, he was a top student back in the day, unlike me, who neglects his studies. Thankfully, I have a family business to inherit." Zhao Qianji added, "Who can compare to Brother Zhou? I saw you change cars again. When will you let me take it for a spin?" The conversation quickly veered off course, and Yuan Bin's brow furrowed at the shift. Now that they were no longer the naive students of yore, it was evident that wealth and status dictated admiration. However, this blatant realism felt disheartening. Academic Representative Sun Ling inquired, "Is he definitely coming? If so, I shall attend as well." Zhao Qianji teased, "Oh, even the class beauty has resurfaced. After all these years, she still holds a candle for our campus heartthrob. Why not consider Brother Zhou instead?" Many joined in the banter, reminiscing about the past exploits of the trio during their school days. Sun Ling, both academically gifted and strikingly beautiful, had caught the eye of the wealthy Zhou Ruiji right after the class shuffle, but her heart remained steadfastly devoted to He. However, he, the campus heartthrob, had always been indifferent to the affections of girls, thus rejecting her confession, which left Zhou Ruiji harboring resentment. Yuan Bin was taken aback to realize that, even after years had passed, one still yearned for He, while the other bore animosity towards him. Alas, He, in his characteristic manner, likely had forgotten who they were. The messages in the group continued to flow. When Jing remarked, "But He is indeed handsome. I am so looking forward to tomorrow's gathering." Huang Xian added, "Our Ling Ling is no less, having secured a position at a prestigious company right after graduation. Go for it, win over the heartthrob." The speakers included a few girls who once held feelings for He, yet they were well aware of the improbability and thus placed their hopes on Sun Ling. If they could become a couple, it would be a case of love flourishing within familiar grounds. As the conversation grew increasingly absurd, Zhou Ruiji could no longer contain his irritation. Yuan Bin swiftly typed a response. Enough of this. He sure is already married. He'll likely bring his wife along tomorrow. With that earth-shattering statement, Yuan Bin made a graceful exit, resolutely ignoring any further mentions of him in the chat. Chapter 40. The Campus Heartthrob's Surprising Early Marriage? Son, are you asleep? In the bedroom, just as he sure was about to take a shower, the door was knocked upon by Qi-Lan. What is it, Mom? Qi-Lan stood outside, handing him a parcel that had just been delivered with his name on it. He sure surmised it must be the property deed subsidized by the system. And as he took it, he made a motion to close the door. Observing his disheveled collar, Qi-Lan hesitated before softly admonishing, "Take it easy tonight. The old house has poor soundproofing." He sure was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly touched his nose, and once Qi-Lan's figure vanished, he returned to his room. "What did your mom say?" Nan Sun asked curiously as she noticed him lingering at the door. "Ah, nothing much, just a package." He sure approached the table to unwrap the box, revealing indeed the property deeds for 10 shops on Jinsei Street in Binhai City and a villa atop Jintan Bay. Nan Sun had grown accustomed to his sporadic property acquisitions. Glancing at the contents, she turned to return to bed, only to be pulled back by He Sure, who wrapped his arms around her waist. "What are you doing?" He Sure gazed at her unadorned, delicate visage and teased, "What do you think?" His deep, alluring voice sent a rush of warmth to Nan Sun's ears. "Now that we're finally legal, shouldn't you celebrate with your husband?" He Sure cornered her against the table, his prominent nose grazing her slender neck. His heated breath cascaded down, making Nan Sun instinctively lift her elegantly sculpted chin. "Don't," she protested, feeling ticklish. He Sure was well aware of every sensitive spot on his wife's body, and he particularly relished these two areas. His sultry lips began at her collarbone, slowly trailing to her ear, savoring every inch of her skin. Before long, her delicate earlobes flushed crimson. Their breaths quickened in intensity. He Sure, don't you think that we do it too often?" Nan Sun stammered. "We should at least take a break once a week, right?" "You should, exercise some restraint." Nan Sun desperately tried to suppress her moans, but He Sure's insistent kisses silenced her. He swiftly drew the curtains. Who would have thought that this little table, which had accompanied him throughout his academic life, would one day serve a different purpose? In the kitchen, Qi-Lan, sporting dark circles under her eyes, shot a glare at her son, who was frying eggs. As she noticed Nan Sun emerging from the bedroom, her words were swallowed back down. "Forget it, I'll just stay elsewhere tonight. Once we're in the village, perhaps these youngsters can tone it down a bit." During breakfast, He Sure noticed his father, He Yuhai, also bearing dark circles, and felt a rare pang of guilt. He hurriedly shoveled down a few bites of food before whisking his wife out the door. Seeing the relieved expression on her husband's face, Nan Sun huffed in discontent. "I've decided to sleep with the kids tonight. Otherwise, if this continues, they'll end up in the hospital out of embarrassment, with time to spare before the reunion." He Sure took Nan Sun to the only scenic spot in the county, Fengshan. Many local retirees frequented the mountain for morning exercises, and on weekends, they would encounter some younger folks as well. In the past, when the elderly couple visited, He Sure would accompany them. At the renowned restaurant, class monitor Chen Yang had arrived early, eagerly awaiting at the entrance. This reunion promised to draw more attendees than any prior gathering, as he knew that most people were coming to see He Sure and his wife. Many harbored doubts regarding the early marriage of the campus heartthrob and were eager to uncover the truth. Early arrivals also included Sun Ling and her close friends, followed by Zhou Ruiji and his entourage in their luxurious cars. The entire group stood in tacit anticipation at the entrance of the restaurant, leading one to believe they were awaiting the arrival of a personage of great significance. Only Yuan Bin, accompanied by his girlfriend, arrived just before 9. Chen Yang hurried to greet him, frequently casting glances behind him. Yuan Bin chuckled as he pushed aside Chen Yang's head. "Stop looking. He sure didn't come with me." He said he was accompanying his wife to Fengshan and would arrive later. Upon hearing this, many felt a twinge of disappointment, especially Sun Ling, who, adorned in high heels and meticulous makeup, had spent considerable time preparing for her encounter with He Sure. The news of his marriage was one she found hard to accept, for He Sure was renowned in their school as the epitome of unattainable beauty. She could hardly fathom how such an aloof individual could exhibit warmth and affection toward a partner. Zhou Ruiji, who had been observing her intently, felt a flicker of anger at this. He could not comprehend how He Sure, despite his good looks and academic prowess, could surpass him in any way. With a Lamborghini key dangling from his fingertips, he casually swung it about, then tossed a wad of cash onto the front desk, extravagantly instructing the staff to upgrade their reserved standard room to the most luxurious suite and to charge all expenses to his account. This ostentatious display immediately drew the attention of their old classmates, who followed him up the stairs in a grand procession, Sun Ling included. As Zhou Ruiji basked in the flattery of his peers, a sense of pride welled within him. What did it matter if someone was handsome or academically gifted? Wealth was the ultimate truth. Chapter 41. The Class Reunion. A dazzling appearance. The sumptuous private room on the 4th floor was indeed lavish, boasting not only a dining area but also game rooms and karaoke suites, enlightening this cohort of young professionals. Zhou Ruiji took the seat of honor, deliberately pulling out a chair for Sun Ling beside him. Naturally, she could not refuse such an opportunity to be the center of attention. Most attendees were classmates who remained in the province, like Sun Ling, who was interning at a large corporation in Bin City, while Yuan Bin worked at a luxurious hotel lobby there. Zhou Ruiji, ever the gentleman, poured a glass of water for Sun Ling and placed it beside her. Ling Ling, I heard you secured a position with Tonghe Pharmaceuticals at their Bin City branch? My company has recently been engaging with the medical sector. I would love to gather some insights from you. Sun Ling glanced at his wristwatch, then smiled and nodded, of course. Their conversation flowed smoothly, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Across from them, Yuan Bin held his girlfriend's hand, shaking his head slightly at the scene. He remembered Sun Ling from school, strong-willed and academically accomplished, who never hesitated to speak her mind to Zhou Ruiji and his affluent friends. It was surprising to see her, once so proud, now seemingly enamored by materialism. Such is the fickleness of human nature. His girlfriend, Xia Meng, a charming girl with round cheeks and innocent eyes, looked curiously at him, intrigued by his sudden reflection. They were college classmates, now both working at the same hotel, albeit in different departments. When is your stunning sister-in-law coming? Is she really as beautiful as you say? Yuan Bin sighed inwardly at her innocent query. Shouldn't a normal girl feel jealous upon hearing her boyfriend praise another woman? Why was Xia Meng so unbothered? You'll see soon enough. She's quite amiable. I believe you'll get along well. Really? That sounds delightful. Chen Yang, sitting nearby, could no longer contain his curiosity and poked Yuan Bin's arm, whispering, Is it true that he, the school heartthrob, is married? Why would I lie to you? There's no need for that, Yuan Bin replied, rolling his eyes. Since yesterday, countless inquiries had been made, and now that he spoke the truth, they remained skeptical. Just as Chen Yang was about to respond, a server knocked and entered to inform them that the dishes were ready. Though Zhou Ruiji was the organizer, Chen Yang could not simply stand by. He rose to guide everyone to their seats and pretentiously delivered a few introductory remarks, leaving the rest to Zhou Ruiji. One exquisite dish after another was presented at the table. Abalone, lobster, each played a masterpiece, a far cry from the ordinary fare they had consumed in the standard room below. Zhou Ruiji was the first to pick up his chopsticks, serving Sun Ling a portion before signaling to everyone that they should not hold back. Yet, the female classmates who were closer to Sun Ling cast glances filled with discontent at the cozy atmosphere between her and Zhou Ruiji. They had come with the intent to help their dear friend win over He Sure, only to find her entangled in ambiguity with another suitor. This revelation led them to the sobering realization that in the adult world, affection could easily be overshadowed by wealth. If someone as privileged as Sun Ling could be swayed, what hope did they have? Previously, their conversations had revolved around trivial matters, but now they were rife with competition and flattery, each seeking to leverage their relationships to gain advantage. After sitting for a while, Yuan Bin grew weary of the atmosphere and silently wished for his good friend to arrive soon. Finally, a knock at the door broke the lively chatter, and an anticipatory silence fell over the room as everyone turned in unison towards the entrance. A staff member in uniform stepped in, followed closely by the long-awaited figure of He Sure, now even more striking than before after 4 years apart. In an instant, all the female classmates felt their cheeks flush, their hearts racing. Sun Ling rose excitedly, ready to call He Sure's name, only to witness the previously aloof man break into a warm smile as he extended his hand toward the door. Following him was an exquisite woman with ebony hair and porcelain skin, her striking features accentuated by a fiery red dress that left everyone in awe. The juxtaposition of her cool demeanor and alluring presence, even without makeup, caused all the women present to instinctively shrink back. Sun Ling, observing the pair standing side by side, clenched her teeth in frustration. This feeling of defeat without a fight was a first in her life. She glanced at Zhou Ruiji, her anger flaring even more. Truly, they are all superficial. Ultimately, it was Yuan Bin who regained his composure first, guiding the couple to the vacant seats beside him. Meanwhile, the lingering gazes remained fixated on He Sure and Nan Sun. Zhou Ruiji signaled for the server, ordering 2 bottles of the most expensive red wine available. He then stood and rapped the edge of the table. Ahem. May I have your attention, please? I would like to say a few words. This is our first gathering of the year, and attendance is better than before, especially with our beloved He Sure joining us. So today's meal is on me. Please enjoy yourselves, and let us have the staff bring out more abalone and lobster. He continued. Moreover, This marks Heesher's first reunion since graduation, and he has graciously brought a friend along. So please, make yourselves comfortable. As soon as the words left his lips, many attendees displayed expressions of bewilderment. Anyone with functioning eyesight could discern the extraordinary bond between Heesher and Nan Sun. Indeed, as Yuan Bin had remarked, the two were already wed. Yet, Zhou Ruizhi insisted on referring to their connection as merely a friendship, the implications of which were glaringly evident. Zhao Qian, aren't there plenty of sweet delicacies here that the ladies adore? Hurry and summon some. Zhou Ruizhi directed his gaze toward Nan Sun, a broad smile adorning his face. May I inquire your esteemed surname, fair maiden? This county is rather small. Should the opportunity arise for you to visit Bincheng, I would be delighted to extend my hospitality. He continued, by the way, I am Zhou Ruizhi. Surely he sure has mentioned me. I am also the future heir to the Zhou group in Bincheng. Upon hearing this, Heesher's demeanor turned icy. Countless admirers were captivated by Nan Sun's beauty. Yet this was the first time he encountered someone so brazenly attempting to curry favor. The air in the private room suddenly thickened with tension. Zhou Ruizhi, noticing Heesher's displeasure, provocatively lifted his chin to meet Heesher's cold gaze, only to be captivated by the chilling intensity of those eyes. An involuntary shiver coursed through him. At that moment, Nan Sun spoke, addressing Heesher directly. Darling, it appears I have been woefully uninformed. I have only now come to understand the meanings of terms like self-righteous, complacent, and overreaching. She continued, and what exactly does the Zhou group engage in? Surely, our Qianli assets must surpass it. Heesher's expression gradually returned to calm. Unable to resist, he lightly kissed her crimson lips, prompting gasps from those around them. Perhaps, though I am not entirely certain, I have not delved into it. Compared to first-tier cities like Xincheng and Yincheng, there is no pressing need to rush into investments in Bincheng, he replied. Nan Sun nodded thoughtfully. That is quite all right. Darling, don't you have one Jia? Liang and Nanshe? Combined, they must surely surpass whatever the Zhou group offers. Nanshe referred to Heesher's newly established investment company, a name he had long contemplated, which would also serve as the title for the group's headquarters upon completion. The couple spoke with such ease, while their old classmates, including Yuan Bin, listened in stupefaction. Though they might not recognize Qianli and Nanshe's prominence, Wang Jia and Liang were among the nation's leading enterprises, known to all. Yet, what did their words imply? Were these truly associated with Heesher? The revelation was as astonishing as the sun rising in the west. Observing the couple's earnest expressions, it seemed implausible. They were not fabricating tales. After all, shareholder information for such colossal companies was readily accessible online. Thus, someone promptly retrieved their phone to verify the truth. The answer evident at a glance. Chapter 42. The triplets bring their parents home. Holy cow, it's real. Liang Group, second largest shareholder Heesher, holding 30 of the shares. Another exclaimed, and Wang Jia investment, with Heesher possessing a staggering 60 stake, making him the largest shareholder and chairman. Was this merely a case of shared names? Surely not. The crowd was astounded, particularly Zhou Ruizhi and Sun Ling, their eyes reflecting an overwhelming shock. They could hardly fathom that in just 4 brief years away in Xincheng, Heesher had achieved such monumental success, transforming into someone they could only aspire to be. Sun Ling was consumed with regret. Had she known of Heesher's capabilities, she would have shamelessly pursued him even after being rejected. For being associated with someone of his caliber, even as an ordinary friend, would be far superior to her current grueling internship. As for the prospect of courting Heesher, she was self-aware enough to recognize the unlikelihood of success. After taking a deep breath, she glanced at the ashen-faced Zhou Ruizhi beside her. Her true intent for attending the reunion was indeed him. Liking someone was one thing, but ultimately, her own interests prevailed. Meanwhile, Zhou Ruizhi's expression darkened ominously. Today was supposed to be his stage, yet Heesher effortlessly overshadowed him. By what right? Having a woman of such exceptional quality was one thing, but even his once proud lineage was rendered insignificant in comparison. Zhou Ruizhi was filled with resentment, his fists clenched tightly, desperate to take action, yet feeling as though he were encased in lead, unable to move. His eyes turned red, resembling a lion trapped in a cage, on the verge of eruption. Noticing his distress, Zhao Qian hurriedly approached, placing a supportive hand on his shoulder. It seems he is overwhelmed with anger. Perhaps he should be escorted home. Nan Sun observed before adding nonchalantly, "TSK, what a fragile capacity for emotional resilience." Yuan Bin murmured softly. It was merely a case of discovering that someone he had long looked down upon had suddenly ascended to great heights, creating a profound sense of disparity, to the point that he was nearly driven mad. How frightening. Consequently, Zhou Ruizhi was ushered away by several close classmates, and after a moment's hesitation, Sun Ling followed suit. Such a dramatic exit was not anticipated by anyone at the outset. However, the atmosphere gradually grew more harmonious. Many classmates sought to connect with He, yet Yuan Bin and Chun Yang, oblivious to the social cues, monopolized his attention. Meanwhile, Nan Sun was engaged in lively conversation with Xiameng, both exhibiting an amiable disposition that made it seem as though they were old friends. As the gathering drew to a close, Xiameng held her hand, reluctant to part ways. In the end, He settled the bill and gifted each guest a bottle of fine wine, bringing a sense of comfort to those who had not had the chance to converse with him. A large group descended the staircase. Just as they rounded a corner, the cheerful voices of children filled the hall. "Daddy, Mommy," the calls, clearly directed at them, left the group momentarily stunned. As 3 children came racing toward them, Yuan Bin prepared to caution them against a case of mistaken identity, only to witness He and Nan Sun kneeling to embrace the children. This sight left Yuan Bin's eyes bulging in disbelief, his words caught in his throat, unable to escape. Meanwhile, He affectionately patted his son and daughters on their heads, dropping a bombshell. "This is my son, Xiao Yuer, my eldest daughter, Xiang, and my youngest daughter, Nian. They are triplets." Wow. Chun Yang was the first to lose control, exclaiming, "Now that's what we call a life winner. I've finally seen it today." Yuan Bin stood with his mouth agape, large enough to fit an egg. Xiameng pinched him sharply, prompting him to finally react. The other classmates were equally incredulous. No one had anticipated that the once eligible bachelor, He had not only married at a young age, but also had 3 children. In unison, Yuan Bin and Chun Yang raised their thumbs in admiration, exclaiming, "Impressive, bro." He humbly smiled. "It's nothing. My wife is the remarkable one." Yuan Bin playfully punched his shoulder. "PSH, 3 at once. If it were me, I'd brag about it for a lifetime." Nan Sun instructed the 3 little ones to greet their uncles and aunts before leading them toward Qi Lan, who awaited nearby. Observing the overcast sky, they realized it had begun to rain. "Mom, thank you for picking us up. He and I can take a taxi," she said. Qi Lan smiled, grasping her hand. "I was just idle at home. Perfect timing to take Xiao Yuer and the others out for a stroll. The rain isn't heavy at all." The bond between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was as close as that of mother and daughter, evoking envy from the nearby female classmates who had been quietly observing Nan Sun. Even Xiameng's face was filled with yearning. She and Yuan Bin had also met each other as parents, while her mother-in-law was kind. There was an undeniable naturalness in the relationship between Nan Sun and He's mother that made hers pale in comparison. Concerned that the rain would intensify, a group of individuals exchanged brief farewells before parting ways. Yuan Bin and his girlfriend were set to return to work the following day, so they made plans to reunite with Nan and Nanshuan upon their arrival in Binhai City. In the afternoon, a family of 7 drove to Hijiakan, the ancestral home of Nan's grandparents, where his uncles also resided. Most families in this village could trace their lineage back 3 generations to a common ancestor, fostering a sense of kinship that rendered neighborly interactions exceedingly harmonious. Upon their arrival in the village, their presence naturally caused quite a stir, although prior arrangements had been made. The sight of Nanshuan and the 3 children brought tears of joy to the elderly He couple. Each of Nan's uncles had a grandson. But the arrival of triplets was an extraordinary event, a rarity indeed. Over the years, the He family had only welcomed a pair of twins, while the grandmother had experienced triplets in her lineage. Thus, the He family was warmly embraced by everyone upon their arrival, with 4 generations gathered under one roof. The atmosphere was lively and festive, akin to a celebration. The 3 little ones were meeting so many relatives for the first time, their eyes wide with curiosity yet devoid of any shyness. Particularly, the little fish, so earnest in speech and action, brought forth peals of laughter from the gathered family members. As the children mingled effortlessly with their 2 older cousins, He had initially intended to guide his cousins towards opportunities in Shenxing. However, their deep-rooted ties to the village and the responsibility of caring for elderly family members led them to choose to remain in their hometown. Upon learning that his 2 cousins were contemplating the establishment of a vegetable greenhouse, He promptly invested 2 million yuan. Meanwhile, the only younger cousin from his second uncle's family, who was preparing for the impending college entrance examinations, expressed her aspirations to venture to Shenxing. After spending a night in the village, Nan, accompanied by his parents and wife, ventured to Binhai City. Yohai's surgery was scheduled for 2 days hence, necessitating a thorough medical examination beforehand. They arrived at the largest central hospital in Binhai, the very institution where Yohai had previously received treatment. Upon arrival, Nan immediately sought out his father's attending physician, a distinguished gentleman in his 50s, with graying hair, renowned for his expertise in nephrology. "Dr. Su, how is my father's condition?" Nan inquired. "At present, everything appears stable, but the specifics will only be revealed after further tests. However, the surgery is merely the beginning. The subsequent treatment will incur substantial costs, Dr. Su hesitated, understanding the family's financial situation. While he was unaware of how they had managed to gather the surgical fees so suddenly, it was evident that they had likely exhausted their savings. He Shernan, sensing the doctor's concern, replied with a gentle smile, "Thank you for your care, Dr. Su. Rest assured regarding the expenses, my father is already accommodated in a premium ward." Dr. Su raised an eyebrow in surprise, but refrained from probing further, respecting the family's privacy. He proceeded to discuss the preoperative and postoperative precautions, as well as the potential risks associated with the surgery. Suddenly, an alert chimed in Shernan's mind. System notification. Host father is about to undergo major surgery. Subsidizing medical company with 60 equity, granting host advanced medical knowledge. As the system's voice faded, Shernan felt an overwhelming surge of enlightenment. A torrent of medical terminology and symbols flooded his consciousness, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Nanshuan quickly steadied him, her concern evident. "Are you all right?" she asked anxiously. "I'm fine. I think it might just be low blood sugar," he reassured her, taking a piece of candy offered by Dr. Su, which calmed Nanshuan's worries. In that moment, armed with elite medical knowledge, Shernan's theoretical understanding had ascended to that of a chief physician. Reflecting on Dr. Su's words, he grasped his father's condition entirely. The surgery carried risks, yet they were manageable. With proper follow-up treatment, his father could easily enjoy several more decades of life. A thought that brought immense relief to Shernan. After expressing gratitude to Dr. Su, the family returned to the ward. Yuhai was already dressed in a hospital gown, ready to follow the nurse for his examination. The wait extended for several hours, but fortunately, the results were favorable, allowing the surgery to proceed as planned the following day. The premium ward was a significant upgrade from a standard room, boasting a serene environment, a dedicated accompanying bed, and a private restroom. Along the walls were a series of sofas, creating an open living space. That evening, Chi Lan insisted on staying in the hospital, and Shernan, unable to dissuade her, took his wife and children home. He had already obtained the keys to the mountaintop villa at Jintan Bay, just a 20-minute drive from the hospital, thus sparing himself the trouble of searching for a hotel. The system had provided a magnificent mountaintop villa, spanning an impressive 1,600 square meters, complete with a dedicated service butler. Though Shernan decided to send the butler away for the time being, the sheer size of the house left Nanshuan and the children in awe of their husband and father. As for Xiangxiang and Nian Nian, they were ecstatic, darting around the expansive interior. The villa's exterior boasted a modern minimalist design, with a similarly styled interior dominated by black and white hues. The warm yellow lighting transformed the ambience entirely, creating a cozy yet elegant atmosphere. The abundance of large floor-to-ceiling windows allowed for a refreshing brightness, complemented by exquisite crystal chandeliers and decor. The grand living room was expansive, with a balcony adorned with hanging chairs that offered unobstructed views, inducing a sense of tranquility. Spanning 3 stories, the villa boasted over 20 rooms, with the top floor featuring an open-air garden and swimming pool, nestled amidst mountains and water. The villa also provided glimpses of the distant sea, perched 15 meters above sea level, offering an unparalleled 360-degree panoramic view. Leaning over the balcony railing, Nanshuan gazed at the myriad lights twinkling below, her eyes sparkling like stars. Shernan wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Listening to the distant sound of the waves and the laughter of their children, both felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Recognizing the inconvenience of bringing the children to the hospital, Shernan set out alone the following day. After dropping Chi Lan off at the mountaintop villa in the evening, he returned to the hospital to keep his father company. Thus, the day of Yohai's surgery arrived. Not only had Shernan's family arrived early at the hospital, but even his uncles and cousins were present. Lying in the hospital bed, Yohai, observing the worried expressions of his family, smiled and waved his hand reassuringly. However, as the 3 children saw their grandfather being wheeled away, they began to cry in unison. Nian Nian, in particular, rushed to the bedside, gripping Yohai's fingers tightly. Despite their tender age, they understood their grandfather was unwell and feared they might not see him again, filling their hearts with reluctance. Unlike other children, their sobs were quiet, yet their small, trembling forms tugged at the heartstrings of the adults around them. Ultimately, it was Shernan who stepped forward to soothe their emotions, helping them regain their composure. "Dear children, be good. Grandfather is very strong. Soon he will be well again. You wouldn't want him to remain in a wheelchair. Unable to play with you, would you?" Nian Nian vigorously shook her head, her little nose twitching. "Daddy, I want to play with grandfather." "That's right. We must trust the doctors. So, let us be patient and wait outside with mommy for grandfather, shall we? How about we think of a promise to make with him?" Yuhai, who had been watching his grandchildren intently, immediately agreed, "Of course." One by one, the 3 little ones approached their grandfather to link pinky fingers, then happily returned to their father's side. This heartwarming scene brought tears to the eyes of several young nurses nearby. Meanwhile, on the operating table, He felt a warm glow in his heart. For the sake of these precious grandchildren, he was determined to recover swiftly. As time ticked by, the red sign indicating surgery finally extinguished after 3 hours. He and Nan Sun hurriedly supported Lan's arms, rushing to the operating room's entrance. Dr. Su removed his mask and smiled, nodding. The surgery was successful. We will observe for another hour. If all goes well, he can be transferred to a regular ward. With this reassurance, the He family's collective anxiety dissipated. The 3 children, having fallen asleep, wore smiles even in their dreams. Chapter 44. The Radiant Buff Bestowed by Investment Tycoons. Heyohai's surgery was a resounding success, and after spending over a week in the hospital, he was finally granted permission to go home. During this time, he took the opportunity to consolidate all his investments, including the performance of his eldest and second sons in Yin City and Peng City. He now held shares in 37 enterprises, with stakes ranging from a minimum of 15 to a maximum of 60. Among them, there were 21 companies in Shin City, and 8 each in Yin City and Peng City, all of which were among the top enterprises in their locales. Moreover, with his eldest and second sons still on business trips, this number was steadily increasing. With the tenfold investment return buff, He's original assets of billions had multiplied exponentially, making him a true trillionaire. Thus, over the next 2 months, while the rebate effect remained, he needed to work tirelessly to finalize investment plans for nearly 700 cities across the nation and arrange for their implementation. Relying solely on Li Tong and his team was impossible. He pondered that it was time to recruit more talent for Nansure Investments. Ding. The system detected the host's need for a large number of financial professionals, activating the Radiant Buff. Once activated, the host company would attract all talents from the finance sector to apply. Please bind the company name. He paused for a moment, then declared, Nansure Investments. The mechanical voice of the system promptly responded, would you like to activate the Radiant Buff now? Activate. Within minutes, He's phone began to ring incessantly, and his inbox filled with numerous unread emails. He pressed the answer button, and on the other end was Li Tong. Mr. He. Several prominent figures from the investment world have just called, expressing their desire to apply to our Nansure Investments. Yu Yun, Su Mingzhu, Zhao Guang. Each was a renowned name in the investment sphere, having achieved remarkable success. To call them tycoons would be an understatement. However, Li Tong found it perplexing why these individuals, who were thriving in their original companies, would seek opportunities at their fledgling enterprise. He sensing the excitement in his voice, smirked slightly. He casually opened the emails and saw that the first few were indeed from the individuals Li Tong mentioned. No worries, I'll handle these 6. Today, many more will submit their resumes. Schedule interviews with anyone you find promising. But Mr. He, our office isn't even built yet. Let them work from home for now. Those who can accept this arrangement should proceed. Thanks to the system buff, we can afford to be a bit audacious. Additionally, recruitment information for other departments could be sent out as well. Ho Jin was moving swiftly, and soon the headquarters would be ready. By then, Nansure Investments would be the first company to move into the Nansure Group headquarters. Understood, Mr. He. After he managed all the emails, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Naturally, he retained those 6 candidates, who would be on board within 3 days at the latest. Trusting his instincts, he assigned them business trips, confident that with Li Tong as his multi-talented assistant, he had no need to worry. Exiting the study, he headed straight to the living room and noticed the grandchildren were happily playing. He then diverted to the kitchen to recuperate. Heyohai had also moved to the mountaintop villa after his discharge. As for Lan, she had returned to Pingyuan County, accompanied by Nan Sun. The 2 of them went to manage He's family fruit shop and pack their belongings. After persistent persuasion from He and Nan Sun, the elderly couple finally agreed to move to Shin City. Their primary motivation was to help care for the children, who were about to celebrate their birthdays and would soon start kindergarten. Over the years, Nan Sun had devoted herself to the kids, and Lan, feeling sympathetic, wanted her daughter-in-law to have time for her own pursuits. Moreover, Shin City's healthcare system was superior, particularly with the addition of a pharmaceutical company under He. The private hospital associated with it was nationally renowned, greatly benefiting Heyohai's recovery in the long run. As they spent more time with the 3 children, the elderly couple found it increasingly difficult to part with them. After much deliberation, they ultimately agreed to the move. Mom, if you're reluctant to leave the shop, we can stay, Nan Sun said, observing Lan's wistful expression. Given the He family's current wealth, keeping the shop for mere sentimental reasons seemed unnecessary. However, Lan shook her head. She and Heyohai had labored in that little shop for over a decade, and she genuinely hoped for its continued success. Now that they were moving, it was unlikely they would return to the county. It would be better to pass it on to someone in need. Rest assured, Sister He, I will take good care of this shop. said the owner who had previously sold melons on the street. Initially, he thought the shop had no prospects, but he never expected Chi Lan to reach out to him again. After signing the necessary documents, the two women took one last look at the little shop before returning to the He residence. After loading their neatly packed belongings into the car and bidding farewell to all relatives and neighbors, they went to pick up the Chi family, who were also returning to Shin City. Just before sunset, they finally arrived at Jintai Bay. He sure had prepared a lavish feast, and upon hearing the sound of the car, he immediately rushed out to greet them. "Dear, you've worked hard," he said, taking the bag from Nan Sun's hand and carefully inspecting her from head to toe. Seeing her looking just as she did when she left, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Nearby, Chi Jiang rolled his eyes at the affectionate display of the couple, only to be sharply reprimanded by Chi Mu with a smack. "What's that? Jealous? Then don't complain when I set you up on blind dates." She had thought her son had finally come to his senses upon his return, even suggesting a blind date. However, she was dismayed to find out that he had stood up the girl she had arranged. Chi Jiang felt wronged. He had wanted to go on the blind date, but he never expected his mother to invite his ex-girlfriend. She was nothing short of a tempestuous woman. It had taken considerable effort to finally sever ties with him. If he didn't flee, was he to leap into the fire again? Pathetic. Chi's mother shot her son a fierce glare before striding into the villa. As she gazed up at the opulent crystal chandelier, a momentary haze enveloped her thoughts. When Yuhai had just undergone surgery, Chi's parents had visited the villa once. Yet, upon this revisitation, they remained astounded by its lavishness. Even Chi Jiang expressed his astonishment. Observing this, he sure offered a mysteriously playful smile. If they were to witness the villa in the Sandalwood Garden, along with the newly subsidized luxurious estate, they would surely be left speechless. In the ensuing days, he sure fulfilled the promise made earlier. He took his wife and children on a cruise, and even Dove and Nanxuan. Later, he invited Yuan Bin and Xiameng. And together, the group of young people explored the entirety of Binhai City. Ultimately, they returned to Xinxiang just a few days before the trio of little ones' birthdays. Simultaneously, news spread across the internet regarding the completion of the country's first 8-star hotel, seemingly appearing out of thin air, unnoticed until now. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that this was a 5-star hotel, lavishly remodeled after being acquired by a wealthy tycoon. The hotel is situated on the outskirts of the central Nanwan district, sprawling over an extensive area with a towering 88 stories. The interior boasts over 20 distinct decorative styles, each level transporting visitors to a different era. Moreover, there is an impressive variety of themed rooms, amounting to several hundred. Every conceivable anime, movie, and television series is represented. Furthermore, each room is attended by 5 dedicated service personnel, and the dining experience is overseen by masters of national banquet caliber. Naturally, the cost for a night's stay is steep. However, the number of hidden affluent individuals in Xinxiang is even greater. In just a few days, being able to indulge at this 8-star hotel became a mark of the elite. Many successful individuals from other provinces flocked here, each a luminary in their respective fields. Yet, amidst the grandeur of being the proprietor of such a prestigious 8-star hotel, he sure found himself assembling a model airplane for his son. Sitting cross-legged on the carpet, he was surrounded by a myriad of parts. The 3 children beside him patiently waited, with only the little white creature occasionally disrupting the calm with a wag of its tail. He sure couldn't help but chuckle, gently patting the smooth little head. "All right. Is it that you're still sulking because I didn't take you with me this time? It's been days." But the little white creature defiantly shook off his hand and scampered behind the little fish, adopting a posture of indignation. Just as he sure was about to tease it further, Chi Lan entered the room. With a quick motion, the little fish was about to tuck the little white creature into his clothes when Chi Lan laughed. "No need to hide. I've been feeding this little guy for several days now." Initially startled to discover that her son had a snake at home, she and He Yuhai had indeed been taken aback. But as they observed the creature's docility and noticing the cozy nest prepared for it on the balcony, they deduced it was likely the handiwork of their daughter-in-law. After feeding it a few times, she found it surprisingly gratifying. "Dinner is ready. Didn't we plan to celebrate the little one's birthdays at that grand hotel today? Are you and Xiao Sun going ahead, or shall we leave together?" He sure rose, casually picking up the little white creature. "Xiao Sun and I will head over first to check things out. Your cousin will come to get you later." This was the first birthday celebration he was organizing for the children, and preparations had commenced days prior. Naturally, he wanted to ensure everything was in order. Meanwhile, at the Southtime Hotel, the identity of the enigmatic owner remained a mystery to all but the managing general manager. Thus, when He Sure and Nan Sun arrived at the lobby, only General Manager Ran Sheng awaited them. However, due to their striking appearances, they drew the attention of many. The 5 young men and women at the front desk, noticing the manager personally greeting them, grew increasingly curious about the identities of He Sure and Nan Sun. Unfortunately, The strict regulations of the establishment left little opportunity for gossip. The three of them then ascended directly to the 81st floor via a private elevator. From that level upward, it was Heesher's personal domain, not open to the public, while the offices of other departments were distributed across the 3 lower floors. As the elevator doors opened, a resplendent golden screen greeted them. Turning the corner revealed a sea of pastel pink and blue, evoking a wave of emotions in Nansun. To prepare such delightful surprises for the children, it was evident that Heesher, as a father, had invested considerable effort. Unable to restrain herself, she tiptoed and placed a gentle kiss on the delicate contour of his face. Xiao Yu and the others will surely be overjoyed. By noon, the little girls, dressed in princess gowns, and the little fish in a smart suit and shoes, were promptly picked up and brought to the hotel. As they descended from the elevator, the 3 children erupted in delighted exclamations. Not far ahead, a Mickey and Minnie character duo, hand in hand and dancing to the music, approached them. Encouraged by their grandparents and various uncles, the trio beamed with anticipation as they were led into the grand hall. Inside, colorful balloons filled with childlike whimsy adorned the space, while corners overflowed with an array of cartoon figures. At the center stood a magnificent blue children's castle, flanked by a pumpkin carriage on one side and a helicopter alongside a sports car on the other. Though they appeared miniature, resembling toys for children, both the aircraft and vehicle had been custom ordered by Heesher from abroad and had only recently arrived via air freight. Additionally, life-sized Barbie dolls, Disney characters, Transformers, Ultraman, and more were present. Further ahead stood an enormous square gift box. As Mickey and Minnie approached, they gently pulled the ribbon, revealing a towering cake standing at half the height of a person. Beside the cake lay 3 elegantly crafted albums, each inscribed with the names Xiao Yu, Xiang Xiang, and Nian Nian. Within these were comics illustrating the growth of the 3 children, depicting both individual scenarios and family moments. Floating beside the images were Heesher's blessings and words of encouragement, thoughtfully annotated with pinyin, ensuring that once they entered kindergarten, the children would quickly understand. In addition to these treasures, there was an album chronicling the daily lives of the He family. Within its pages lay a collection of moments shared among the 5 of them, alongside notes from Heesher and Nansun. After flipping through a few pages, the children's eyes brimmed with wonder. Xiao Yu was the first to rush towards the Mickey and Minnie figures, hugging their legs tightly and affectionately rubbing against them. Following suit, Xiang Xiang and Nian Nian dashed over as well. "Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Mommy," they chorused in unison. Heesher and Nansun removed their headpieces and exchanged smiles before kneeling to embrace their children. This heartwarming scene brought tears of joy to Chi Lan's eyes. Hastily, she used the new smartphone her son had gifted her to capture the moment of the 2 adults and 3 little ones. "This will be our family's collective diary. Xiao Yu will have to take care of his sisters in the future and help document our feelings with Mommy and Daddy, all right?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu embraced the album as if it were a precious treasure, nodding earnestly. "I will, Daddy." Heesher immediately praised him, ruffling his little face affectionately. As the birthday song resounded, little fish, accompanied by her sisters, closed their eyes and earnestly made their birthday wishes. The uncles and aunts present showered them with gifts and blessings. After indulging in the cake, the 3 little ones' 3rd birthday was gracefully concluded. Chapter 46. The Mysterious Buyer of Rare Colored Diamonds. "Darling, I've gained so many followers on Weibo," Nansun exclaimed, hurriedly entering the study in her slippers and presenting her phone to Heesher. Ever since Chi Lan and He Yuhai arrived, the trio had been taken care of daily. Nansun devoted more of her time to painting. Following Annie's suggestion, she registered a Weibo account and occasionally posted her artworks. Although many casual viewers found them appealing, the lack of professional acclaim meant her popularity remained lukewarm. To her surprise, a spontaneous comic strip depicting a family scene suddenly went viral. The content featured the 3 children competing in a puzzle contest with Heesher cheering them on from the sidelines. Numerous comments flooded in, praising the adorable children and the handsome, caring father, exuding love as a family. The sweetness of the comments made Nansun's heart swell, prompting her to share the news with her husband. However, Heesher's focus was entirely different. He drew her into his embrace, holding her tightly, and pointed at the screen, asking, "Why am I not on your list of followers?" Nansun's smile faltered momentarily as she awkwardly fidgeted with her fingers. "I must have forgotten. I just created this account, and you know that." She tapped a few times on the screen, restoring her expression. "Look, you're specially followed. Only you." Heesher's demeanor softened slightly. Gazing at her luscious red lips, he couldn't resist lifting her chin and leaning in. A sudden kiss caught Nansun off guard, her eyes widening. However, she quickly reciprocated with fervor, her small hands restlessly exploring his chest. Alas, Heesher's skill outmatched hers. In no time, he had her melting in his arms. Her bright eyes sparkled like stars, shimmering with delight. leaving He-Shur restless with longing. Just as he was about to steal another kiss, Nan-sun suddenly blushed and pushed him away. "Oh dear, I still have coffee brewing. I can't talk right now." Her hasty retreat elicited a resigned smile from He-Shur as he shook his head. Truly exasperating. He remained seated for a while, calming his racing heart. Just as he intended to resume his work, his phone rang. "Hello, is this Mr. He-Shur?" A voice inquired. "I am Ella, the head of Jolly Wedding Planning." Upon hearing her identity, He-Shur furrowed his brow. "Hello." He had assumed the agency had forgotten about the subsidy due to the silence. "I apologize, Mr. He. The custom wedding dress design you commissioned was quite intricate, which is why we are only reaching out now. Then how is the preparation coming along?" Ella momentarily uncrossed her legs, sensing the new boss's frosty demeanor. "Rest assured, we have completed the draft. Since it is entirely hand-sewn, it may take some additional time. However, the entire team is working overtime, and we hope you and your wife can come by to review it. Any adjustments can be made promptly." He sure pondered for a moment before replying. "Actually, I still owe my wife a romantic proposal, and I'd like to fulfill that before the wedding. So we will need to delay the dress fitting for a few days. However, regarding the proposal, do you have any suggestions?" "Certainly. May I inquire about your preferences?" "Preferences? The more grand and unforgettable, the better. Money is no object." Ella paused for a moment before continuing. "I will send you the detailed plan to your email shortly." It would be a shame not to extract some effort from this new boss, given his audacious remarks. Within minutes, he sure received an email containing a hefty 3 gigabytes of information. He perused it, nodding in approval, jotting down promising ideas. It was no wonder Jia Li was renowned nationwide. While their efficiency could improve, the quality was undeniably excellent. That evening, he sure unexpectedly received news of a new chef at the Shanghai restaurant. Consequently, he took his family there for dinner. However, as they exited after their meal, the 3 children suddenly complained of stomachaches. Nan-sun, filled with concern, quickly crouched down to inquire, "Sweethearts, where does it hurt? Tell Mommy." Little Fish scrunched her face, shaking her head slightly. "Mommy, I'm not in pain. I just need to use the restroom." "Me too, Mommy." Nan-sun felt a sense of relief wash over her. It must be the ice cream we had earlier. Just as she intended to lead the children to the restroom, Chi-lan had already taken one granddaughter by the hand and was heading off. Little Fish was scooped up by Hiyuhai. "Your mother and I will take care of it. It might take a moment. So you two can wander around here for a bit." Though Nan-sun remained somewhat anxious, she nodded in agreement, as her father-in-law had spoken. He sure took her hand reassuringly. "It's all right. Children's stomachs can be a bit sensitive. We can buy them some medicine nearby." Nan-sun checked the map on her phone and confirmed the presence of a pharmacy in the vicinity before departing with He-Shur. By 8 in the evening, Shanghai Street was bustling with activity. Every shop sparkled with bright lights, and numerous people strolled about. Among them, one establishment stood out extravagantly. Not only was it surrounded by luxury cars, but it also boasted a crowd of impeccably dressed young men and women. Zhou Ziqing had repeatedly declined the proposals from the affluent young men and women. "I'm sorry, young Master Deng, Miss Zhang, but the 3 sets of rare colored diamonds have already been purchased. We cannot display them without permission." He gestured toward the flowers and balloons being arranged in the plaza. "You see, our staff is setting up for a proposal. The buyer is about to bring his fiancée, and if you truly wish to see them, you could inquire with him later." "That's just one buyer." Zhang Yu, dressed in Dior and carrying an Hermes bag, frowned. "Can't you show us the other 2 collections? We want to touch them." Zhou Ziqing reiterated, "I'm sorry, Miss Zhang. Additionally, I forgot to mention that the buyers for all 3 collections are the same individual." "What?" With each word, Zhang Yu's frustration mounted. Upon hearing of the 3 rare colored diamonds, she had rushed over to the High Rue Winston counter in Shin City, only to discover she was too late. The Zhang family was already among the elite in Shin City. She could manage to acquire 1 set if necessary. But to think someone had purchased all 3? She had heard a whisper of this in her social circle. Could it be some hidden tycoon from Shin City? She exchanged a glance with Deng Wenyue. All they could do was wait, eager to uncover the identity of the person who had snatched away her coveted treasures. Chapter 47. The proposal scene that shook the city. Meanwhile, He-Shur and Nan-sun were nearing the entrance of High Rue Winston. Upon receiving the news, Zhou Ziqing swiftly instructed his team to expedite their preparations. Countless flowers and balloons have been meticulously arranged, as if they were converging into an expansive ocean, creating a scene of unparalleled grandeur. Candles, colorful ribbons, lights, and countless glowing sticks adorn the surroundings. Numerous enthusiastic passers-by, witnessing the bustling activity, have come forth to lend a helping hand. At last, everything is set just moments before the couple's arrival. Meanwhile, Nan-sun is preoccupied with searching for a pharmacy. Upon encountering this breathtaking proposal scene, her steps instinctively falter, but she quickly regains her composure. Just as she turns to leave, she is unexpectedly grasped by He-Shur's wrist. What's wrong? Nansun inquires, puzzled. Yet, the man remains silent, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Noticing the mirth in his eyes and recalling his demeanor throughout the evening, an abrupt thought flashes through her mind. Nansun clenches her fingers, feeling inexplicably anxious, her heart racing audibly in her ears. She gazes at Ishur, her voice barely a whisper, "Husband." He places a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and then takes her hand, leading her briskly down a path adorned with flower petals toward the heart of the floral sea. Smiling faces, each holding glowing sticks and roses, gradually emerge around them. Among the crowd, Nansun spots 3 children along with her in-laws. At that moment, her thoughts spiral into chaos, her mind in a daze. As if lost in a dream, she struggles to control her rapid breathing, realizing that calmness eludes her. After what feels like an eternity, they finally come to a halt. At the center of the floral expanse lies a gigantic heart meticulously formed from heart-shaped candles. Surrounding it are Nansun's favorite blooms of bellflower and gypsophila, with each bouquet adorned with photographs of the couple. Some are from 4 years ago, others from the present. Each captures precious memories they've shared. Overwhelmed, tears brim in Nansun's eyes as vivid recollections flood back. The joy of their first meeting, the sweetness of their time together, the solitude she felt while expecting, and the challenges of raising 3 children alone. Yet, all these memories converge into the image of the man before her. She fights back the tears, determined not to let them fall. As she watches Ishur kneel, presenting her with a bouquet of fiery red roses, he speaks, "Wife, there are words I have longed to say to you, yet opportunity eluded me until now. Thanks to the support of everyone here. For years ago, the moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten. You appeared like a sprite, unexpectedly invading my heart, deepening my feelings for you with every shared moment. Before meeting you, I never imagined I could love someone so profoundly, yearning to be with her every single moment. Although fate caused us to miss 4 years, I swear I have never forgotten you. I cannot fathom a future without you. Fortunately, destiny has brought us together once more, and I am truly grateful that you returned to my side with our 3 lovely little angels. Wife, you are my eternal moonlight and my cherished scarlet mark, my one and only choice. Will you marry me? Grant me the opportunity to protect you and our children." As Ishur's words echo through the air, Xiaoyu immediately rushes over, cradling a white ring box, which he hands to his father. As the lid opens, a radiant pink light bursts forth, revealing a stunning 123-carat pink diamond ring. The central pink stone, a rare teardrop shape, is flanked by 6 exquisite pear-cut side stones, surrounded by a multitude of smaller diamonds. Under the shimmering lights, the entire ring dazzles brilliantly. Gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd. This exquisite gem, typically found only in high society, has left onlookers bewildered, never expecting to witness such a spectacle. Clearly, today's proposal involves a figure of considerable significance. Previously, even the most celebrated couples in the entertainment industry had engagement rings weighing merely around 10 carats. Zhang Yu, standing at the periphery, stretches her neck eagerly, but alas, she can only catch glimpses of the sparkling brilliance. At that moment, Nansun's throat constricts, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls spilling from a broken string. Observing the tender concern in Ishur's gaze, she nods fervently. I do. Ishur solemnly slides the ring onto her ring finger and, after placing a gentle kiss upon it, envelopes her in his embrace. "Do not weep, my darling, do not weep." The red hue of her eyes and the glistening lashes tug at Ishur's heartstrings. He playfully threatens, "If you continue to cry, I shall kiss you right here before all these witnesses." Nansun pauses, sniffling and, indeed, ceasing her sobs. Suddenly, she wraps her arms around his neck, rising on tiptoe to press her lips to his. Ishur, taken aback for a moment, swiftly reciprocates, eliciting an even louder chorus of gasps from the crowd. Xiaoyu promptly covers his sister's eyes, instinctively closing his own. Qilan, equally moved to tears, finds herself both amused and exasperated at the scene. Just when everyone believes the moment has reached its zenith, bright stars begin to illuminate the night sky, gracefully forming a celestial bridge that glides above the crowd. Simultaneously, all the onlookers near Shanghai Street in Shenzhen glance skyward in unison. Goodness! Drones, so many drones. Which magnate orchestrated this surprise for his beloved? Excitement ripples through the crowd. This is like a story come to life. How enviable. Who is Nansun? What a lovely name for a cherished wife. Meanwhile, our protagonists have seized the moment to slip away to a secluded corner, leaving the spectators, still stunned and fumbling for their cameras, regretting their delayed reaction. Nestled in Ishur's embrace, Nansun gazes at the sky, her heart swelling with the words, "I love you," causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Just as everyone, including Nansun, assumes the spectacle has concluded, The LED screens of all the buildings in Shunqing flicker momentarily before illuminating simultaneously. Goodness, is this never-ending? What an extravagant display. This isn't just a show of affection. It's a full-blown spectacle. Though the methods may seem quaint, they are utterly endearing. Oh, Nansun is so fortunate. Her beloved adores her. Some lament, why wasn't I named Nansun? Additionally, onlookers notice changes on the LED screens of all taxis, where the myriad of advertisements has been replaced with a singular, unified message, Nansun, I love you. The words rapidly spread through the streets and alleys, inciting envy among all the women in Shunqing, prompting Nansun to shed yet another wave of tears. He sure gently caresses her cheek, realizing only now that our heroine, Nansun, is quite the sentimental soul. It's not entirely my fault, she replies, clinging tightly to his lean waist and affectionately nuzzling against his chest. Until today, she had never dreamt that he sure would orchestrate such a romantic proposal for her. After all, they had already obtained their marriage certificate and welcomed their children. A wedding seemed like a mere formality, a happy conclusion to their journey. It seemed that he sensed her thoughts. He sure pulled her closer into his embrace and sighed gently, Fool, I do not wish to settle for anything concerning you. Chapter 48. The unveiling of 3 exquisite colored diamonds. As the crowd dispersed, Qi Lan and He Yuhai stood with their 3 children, watching the blissful figures of their son and daughter-in-law, exchanging knowing smiles. Prior to this moment, they could hardly have imagined that their reticent son would exhibit such romantic tendencies. All of this was thanks to Nansun. Now that they could witness the couple's affection firsthand, their hearts as parents were at ease. Nearby, Zhou Ziqing, who had also witnessed this grand proposal, concealed his astonishment and, after a moment's hesitation, approached the elderly couple. He recognized them as the family of the diamond buyers, particularly since that pink diamond ring had been personally handed over by the little boy. Were it not for the buyer's instruction, he would never have dared to entrust such a valuable item to a mere 3-year-old. Mr. He, Mrs. He, the wind is picking up outside. Perhaps you would like to take the children into the shop for a while? Mr. He had not taken anything but the pink diamond ring. Had it not been for the formidable reputation of their brand, other competitors would have already been eager to pounce. Zhou Ziqing was now keen to expedite the departure of this esteemed client, specifically, the 3 series of rare colored diamonds. Naturally, he could not afford to offend such a significant patron. This was Qi Lan's first time being respectfully addressed as madam, and her typically carefree demeanor made her feel a tad bashful. She glanced down at her grandchildren, noticing that they were indeed dressed a bit too lightly, and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, he sure had taken Nansun back to the counter half an hour later. Zhang Yu and the others were still waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing the couple, they hurried forward. Hello, sir. My name is Zhang Yu. I intended to purchase the colored diamonds today, but upon arriving at the counter, I learned that all 3 sets had been reserved by you in advance. Would it be possible for me and my friends to admire them? Zhang Yu spoke sincerely. Her greatest passion was collecting diamonds. Since she could not acquire them, a close-up appreciation would suffice. Originally, she had planned to persistently bargain for a series, regardless of the buyer's wealth. However, after witnessing the recent proposal, she felt moved by the couple's emotions and decided against coveting another's affection. Upon hearing her request, he sure glanced at Zhou Ziqing and replied coolly, These are gifts for my wife. You may inquire with her. Given the rarity of these diamonds, he sure was not surprised by the ensuing buzz. However, he did not anticipate the attention it would draw from so many affluent young ladies and gentlemen in the city. It seemed that there were numerous reporters lurking in the shadows. He had no desire for his family's life to be thrust into the public eye after today. Although he had prepared beforehand for the proposal, he sent a message to Li Tong just to be safe. Meanwhile, upon hearing the answer, Zhang Yu quickly turned to Nansun. The striking beauty of her visage struck a more profound impact up close. Zhang Yu's heart raced with excitement, filled with envy. She possessed both beauty and wealth, and most importantly, a husband who adored her so dearly. Although she had stood at a distance during the proposal, she could still feel the palpable love between them. The pink bubbles of affection nearly engulfed the couple, as Nansun stood beside He Sure. Feeling the girl's bright-eyed anticipation for the diamonds, she nodded in agreement. Zhang Yu immediately expressed her gratitude with excitement. The group then proceeded toward the counter in a grand procession. Zhou Ziqing promptly ordered the retrieval of 3 similar-looking password boxes. After entering the 3 codes, the boxes clicked open with a delightful chime. A dazzling pink light emerged and faded, causing everyone to instinctively squint. Under the glow, the pinkish-purple diamonds sparkled with a translucent brilliance, exuding a dreamlike beauty. The previously striking jewels in the store paled in comparison. All the girls present were awestruck, the sweet pink hue evoking thoughts of romantic fairy tales, stirring their hearts with excitement. The pink diamond ring was already adorning Nansun's finger, while the boxes still contained a necklace, earrings, bracelet, and a crown. all crafted from platinum, known as the Metal of Love. Each diamond was exquisitely cut, showcasing meticulous craftsmanship. Zhang Yu, with her keen expertise in diamonds, immediately recognized the rarity of the pink diamond's hue, asserting that their clarity exceeded VVS2. Indeed, Zhou Ziqing, donning pure white gloves, retrieved the crown and proclaimed, "This precious pink diamond set is named Century Star, featuring the highest grade of color, fancy vivid pink, also known as the vivid color level. Notably, it also exhibits the exceedingly rare secondary hue of purple, with clarity reaching the internally flawless grade." All three series were crafted by the internationally renowned jewelry designer, Auguste, known as the Father of Diamonds, shortly before his passing. They are truly peerless treasures. As soon as his words fell, Zhang Yu and her diamond-loving friends could not contain their gasps. They were well aware that the vivid purple pink was the most valuable, sought-after color in pink diamonds, making even a single piece immensely precious. But now, an entire series was available. The value was beyond measure. And this was Auguste, a legendary figure who designed for European royalty. Countless Hollywood stars have felt honored to showcase his creations. At that moment, the way everyone looked at he sure shifted dramatically, especially for Deng Wenyo. As the youngest son of the Deng family in the city, he had always navigated the second-generation social scene with ease, shielded by his elder brother. Though he sure appeared relatively young, Deng Wenyo had never heard of him. Furthermore, a man so generous to his wife suggested commendable character. In mere seconds, Deng Wenyo's mind raced with thoughts on how to establish a rapport with he sure. Zhou Ziqing then proceeded to open the remaining 2 boxes. The Star of Hope series was crafted from blue diamonds, while the Eternal Star series was composed of red diamonds. One set exuded an air of mystery and nobility, while the other burned with passionate fervor. Each piece sparkled and glimmered, radiating dazzling brilliance. The Red Star of Hope set, like the pink diamonds, was of natural origin, and to this day, gemologists had yet to determine its source, thus earning its title as a rare treasure. Each piece would incite a frenzy among affluent families or collectors. Zhang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, and Nan Sun's small mouth hung open in surprise. The tears that had long since dried from earlier that evening now threatened to spill once more. Chapter 49, Acquiring the Store's Treasure. The envious gazes surrounding her filled Nan Sun with pride, but more than that, she felt a profound sense of gratitude. "Husband," she lifted her gaze, her words hanging on the tip of her tongue. For today's proposal, the busy he sure had sacrificed countless hours of rest unbeknownst to her. No wonder he had been spending every night in the study until dawn lately. She naively believed it was merely the overwhelming demands of work. The pained look in her eyes instantly illuminated he sure's understanding of his beloved wife's sentiments. He gently ran his fingers through her lustrous dark hair, his voice imbued with tenderness. "It's not burdensome. As long as my darling is happy, everything is worthwhile." This woman before him had defied societal expectations and familial opposition to courageously bring forth the fruit of their love. Moreover, she had forsaken her hometown, which she had known all her life, and unhesitatingly ventured into this unfamiliar city for him. Disregarding her grandmother's wishes, she selflessly nurtured their child, all the while sending them to his side without a trace of complaint. Each of these acts deeply moved he sure, filling his heart with countless blessings for having her as his partner, his wife, and the mother of his child. To love and be loved by her was the greatest fortune of his life, and his eternal wish for all lifetimes to come. Contemplating this, he sure lowered his gaze. What did a proposal even signify? Soon, he planned to give her the grandest wedding imaginable, followed by earning a fortune to love her more each day than the last. Aiming to make her the happiest woman in the world, the envy of all, Nan Sun felt a warmth in her heart as she met his gaze filled with affection. "Darling, I love you." The words slipped from her lips unbidden. Tears cascaded uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes, only to be tenderly kissed away by the man before her. "I love you too, my wife, now and forever, across all lifetimes." This scene left Zhang Yu and the other young women present with misty eyes. Even Deng Wenyo, who had always flitted through the flowers without a care for romance, found himself enchanted by this enviable love, contemplating whether he should seriously consider a relationship. After a good while of tears, Nansun finally withdrew from he sure's embrace, sniffing back her emotions as she tried to regain her composure. Their 3 children, who had quietly been with their grandparents, seized the moment to gather around, comforting their mother by rubbing her eyes. The sight of the family, large hands clasping small ones, made Deng Wenyo, who had just been contemplating love, suddenly yearn for marriage and children. Zhang Yu, noticing his thoughts, couldn't help but kick his calf sharply. Though friends, it was best to keep such a cat away from innocent girls. Eventually, he sure confirmed with Zhou Ziqing that all the jewelry was in order and had Nan Sun try on the remaining 2 rings before securely locking the password box and changing the code. After all, being a product of a reputable system, the quality and sizes were guaranteed. He sure was merely going through the motions. As Nansun caressed the large diamond on her hand, she recalled that her man's hand remained bare, prompting her to lead him to the counter. Considering that the 3 exquisite series diamond rings were not suitable for everyday wear, they ultimately chose 2 wedding bands. They selected the signature treasure of Harry Winston, valued at over 10 million, crafted by an internationally renowned designer. With great satisfaction, Nansun placed the ring onto He-Shu's long and elegant ring finger. This delighted Zhou Ziqing, who hadn't anticipated such unexpected gains today. In He-Shu's eyes, Zhou Ziqing had become the embodiment of fortune. Meanwhile, the remaining patrons in the store were left astounded, unable to comprehend how someone could purchase such expensive rings without batting an eye. But considering the immeasurable value of the 3 series of colored diamonds, they were utterly exhausted by envy. At that moment, a friend who had come with Deng Wenyo suddenly asked He-Shu, "Are you the owner of Xing Qianli Taxi?" Initially, he had found the man familiar, and after some thought, he finally recalled. Unlike Deng Wenyo and his companions, who indulged in merriment, he kept abreast of trending gossip. He had come across a video featuring luxury cars, even though it had since lost traction and the footage of He-Shu had been taken down. The man's distinctive appearance was unforgettable, even for someone like him. He-Shu nodded in acknowledgement, finding no disrepute in admitting it. Although he had arranged for his online appearances to be edited out since returning from Bin City, it was to prevent disturbance to his family's daily life. Wealthy young elites typically wouldn't engage in such trivial pursuits. Deng Wenyo grew even more intrigued by He-Shu. Despite Xing Qianli being a small company, he had heard of it. With the change in ownership, the company's assets had surged, a well-known fact in the business circles of Shin City. To his surprise, He-Shu was the new owner. Judging by the lavish purchases made today, it was evident that He-Shu was certainly not limited to just this enterprise. This solidified Deng Wenyo's resolve to befriend him. Thus, he shamelessly moved closer to He-Shu, saying, "Brother He, I'm Deng Wenyo. You can call me Little Mosquito. May I have your contact information?" He-Shu raised an eyebrow at his familiarity. However, this straightforward personality was not unwelcome. Ultimately, they exchanged contact details, with Nansun and Zhang Yu doing the same. This group of affluent young gentlemen and ladies departed in the same grand manner as they had arrived. Within a single evening, this sensational proposal inevitably trended on social media. Fortunately, He-Shu had prepared in advance. With his exceptional hacking skills, he filtered out all the videos featuring him and Nansun, ensuring that the identities of the protagonists of the proposal remained undisclosed. After seeing the trending topic, Ella swiftly called to claim credit. He-Shu readily transferred 200 million to her. He knew the proposal plan she devised lacked originality, but its effectiveness was all that mattered. He was confident that this proposal would be a cherished memory for his beloved wife for a lifetime. Next came the wedding preparations. As the wedding dress was still in production, their wedding date had yet to be finalized. However, it was tentatively estimated to take place at the end of July, coinciding with the near completion of the headquarters building, promising a double celebration. Additionally, regarding the wedding residence, He-Shu intended to secure a place in Tanxiang Garden, the most prestigious villa area in Shin City, consisting of only 18 houses, tranquil and secure. It was also conveniently located just 20 minutes from the company. Unlike that estate, He-Shu noted that the property deed showed an address in the suburbs. While it was suitable for weekend getaways, living there during workdays would indeed be inconvenient. He-Shu sought Nansun's opinion, and upon her agreement, he promptly instructed renovations to commence. Chapter 50. Encountering the tycoon with a Maybach again? This citywide sensational proposal remained trending for 3 full days. Numerous online sleuths speculated about the identities of the protagonists. Alas, He-Shu's confidentiality measures were impeccably executed. All videos featuring his family had been deleted. Consequently, until news of a famous male star's infidelity with a co-star broke, pushing the proposal off the trending list. No one could guess the truth, except for Annie, the clever one, having been on a filming assignment in another province. She returned just in time to excitedly video call Nansun. "Ah, your Mr. He is so romantic. This enviable love is making me tear up." Nansun laughed, holding her phone slightly away. "How did you know it was us?" Annie, now even more excited, exclaimed, "Really? I just guessed. After all, Mr. He has a history. And for such a significant occasion as a proposal, given his profound admiration for the goddess, it would be entirely uncharacteristic for him not to orchestrate a grand spectacle." Nansun feigned anger as she exclaimed, "You rascal. You actually tricked me. I was planning to have you as my maid of honor, but now I must reconsider." Upon hearing this, Annie became flustered. No, dear sister, I was wrong. You must reserve a spot for me as your maid of honor." Perhaps she might even manage to charm a groomsman to take home, especially since her mother has been incessantly pressuring her about marriage. The two continued to jest and laugh for quite a while until he sure arrived to urge them on. It was only then that Annie noticed Nan Sun was adorned in a dazzling silver off-shoulder gown, embellished with sequins. Her hair had also been meticulously styled, cascading elegantly down her back. However, being so close to the camera, she had initially overlooked these details. Well, we can chat later. I must accompany my beloved to the auction. All right, have fun, goddess. Annie laughed and waved her hand, and they finally ended the call. In truth, attending the auction was a spur-of-the-moment decision by he sure. The auction house was one of the 37 companies he had invested in. No, now it had grown to 87. After all, with a larger crowd, matters are more easily handled, and without significant financial constraints, securing 50 companies within a mere 2 weeks was well within he sure's expectations. The auction house, named Huachin, is among the top enterprises in the city. This month coincidentally featured a large auction event, and the auction list had been sent to he sure several days prior, though he only remembered it today. Just as he opened the document, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Detected that the host is about to attend an auction for the first time, granting a supplementary auction voucher worth 500 million, non-redeemable. Well then, to avoid wasting this voucher, he sure had to attend. It was also an excellent opportunity to take his wife out and enjoy some time together. Upon arriving at Huansha Garden, it was already past 10 in the morning, with less than half an hour until the auction officially commenced. Dubbed a garden, it was actually a beautifully decorated, traditional-style clubhouse specifically used by Huachin for auction events. The imposing Brabus G900, upon parking, immediately drew the attention of everyone in the lot, including Deng Wenyo and Xiang Yuanci. Wow, isn't that the car belonging to the big shot from my neighborhood? Deng Wenyo glanced at his cousin after parking. Are you joking? You live in Jinfu Tiandi, right? The security there is just passable. It's full of little stars like you, and a big shot? Wake up. Xiang Yuanci immediately retorted, what is wrong with being a little star? Sooner or later, I'll quietly become famous and astonish you all. And why can't there be a big shot? I've discreetly inquired, and the owner of that Brabus has an entire building in Jinfu Tiandi. Really? Deng Wenyo, seeing his cousin so animated, was already convinced to a degree. But how do you know that's the big shot from your neighborhood? Brabus cars are rare, but there's more than one in the city. Xiang Yuanci hesitated slightly. I recognized it by the sound. Is that not plausible? All right then, do you dare to bet? If that truly is your neighbor, whatever you fancy today, I'll buy it for you. Xiang Yuanci was immediately enticed. Yet having been tricked by his cousin many times before, he hesitated to agree. Moreover, he wasn't certain whether that was indeed the big shot's car, as they had only met a few times, but it certainly resembled it. And what if I lose? If you lose, just promise me one thing. Deng Wenyo raised an eyebrow. It can't involve me going home. Xiang Yuanci confirmed. To pursue a career in entertainment, he had had a falling out with his father. He had vowed never to return home unless he became famous, and being tricked back by his cousin would be quite embarrassing. Deng Wenyo opened the car door. Don't worry, I won't pressure you if you don't want to. Deal. Just as the two cousins were engaged in conversation, the couple had already exited their vehicle. He sure eyed his wife up and down, his expression darkening. He then pulled out a shawl from the car and draped it over Nan Sun's shoulders. Do you wish to roast me alive? Nan Sun glanced at the sun overhead. It must be at least 30 degrees today. The air conditioning inside would surely make it chilly. He sure maintained a stoic expression, his tone serious. If Nan Sun weren't so familiar with him, she might have been deceived. This fellow had a habit of fidgeting with his fingers whenever he lied, as if she were unaware. However, sensing the curious gazes directed at her, coupled with her husband's unusual demeanor, Nan Sun quickly grasped the situation. With a slight smile, she leaned closer to he sure, having deliberately worn a pair of high heels to complement her gown. She found that she could easily meet his lips without standing on tiptoe. A soft sound echoed as her lips brushed against his, deepening the hue of his lips momentarily. All right, don't be jealous. With your wife's beauty, if you were to feel jealousy every day, you'd surely sour yourself. He sure was instantly amused by her words, reaching out to pinch her cheek playfully, his tone affectionate. You're rather self-admiring. Just SOSO. Seeing her husband's mood finally brighten, Nan Sun smiled and linked her arm with his. Yet, she still didn't remove the shawl. After all, only her husband could pamper her in this manner. While this couple was immersed in tenderness, the two cousins were nearly at each other's throats. What is your problem? Deng Wenyo shot a fierce glare at his cousin. And what is your rush? With that hungry wolf expression, don't scare my neighbor. Xiang Yuanci clung tightly to his cousin's sleeve, refusing to let go. I just ran into an acquaintance and wanted to greet them. What is wrong with that? Let go. Are you sure? Their voices grew increasingly louder, naturally catching he sure's attention. He turned to scrutinize the familiar faces, puzzled as he inquired. Are you two fighting? Chapter 51, Arrival at the Auction, dealing with the oblivious uncle and nephew. Brother what a coincidence. You and sister-in-law are also attending the auction? Deng Wenyo shook off his cousin's grasp, his expression somewhat awkward. Before he sure could respond, Xiang Yuanxi gasped, You really know each other? This world is too small. Deng Wenyo swiftly slapped his cousin on the back of the head. Of course, now hurry and greet them. Xiang Yuanxi obediently called out. Hello, brother he. Hello, sister-in-law. I am his cousin, Xiang Yuanxi. As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily lingered on Nan Sun for several seconds. After all, an appreciation for beauty is a universal sentiment. However, Xiang Yuanxi soon realized with dismay that to clearly see her features, he had to look up. Given that Nan Sun stood at a height of 175 centimeters, and with her high heels, she paired perfectly with He Shi, who stood at 188 centimeters. Yet, at a mere 178 centimeters while wearing shoes, Xiang Yuanxi felt like a chick standing beside her. This scene prompted Deng Wenyo to laugh heartily, and even He Shi's lips curved in amusement. Nan Sun smiled and nodded, You too. Xiang Yuanxi instantly wished for a hole to hide in, vowing that next time he would never leave home without an 8 centimeters height boost. After all, as his cousin, he had to maintain some dignity. After exchanging pleasantries, Deng Wenyo led He Shi and his wife toward the auction hall. He frequently mingled in various lively events, having visited this place once or twice. Huaqin is considered one of the top auction houses in the city, and the buyers attending are typically magnates from various industries, each worth at least several billion. The majority of attendees were predominantly in their 30s, with those in their 40s comprising more than half. The sudden appearance of He Shi, a young man, led to speculation among the crowd about which wealthy heir had come to partake in the festivities merely for amusement. Deng Wenyo and Xiang Yuanxi presented their invitations, and after a brief glance, the staff permitted their entry. When He Shi approached, he was about to produce the special pass for personnel management when the inspecting staff member, with a brusque tone, interjected, Hurry up. No invitation means no entry. Don't waste everyone's time. He Shi paused, his gaze turning icy. Is this how you treat your guests? Deng Wenyo's expression soured as well, and he bluntly declared, Show me your work badge. It would be a disgrace not to lodge a complaint against you today. Go ahead and complain. Zhao Su, who had been hastily pulled from a drinking gathering to fill in, was already seething, and the mention of a complaint ignited his fury. Let me tell you, the head of this auction is my uncle. Oh, so there's a connection. No wonder you're so arrogant. Zhao Su raised his chin with pride. Our auction item is worth millions. Can you afford it? If you can, I'll let you in immediately. You, how do you know we can't afford it? Xiang Yuanxi retorted childishly. What do you mean by you? Zhao Su, emboldened by alcohol, became increasingly boisterous. Then show us the money. If you're broke, don't act like a big shot. The quarrel intensified, while He Shi, weary of conversing with someone whose intellect seemed questionable, turned to the nearby staff and instructed, Bring your supervisor over. Noticing the hesitation among the staff, He Shi's voice turned cold. If they don't come now, inform them they need not return in the future. Perhaps due to his formidable aura, one perceptive young staff member swiftly departed, and shortly after, returned with the supervisor, Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei, a man in his 40s, shot a piercing glare at Zhao Su before respectfully inquiring, Which young master requires my attention? The staff gestured toward He Shi. Zhao Lei's gaze lingered on Deng Wenyo for a moment. He recognized the second son of the Deng family, known for his indulgent lifestyle, seemingly unrestrained due to the influence of his older brother. Then he turned his attention to He Shi, noting the youth's formidable presence, which set him apart from typical affluent heirs. Instantly, Zhao Lei adopted a more humble demeanor. I apologize if my nephew has been disrespectful. With so many guests present, I kindly ask for your understanding and patience with a foolish child. The underlying tone was one of apology, subtly hinting to He Shi the importance of discretion in a crowded setting. Zhao Su had often stirred trouble, and such entreaties had previously garnered leniency. Especially in a prestigious venue like Huaqin, being overly meticulous would not reflect well on anyone. Zhao Lei believed this instance would be no different. However, He Shi found the situation almost laughable. Clearly, Zhao Lei was a seasoned manipulator, speaking with an air of calculated innocence. Was it not evident that Zhao Su was deliberately provoking? And to refer to him as a child, when he appeared to be in his mid-20s? Furthermore, to have a drunken individual attend to guests reflected poorly on the supervisor's competence. Both uncle and nephew were of the same ilk, and He Shi had no intention of indulging such behavior. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to the general manager of Huaqin. With his 35 shareholding, dismissing a mere auction supervisor was but a matter of a single sentence. Within half a minute, Zhao Lei received a call from a superior. After hearing just a few words, his complexion drained to a pallid hue, causing Zhao Su, who had been feeling self-satisfied, to gasp in shock. Zhao Lei's eyes darted toward He Shi, but before he could articulate a response, the general manager approached briskly, respectfully addressing He Shi as Director He. before escorting him to the main hall, ignoring the uncle and nephew entirely. Upon hearing that title, Zhao Lei was left with no illusions. A single word could lead to his dismissal, especially given the general manager's deference. The only individual who could command such authority was the newly revealed shareholder. His face turned ashen as he backhandedly slapped Zhao Su across the face, enraged. This was not how he had envisioned leveraging this grand occasion for his nephew to mingle with the wealthy. Instead, he had unwittingly orchestrated a disaster. Now, with this lucrative position slipping away, how would he support his family in the city? Meanwhile, Sun Guang, visibly apprehensive, led He Shi and his companions to the most opulent VIP room on the 3rd floor. Once they were seated, he discreetly positioned himself to the side, hardly daring to breathe. He had not anticipated that on the very first day of the new director's arrival, such an outrageous incident would unfold. Ultimately, the fault lay with him. If the new director chose to pursue this matter, his own position could very well be at stake. Deng Wenyo and Xiang Yuanxi sat quietly beside him, equally astonished to learn that He Shi was indeed a shareholder of Huaqin. This was their first encounter with He Shi in a supervisory capacity, although He Shi typically exhibited a reserved demeanor at this moment. The unintentional air of authority he emanated was overwhelmingly commanding, compelling even those accustomed to the sternness of their family patriarchs to instinctively behave with decorum. It was akin to facing a school principal. For a time, the entire room was silent, save for Nan Sun, whose expression remained unperturbed. Chapter 52, Coveting My Husband? Nan Sun's glance intimidated. The private room at Huanxi Garden mirrored the elegant decor of the main hall, exuding a timeless charm and sophistication. The corner display was adorned with exquisite porcelain and jade artifacts, while the walls showcased renowned landscape paintings. Upon glancing at the artwork, Nan Sun noted a piece by the esteemed master Chao Wenkai, a favorite of He Yuhai. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded subtly. The brushwork was meticulous, indeed a fine painting. However, compared to her own, it fell slightly short. Huffed. Unable to contain herself, Xiang Yuanxi accidentally spat out his drink, exclaiming, "That's Master Chao, a renowned national painter." While his sister-in-law undoubtedly surpassed the master in terms of beauty, claiming her artwork was superior to a master's was rather conceited. Nan Sun turned back, blinking innocently at He Shi. The man immediately cast a blank expression towards Xiang Yuanxi. How dare he mock his wife? Xiang Yuanxi's countenance shifted, and in terror, he ducked behind his cousin, wailing, "I'm sorry. I want to do it again. Brother He, spare me." His dramatic pleas for mercy lightened the atmosphere in the room. Sun Guang sighed in relief, casting a grateful glance at Nan Sun, while even Deng Wenyo silently gave a thumbs up. In that private room, only Xiang Yuanxi remained oblivious, believing Nan Sun's remark had been an unintentional slip. He sure affectionately pinched his wife's cheek and casually remarked, "I hope today's incident does not repeat in the future." Sun Guang nodded vigorously. He sure waved his hand, signaling him to attend to his duties. He had no intention of causing any further trouble. However, a sense of urgency regarding his management was necessary. He hoped this incident would prompt Sun Guang to better oversee his staff. Meanwhile, Nan Sun savored the oranges that He sure had peeled for her while casually browsing the tablet at hand. Today's auction features a total of 65 items, predominantly rare antiquities that pique little interest in her. That is until she lays eyes on the pièce d'argent, a resplendent crimson phoenix embroidered wedding gown, accompanied by a matching phoenix crown and veil. He sure, of course, has also noticed it. For this is precisely the reason he has brought Nan Sun to the auction today. The family deliberated extensively on whether to host a traditional Chinese wedding or a Western-style ceremony. Ultimately, they concluded that a Chinese wedding would be more fitting, rich in tradition and possessing a unique cultural allure. The beauty lies not only in the wedding attire, but also in the ceremonial ambience and the traditional culture it embodies. The thought of bringing home the woman he loves in a grand procession fills He sure with a smile as he envisions this scene. The auction takes place on the 1st floor, with a grand exhibition stage at its center, flanked by rows of tables and chairs. The attendees are primarily affluent newcomers to the art world, eager to broaden their horizons. The true connoisseurs, however, are sequestered in private booths on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Deng Wenyao gazes at the tightly shut doors, marveling at the turnout. Today's crowd surpasses even that of his last visit. Regrettably, he casts a glance at He Shi, knowing that with this elder brother present, the competition for coveted items would be fierce. Xiang Yuanxi, brimming with enthusiasm, clutches a tablet, determined to extract some financial commitment from his cousin after finally winning a bet against him. As the host announces the commencement of the auction, a graceful hostess clad in a qipao takes the stage to present the first item. Xiang Yuanxi hastily tugs at Deng Wenyao's sleeve, only to receive a sharp slap to his hand. A Ming Dynasty inkstone? What use do you have for that with handwriting akin to a dog's paw? To extinguish ash, perhaps? Xiang Yuanxi sheepishly rubs his nose. The room is still filled with influential figures, and before Xiang Yuanxi can make a move, Deng Wenyao interjects. A modern artisan moon vase. What will you do with it? Use it as a chamber pot? Xiang Yuanxi is left speechless, realizing that he has once again fallen into his cousin's trap, having been led to believe he could bid freely. Nan Sun, amused by the brother's antics, leans against He Shi, laughing uncontrollably. Concerned that his wife might laugh too hard, He Shi gently pats her back with his distinctively articulate hands. The couple finds little interest in the antiquities being auctioned and soon decides to explore the outer exhibition hall. Deng Wenyao and Xiang Yuanxi, having unconsciously adopted the role of devoted underlings, follow closely behind. The first floor houses a vast antique market, partitioned into numerous small spaces where patrons can purchase items directly from sellers without the need for auction. It resembles a flea market frequented by enthusiasts eager for hidden treasures. Unlike the auction house, this exhibition hall is open all day except on weekends, resulting in a greater number of visitors than auction participants. Upon their arrival, the quartet immediately draws the attention of all present, their striking appearances, particularly He Shi and Nan Sun, making them the center of admiration. In a corner, a woman dressed in a striking red gown, heavily made up, notices He Shi and her eyes sparkle momentarily. However, upon seeing Nan Sun beside him, her expression darkens. Xiaoqing, what are you looking at? Asks Yi Tong, donning a similar gown as she approaches her friend with curiosity. Xiang Yuanxi? He is here too? Without waiting for an answer, Yi Tong strides purposefully toward them. Wu Qing takes a deep breath, retrieves a compact mirror from her bag to ensure her appearance is flawless, then raises her chin and heads over. Yet, the closer she gets to the jovial group, the more her anxiety escalates. Since their last encounter downstairs at Jinfu Tiandi, she has sought countless opportunities to coincidentally meet He Shi, but to no avail. She hasn't even caught a glimpse of him. Her pride refuses to allow such a disappointment. With no other option, she redirects her focus on his Xiang Yuanxi. Having been university classmates in the finance department, Wu Qing, Yi Tong, and Xiang Yuanxi share a connection. Although Xiang Yuanxi has ventured into the entertainment industry, he remains the sole heir to the Xiang family's considerable fortune. If she can secure his affection and marry into the Xiang family, she would be free from worries about sustenance and clothing. However, her attempt to seduce him while he was intoxicated resulted in him shunning her advances, leaving her seething with frustration. Since that day, Xiang Yuanxi has avoided her, and Wu Qing, begrudgingly, has had to relinquish her aspirations of him. Upon spotting her approaching figure, Xiang Yuanxi's brow furrows in distaste. Thanks to Yi Tong's presence, he manages to suppress his irritation. Wu Qing's gaze, however, lingers hungrily on He Shi's face. Such an exquisite man, she cannot help but feel envious. Suddenly, a cold, piercing gaze lands on her, causing her exposed skin to prickle with unease. Raising her head, she meets the gaze of the stunning woman beside He Shi, who exudes an air of elegance that rivals his own. Faced with that enigmatic smile, Wu Qing, who has always prided herself on her self-worth, feels an inexplicable wave of shame wash over her. Hello, everyone. I'm Yi Tong, and this is Wu Qing. We are university classmates of Xiang Yuanxi. Yi Tong, typically boisterous, senses the tension in the air and introduces herself. As she approaches, she realizes the man accompanying Xiang Yuanxi is none other than the extraordinary gentleman she encountered at Jinfu Tiandi, and he has an equally beautiful girlfriend. She finds herself captivated by Nan Sun's beauty, believing her to be far more stunning than any television star. Unable to resist, she sneaks glances, inadvertently amusing Nan Sun, who notes the girl's demeanor resembles that of Annie. Raising a hand in a friendly greeting, Nan Sun smiles. Xiang Yuanxi grins at Yi Tong, saying, "This is brother He and sister-in-law. They are about to hold their wedding, so you can just call her that." Yi Tong cheerfully responds, "Wonderful. Sister-in-law is truly beautiful. Like a fairy, perfectly matched with brother He. Oh, little Yi, have you learned to flatter?" "Not at all. I'm merely speaking the truth." The conversation grows increasingly lively, while Wu Qing's expression darkens progressively, unnoticed by the others. Deng Wenyao, without a doubt, has had enough romantic entanglements to fill a circle around the city. His keen eye for tea appraisal tells him precisely what is on this woman's mind. As for He Shi, aside from Nan Sun, he does not direct his gaze toward any other woman. Since Yi Tong and Wu Qing's arrival, he has been completely preoccupied, frequently checking his phone to coordinate work with Li Tong. Seeing this, Wu Qing's eyes brim with tears of frustration, nearly on the verge of an explosion. Just as she prepares to signal Yi Tong to leave, she suddenly spots a familiar figure striding toward them. Her eyes brighten as if she has found a lifeline, and she rushes forward, lifting her skirt. "Husband." Her voice, overly affected and resoundingly loud, draws the attention of nearly everyone present. Xiang Yuanxi, taken aback, covers his ears in disbelief. What did she just call him? Husband? Surely she doesn't mean her father? Xiang Yuanxi gazed into the distance, rubbing his eyes at the sight of the man holding Wu Qing in his arms, with a protruding belly and a balding head. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. Yi Tong's face flushed with embarrassment. She felt it inappropriate to comment on her friend's affairs. Meanwhile, Deng Wenyo cast a disparaging glance at his cousin. How could someone who mingled in the entertainment industry be so easily flustered by such a trivial scene? It was quite common for a gold digger to find a wealthy benefactor, was it not? Over there, Wu Qing had already linked her arm with the man's. Her slender and delicate figure always imparted an impression of fragility. Now, leaning against Zheng Yuanhua, it instantly ignited his protective instincts. This feeling of being relied upon enveloped Zheng Yuanhua in a profound sense of comfort. The pair exchanged a few hushed words before approaching the group. Allow me to introduce my husband, the CEO of Zhuoran Construction. We are to hold our wedding next month. Wu Qing beamed with joy, eager for Zheng Yuanhua to add a few words. However, she noticed him staring blankly at Nansun. Her smile faltered as she pinched the man's arm sharply. Only then did Zheng Yuanhua snap back to reality. Yes, we are soon to be wed. Shaoqing's friends are my friends, and we look forward to welcoming everyone. As he was about to steal another glance at Nansun, his gaze collided with He Shi's cold and piercing eyes. A jolt of alarm surged through him, causing him to instinctively hunch his shoulders. This utterly pathetic demeanor ignited Wu Qing's fury. She struggled to suppress her rising anger. We are here today to photograph that exquisite phoenix embroidered wedding gown, which I intend to wear for my wedding. I hear it is the final masterpiece of the Sioux embroidery master, Ms. Mei Lan, crafted over 3 years by her 32 embroiderers, making it a one-of-a-kind piece in the world. The accompanying phoenix crown and veil, adorned with 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes, silk brocade, and golden threads, are of immense value. Together, they must be worth several tens of millions, right? Upon hearing you mention marriage, are you here for that as well? I suggest you abandon that thought, as it is indeed a case of the highest bidder wins. Wu Qing raised her fingernails, deliberately showcasing her 5-carat diamond ring, casting a smug glance at Nansun's unadorned ring finger. What of the Maybach? Isn't it true that he can't even spare a diamond ring? Perhaps all his money went into purchasing that luxury vehicle. Otherwise, why would someone who can afford a $1 million car settle for a residence in Golden Mansion? The wedding is likely to be held at that newly opened 8-star hotel, and you are all welcome to attend. As Wu Qing concluded her remarks, silence enveloped the group. Not a single person responded, not even Yi Tong, whose expression had contorted into a frown. She had always believed her friend to be merely a bit pragmatic, yet fundamentally kind-hearted. However, today's aggressive demeanor and incessant display of superiority made Yi Tong feel quite uncomfortable. An eerie stillness hung in the air for a moment. He sure, having just pulled his attention away from his phone, coldly remarked, "No time." Nansun suddenly erupted into laughter. "Apologies, but we are quite busy, so we shall forego attending. Furthermore, you are right. The highest bidder wins, so I wish you the best of luck." With that, he took He Shi's hand and led the way out. Deng Wenyo and Xiang Yuanxi followed closely behind, their faces alight with mirth. After a brief silence, Yi Tong, feeling discontented, trailed after them. Wu Qing stood there with a face ashen as lead, but upon seeing Zheng Yuanhua glance over, she reverted to her previous delicate demeanor. "I'm sorry, my love. I was just feeling a bit down. I considered them friends, but they started tearing up as they spoke." Her tear-stained visage tugged at Zheng Yuanhua's heartstrings. He quickly enveloped her in his arms, soothingly saying, "It's all right, my dear. I'm here for you. My love. You must ensure you buy that wedding gown for me. Otherwise, I shall truly weep. Rest assured, my darling, do not cry." This peculiar interlude did not dampen the spirits of He Shi and his companions as they continued to leisurely explore, with the exception of Yi Tong, who felt somewhat despondent. After all, they had shared 4 years in university, and discovering her friend's stark contrast to the person she thought she knew inevitably led to disappointment. Thankfully, Xiang Yuanxi, with his talent for light-hearted banter, was present. He sure strolled leisurely behind Nansun, chuckling at their playful antics. He held little interest in the various trinkets and artifacts, having no expertise in antique appreciation. Yet, at that moment, the system's voice unexpectedly chimed in. Ding! Genuine antiques detected near the host, granting top-tier appraisal abilities. He sure blinked in astonishment, and soon, the world around him transformed dramatically. The various porcelain and jade pieces displayed on counters or stalls, which appeared mundane to others, enveloped He Shi in swirling mists. Some wisps were white, others black, and a few even shimmered with golden threads, although such instances were exceedingly rare. He approached the nearest stall and tentatively picked up a tea bowl surrounded by white mist. 2 lines of blue script instantly appeared before his eyes, made in the official kiln during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Blue and white entwined branch tea bowl. Quality, medium. Value, approximately 180,000. He sure's pupils dilated as he absorbed the information. This ability was extraordinary. Chapter 54, from 1,000 to 200,000. Boss, how much for this tea bowl? He sure concealed his excitement, addressing the man seated behind the stall. Qianpeng glanced up, taking in the sight of the young man before him. Great, yet another curious young master. He had encountered at least 8 or 10 such individuals today, each waxing poetic only to leave once the price was mentioned. The thought alone ignited a wave of irritation within Qianpeng, prompting him to respond curtly, 1,000. No bargaining. Hurry and leave. I have business to attend to. All right, please wrap it up for me. Excuse me? Qianpeng blinked in disbelief, thinking he had misheard. Sir, that's 1,000, not 100. He sure remained silent, merely nudging the tea bowl toward him. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. Qianpeng, taken aback, hastily rummaged for a box to wrap the bowl. It wasn't until his phone chimed with a notification that the money had been received that the reality of the situation began to sink in. Watching He Sure and his companions depart, coupled with the envious glances from others nearby, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. I sold a mere bowl for 1,000? Qianpeng's face flushed with excitement. It seemed he would indulge in an extra 2 pig trotters for dinner tonight. Brother He, what kind of bowl is this? I doubt it's even worth 100, Deng Wenyo remarked, examining the palm-sized item as he scrutinized it from every angle. He Sure, noticing his curiosity, explained. This is a genuine piece from the Ming and Qing official kiln, and it can sell for that price. Deng Wenyo stared at He Sure's outstretched finger, his mouth agape in disbelief. Is that for real? Brother He, you have a knack for antique appraisal? He Sure felt a twinge of embarrassment as he realized he had only just acquired this knowledge, nodding awkwardly to deflect the compliment. Deng Wenyo's attention remained fixed on the tea bowl, and soon, Xiang Yuanxi and Yi Tong joined in their curiosity. At that moment, an elderly man, clad in a traditional gown and striding with purpose, suddenly halted before the trio. He appeared to be in his 70s, with a grizzled beard yet a vigorous demeanor, followed closely by a middle-aged man in his 40s. The elderly man's eyes sparkled with vitality as he fixed his gaze intently on Deng Wenyo's hand. Young man, where did you acquire that tea bowl? Are you planning to sell it? This unexpected inquiry captured the attention of He Sure and the others. Deng Wenyo turned around in a daze and said, This belongs to my brother He. You must inquire with him. The old gentleman recognized this item. He Sure pulled Nan Sun over to join the group. Upon hearing this, Li Jingyi glanced at the speaker, and a flicker of admiration instantly crossed his eyes. What a handsome and imposing young man. I wonder if this little brother would allow this old man to take a closer look. Of course, He Sure replied, tilting his chin toward Deng Wenyo. Li Jingyi pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket to wrap around the porcelain bowl before carefully examining it in his hands. The surrounding crowd instinctively lowered their voices. After a long pause, Li Jingyi suddenly exclaimed, It's genuine, without a doubt. Look at the intricate floral patterns on the surface. The details are clear, and it has been remarkably well preserved. I have a similar piece at home and have been searching for a pair for years. I never expected to stumble upon one here in Shunxing today. As he spoke, onlookers who had been quietly observing began to display expressions of envy. It was not unheard of to find treasures here, but such occurrences were exceedingly rare, and most relied solely on luck. Judging by the young man's appearance, it was evident that it was his first visit, yet he had serendipitously made such a grand discovery. My dear brother, I wonder if you would consider parting with this tea bowl. I am willing to offer 100,000. An avid collector immediately stepped forward. He Sure smirked, Uncle, my blue and white tea bowl is of at least average quality. You think it's fair to offer 100,000 to acquire it? The man's face flushed. He had not anticipated encountering someone knowledgeable. Li Jingyi chuckled heartily, adding, Indeed, that is quite true. Young brother, why not sell it to me instead? It would perfectly complement the one I have at home. I am willing to offer 200,000. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. Qianpeng, who had just purchased pig trotters, stood there in a daze. Deng Wenyo and Xiang Yuanxi looked at He Sure with eyes full of admiration. A mere 1,000 had transformed into 200,000. Brother, he was indeed impressive. Even the usually reserved Nan Sun gazed at her man with sparkling eyes. He Sure felt warmth in his heart and subtly tightened his grip on his wife's hand. Then he turned to Li Jingyi and said, Old sir, your generosity is commendable, but I cannot take advantage of you. Seeing your sincere desire, I am willing to let it go for 150,000. Li Jingyi paused momentarily, his smile widening, his impression of He Sure growing even more favorable. Although he appeared to be in his early 20s, he exuded maturity, wisdom, and an open-minded demeanor, suggesting he would surely become a prominent figure in the future. It seemed he had indeed grown old, having not ventured out for so long. He had not realized how exceptional today's youth had become. Very well, I shall shamelessly accept your offer, but I would also like to befriend you, young brother. As Li Jingyi spoke, he glanced at a middle-aged man behind him, who promptly handed a simple white card with black lettering to He Shi. My surname is Li. When you come to Yinqing, you must contact me. He Shi paused briefly before nodding in agreement. Certainly. Ultimately, both parties exchanged money and goods, leaving everyone satisfied. Only Qian Peng, squatting in the corner, wore a glum expression, regretting his missed opportunity. Once back in the private room, Deng Wenyo hurried over to He Shi. Brother He, that old man seems somewhat familiar. Do you know him? He Shi nonchalantly tossed the business card to him. Li Jingyi. How many others named Li Jingyi could there be in Yinqing? No way. Deng Wenyo was genuinely taken aback. That was a figure from the imperial city. Moreover, he was of high rank. Even though he was retired now, the Li family's influence was firmly established at the pinnacle of Yinqing society. He could hardly fathom such a notable person suddenly visiting Shunqing, especially without any prior news. As Deng Wenyo pondered this, he ultimately decided to keep the matter to himself. This Li elder evidently wished to keep his itinerary discreet. Should he rashly divulge it to his family, not only might it displease the dignitary, but it could also implicate brother He. While He Shi was busy feeding his wife, he glanced at Deng Wenyo, recognizing that this fellow, who only indulged in food and entertainment, possessed a modicum of intelligence. The timing of their return was impeccable. Within 5 minutes, the much-anticipated Pai Si d'Or assistance was wheeled onto the stage by the attendants. Gasps of amazement filled the air as both Nan Sun and He Shi gazed in awe. It was a stunning, bright red wedding gown from the Ming dynasty. From the inside out, it featured a horse-faced skirt, a round-collared robe, and an outer garment with wide sleeves, complemented by a colorful veil. The round-collared robe and wide-sleeve garment were both resplendent in vibrant red, adorned with hand-embroidered phoenixes and floral motifs, crafted entirely from the finest silk thread. Save for the gold thread, under the lighting, it shimmered like rippling water, dazzling and captivating. In contrast, the horse-faced skirt and veil were strikingly unique in a frosty blue hue, embroidered with red phoenix tail feathers and gold-threaded cloud patterns, exuding both nobility and elegance. Additionally, there was the exquisite crown adorned with over 100 gemstones, not to mention the accompanying phoenix hairpin, which boasted tassels strung from thousands of pearls. The moment this treasure was unveiled, the auction hall erupted in a chorus of gasps. In room 8 on the second floor, Wu Qing sat up straight, her fingers gripping Zheng Yuanhua's arm tightly, her excitement palpable. She gazed at the breathtaking phoenix crown and wedding gown on the stage, her eyes filled with determination to possess them. Should she don this unparalleled wedding attire on her big day, the expressions of those who once looked down upon her would be utterly delightful. Wu Qing even began to envision the scene of her wedding. Meanwhile, the auctioneer downstairs had finally completed the introduction of this highly coveted item. The complete set of phoenix-embroidered wedding attire along with the crown and veil started at a bidding price of 10 million, with increments of no less than 100,000. The bidding begins now. As the auctioneer's words echoed, the hall was soon filled with various bidding offers. 11 million, 12 million, 15 million. Wu Qing's complexion turned grim. Hadn't they agreed on increments of 100,000? Were these people out of their minds? She hurriedly glanced at the man beside her, her eyes brimming with tears of grievance. Zheng Yuanhua gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "Do not worry, my dear. I will definitely win this for you." For this auction, he had prepared several tens of millions in advance. Wu Qing immediately bestowed a kiss upon his lips. "Thank you, husband." The bidding continued, and in no time, the price had surged to 20 million, yet the bidders showed no signs of retreating. Zheng Yuanhua's expression gradually grew serious. 25 million. The guest from room 10 bids 25 million. Is there anyone willing to go higher? Wu Qing anxiously clutched her husband's hand. "Husband." Zheng Yuanhua picked up a remote control beside him, gritted his teeth, and entered a series of numbers. The auctioneer excitedly announced, 30 million. The guest from room 8 bids 30 million. Wu Qing immediately leaped into Zheng Yuanhua's embrace. "You're amazing, husband." However, the two had barely reveled in their triumph when the auctioneer gasped once more. 50 million. The guest in room 3 on the 3rd floor bids 50 million. Wu Qing sat there, her mouth agape in shock, her mind blank. She then turned to Zheng Yuanhua with hopeful eyes, but the man simply shook his head. 30 million was his absolute limit. No matter how wealthy he was, he could not risk his entire fortune on a single garment that would only be worn once. Wu Qing's face turned ashen as she lowered her head, realizing there was no room for negotiation. Her heart brimmed with resentment, allowing her long nails to dig into her delicate palm. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor, Nan Sun sat beside He Shi, contentedly enjoying her fruit. She harbored no worries about securing the wedding gown. As expected, when the auctioneer reiterated the price for the second time, he sure swiftly grasped the remote control. 100 million. The patrons in the first private room had audaciously bid 100 million. This was indeed the highest bid of the day. Is there any further bidding? After a few seconds, the third private room increased the bid by 10 million. In response, he sure escalated the price to 200 million. An uproar erupted throughout the venue. The third private room tentatively added another 10 million. At this juncture, the atmosphere of the auction had reached a fever pitch. He sure raised an eyebrow, weary of wasting time, and directly offered 500 million. The moment this figure flashed on the big screen, the third private room fell utterly silent. Yet, he sure remained unfazed. After all, the auction voucher was subsidized by the system, and any surplus would be non-redeemable. Tossing out 500 million still meant a substantial portion returned to his own pocket. The attendees were astounded by the audacious bid from the first private room. Many discreetly sought to uncover the identity of the guests, including Wu Qing and Zheng Yuanhua. Thus, when the auctioneer announced the conclusion of the day's proceedings, they did not leave immediately, but lingered in the corner of the second floor, waiting quietly. Finally, the wooden door swung open. Upon seeing those familiar figures emerge from the first private room, Wu Qing, adorned in towering heels, stumbled against the railing, her face a mask of disbelief. No way. This cannot be true. How could they possess such wealth? 500 million for a wedding dress. She grabbed a passing staff member, inquiring, "Is that the guest from the first private room? Are you certain?" Coincidentally, this staff member was the one who had initially assisted he sure. Noticing the woman's frenzied demeanor, he replied, "You mean Director He?" They were indeed in the first private room. Director He? Yes. He is the second shareholder of Huachin Auctions. Though I've heard he owns more than one company, not sure if that's accurate. Regardless, he casually produced 500 million without a flicker of his eye. A colleague chimed in with gossip. It must be true. Director He's verified WeChat account confirms he is the chairman of Xing Qianli Rentals. Wu Qing could no longer hear their voices. Her face burned, feeling like a naked clown. Just an hour ago, she had confidently declared her intention to secure the embroidered wedding gown as her bridal attire. Those around her must be mocking her audacity. The more she pondered, the more embarrassed she felt. In stark contrast, Zheng Yuanhua's reaction was entirely different. "Honey, didn't you say you were friends with them? You should build a good relationship. That's 500 million. He has never seen so much money in his life." Upon hearing this, Wu Qing clenched her fists, fearing she might not resist slapping him. Build a good relationship? She now hoped fervently to never encounter them again. After he sure and the others exited the private room, they did not leave immediately. The system had unexpectedly endowed him with top-tier appraisal abilities, aside from being able to ascertain that the antiquities shrouded in white mist were genuine. He had yet to verify those enveloped in black mist and golden threads. This was an opportune moment he did not wish to squander. Unfortunately, many had witnessed his earlier transaction with Li Jingyi, and personally returning to the trading hall would attract undue attention. Thus, he sure discreetly relayed the stall information he had noted to Sun Guang, instructing him to make arrangements. In the lounge, Director He, "The antiquities you requested have all been acquired. Shall we bring them in now?" He sure raised his hand, and promptly, staff members began to carry in several large crates. Sun Guang was puzzled as to why the new director had purchased multiple stalls in one go. Some items, in his view, were mere junk. However, he dared not voice such thoughts. He sure, unaware of his subordinates' musings, pretended to sift through the items for a while before finally selecting the inkstone entwined in black mist. The blue characters gradually appeared. Qing Dynasty, Magpie on Plum Blossom Inkstone. Quality, inferior. Value, approximately 20,000. He then picked up the porcelain vase wrapped in golden threads. Qing Dynasty, Famille Rose heart-shaped vase. Quality, superior. Value, approximately 30 million. He sure raised an eyebrow. It seemed that regardless of whether they were cloaked in white mist, black mist, or golden threads, they all represented authenticity, merely differing in value. This was a splendid opportunity for profit, and as a businessman steeped in commerce, he would not let it slip away. Consequently, he arranged for several batches of personnel to procure all the stalls with a greater number of genuine items. In the following days, after professional appraisal, these authentic pieces were directly placed in Huachin auctions, resulting in a significant profit. Chapter 56, a rear-end collision? Seizing the chance to play the victim to his wife. Good heavens, is this truly the wedding gown worth 500 million? In the He family's living room, Qilan stood before the phoenix-embroidered wedding dress. Her eyes filled with awe. He sure, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. "Mom, you've asked at least 3 times already." Qilan pouted. "I'm just so surprised." She knew her son was capable, but she hadn't anticipated such prowess. As she circled the clothing rack, nodding in agreement. "However, this expensive gown indeed holds its worth. The golden thread embroidery will retain its value when collected, and only such a wedding dress is worthy of my beautiful daughter-in-law. The obedient Nan Sun, sitting quietly beside her, felt a wave of relief wash over her as she noted her mother-in-law's approval of the gown's price. She certainly did not wish for their marriage to affect familial relationships. Has Xiao Sun tried it on yet? Shall we see how it looks? He sure shook his head. Not yet. This dress is too intricate. We might not wear it properly. In a couple of days, we'll head to Jelly to try on wedding gowns, and we can make any necessary alterations then. Hearing her son say this, Lan ceased to press further, knowing they would see it soon enough. He sure glanced at Li Tong, who had been waiting at the door. All right, I need to get to work. I have several important meetings this afternoon and may not return for dinner. The headquarters building was still under construction, so he sure's workplace remained at Wanjia. Currently, Wanjia Investments, Nanshe Investments, Xing Qianli Rentals, Nanshe Hotel, Sheng Kong Pharmaceuticals, and Miracle Construction were all enterprises he focused on developing. He intended to consolidate these companies under Nanshe Group as wholly owned subsidiaries. Hence, he had been preoccupied with matters concerning equity investment. Understanding her husband's hard work, Nan Sun made sure not to hold him back. She affectionately escorted him to the elevator, stealing a quick kiss when Li Tong wasn't looking before skipping back home. He sure touched his lips, smiling with delight. With his wife's encouragement, he felt invigorated. Noticing his assistant's curious gaze, he sure cleared his throat before addressing the matter at hand. What time are the flights for the first and second brothers tonight? After a month of traveling, their business trip was finally coming to an end. Today, they concluded negotiations with the last company and eagerly booked their flights. He sure naturally had to host a reception for his two good friends. Thanks to their hard work and efforts during this period, along with the fame of the 6 investment tycoons, Nanshe Investment's reputation in the investment realm had already rivaled that of Wanjia. This emerging company, in just over a month, had developed into a colossal entity, with nearly 100 affiliated and controlled companies under its name, a feat that astonished everyone. Li Tong anticipated that his boss would inquire about this and promptly responded without hesitation. The flight to Yen City is at 7 in the evening, while the one to Prung City is slightly later at 7:30. All right, call Rin Sheng and have him prepare a banquet for tonight. Understood. Before closing the car door, he sure glanced at his watch. It was still early, so they would first visit the old city to check on the progress of Ho Jian's project over the past few days. In order to expedite the completion of the headquarters, Miracle Construction had suspended all other operations. Based on Ho Jian's previous reports, it was expected to be finished within the planned time frame. As he sure was lost in thought, the car suddenly jolted violently. With a loud bang, the previously smooth-driving Brabus came to an abrupt halt. Mr. He, are you all right? Li Tong turned to the back seat, his voice laced with concern. He sure shook his head, his mind gradually clearing from the dizziness caused by the jolt. I'm fine. Seeing that he was indeed uninjured, Li Tong said. It seems someone has rear-ended us. I'll go check. He sure nodded and followed him out of the car. There. They found a grave and crumpled against the rear of their vehicle, the front end severely damaged. The driver, a man in his 30s, held his bloodied forehead. Panic etched on his face. Nearby stood a woman holding a child, equally shaken. He sure furrowed his brow and whispered a few instructions to Li Tong before approaching the driver. He Ji Yong, gazing at the impeccably dressed man radiating authority, felt his already pale face grow even paler from the loss of blood. As a truck driver, he barely managed to support his family with his meager wages. Since leaving home that morning, he had been plagued by an unsettling feeling. Sure enough, while he was in the middle of a delivery, his anxious wife had called, reporting that their daughter, Tian, was running a high fever. Tian, being a premature baby, had always had poor health, and fevers were a frequent occurrence. However, upon returning home, despite administering medication and physical cooling methods, her fever persisted and even led to convulsions. This left He Ji Yong frantic, and he and his wife hastily packed some essentials to rush to the hospital. Exhausted from work and mentally strained, he found it increasingly difficult to concentrate. Ultimately, the worst happened. Facing the luxury car before him, he felt as if the sky was falling. He had heard that wealthy individuals were notoriously meticulous about financial matters. If he were to be pursued for compensation of tens of thousands, his family would be destitute. With that thought, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his lips trembled uncontrollably, leaving him unable to utter an apology. In a moment of desperation, he even considered kneeling. This startled He Sure, who firmly grasped the man's arm, his eyes filled with disapproval. Why resort to such extremes for a minor incident? The car isn't severely damaged. No compensation is necessary. Is your child unwell? I've already instructed my assistant to call for an ambulance. It will arrive shortly, and your injuries can be treated at the hospital. He Ji Yong was taken aback by these words. Did it truly mean he wouldn't have to compensate? Sensing his thoughts, He Sure reassured him. Indeed, rest assured. I see your vehicle requires repairs. I'll have someone tow it alongside. He Ji-young's eyes brimmed with tears. The transition from despair to hope was instantaneous. Thank you. Thank you. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. His wife approached, cradling their child, repeatedly bowing in thanks to He. Ding. A notification registered the host's benevolence, garnering sincere gratitude and triggering a subsidy for a rural farm. He was somewhat surprised, not expecting this to activate the subsidy condition. Observing the couple's faded clothing, he pondered and inquired, how is their character? A mechanical voice hesitated before slowly responding, acceptable. He chuckled inwardly and turned to He Ji-young. What is your monthly salary? He Ji-young exchanged a glance with his wife before candidly stating, I earn between 4,000 to 6,000 depending on the load. He nodded, I am in need of a driver, and we also require a cook at home. If you both are willing, you can come and try. Each of you would earn 15,000 a month. Really? He Ji-young was taken aback, excitement rendering him speechless. We would love to, absolutely. Very well, my surname is He. Here is my business card. Once your child recovers, you may start working. Lee assistant. You will accompany them to the hospital and settle the medical expenses. Li Tong glanced down at his slightly swollen wrist, hesitating. But you all have Sun come to pick them up. It will be a good opportunity for him to convey the situation to his wife. Sensing his intentions, Li Tong relented. All right, as you wish. Chapter 57. The chairperson's wife arrives, shocking the entire company. Honey, are you all right? Nan Sun abruptly halted the car and leaped into her husband's embrace, her clear, cold eyes filled with concern. Initially intending to play the victim to gain some benefits, he instantly felt guilty. He raised his hands in assurance that he was unscathed and rolled up his sleeves to prove it, allowing Nan Sun to finally relax. What about the driver? I heard it was a family of 3. Are they unharmed? Is assistant Lee okay? He shook his head and recounted the incident in detail, including his offer for the couple to work at their home. Nan Sun paused for a few seconds. Although she understood the driver had not acted maliciously, she still felt a twinge of discomfort. However, she had unwavering trust in her husband. If he had invited them to work, their character was undoubtedly reliable, and she held no objections. Ultimately, it's your decision. My husband is now a prominent businessman, and hiring a dedicated driver is indeed essential. He affectionately pinched her playful nose. A cook is also necessary. When we move to Tanxiang Garden, without help, you'll be busy cleaning every day with your mother. Moreover, Dad's health has also improved significantly. I plan to open a fruit store on Shanghai Street. What do you think? Absolutely. Nan Sun raised both hands in agreement. Little Yu and the others will start kindergarten in a couple of months, so we won't need to watch them closely. It's also good for Dad and Mom to engage in something they enjoy. Although Qi Lan and He Yuhai had become grandparents, they were only in their 40s, and retiring at home would only lead to boredom. It would be better for them to get out and explore, otherwise the couple would feel a lack of belonging in Shin City. He nodded, resolving to implement this plan upon returning home. So where to now? Back to the company? Nan Sun glanced around. They were standing by the roadside, fortunate that the foot traffic and vehicles were sparse. Otherwise, news of the van colliding with the Bra bus would surely spread like wildfire. Originally intending to visit the old city first, time was now of the essence. He glanced at the time and remarked, let us first head to the office. This evening, when the boss and the second-in-command return, I had initially planned to go back to fetch you for dinner. Now, it works out perfectly. As they conversed, the two made their way towards the parking area. Suddenly, He's expression stiffened. Why are you driving this car? Nan Sun innocently scratched her cheek, gazing at the garish color. I was in a hurry, so I just took any car. Hee. It's fine, I'll drive. Before long, a strikingly vibrant Barbie pink sports car appeared beneath the Wanjia office building. Numerous passing employees curiously leaned in, eager to glimpse the remarkable figure emerging from the vehicle. Seated inside, he helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose, unable to fathom why he had ordered such a car from a flash sale site. Get out of the car. What are you waiting for? Observing the throngs of people gathering outside, he pulled the person beside him into his embrace and passionately kissed her until Nan Sun was breathless. At which point he finally released her. His long fingers caressed her red lips, and the intensity of his gaze caused Nan Sun to freeze momentarily before she fled from the vehicle. The security personnel and front desk staff in the lobby had long since craned their necks in anticipation. Upon witnessing a goddess with a flawless visage and figure alight from the car, they gasped in astonishment. Their usually stern and stoic president, he followed closely behind, leaving them utterly agog. He quickened his pace, pulling his wife's hand into his palm, and they entered the building side by side. Good day, President He. Good day. He nodded, pausing momentarily at the front desk. This is my wife. From now on, there's no need for announcements when she arrives. Just take her upstairs. His statement sent ripples of astonishment through the room. The front desk girls, who were typically composed and orderly, momentarily stunned, quickly nodded. Understood, President He. They then respectfully greeted. Good day, Mrs. He. Nan Sun smiled and waved her hand at them. Thank you. I'm Nan Sun. You can just call me by my name. Mrs. He feels too awkward. It was only after the couple vanished from view that the front desk and lobby staff clustered together, brimming with excitement. Wow, wow, wow. She is a fairy. How can someone be so stunning? They are such a perfect match. Did you see the look in President He's eyes? So affectionate. And he introduced her as his wife. Does that mean they're married? Am I the only one who finds the name of the chairman's wife familiar? What? Nan Sun? Isn't she the protagonist of the recent citywide marriage proposal that caused a stir? Good heavens. What a coincidence. I think it's precisely that. Did you see the rings they wore? It's from Harry Winston, the very place where that proposal took place. Oh my goodness. Case closed. Thus, within the span of a mere coffee, the news of the chairman's wife visiting the company spread across all departments. The identity of the protagonist from the marriage proposal was discussed with great fervor. These individuals didn't care much for the truth. They simply reveled in the gossip. Coupled with the earlier news of Heesher's triplets, within a mere morning, the couple's love story had evolved into a full-fledged novel. Some even established a fan group for the couple. Many in the management team seized the opportunity to visit the 20th floor just to catch a glimpse of the boss's wife. This included the finance manager, Feng Hua, who had previously considered introducing her niece to Heesher, but before she could act, General Manager Qiao Zhibin had quashed the idea. She couldn't let go of that thought without seeing the chairman's wife in person. The sound of 10-centimeter heels echoed against the marble floor as Feng Hua, clad in black stockings and professional attire, briskly knocked on the chairman's office door. Enter. Upon hearing the response, she pushed the door open. Her eyes discreetly scanned the room but did not find the figure she longed to see, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Forcing herself to focus, she completed her report and turned to leave the office. Suddenly, a faint but delightful fragrance wafted towards her. She looked up just in time to see a woman with raven hair, crimson lips, and porcelain skin approaching. Feng Hua's heart raced. In that moment, she realized her niece was utterly outmatched. Noticing Feng Hua's stunned expression, Nan Sun nodded in greeting before stepping through the door behind her. Just as Heesher was about to head into a meeting, he hurriedly accepted the cup from her hand, exclaiming, I told you. Just tell someone what you want to drink. No need to run all the way here yourself. Nan Sun sank into the plush black leather sofa, letting out a contented sigh. I came to gather intelligence, to see if you were secretly keeping a mistress at the office. And what is the verdict? I'll need to investigate more thoroughly. Heesher nodded, his eyes sweeping over her curvaceous form. All right, when I return, I'll assist you in your investigation. Nan Sun's cheeks flushed as she grabbed a nearby cushion and tossed it at him. You rogue. Chapter 58. Gifting $1 million mansion and luxury cars to a brother. At 8 in the evening, at the South Times Hotel, Heesher and Nan Sun were the first to arrive. Upon their arrival, they were escorted by the manager, Rin Sheng, to the exclusive 82nd floor. This level was entirely modern in its decor, with smooth, gleaming marble that reflected their images clearly. Soon, Li Tong arrived. Heesher glanced at his bandaged wrist, expressing concern. How is the injury? Do you need to take a couple of days off? It's nothing serious, just a minor twist, Li Tong replied. The He Jiong couple has settled in. Their child was sent to the hospital in time, but they need to be monitored overnight. They promised they would return to work the day after tomorrow. Heesher nodded, reassured by Li Tong's competence. After another half hour, the eldest and the second finally arrived, albeit unexpectedly accompanied by a friend. With a delicate visage and a gentle demeanor, it was none other than the lobby manager, Xiaoya, whom they had met earlier at the Xianyuan farmhouse. Heesher raised an eyebrow upon noticing her hand clasped with the eldest's. This was quite an unexpected development. The eldest was attentive, pulling out her chair, serving her utensils, and pouring her water, leaving Heesher and the others in stunned silence. Years ago, the eldest would have been one to consume antibiotics while drinking, and now he was caring for someone. Their father, He Lao, felt a swell of pride. Hey, where's cousin Shi? He later than us. After everyone settled in, the server began to bring out dishes, and the second finally noticed someone was missing. Just then, Qi Jiang entered, looking disheveled in a suit. The first thing he did was down a glass of water. I've been swamped lately. The company is introducing new equipment and planning to launch a new leasing module. Ever since my parents arrived in the city, they've been hounding me about blind dates. It's driving me mad. Last time, when Heesher and company returned from Bin City, Qi Jiang's parents had hesitated but decided to join them. They wanted to care for their son while also fretting over Qi Jiang's romantic prospects. Originally intending to stay only a few days, they ended up remaining since He Yuhai and Qi Lan settled in the city. Qi Jiang thought about how his parents would have no acquaintances back in their hometown, so he had them stay on. The eldest chuckled. Then why not just find someone quickly to settle it? Qi Jiang shot him a glare. I'd like to, but it has to be someone suitable. I can't just pick someone off the street and start a relationship. The ever-silent he sure suggested, why not simply live apart? His cousin's stubborn nature meant that the more one tried to control him, the more obstinate he became. Thus, it was perhaps wiser to afford each other a modicum of space. Perhaps, in such relaxation, clarity might dawn. I have acquired another building at CG Yunding. When the time comes, each of you can select an apartment of your choice. Additionally, the vehicles are already parked in the Tongxiang Garden Garage for you to choose from. Previously, I provided you with business sedans like Mercedes and BMWs, but this time, each of you will have the opportunity to select a sports car. Ever since I utilized 10 universal upgrade cards to elevate my top-tier investment skills to divine level, I have noticed, perhaps by design of the system, that the items available in the shop are limited to a solitary upgrade card valued at 99 yuan and a plethora of sports cars. Presently, not only at Jinfu Tiandi, but also nearly 20 vehicles are already stationed in the Tongxiang Garden Garage. As soon as he sure finished speaking, aside from Li Tong, who remained relatively composed due to his nature, the other three were already contemplating kneeling and calling him father. Old Third, you are truly my benefactor. Serving you for life is worth every effort. He sure waved at the eldest brother with a smile. Just focus on your work. Indeed, our collective endeavor to strengthen the company is the best way to repay Old Third. The second brother raised his glass, declaring, no more words. Brother, I toast to you. Meanwhile, the usually quiet Xiaoyu was taken aback by He Shi's grand gesture. The idea of gifting houses and cars so casually was astonishing, especially in Shanghai. A single apartment costs no less than several million yuan, not to mention CG Yunding, which ranks among the top 5 neighborhoods in the city. And the sports cars. Mr. He truly exhibits unparalleled generosity towards his brothers. She glanced at Nan Sun, who wore a beaming smile, evidently accustomed to such displays, and silently gave her a thumbs up. If it were her, no matter how magnanimous, she could not permit a man to squander wealth so recklessly. This couple is indeed anything but ordinary. Xiaoyu let out a quiet sigh, realizing that it was no wonder they could thrive as entrepreneurs while she remained bound to a life of labor. By the way, weren't we supposed to visit the farm tomorrow? Xiaoyu thought. It would be more lively with more people. Suddenly being called out, Xiaoyu momentarily froze before realizing. She turned to the eldest brother, who also looked expectant, and shyly nodded. Nansun immediately smiled. Great. Tomorrow at 1 in the afternoon. Don't be late. Qi Jiang raised his glass and downed it in one go, saying, if our sister-in-law has spoken, we shall certainly be punctual. Having just landed, the eldest and second brothers intended to ensure the two could rest well that evening, so the group refrained from drinking excessively. Li Tong and Qi Jiang had driven. Thus they needed to call a chauffeur for their return. The eldest brother, second brother, and Xiaoyu initially planned to take a taxi, but Nan Sun insisted on driving them, leaving them with no choice but to acquiesce. After all, aside from Xiaoyu, the others resided at Jinfu Tiandi, making the journey convenient. Hey, isn't that Old Fourth? Suddenly, the second brother remarked as they exited the hotel. The eldest brother looked over curiously. Across the street was a Chinese restaurant, known for its affordable prices, where they had previously gathered. At that moment, a frail, bespectacled man staggered out from within. It was indeed Old Fourth, looking as though he had indulged too much. The road was not particularly wide, and as soon as the eldest brother spoke, the man across glanced over. Recognizing them, he paused for a few seconds before lowering his head. The second brother frowned. What does he mean by that? Isn't he wearing glasses? I don't know. Old Third and his partner are still retrieving the car. Let us go see, the eldest brother said, pulling Xiaoyu across the street. He approached Old Fourth and patted him on the shoulder. Are you here with colleagues? Dining out? Old Fourth looked up, momentarily dazed, and replied, yeah. Are you all dining out too? His cheeks were flushed, and a strong scent of alcohol wafted from him. Have you drunk too much? Should I call a cab for you? Old Fourth scoffed. What if I have? The boss hasn't left, so why should I? Unlike you, who have become prosperous enough to dine at an 8-star hotel, it truly makes one envious. His words rendered the atmosphere abruptly tense. The second brother's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? It was clear that he had made choices of his own. Why shift the blame on them now for his misfortunes? No hidden meanings. It's just that he sure really has some skills. I heard you all have been trading stocks with him, making quite a fortune, huh? But such an excellent opportunity to earn. Shouldn't you share it in the alumni group? Just as selfish and arrogant as before. The second brother was taken aback by his sudden insight, but upon hearing this, he burst into laughter. The eldest brother, however, retorted sternly. Old Third can earn because of his own abilities. Why should he share anything with you? Is our success causing you discomfort? If you can't handle it, just keep quiet. As his words fell, not only did Old Fourth's face turn ashen, but even the second brother and Xiaoyu were left agape in astonishment. Chapter 59. A wife defends her husband. He sure feels both joy and anxiety. When he sure arrived with Nan Sun, he was met with an atmosphere charged with tension. He inquired, puzzled. What happened? The second brother scoffed. What else could it be? Someone else had too much vinegar and is now sour. He sure glanced at Old Fourth's sullen countenance and immediately understood the situation. However, he was perplexed as to why this individual felt entitled to act so bitterly. Even when he had a merely mediocre relationship with Old Fourth, he sure had always treated him equally, wishing to invite him into the team. It was Old Fourth's own reluctance to take risks that had led to his refusal. Now, he was resorting to veiled hostility, perhaps hoping for some form of compensation. He sure felt he had never encountered such absurdity in his life. He was no saint. He reciprocated goodwill with sincerity, just as he had with the eldest brother and the others. Upon hearing that he had started a company, they had left their previous jobs without hesitation. But Old Fourth, who only thought of himself, blamed others for his failures instead of examining his own shortcomings. Sorry, but if you don't like it, go elsewhere. Thus, he sure coldly stated, if you have something to say, you can say it in front of me. There's no need to take out your frustrations on others. Furthermore, the paths we choose are our own. With that, he summoned the eldest brother and the others to the car. To such self-righteous and peculiar individuals, the best response was to simply ignore them. Indeed, as they watched the retreating car, Old Fourth's expression darkened further. He clenched his fists tightly, vowing that one day he would crush all of them beneath his feet. Meanwhile, he sure and the others, having already distanced themselves, were blissfully unaware of his thoughts. Even if they had known, they would have found such melodramatic sentiments laughable. Nevertheless, having shared 4 years as roommates, the atmosphere in the car was slightly stifled. Ugh, I was concerned for him, and in return, I got such a sarcastic response. The eldest brother fumed. How did I not notice he was such a person before? Perhaps we simply hadn't interacted deeply enough. The second brother remarked. But how did he know we were trading stocks with Old Third? The eldest brother paused, a hint of regret crossing his face. It must have been my moments on social media that he saw. Within just over a month, their stock trading had yielded over 1 million yuan. Such an achievement was too noteworthy for the eldest brother to keep to himself. I've caused trouble for Old Third. He sure shot him a glare. It's no secret that I brought you into stock trading. Anyone who should know will know. It has nothing to do with you. Indeed, echoed Lauer. Ultimately, it's still this person who has issues. Otherwise, would you ask Xiaoya if she knows we made over 1 million in stock trading? Wouldn't she feel envious? The usually quiet Xiaoya, taken aback, simply replied, yes, I do feel a bit envious. At that moment, laughter erupted from the others. He sure also smirked slightly, stating, all right, what happens to this person in the future is none of our concern. We just need to manage our own affairs. After all, there are plenty who disapprove of him. One less won't make a difference. After dropping Xiaoya home, a few of them returned to Jinfu Tiandi. After showering, he sure entered his study. He opened the flash sale mall, and, as expected, today's product was yet another sports car, although there was only one upgrade card available. Nevertheless, that was sufficient. He sure promptly made a payment of 99 yuan to place the order. With this upgrade card, he could finally enhance his skills again. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade his personal space. The system's unique mechanical voice resounded. Host, are you certain you wish to upgrade the space? Absolutely, he sure replied, his eyes filled with anticipation. Initially, the system had provided a mere 10 square meters of space. Surely, with these 10 upgrade cards, it would expand at least tenfold, right? A blue light flashed before him, and the system spoke again. Done. He sure was taken aback. Is it really that simple? He immediately focused on the small blue box in his mind. What had once been a space overflowing with items now appeared unchanged, with hardly any additional room. He sure pressed his forehead, gritting his teeth as he inquired, is this your idea of an upgrade? Indeed. The system replied in a tone that suggested he sure was expected to accept this without question. With 10 upgrade cards, you've provided me with this insignificant amount of space? The mechanical voice paused for a few seconds before responding. Please use civilized language, host. Please strive harder. Substantial changes will occur only after reaching level 5. He sure felt that if the system were a person, it might be rolling its eyes at him now. Great. Another wasted opportunity. Had he known, he would have upgraded his stock trading abilities instead. However, a notification appeared. Through this upgrade, the top-tier planting function has been unlocked for your space. He sure's eyes brightened, but his expression quickly darkened. Pointing at a patch of soil in the corner of the space, he asked, you aren't suggesting I plant something in that tiny area, are you? This soil can significantly reduce planting time. Please evaluate it after use. He sure was certain that this system had grown far too familiar with him. What special benefits does planting here offer? After all, one can plant anywhere, yet this space suddenly provides such a function, which must have its unique merits. Ding. Detection indicates the host is about to conduct their first planting in the space. A miraculous seed has been provided as a subsidy, a beauty-enhancing seed. Effect, whiten skin, nourish beauty, and delay aging. Instantly, a white seed appeared in Heesher's palm. Upon closer inspection, he found nothing particularly special. How do I plant this? The host simply needs to place it in the soil within the space. Heesher complied immediately. As soon as the white seed made contact with the soil, it seemed to be fast-forwarded, sprouting roots, germinating, and bearing fruit. What emerged before him was a cluster of small white fruits, resembling grapes but appearing exquisitely translucent. Curiously, Heesher plucked one and tasted it. It was sweet with a slightly cool flavor, quite pleasant. He promptly decided that regardless of its effects, each family member must have one. Furthermore, various miraculous seeds have been added to the flash sale mall. The host may purchase them at their discretion. Heesher nodded in acknowledgement. In the bedroom, after her shower, Nansun lay on the bed, playing with Xiaobai. A small, deep green insect flitted around her fingertips before finally flying out the window. Heesher had long grown accustomed to the peculiar creatures his wife kept. Yet, recalling today's encounter with Lao Si, he felt compelled to remind her, don't play too roughly. Nansun responded dismissively, don't worry. It'll just cause him a little toothache. He should learn that speaking thoughtlessly comes with consequences. Heesher shook his head helplessly, feeling both blessed and apprehensive to have such a protective wife. He feared that one day, on a whim, she might employ these quirky tactics on him, leaving him with nowhere to cry. To safeguard his position as the head of the family, Heesher resolved to intensify his training starting tomorrow. No longer would he be under the thumb of his wife. Chapter 60. The vast farm stuns friends. Just as Xiang Yuanzi returned to the community with breakfast in hand, he spotted a familiar figure from a distance. Upon approaching, he confirmed it was He Gu, whom he hadn't seen for 2 days. He quickly called out, He Gu, out for a morning run? Clad in black sportswear, Heesher stopped in his tracks. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his long, straight legs showcased a model's physique that left Xiang Yuanzi envious. He Gu, why do you seem even more handsome? Heesher chuckled, playfully pushing Xiang Yuanzi's head aside. Cut it out. He then glanced at the baozi he was carrying. Is that all you're having for breakfast? Xiang Yuanzi nodded. Just something to fill me up. I live alone, so I'm not too particular. Heesher observed his small face and height, similar to Nansun's, shaking his head in dismay. No wonder at 20, you still look like a child. After their workout, Heesher brought him back home. Inside, Nansun and her mother-in-law had prepared breakfast. Familiar with Xiang Yuanzi, Nansun greeted him with a warm smile. Lan, ever the hospitable one, managed to make the young man feel a bit shy. The 3 children were practicing pinyin with their grandfather on the balcony. Hearing someone enter, they curiously peeked out. Xiang Yuanzi had heard of the triplets in Heesher's family, but was seeing them for the first time. Instantly, all 4 of them, 1 big and 3 little, stared wide-eyed at each other. This scene amused the adults in the He family. Nansun waved to her son. What are you doing, Xiaoyu? Quickly bring your sisters out. Your uncle is here. Mom. The 3 children rushed out and simultaneously exclaimed, Uncle. This delighted Xiang Yuanzi who, already possessing a childlike temperament, soon found himself playing with the trio. The He family's breakfast was bountiful. To cater to everyone's tastes, Lan would rise early each day to prepare. This made Xiang Yuanzi, who had been away from home for a month, thoroughly satisfied. He only took his leave near noon. Heesher escorted him to the door, reminding him, when you set off, let your cousins know not to be late. The more, the merrier. Therefore, Heesher had not only invited the eldest, but had also messaged these cousins. Meanwhile, Nansun had invited Annie, Yi Tong, and Zhang Yu. Xiang Yuanzi nodded eagerly, as such outings were always his forte. In the afternoon, at the entrance of the Jinfu Tianyi community, a rare line of luxury cars drew the curious gazes of the residents. Even the sales manager, Feng Yue, was taken aback. Upon learning that these were Heesher's friends, he quickly concealed his astonishment. In his heart, given Mr. He's capabilities, it was hardly surprising that he could befriend the wealthiest man in the city. The He family arrived in a luxury van, while the remaining members of the Qi family traveled in one vehicle, followed by Xiaoya in another, Li Tong and Annie in yet another, and Xiang Yuan and Yi Tong in a separate one, with the last pair being Deng Wenyo and Zhang Yu. A convoy of 6 luxury cars simultaneously ventured into the urban area, eventually making their way to the outskirts. After a bumpy hour-long journey, they finally reached their destination. Upon entering through the wooden gate, a lush grove greeted their eyes, interspersed with a winding path. The farm was managed by a couple in their 50s, Mr. and Mrs. Wang, who had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. This was Heesher's first visit as well, and under the guidance of Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang, the group traversed the woods. Before them unfolded a collection of exquisitely arranged wooden cabins, and further afield lay an endless expanse of verdant grasslands. Heesher was taken aback by the vastness of the farms subsidized by the system. Even he momentarily stood in astonishment. The 3 young heirs, Deng Wenyo, Xiang Yuan, and Zhang Yu, who were accustomed to grand spectacles, also found themselves agape. Although their families were among the elite in Shin City, possessing substantial estates, they had never encountered a farm of such magnitude, nor had they seen such magnificent residences. Yet, all of this was amassed over generations. How could he sure, at such a tender age, have achieved this? Initially, upon hearing they were going to a farm, they had envisioned a modest homestead. Observing their astonishment, the eldest chuckled softly. What is this? Are you already flabbergasted? Your brother he's ventures extend far beyond this. This farm is merely a fraction of his empire. Upon hearing this, Deng Wenyo's interest piqued. What other enterprises does brother he possess? Pray enlighten us. This address of brother delighted the eldest, who promptly draped an arm around the shoulders of the younger ones and began to share insights. Amidst the occasional gasps of amazement from the group, he sure shook his head, bemused. What was there to boast about in these modest accomplishments? One day, when he became a titan capable of shaking the business world with a mere stamp of his foot, then they could marvel. Meanwhile, Nansun glanced at her partner and recognized the satisfaction he must be feeling inwardly. All right, enough boasting. Let us help my parents carry the items inside. Though secretly pleased, he maintained a facade of solemnity. Their youngest, little fish, was closest to him, and Nansun genuinely worried that their son might follow in his footsteps. He sure, upon hearing her, offered a charming smile to his wife. Once their belongings were settled, he finally had the leisure to survey the surroundings. Such a vast farm, of course, required more than just Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang to manage it. The facilities were well equipped, and numerous staff members were present. There were vegetable greenhouses, orchards, fish ponds, and a variety of animals, including poultry. While chickens, ducks, and geese were to be expected, he sure found himself particularly intrigued by the dairy cows and horses. Thus, after changing into appropriate attire, the group of young adults along with 3 children headed straight to the dairy farm. Meanwhile, the older members of the Chi family opted to explore the vegetable greenhouse and orchard. At the dairy farm, dedicated workers were on hand to demonstrate milking techniques and provide detailed explanations about the intricacies of manual milking. Nowadays, due to the advent of milking machines, manual milking was seldom practiced, yet it remained a delightful and fulfilling endeavor. Nansun nodded in agreement. Having watched for a while, she couldn't contain her eagerness any longer. Ultimately, she, along with Annie and Yi Tong, eagerly stepped forward to give it a try, with even the 3 children bravely following suit. However, the adult men stood there, frowning. Hubby, come and join us. It's quite fun. Yes, don't be shy. Hurry up. After exchanging glances, the eldest and his companions hesitated for a moment before reluctantly approaching. Only he sure remained rooted in place, unyielding. Noticing this, Nansun hurried over. What's wrong, darling? Weren't you the one most eager to see the dairy cows? He sure's expression stiffened. He had genuinely intended to observe. Who would have known there was a need for hands-on participation? Nansun immediately grasped his sentiments. She smiled, leaning closer to his chest, whispering, sorry about that. The unique scent of her body wafted gently towards he sure, making his throat constrict. Eventually, he lowered his voice to utter a few words that fluttered into Nansun's ears, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance, causing her cheeks to flush like ripe apples. Until dinner, the thought of him merely wanting to touch his wife lingered in her mind. Chapter 61. The initial encounter with the triplets, the arrival of Uncle Superhero. Dinner was prepared by Chi Lan and Chi Jiang's mother, along with several young ladies, featuring vegetables freshly picked from the greenhouse that afternoon and meat sourced from the farm's poultry. This lifestyle of harvesting as needed provided a refreshing experience for these city-dwelling youths, even evoking nostalgia for the older generation who reminisced about rural life. A lively group gathered in the courtyard around a large bonfire, with many farm residents joining in, dancing in a circle to the music. The eldest, noticing Xiaoya's eagerness, promptly extended his hand towards her. The two joyfully joined the revelry. Xiang Yuan, seizing the moment, grabbed Yi Tong and followed suit, leaving the second eldest, Qi Jiang, enviously clutching his drink. How on earth did the eldest manage to win over such a wonderful girl like Xiaoya? Not only is she capable, but her character is also splendid. How did this lecherous fellow get so lucky? Qi Jiang pondered, feeling a twinge of injustice. The second eldest shook his head. Who knows? I think they reconnected after their last trip to Lia Mountain. He leaned a tad closer to Qi Jiang and whispered, I heard that when the eldest was on a business trip to Yinqing, they met a few times. Qi Jiang was left speechless, resolving to seek guidance from the eldest when he had the chance. By the way, where are the third couple? Annie, who was sitting nearby taking pictures with Zhang Yu, pointed behind her. The goddess hasn't come out for dinner. Mister, he just went inside to deliver food. Qi Jiang was momentarily taken aback. He had no need to ask further. That familiar feeling of sudden fullness was all too familiar. Meanwhile, upon entering the house, he sure spotted Nansun bent over a table, her hands moving busily. As he approached, He noted the evident joy on her face. "What are you drawing, my love?" The sudden sound startled Nan Sun, causing her to turn and lightly swat his arm. "Could you not sneak up on me? It's not my fault. You were so engrossed that you didn't notice me coming in." As he sure spoke, he settled on the carpet, wrapping his arms securely around her. Nan Sun naturally leaned into his embrace, her hands remaining busy. He sure raised an eyebrow at the character on her tablet. "Is this pig-nosed figure meant to be me?" "Indeed. You were so bashful about milking the cows that I thought you resembled a little pig. Oh, you dare to mock me." He sure tightened his grip around her slender waist, menacingly teasing. "Are you planning to stay up late again?" Upon hearing this, Nan Sun's expression faltered, and she began to pout. "I'm sorry, darling. Forgive me. Tell me what animal you like, and I'll change it, all right?" He sure was merely teasing his beloved wife. In truth, he had no objections to how she portrayed him. However, seizing the opportunity to reap some benefits would be foolish. The couple was enveloped in a warm atmosphere when, suddenly, Xiao Yuer rushed in with her sisters in a flurry. "Dad, Xiao Duzi is missing." He sure, taken aback, inquired. "Who is Xiao Duzi?" Nan Sun interjected to clarify. "He is the grandson of Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang." "Sweetheart, speak slowly. What on earth happened? How did Xiao Duzi go missing?" Xiao Yuer, her small face serious, endeavored to compose herself. After finishing dinner, she noticed the adults nearby, prompting her to take her sisters to play beneath the large tree in the yard. There, they encountered a group of children around their age, and amongst them was Xiao Duzi. Since his grandparents were the overseers of the farm, Xiao Duzi had always been the leader among this group of youngsters. However, upon the arrival of 3 new children today, his grandparents instructed him to be sure to play nicely with them, as they were the children of the farm owner, and they must not offend them. At just 5 years old, Xiao Duzi was oblivious to these nuances. All he understood was that his position as the leader was in jeopardy, and naturally, he could not swallow that affront. Upon seeing Xiao Yuer, he began to provoke her, insisting on betting her in a game of hide-and-seek. Xiao Yuer found his antics childish and ignored him, only for him to dash off, disappearing without a trace. She and her sisters waited in place for what felt like an eternity, yet Xiao Duzi did not return, and they were too timid to search for him on their own. He sure knelt down, gently patting his son's head. "Sweetheart, you did the right thing. You're still young, and matters like this should be resolved with an adult's assistance at the first opportunity. Do not worry, Xiao Duzi may have simply returned home. I will send someone to check." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuer felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Dad, I'll go back to the tree and check. Perhaps Xiao Duzi has already returned." With that, she made to dash towards the door, firmly grasping her 2 sisters' hands. Nian Nian hesitated, halting her steps. Nan Sun and he sure exchanged a glance before turning their attention to their younger daughter. "Nian Nian, what is the matter?" After a moment's hesitation, Nian Nian replied, "Mom, Xiao Wan just said she saw Xiao Duzi. I think he went that way." Nan Sun looked at her daughter's outstretched hand, momentarily taken aback. This child's sense of direction was absolutely abysmal, showing no improvement whatsoever. She extended her hand before Nian Nian. Suddenly, a small green snake peeked out from her pocket, slowly inching towards her palm. Just then, a voice outside shouted, "Fire! Come quick!" He sure rushed outside. "Where's the fire?" "It's at Uncle Wang's house." Nan Sun followed closely, her expression grave as she nodded at he sure. "Xiao Duzi is likely at home." Uncle Wang's residence was not far from where they had dined that evening. Upon seeing the flames, everyone rushed towards the scene, but they were already too late. The house, a wooden 2-story building, was quickly engulfed in flames. The crowd grabbed anything they could find to douse the fire. While Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang frantically searched for their grandson, their faces slick with sweat. "Xiao Duzi, are you inside?" When he sure arrived, he witnessed Uncle Wang, draped in a bedsheet, about to charge into the flames. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as the front door collapsed. At that moment, a small figure stumbled onto the balcony on the 2nd floor. The child's face was blackened from smoke, but the clothing unmistakably belonged to Xiao Duzi. "Grandpa, Grandma." The child's voice was faint and trembling, tears streaming down his cheeks from fear. Uncle Wang, desperate with worry, disregarded the crowd's attempts to stop him and pushed forward. He sure furrowed his brow, glancing at the height of the balcony. With a swift run-up, he propelled himself off the wall. His movements were graceful, akin to a leopard, and in the blink of an eye, he leaped up to the 2nd floor. Xiao Duzi blinked in astonishment at the sudden appearance of this heroic uncle, momentarily forgetting to cry. His little face, reminiscent of a playful kitten, elicited a chuckle from he sure. He scooped the child into his arms and, amidst gasps of astonishment, leapt back down from the 2nd floor. Chapter 62. Your father is wonderful, but I choose your mother. This was the first time he sure demonstrated his extraordinary skills since undergoing military training. The onlookers were astonished, and even Nan Sun was left speechless. He sure handed Xiao Duzi to Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang. Once he confirmed the child was merely frightened and unharmed, he approached his wife, teasingly taking her hand. What's this? Have you been captivated by your husband's charm? Before Nansun could respond, the three children clung to their father's leg, their eyes filled with admiration. The eldest and others gathered around. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so incredible, old three. How did you get up there? I couldn't even see how you did it. It was like you flew. He sure smirked, waving his hand nonchalantly. Let us keep it low-key. Yang Unc looked up at the towering wall, swallowing hard. I swear, from this day forth, Higu will be my only idol. Deng Wenyo shot a disdainful glance at his cousin. What's an idol compared to calling him dad from now on? The brothers gazed at He with sparkling eyes. This unexpected incident left everyone in disbelief. Back at their residence, Lan patted her chest, still shaken. Have the causes of the fire been identified? He shook his head. However, it's rumored that it was likely caused by someone smoking, whose cigarette but ignited the flames. What? But none of us smoke. Nansun stepped forward, grasping her mother-in-law's hand. Don't fret, Mom. What my husband means is that Uncle Wang was seen returning home earlier this evening. Sure enough. Not long after, Aunt Wang seized Uncle Wang's arm and approached He to apologize. I'm truly sorry, Mr. He. Uncle Wang bent low, his face etched with apprehension. I will absolutely quit smoking from now on. I assure you this will never happen again. He felt a wave of regret wash over him. Realizing he had been careless, he had tossed an unextinguished cigarette but onto the grass outside his home, only for the wind that night to catch it ablaze. He regarded him with a cold gaze. Have you checked the surveillance? Aunt Wang nodded sheepishly. Yes, it was indeed my husband's fault. I sincerely apologize, Mr. He. We are also incredibly grateful to you for saving Xiao Duzi. We can hardly express our gratitude. He glanced at Xiao Yuer, who stood nearby, looking dejected. There's no need for thanks. After all, it was merely a childish squabble. Otherwise, Xiao Duzi wouldn't have been caught up in this affair. Aunt Wang appeared confused. Mr. He, that's not the case. Xiao Duzi is usually supposed to be home sleeping at this hour. It was my husband's negligence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuer abruptly lifted her head. He discreetly curved his lips into a smile, continuing, let us not dwell on this matter anymore. There's no need for thanks. I wouldn't just stand by and do nothing, would I? However, it would indeed be prudent for Uncle Wang to quit smoking, as it poses significant health risks. Uncle Wang hastily agreed. Yes, I will heed your words. He then discussed the plans for the reconstruction of the house, foregoing any compensation from the elderly couple, which only deepened their gratitude. After everyone had dispersed, he intentionally called his son aside. What's the matter, feeling guilty? Xiao Yuer leaned against his father's embrace and whispered, Dad, I'm sorry. Today, Xiao Duzi wanted to play with me, and I shouldn't have ignored him. If he had agreed to bet with Xiao Duzi, he might not have gone home to sleep. He smiled and gently rubbed the little one's cheek. This is not your fault, for no one can predict what the future holds. Your remorse stems from the goodness in your heart, my son. I am pleased that you possess such kindness. But alongside it, you must also learn to think critically. Do you understand? Xiao Yuer shook his head. What do you mean? I don't understand, Dad. It means, if no one wrongs you, you should not wrong them. However, if the other party is excessively unreasonable, then your blind kindness may be foolish. But if you believe that this person is fundamentally good and worth befriending, then you should engage with them more. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yuer responded. I think Xiao Duzi is just a child throwing a tantrum. He's not a bad guy. He couldn't help but chuckle at his son's innocent words. You're just a child yourself, yet you call someone else childish. Xiao Yuer instantly blushed, feeling that his father was being a bit mischievous despite the serious conversation. He stood up, lifting his son into his arms. I know you are smart, and you will surely resolve this little matter well. Now go to sleep. If you linger any longer, your mother will start to miss me. Xiao Yuer, utterly powerless against his father's authority, wore a bewildered expression. Clearly, the cognitive leaps of adults were beyond his young comprehension. Once back in the room, he flung himself onto the bed. Nansun hurriedly tugged at his arm. You haven't bathed yet. Get up. He playfully pushed her onto the bed, mumbling, I'm tired. I'll wash up later. My wife wants me to hold her. Nansun paused, recalling the impressive figure of her husband from earlier in the day. A faint blush crept onto her delicate face, her eyes shimmering with starlight. She couldn't help but softly call out, Husband. Tonight, Nansun wore a white spaghetti-strap dress, the fabric smooth and silky. Their earlier tussle had caused the strap to slip down her porcelain shoulder. He opened his eyes, staring at her for a prolonged moment. Ever since she had consumed the fruit known as the fruit of perfect beauty, his wife, who was already stunningly beautiful, had become even more breathtaking. The sight made his eyes slightly redden, the alluring fragrance teasing his senses. Finally, he could no longer resist and leaned down. Lock the door, he instructed. Nansun, feeling a rush of embarrassment, curled her toes. Her exposed skin, once cool, quickly warmed under his gaze. Meanwhile, He's mind, overwhelmed by the silky sensation, turned blank. The next day, Just after finishing breakfast, Xiao Yuer took the hands of his two younger sisters. A weary Nan Sun, having endured a sleepless night, yawned while tearfully asking, "Where are we going?" Just as Xiao Yuer was about to respond, a small guest arrived at the door. Xiao Duzi had completely shed his previous arrogance. He first politely greeted the adults before quietly apologizing to Xiao Yuer. The two children exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Nan Sun felt a surge of relief at the sight and smiled back at Xiao Duzi. To her surprise, the little boy's face turned crimson. His lively black eyes occasionally darted across her face. Sitting nearby, he sure quipped, "Do you realize you're still a child yourself?" Seeing that his wife's attention was about to drift away, he hurriedly ushered the children out. Unfortunately, their keen ears picked up the conversation from a distance. "Is the superhero uncle who saved me yesterday your dad? That's so impressive, right? I also think Dad is amazing, the best in the world." He sure felt a fleeting pride wash over him, but it quickly darkened when he heard Xiao Duzi shyly add, "But I still think your mom is so beautiful." Chapter 63 Staff's Confusion. Is he a horseface fan? At the horse ranch, he sure led a gentle mare over to Nan Sun, signaling for her to mount. "Do you need my help?" Nan Sun shot him a teasing glare. "Who do you look down upon?" With that, she gracefully swung her long legs over and sat atop the mare. The already docile horse seemed to become even more agreeable with her presence. He sure chuckled softly. "I forgot how animals naturally gravitate towards you." Nan Sun smiled, lightly squeezing the mare's belly, prompting it to gallop joyfully. However, after a few laps, she felt unsatisfied. Handing the mare over to the staff, she took Heeshure's hand and led him to the stables, examining each horse. Finally, her eyes lit up upon spotting a jet-black stallion with fur white hooves and a snowy nose. "What a handsome horse," she exclaimed, reaching out to stroke its head, only to be stopped by the staff. "Madam He, be careful." The staff cautioned, "This horse is named Wu Ya, and it has a fierce temperament. So far, only our supervisor has managed to tame it. Several staff members have been injured by its kicks." "Really?" Nan Sun raised an eyebrow, her interest piqued. "I actually think it seems quite obedient." With that, her slender, delicate hand had already reached the stallion's nose. The staff tensed, prepared to intervene at any sign of aggression. But to their astonishment, the notoriously unruly black horse nuzzled affectionately against Madame He's hand. The staff were left dumbfounded. Could it be that horses are also attracted to beauty? Nan Sun, delighted, remarked to Heeshure, "Why call it Wu Ya? Let's just call it Little Black. It's much more straightforward." She led the horse out of the stable, effortlessly mounting it. "I'll run for a bit. You wait for me here." With that, she left behind a graceful and striking figure. As Deng Wenyo returned from his own ride, he marveled at the sight. "I had no idea my sister-in-law was so impressive. That horse wouldn't even let me touch it." He sure cast a sidelong glance at him. "How dare you compare yourself to my wife?" Understanding the implication, Deng Wenyo felt as though he had been struck. Noticing that he was the only one back, he sure curiously inquired, "Where's your cousin? Didn't you two just go riding together?" Deng Wenyo gestured toward the back. "He's over there sulking. What's wrong?" It seems he was rejected at an audition and is feeling a bit down. He sure recalled that Xiang Yuanxi was indeed an actor. He casually asked, "How's his acting?" Deng Wenyo immediately responded, "Oh, he's quite good." Although he didn't come from a formal acting background, he has always been interested in it since childhood. When he was 16, he secretly entered a competition and even won first place. Unfortunately, being the only son, the Xiang family didn't approve of him entering the entertainment industry and forced him to major in finance in college. But recently, I don't know what got into him. He had a falling out with my uncle and insists on making a name for himself, claiming he won't return home otherwise. He sure listened thoughtfully. "Which production team is holding auditions?" Deng Wenyo's eyes lit up as he immediately replied, "The Tomb Robbery Diaries, auditioning for a minor supporting role." After speaking, he glanced at Li Tong who had walked up behind him, adding, "Higo, I won't disturb you while you wait for your sister-in-law." He sure nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Li Tong to inquire, "Who is the director of the Tomb Robbery Diaries?" "It's Yu Gang. And the largest investor in this project is Chungfeng Entertainment." Heeshure's eyebrows arched slightly. He was well acquainted with this premier entertainment company in Shin City. Just recently, he had acquired a 51% stake in the company. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and gestured to Li Tong, "Please send me Director Yu's contact number." Approximately 30 seconds later, a middle-aged man's voice came through the line. "Hello, who is this?" Heeshure introduced himself. "My surname is He. I am the new chairman of Chungfeng Entertainment." Yu Gang was taken aback, pulling the phone away from his ear. Upon confirming that the number was indeed local to Shin City, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. "Ah, it is Chairman He. How may I assist you?" "It's not a matter of assistance. I merely wish to inquire about the recent additions." As the major investor, it was entirely reasonable for him to show interest in the projects under his purview. However, Yu Gang felt a pang of anxiety at the inquiry. "Please, go ahead." He sure got straight to the point. Was there a young man named Xiang Yuanzi who auditioned previously? How did he perform? Yu Gang blinked slightly. Yes. There was indeed such a young man, and his performance was quite commendable. Then why was he not ultimately selected? Upon hearing this, Yu Gang quickly grasped the situation. The big boss was seeking an explanation for Xiang Yuanzi. He felt a wave of relief wash over him and candidly replied, "To be honest, Chairman, he did perform well, and I hold him in high regard, but what?" However, President Ma called insisting on casting his nephew. If I refused, he threatened to withdraw funding, leaving me with no choice. Yu Gang spoke truthfully, as he had been quite troubled by this situation for the past few days. That nephew of President Ma was nothing more than a brainless pretty face. Using him was less effective than employing a mere piece of wood. He had been entangled in negotiations for several days without any resolution. Upon hearing this, He Shi's voice turned icy. Is this truly the case? He understood that while directors held a degree of authority within their productions, they also had to navigate various considerations. It was not uncommon for deserving candidates to be overlooked due to financial pressures. However, he had not anticipated such underhanded dealings occurring right beneath his nose. Having only just taken over the company, how did Ma Yunfeng dare to brazenly abuse his power? Did he think this new boss was easy to deceive? He Shi's expression darkened, and he promptly dialed the number. Without waiting for a greeting, he issued his final ultimatum. Pack your things and leave immediately, along with your nephew. Ma Yunfeng, who was currently indulging in a moment of bliss, was momentarily taken aback. Disrupted during a pleasant affair, he was already irked. Now, being confronted so abruptly was intolerable. He retorted, "Who do you think you are? You can't just order me to leave." He Shi's temples throbbed, his voice growing even more somber. "You question my authority?" Ma Yunfeng's hand, which had been resting on his companion, froze as he recognized the voice on the other end. The named chairman. He extinguished his earlier bravado in an instant. Just as he was about to explain himself, He Shi had already severed the call. He then instructed Li Tong, "When we return today, investigate this fellow thoroughly. I want to know what misdeeds he has committed apart from stuffing the production with his own people. He Shi, will not tolerate any form of corruption." Chapter 64. Free laborers delivered to your doorstep. Indeed, upon investigation, it was revealed that Ma Yunfeng not only abused his power to insert his own people into productions, but also utilized his influence to threaten newcomers in the company. Many fledgling young actresses and actors at Changfeng had received harassing messages from him. Those who complied were left unharmed, while those who refused faced attempts at being sidelined. Employing tactics so vile they were utterly repugnant. At this moment, however, He Shi was unaware of these matters. He stood at the racetrack, feeling a headache coming on from the incessant chatter of Deng Wenyo and Xiang Yuanzi, the pair of cousins. "He Gu, from now on, you are my true elder brother. I will do anything you ask of me." Xiang Yuanzi gazed at his idol with tearful eyes, nearly swearing an oath. When he was informed of his failed audition, he felt as though the world had collapsed around him. Unexpectedly, a twist of fate had him receiving a personal call from the director. This was the first time he experienced such special treatment, and he was overjoyed. As long as he could secure a role in the production, he would be one step closer to his dream of stardom. Thinking of this, a wave of relief washed over Xiang Yuanzi. This means I can prolong my stay with my dad for a few more months. What billion-dollar inheritance? I don't care about that. I want to be an actor. Becoming a big star had been his dream since childhood. Xiang Yuanzi even fantasized about donning sunglasses, clutching a designer bag, and tossing a stack of checks in his father's face. Meanwhile, He Shi, observing his cousin's incessant grinning, could only shake his head in exasperation. Don't get too cocky. If the director is dissatisfied with your performance and removes you, I won't intercede on your behalf. Deng Wenyo hurriedly chimed in to caution his unreliable cousin. Exactly. This time, you owe it all to He Ji's support, so you better put in some effort. While that was said, following the phone call, Yu Gang had already been made aware that Xiang Yuanzi had influential backing. Moreover, his acting skills were commendable, making the likelihood of him being replaced virtually non-existent. Xiang Yuanzi chuckled, revealing a set of neat white teeth. "Rest assured, He Gu, I won't bring you shame." He Shi nodded in satisfaction and then asked, "Which entertainment company are you currently signed with?" Xiang Yuanzi was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question. "I haven't signed with any company yet." "So, all your work is self-sourced?" He Shi was somewhat perplexed. Though he was not entrenched in the entertainment industry, he understood how demanding an actor's life could be. Not only did they need to audition and select scripts, but they also had to juggle various engagements. Yet, this young man seemed utterly peculiar. Embarrassed, Xiang Yuanzi replied, "Actually, I haven't received any work lately. Ever since leaving home, my father has cut off all my cards. My recent living expenses have been entirely subsidized by my cousin. How could I possibly afford to seek resources? Even the scant connections he had previously built had been severed by his father. However, Little did that old man know that his son would encounter a benefactor. He sure pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about you join Changfeng?" Xiang Yuanxi's head shot up in surprise. He had just learned that Xin City's largest entertainment company was now under the He family name. Though he felt a flicker of hope, he had not dared to entertain such expectations. He was astonished that he sure would propose this. Currently, you are navigating this world aimlessly, which will only lead you to injury. Once you sign with a company, I will arrange for the best agent to guide you. But you must promise to put in the effort. Xiang Yuanxi eagerly nodded in agreement. Beside him, Yi Tong shared in his excitement, her face flushed with joy. Then, turning his attention to the other troublesome individual, he sure remarked, "And you?" Deng Wenyo stood there, momentarily taken aback as he pointed to the tip of his nose. Having merely been a spectator, he never anticipated being singled out. He sure nodded, indicating, "It's you. A mere idle drifter. How is it that your elder brother has inherited the family business while you, the younger sibling, intend to squander your life away?" The sudden inquiry caused Deng Wenyo to lower his head in embarrassment. A thought struck him every time he attended a family gathering. The remarks directed at him were unflattering, an idle playboy, a worthless scion of the Deng family. Deep down, he felt an undeniable sense of dissatisfaction. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resolutely refused to participate in such gatherings thereafter. Then, "Brother He, what do you think I am capable of?" Deng Wenyo asked nervously. He realized that apart from drinking and chasing women, he seemed to possess no other notable skills. "I just dismissed the general manager of Changfeng. Why don't you take over his position?" He sure's tone was casual, yet the gravity of his words left Deng Wenyo, as well as the others present, in shock. Ignoring their reactions, he sure pressed on. "What? Do you think you can't handle it? If that's your mindset, then your life will remain stagnant." He sure's belief was not a mere whim. He recognized that Deng Wenyo thrived within the elite circles of the wealthy, and that this success was certainly not a matter of luck. Moreover, with his extensive network, Deng Wenyo would surely excel in this endeavor. Most importantly, despite his penchant for indulgence, he was known for his integrity and loyalty. With the example of Ma Yunfeng in mind, he sure was determined to entrust the future of Changfeng Entertainment to someone he could trust. As for management experience, no one begins their career fully equipped with knowledge. After a prolonged silence following He sure's proposition, Deng Wenyo engaged in an intense internal struggle before finally resolving to act. "Brother He, I can do this. You can rest assured that I will manage the company well, and as my cousin said, I won't bring you shame." He sure's face instantly brightened with a smile. When Nan Sun returned from horseback riding, she found her husband reclining contentedly on the grass. She leaped into his arms. Her curiosity piqued. "What is the occasion? Did you strike it rich?" He sure, with a mysterious twinkle in his eye, replied, "Nothing much, just outsmarted a couple of laborers." The group spent another day at the farm, returning home only at dusk. However, Qi Zhang's parents chose to remain, believing the farm life suited them far better than the city. He sure, of course, did not object, and even instructed Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang to take good care of them. The couple, He Zhiyong and his wife, who had planned to start work that day, postponed their arrival until the following day due to the late hour. Furthermore, all materials concerning Ma Yunfeng were placed on He sure's desk after that evening. Naturally, Ma Yunfeng was reluctant to accept his dismissal and caused a scene at the company on 2 occasions, both of which resulted in him being forcibly removed by security. Ultimately, He sure could no longer tolerate the situation and publicly detailed Ma Yunfeng's misconduct through the company's official account. The online community erupted in outrage, and the image of Changfeng Entertainment inevitably suffered some damage. Nevertheless, he sure bore no regrets. Such despicable individuals ought to have their true nature revealed to the world, lest more young lives be harmed. His decisive actions garnered considerable praise from netizens. In the end, the company not only sustained its profits but even saw a rise in stock prices, quelling any dissent among the board members. Ma Yunfeng, of course, found himself incarcerated, feasting on public resources. As for his nephew, Ma Fan, he had long been a brash figure in the industry, accumulating numerous enemies. With his support now dismantled, many rivals sought revenge. In less than a day, sordid tales of his drug use and promiscuity surfaced. Initially, fans were reluctant to believe the allegations, but soon evidence flooded the internet. Ultimately, the matter concluded with Ma Fan being taken away by the police. Chapter 65, 800 million, it seems assured. In the study of the Xiang family villa, a middle-aged man with graying temples was reviewing documents. At that moment, the telephone at his side rang unexpectedly. After listening to the other end, the typically stern visage of Xiang Jingshan broke into a smile. "Understood. No need to concern ourselves with that young man for now. I am curious to see what he can achieve. By the way, what about the woman who deliberately enticed him? Right, keep an eye on her. She must not be allowed to approach the young lad or his friends." After hanging up, Xiang Jingshan sat in contemplation for a moment before opening the drawer to his left, retrieving a paper file. The sight of the name he sure on the cover sparked a glimmer of interest in his eyes. A month to fortune? Quite intriguing. Meanwhile, the He family was celebrating a momentous occasion. The exquisite wedding dresses subsidized by the system, 3 sets for each gender, were finally completed by Jelly. Thanks to the efforts of the responsible Ella, who had previously scheduled a fitting with He 2 days prior. Provided there were no significant alterations required, they planned to commence the wedding photoshoot that very day. Aside from He Yuhai, who was busy with the newly opened fruit store, the rest of the family prepared early in the morning, bringing not only 3 sets of rare diamond attire, but also a traditional bright red wedding dress along with the corresponding phoenix crown and veil. Concerned about insufficient manpower, Li Tong, along with He Zhiyong and his wife, accompanied them. Shortly after 8 o'clock, the group arrived at Jelly's studio, located in the Ning'an district. What was termed a studio was, in fact, a 3-story villa. Ella had gathered all the staff early that morning to prepare for the arrival of He Sure, their new boss and the largest client Jelly had ever encountered. The atmosphere in the studio had been tense since the previous night. Make sure to thoroughly inspect the wedding dresses. We cannot afford any mistakes today, understood? Understood, Brother AI. Ella continued. And who is responsible for the disarray at the entrance? It's a mess. Clean it up immediately. Yes, Brother AI. Ella darted around the studio, determined not to overlook a single corner. Previous encounters had made him acutely aware that while he sure might be serious, he was also exceptionally generous. Thus, he was resolute in leaving the best possible impression. After all, 2 billion or even 10 billion would be within reach. Brother AI, the photography team is ready, but Feng Gu is asking when they will arrive. Ella's eyes widened at this. Let him wait. It's not like he's the one in charge. The messenger gulped nervously. He dared not convey such sentiments. Whenever these 2 titans clashed, it was the small fry like him who bore the brunt of the fallout. Going forward, whoever wants to take on this job can do so. Fortunately, at that moment, the sound of an engine echoed from outside. Another assistant hurried in, exclaiming, Brother AI. They've arrived. Ella promptly made his way downstairs, where he beheld 2 luxurious SUVs, each worth several million, easing to a halt at the entrance. The doors swung open, and the first to emerge were 2 middle-aged women in their 30s or 40s, followed closely by 3 adorable children who appeared to be around 3 years old, clearly triplets. Ella's eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, Li Tong and He Zhiyong also exited the vehicle. Ella glanced around and immediately approached Li Tong. Mr. He, you have finally arrived. Welcome. Ella paused, momentarily taken aback. The voice that responded did not emanate from the stoic man before her. With a furrowed brow, her gaze shifted towards the car door. A strikingly handsome man, standing at a towering height of 188 centimeters, alighted from the vehicle. His flawless model physique instantly captivated the attention of everyone present, particularly Feng Yang, the photographer. As an internationally renowned professional photographer, he had encountered countless beautiful faces, both shorter and taller than the man before him. Yet, without a doubt, none could rival his majestic form. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. Each line of his body was impeccably proportioned. Most notably, though he did not appear overly muscular, Ella could sense the latent power concealed beneath his shirt. He Sure Zhao had long been accustomed to a myriad of gazes, yet at that moment, he felt an uncomfortable prickle, as if he were being scrutinized by a formidable canine. Frowning slightly, he suppressed the urge to turn around and instead assisted Nansun from the car. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted around them. Ella was nearly rendered speechless. In her profession, she had seen countless beauties and handsome men, but this was the first time she had encountered a couple of such extraordinary allure. No, they were more than a couple, they were a family. She could already envision the breathtaking scene that would unfold when the newlyweds donned their wedding attire, stunning everyone in attendance. With great effort, Ella reined in her excitement and stepped forward, saying, Mr. He, Mrs. He, please come inside. We will handle your belongings. Thank you for your trouble, Nansun replied with a gentle smile. Ella felt her heart racing. Of course, her excitement was solely derived from an appreciation of beauty. Without further ado, the group proceeded to the 3rd floor, where the wedding gowns were displayed. The entire floor had been opened up, save for a vast mirror embedded directly across from the staircase. Every wall was adorned with a myriad of wedding dresses, classical princess styles, sophisticated mermaid silhouettes, and traditional ball gowns, among others. Whether elegant and enchanting or vivacious and goddess-like, there was no gown that could not be found here. The visual spectacle was utterly breathtaking. It could be described as a paradise for all women. Even Lan, a woman nearing her 50s, was moved. Ella's lips curled into a knowing smile, fully anticipating their reactions. Every guest who visited Jelly would exhibit such longing. This was precisely why he had chosen this line of work. Mr. He, The custom wedding gowns you ordered are over here, Ella announced, walking to a grand white veil. She nodded at her assistant across the way, and together they extended their hands. With a swish, the veil was drawn aside, revealing a dazzling light that momentarily left everyone entranced. When they regained their senses for gowns, each truly unique, appeared before them. Nansun, standing at the forefront, gasped in delight, covering her mouth in astonishment at the sight of the 4 dresses, each a different hue. The gowns were pure white, mysterious black, noble red, and sweet pastel pink. Each piece boasted its own allure, and any one of them would surely captivate the world. The wedding gowns previously ordered by Mr. He consisted of 3 sets, perfectly suited to accompany 3 rare, exquisite diamonds. However, I felt that every girl deserves a pink wedding gown. Therefore, I took the liberty of crafting an additional piece. As a token of the studio's heartfelt wishes for the newlyweds, may you both enjoy a lifetime of sweetness. As Ella's words echoed, Nansun beamed with gratitude, replying, "Thank you, you've all worked so hard." He Zhao cast a look of appreciation at Ella. A sense of satisfaction washed over her. The investment of 800 million appeared to be secure. Chapter 66, Capturing Wedding Photos at the Family Castle. With the assistance of the staff, Nansun tried on each gown, including the intricately embroidered phoenix wedding dress. Meanwhile, He Zhao watched, his gaze filled with admiration for his wife. As she approached him in the red bridal attire, a sense of unparalleled fulfillment washed over him. "You look truly beautiful, my dear," he exclaimed. "Am I not beautiful every day?" She retorted playfully, her cheeks flushing. "Every day, but today, you are the most beautiful." At that moment, their 3 children gathered around, showering their mother with exuberant praise. "Mom, you look absolutely stunning. Truly the most beautiful in the world. Mom is the #1 fairy. Nian Nian wants to be the 2nd fairy. Not a chance. You're the older sister. You have to be 3rd. The children's innocent banter filled the fitting room with laughter. The youthful staff could not hide their envy as they gazed at Nansun, who was not only strikingly beautiful, but also married to a dashing and affluent husband with 3 adorable children. What could be a more enviable life? "Mr. He, the photography team has already arrived at your estate and set up the venue. When shall we depart?" Ella interjected. "Any time is suitable," He Zhao replied, glancing at his watch. "However, we have 5 sets of wedding gowns to shoot today. Will we have enough time?" Though the schedule was tight, Ella responded confidently, "There's no issue. Our photography and makeup teams are the finest professionals in the country." Despite their arrival at the estate nearing 10 o'clock, the venue, subsidized by the system, was a grand European-style mansion reminiscent of a mythical castle. It boasted a magnificent fountain and sprawling gardens, lush velvet lawns, and various sculptures. When Ella suggested potential venues for the shoot, He Zhao immediately thought of this location. As Nansun emerged from the castle clad in a white wedding gown, she appeared like a princess descending from the heavens, with her surroundings serving as mere embellishments. He Zhao, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, strode forward, unable to resist planting a kiss on the back of her hand. Feng Yang, who had been observing them closely, captured this beautiful moment through his lens. If Nansun in a white gown was a princess, then in a black gown, she transformed into a queen, paired with a blue gown named Hope Star. Her entrance compelled everyone to instinctively halt their movements. Clearly, Nansun's essence perfectly complemented this style, blending a cool demeanor with alluring charm. Her captivating glances radiating an irresistible allure that left He Zhao utterly mesmerized. Feng Yang's shudder clicked incessantly. He felt that this collection of works could undoubtedly compete for international accolades. After swiftly changing through 7 or 8 scenes, they completed the 4 gown shoots. The group took a brief meal before relocating to the ancient-style set, which He Zhao had lavishly constructed for capturing the traditional phoenix coronet attire. By the time they concluded, it was already past 4:30. Meanwhile, He Yuhai, who had been busy at the store all day, was summoned by He Zhao to join them, as they planned to take some family portraits after the photography team took a short break. "Hey, Xiao-sun, do you think this cheap house suits me?" Qilon tugged at the hem of her dress, feeling a bit out of sorts. "Previously, my son and daughter-in-law had mentioned their desire to capture a family portrait, even stating that they had prepared the attire. However, she did not anticipate that it would be such a serene and elegant cheapao. How could it be inappropriate? My mother is so youthful and beautiful that she would look stunning in anything. This deep crimson hue, when donned by you, exudes an air of exquisite nobility. You need only ask Ella." As for He Shi, who found himself unable to interject on such a topic, he was about to seek out his father for a conversation when his phone vibrated incessantly in his pocket. Upon checking, he discovered it was a message from Yuan Bin, someone he hadn't been in touch with for quite some time. "Yuan Bin, brother, what are you up to?" "Yuan Bin, have you seen the class group chat?" "Yuan Bin, there's some big news." "He Shi, no, I'm currently taking wedding photos with my wife. Before he could inquire about the news, another message arrived. Yuan Bin, wow, what a coincidence. Coincidence? He sure raised an eyebrow, about to send a question mark when Yuan Bin's call came through. Brother, congratulations. It seems your wedding date is drawing near. A smile graced He Shure's face. Tentatively, we've set it for the end of this month. I'll send you the invitation with the specific date. All right, be sure to reserve a spot for me as the best man. Of course. After a few more casual exchanges, they returned to the topic that had been interrupted earlier. Did you check the class group? Sun Ling is also taking wedding photos today. Do you know with whom? Upon hearing this, He Sure lost interest. He was not well acquainted with Sun Ling, so her choice of partner for wedding photos was of little concern to him. Yuan Bin, not expecting much from his friend, exclaimed, "It's Zhou Ruizhi. That guy has had his eye on Sun Ling since high school. It seems his wish has finally come true." He sure did not find this revelation surprising. During their last class reunion, Sun Ling's intentions had been quite evident. By the way, quickly send me a few of your wedding photos. You should have seen how smug Zhou Ruizhi was. He just went to Bammy Island, and now he has been showing off like crazy in the group. He sure chuckled helplessly, but still requested a few pictures from Feng Yang. After all, their good looks required no retouching. Barely a few minutes later, Yuan Bin shared the photos in the group, which predictably ignited a stir. On the other end of the line, Zhou Ruizhi, upon viewing the photos, felt his expression darken. After the last reunion, he had remained home for quite some time before venturing out again. He had hoped that with the wedding, he might salvage a bit of his dignity. Now it seemed that He Sure was deliberately trying to undermine him. The group chat soon buzzed with activity. Wenjing, this couple is simply perfect together. Which company designed that wedding dress? It's absolutely stunning. Yuan Bin, it seems to be a special custom from Jelly. I heard there's only one in the entire world. Class leader Qin Yang, impressive. That must have cost a fortune. Zhao Qian, that backdrop looks like a castle. Did He Sure and his wife go abroad? Yuan Bin, of course not. This was all shot in our school heartthrob estate. Class leader Qin Yang, what? Is that for real? With a backdrop like that, it must be at least several acres. Yuan Bin, I actually didn't ask about the size. But old he is certainly thriving now. Zhou Ruizhi's irritation grew with every glance at the photos. Why had no one spoken up when he first shared them? Damn it, a bunch of sycophants. Meanwhile, Sun Ling also caught sight of the photos. She sat there, stunned for quite a while, before finally putting her phone away. All right, let us call it a night. I have a flight to catch tomorrow. Zhou Ruizhi's temper flared. What's this? Just moments ago, you were eager to go out and see the night view, and now you're upset after seeing the wedding photos of the one you fancy? Sun Ling quickly furrowed her brow in response. That's not what I meant. I simply want you to rest properly. Zhou Ruizhi clenched his fists, reluctant to unleash his anger on her. He grabbed his coat and stormed out. Chapter 67. The battlefield of a true man lies here. After capturing the final family portrait, the day's tasks were deemed complete. Ella meticulously inspected all the outfits and jewelry, ensuring everything was flawless before allowing them to be loaded into the vehicle. After all, both the wedding dress and the colorful diamonds were irreplaceable treasures. A single misstep would cost him dearly. Feng Yang, directing the staff as they packed up the equipment, kept glancing at He Sure's retreating figure, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Since their meeting today, he had yearned to photograph his new boss as a model. With such a flawless physique, he was certain He Sure would become a sensation in the photography world. However, considering the new boss's stature, Feng Yang doubted he would be amenable to such a proposition, so he refrained from mentioning it. Yet, now that He Sure was about to depart, that impractical idea resurfaced. Speak your mind if you have something to say. The sudden voice interrupted Feng Yang's train of thought. He looked up in surprise, finding it was none other than his new boss. He Sure's gaze was tinged with displeasure. This guy had been staring at him incessantly since his arrival, causing an unsettling feeling within him. Perhaps it was the lingering misunderstanding stemming from his mother's earlier assumption about him coming out of the closet. He Sure was now particularly cautious about interactions with men. Upon hearing that Feng Yang had a girlfriend, he felt a sense of relief. Unbeknownst to Feng Yang, his subconscious actions were giving rise to a rather peculiar misunderstanding. After a moment's hesitation, he finally said, "Mr. He, there is something I would like to discuss with you." "What is it? May I take a few solo shots of you?" Fearing He Sure would decline, he quickly added, "Rest assured, it won't be too revealing, at most. You might just remove your shirt." Upon hearing this, He Sure raised an eyebrow. "Is that all?" "No." He decisively rejected the notion without giving Feng Yang a chance to plead. "Firstly, I'm not particularly fond of being photographed, especially not in the manner you suggest. Naturally, if my wife were to take my picture, that would be a different story. Secondly, if every photographer I encounter makes such requests, I would surely be overwhelmed." With these words, there was no room for negotiation. Feng Yang had expected this response to some extent, but still felt a pang of disappointment. He Sure, however, chose to ignore him. He had never been one to show leniency. You have the right to make requests, but he equally had the right to refuse. Why should he compromise for someone entirely unrelated to him? That was simply out of the question. Ella, who had been observing their conversation, approached Hishur and patted his shoulder in admiration. You're quite resolute. She then boldly chased after Fengyang. Fengyang. Ella had been fixated on his 8 billion. When she finally reached Hishur, she stumbled over her words. You worked hard today. I've reserved a private room at the Nanshur Hotel. You and your team should go enjoy a good meal. Upon hearing this, Hishur's words caught Ella off guard. Mr. He, are you referring to that 8-star hotel? Hishur gave him a sidelong glance. Is there another establishment by that name? Upon arrival, seek out General Manager Rin Sheng. I've already briefed him. Ella swallowed hard. That was an 8-star hotel. He had heard the average spending there exceeded 10,000, and he had never been there even once. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it. He merely felt it was utterly unnecessary to dine in such an extravagant place. Mister, he unexpectedly chose such a lavish venue for the staff dinner. This is quite extravagant, isn't it? After all, it's at the South Pavilion. It was only then that Ella realized something was amiss. He recalled that the boss lady's name was Nan Sun. Could it be that this hotel belongs to Mr. He? Hearing this, he sure cast a glance at him, perplexed by the presence of such a dim-witted employee. Ella chuckled awkwardly. He had never considered it in that light. However, hosting a dinner at an 8-star hotel is indeed quite impressive. As expected, when he announced this news to the staff, their excited gasps filled the air, all marveling at their new boss's generosity. The compliments flowed as freely as if they were without cost, showering down upon him. Seeing everyone in such high spirits, he sure dropped another bombshell. Mr. He, are you really serious? This estate will be for our Jia Li to use in the future? Ella was incredulous. This was worth far more than 8 billion. This time, he sure couldn't even be bothered to glance at him, simply stating, if you don't want it, that's fine. No, of course I want it. There's nothing to tidy up. We can move in tomorrow. He sure nodded slightly. It's up to you. But if the year-end performance doesn't meet expectations, you will be sent back where you came from. He offered them the opportunity. But whether Jia Li could ascend to greater heights would depend on their own efforts. That day, everyone was utterly exhausted. Even the robust, he sure couldn't resist giving his shoulders a rub. He had never anticipated that a day spent taking photographs could be more tiring than a day at the office. Given the circumstances, it seemed that tonight was not suitable for any physical exercise. As he sure lay in bed, lost in thought, a notification from the flash sale app suddenly chimed. He casually opened the panel. Today's flash sale items included a universal upgrade card for 99 yuan, a Rolls-Royce Phantom for 299 yuan, and a magic seed that roots and sprouts for 399 yuan. The system prompted, the host may only purchase one item per day. If the flash sale is not completed within 24 hours, it will be deemed a voluntary forfeiture. Hishu's gaze naturally fell upon the magic seed. The previous perfect visage had left a profound impression on him. In recent days, he had distinctly observed changes in his parents' appearances. Not only had their wrinkles diminished, but their skin had also become firmer than before. Particularly notable was He Yuhai, who had always struggled with premature graying. His hair had now turned a lustrous black. Faced with such conspicuous changes, the elderly couple still believed it was merely the nourishing effects of the local water. However, what did rooting and sprouting signify? He sure found himself puzzled. He promptly placed an order, intending to find time the next day to plan it and see what would happen. He sure withdrew his gaze, ready to cuddle with his beloved wife, only to find Nan Sun sprawled on the bed, her delicate, alabaster feet in the air. Her dark, flowing hair cascaded over her back, and her crimson lips were pursed as her slender fingers furiously tapped at her phone screen. He curiously inquired, "What are you busy with, my dear?" Nan Sun remained silent, maintaining a serious expression. He leaned in closer and asked again. In annoyance, she pushed his arm away, exclaiming, "I'm gaming, don't bother me." He sure was taken aback. He then circled around to her side, only to find Nan Sun controlling a brawny figure wielding dual axes. With each movement, she thrust the character's backside towards a short-legged little girl on the opposing team, while exclaiming, "Ha! The battlefield of real men is right here." Chapter 68. The handsome father of triplets and the charming mother taking advantage of the moment when Nan Sun's character was ganked for the third time, he sure tentatively asked, "Who are you gaming with?" Nan Sun buried her head in his embrace, lamenting, "With Annie and one of her friends. I don't know him, but he seems quite skilled." He sure's expression shifted. So they were in a trio. He felt a twinge of displeasure. How could anyone surpass him, a former top 100 player? He snatched one of Nan Sun's headphones, and indeed, he heard the voices of Annie and an unfamiliar male. It seemed Annie was live-streaming, occasionally responding to comments. "Who are you gaming with?" "One is my goddess, and the other is a hired player." "Playing Princess Yao Yao?" "What? Does my Nyo princess bother you?" "I'm playing Nyo. I'm with Lao Cheng. We're the mighty duo, 3 axes ruling the world." He sure quietly observed for a while. nearly repulsed by the antics of the two sisters. They truly embodied the spirit of brawn, charging at opponents with reckless abandon. One had a score of 0 to 9, while the other stood at 1 to 10. It was a wonder that the hired player managed to keep his composure. Their service attitude was commendable, yet the other two teammates were growing frustrated. They directly called for the two burly players to log off and quipped that even a chicken could play better than them. Frowning, he sure looked at his wife's serious expression and suggested, "How about I take over for a bit?" Ding. The system detected the host's strong desire to impress his wife and granted a professional-level gaming ability. He sure's expression darkened upon receiving the system's boost. What did it mean to want to impress? He was merely seeking to avenge his wife. Besides, he was already quite skilled at gaming. He just hadn't had the time to log in after becoming busy with work. Nan-sun glanced at her husband and, without hesitation, handed him the phone, saying, "Honey, please take care of that guy on the boat." He sure gently caressed Nan-sun's cheek, feeling utterly content. All right, he would ensure that this scoundrel who dared to bully his wife would pay. Thus, the audience soon witnessed a dramatic shift in the map featuring Chung Yaojing. Although he maintained his aggressive style, the two axes he wielded now radiated a fierce energy. Wherever he marched, enemies' health plummeted while he remained unscathed. Annie, who had been closely monitoring her best friend, couldn't help but exclaim, "Goddess, have you been injected with adrenaline?" Nan-sun shyly opened her microphone, saying, "My husband is playing now. I was just too inept." As soon as her words fell, Annie and her livestream audience felt as though they had been struck by an arrow. Having a husband is impressive. Well, it is indeed impressive, especially with such a formidable husband. Ultimately, under he sure's extraordinary efforts, they achieved an unprecedented victory. Chung Yaojing's final stats showed 1594, and remarkably, he sure hadn't died even once. Instead, the hired player was left to retreat in disgrace after proving ineffective. He sure relayed a message to Nan-sun to inform Annie before exiting the team interface. He discovered that his wife's account was remarkably new. Lacking runes was one thing, but her selection of heroes was sparse. Suddenly, he remembered that the system had previously granted him 100 million virtual leisure coins, half of which remained unutilized. He promptly recharged Nan-sun's account to V10, acquiring all available heroes and skins for her. As for the limited skins that couldn't be refunded, he sure recalled his ownership of Tianmei 35 shares. He rummaged through his contacts and sent a message to a number he had saved. Before long, the newly registered gaming account of Nan-sun, having been created for less than a day, boasted every hero and skin available. Observing the remaining points in his account, he sure opened the game lobby and casually distributed several red envelopes. The sheer magnitude of this generosity left players across the entire region in a state of astonishment. He sure glanced at the game name in the upper left corner, pondered for a moment, and retrieved a name-changing card. Subsequently, he logged into his gaming account and altered his name as well. He even bound his account to Nan-sun's as a couple, elevating their intimacy level to a staggering 100. This series of actions transpired with remarkable swiftness, leaving the novice Nan-sun utterly mesmerized. Thus, when Annie once again invited both her and he sure into the room, they were greeted by two remarkably similar couple names, Triplets' handsome dad and Triplets' charming mom. Sitting in the live stream, Annie felt as if she had been muted. She speculated that these rather tacky and straightforward names must have been conceived by Mr. He. Once they entered the game, she was further taken aback by their 100-level couple emblem. Annie clicked her tongue. She mused that tonight she could very well do without the microphone. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream transformed into envious onlookers. "You're not alone up there," one commented. "How can there be 100 levels of intimacy? I'm so envious." Another lamented. "I'm envious too, but I must say, the princess is truly pitiable." As he sure and Nan-sun basked in the envy of a multitude, they became inseparable from the outset of the match. While others engaged in combat, the two leisurely explored the canyon, occasionally dispatching foes. However, with he sure's professional prowess, playing such matches felt akin to harvesting crops. The outcome was, of course, predictable. Although their trio was limited to casual matches due to their differing ranks, Nan-sun, a newcomer to the game, remained in high spirits. After an exhilarating night of gaming, she did not rise until midday the following day, having skipped breakfast entirely. Lan, witnessing her son emerge from the bedroom alone, couldn't help but blush. Young people simply lack self-restraint. It seemed necessary for her to prepare a hearty soup for the He family girl tonight. Meanwhile, after a scolding glance from his mother, he sure had breakfast before heading to the office. Once he dealt with the backlog of work, he retrieved the mysterious seed he had ordered from the flash sale the previous night. This seed was black, and upon planting it in the soil of his space, a similarly colored fruit sprouted within seconds. Upon closer inspection, one might notice a hint of purple, quite reminiscent of grapes. He sure plucked one and tasted it, discovering it bore a striking resemblance in flavor. Unable to contain his curiosity, He inquired of the system. This can't just be an ordinary grape, right? If so, purchasing a few for 39 yuan would be quite a loss. Certainly not. The specific effects are for the host to explore. Came the system's retort before it fell silent, no matter how he sure pressed for answers. Just then, the general manager, George Bin, knocked and entered. Without hesitation, he sure handed him a fruit. Try this. It's from my wife's hometown. George Bin, taken aback, promptly popped it into his mouth. A wave of sweetness enveloped his palate, prompting him to exclaim, delicious. Truly remarkable. Did you experience any special sensations? He sure inquired. Special sensations? Well, I would certainly like to have another. George Bin replied, somewhat bewildered. He sure waved his hand in mild exasperation, asking, what brings you here? George Bin placed a red invitation card embossed in gold on the desk. This is the invitation to the elder Xiang's 80th birthday celebration. Someone specifically delivered it to the company, requesting it be given to you. The Xiang family? He sure mused thoughtfully. He nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. You may leave now. Chapter 69. Goji berry and soft-shelled turtle soup, a gesture of affection from Mother He. In Shin City, there exists an abundance of affluent families. However, only 4 can genuinely be considered top tier: the Deng, Xiang, Zhang, and Lin families. Among them, the Lin family primarily focuses on the tourism industry, with the patriarch being the largest shareholder of the Li Yang group. The Zhang family is entrenched in retail, the Deng family reigns over the pharmaceutical sector, and the Xiang family holds an unassailable position in construction. The elder Xiang's upcoming birthday celebration is set to attract all the influential figures in Shin City. It is only natural that Wang Jia, as a leader in the investment sector, received an invitation. However, he sure never anticipated that this invitation would be specifically addressed to him. Could it be due to Xiang Yuanxi? After all, he is the only son of the Xiang family, and despite any familial discord, there are undoubtedly those who keep an eye on him. He sure reflected, realizing that his name must have found its way onto the desks of various power players in Shin City. He glanced at the banquet date, which was just 2 days away, and noted that guests were permitted to bring companions. He recalled the wardrobe at home, although he possessed an array of suits. Nan Sun had very few formal dresses suitable for such occasions. He summoned Li Tong and arranged for the head and chief designer of the perfect studio, Fu Jia, to come to the company. She was one of the earliest high-end custom clothing designers in the country and had created gowns for many prominent figures attending significant events. He sure had invested considerable resources and effort to secure a controlling interest in the studio. Shortly thereafter, Fu Jia arrived at the Wanjia building, accompanied by several assistants, and was escorted by Li Tong to the 20th floor, entering the chairman's office. Dressed in a black embroidered dress, paired with subtly alluring fishnet stockings, she exuded an enduring charm despite being in her 40s. Upon seeing the handsome and coolly composed He Sure, she was momentarily taken aback, but quickly shifted to business. Mr. He, I have brought several dresses according to your description. However, it would be best if I could meet your wife to help select a style more suited to her. He Sure, recalling that Nan Sun was likely at home feeling bored, decided it would be a good opportunity to invite her over for a change of scenery. He picked up his phone and immediately initiated a video call. To his surprise, there was no answer from her side. He then called Chi Lan. Mom, is Sun Sun at home? Yes, she was just talking to me. She should be painting right now? All right, I see. He sure lowered his eyelashes, his fingers deftly tapping on the screen before turning his attention back to Fu Jia. My wife has something on and won't be able to come for the time being. Let's proceed with the selection. Barely had he finished speaking when a gentle knock echoed at the office door. He sure called out, come in. Yet the person outside knocked again, seemingly oblivious to his invitation. Furrowing his brow, he sure strode over and pulled the door open. Surprise! A familiar figure suddenly leapt into his embrace, nuzzling against his chest like a playful kitten. How about that? Surprised? Nan Sun beamed up at her husband, her eyes sparkling with mischief. He sure stood there, arms outstretched, momentarily dazed. Once he regained his composure, he enveloped her tightly, surprised, exceptionally so. The unexpected collision felt as though it struck the very core of his heart, wrapping He Sure in an overwhelming joy. As Nan Sun was about to utter another word, she caught sight of Fu Jia and others in the office, their faces awash with astonishment as they gazed at her. Instantly, her delicate visage flushed a deep crimson. How could there be others present in this space? With a facade of composure, she pushed the man aside, casting a glance behind him. He sure raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. What are you shy about? Weren't we just embracing quite tightly? Nan Sun shot him a glare, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation flooding her features. Sensing the potential wrath of his wife, He Sure swiftly ushered her into the office. Did you bring me lunch? He inquired, accepting the thermos from her hands. It's the soup my mother made for you, she replied. He sure was taken aback, given his robust health. Why was his mother fretting so excessively? He then introduced his wife. This is designer Gua from the Perfect Studio. She just delivered a few dresses for you to choose from for the banquet we're attending in 2 days. Nansun waved her phone, realization dawning on her. Oh, so that's why you called me. Since Nansun entered, Fu Jia's gaze had been fixed upon her, darting around in fascination. No wonder Mr. He was said to have married early. With such a beauty at his side, it would indeed be unwise not to secure her tightly. Having never encountered Mrs. He before, she was now convinced that any style of dress would suit her. However, among the pieces brought today, there was one that stood out as particularly fitting. Fu Jia gestured for her assistant to bring over the gift box. As the layers of wrapping were peeled away, a champagne-colored gown adorned with subtle sparkles emerged before Nansun's eyes. The sleeves and hem were crafted from ethereal sheer fabric, while the golden wheat motif at the waist and hem served as the paisida assistance of the dress. Nansun was utterly captivated. He sure nodded in agreement, recognizing Fu Jia's reputation as the leading haute couture designer in the country. Her discerning eye was indeed remarkable. Mrs. He, shall we try this on? If anything feels off, we can make adjustments in the next couple of days. Nansun readily agreed. After selecting the gown for the banquet, he sure proceeded to commission over 10 additional dresses of varying styles from Fu Jia's studio. Also, ensure that for every new collection released, you send a piece in my wife's size. I will arrange for timely payments, he instructed. Fu Jia was astonished. This was a substantial order. Of course, Mr. He. She replied promptly. By the way, do you have many orders lately? Can you produce Hanfu? Absolutely. We have over 1,000 designers in the studio, capable of handling all sorts of clothing orders, Fu Jia assured him. He sure nodded in satisfaction, considering that since their wedding would be traditional Chinese, it was imperative that everyone in attendance donned Hanfu. This way, every guest would feel a sense of involvement, avoiding any sense of dissonance. After bidding farewell to Fu Jia and her associates, he sure recalled the soup sent by Qi Lan. He certainly could not disregard his mother's heartfelt intentions. However, upon lifting the lid, his expression soured dramatically. What's the matter? Not drinking it? Nansun inquired, curious as she leaned in closer. He sure hastily closed the box, explaining, the soup has cooled. This thermos seems rather ineffective. What? I just bought this online a few days ago, she exclaimed. No way. I have to leave a negative review. He sure's lips twitched, but he swallowed his words, resigning himself to apologizing to the seller. Nonetheless, he resolved to have a serious discussion with his mother later about the peculiar ingredients in the soup, which included an abundance of goji berries and soft-shelled turtles. Chapter 70. A modicum of conscience, but not much. Mother, is there some misunderstanding between us? He sure pulled Qi Lan into the study, unable to contain his curiosity. The memory of the table laden with soft-shelled turtles and sea cucumbers, alongside lamb and pig kidneys, stirred discomfort in his stomach. Qi Lan's countenance shifted, revealing her unease. I was merely concerned for your health. You see, Xiaosun didn't eat breakfast today, so I thought. Before she could finish, he sure interrupted. Mother, what are you saying? Xiaosun didn't get up because we stayed up late playing video games. Qi Lan's eyes widened in surprise. That's quite a misunderstanding. He sure, exasperated, advised, please don't let Zhang Jie prepare those strange soups again. I truly cannot bear it. If this continues, I may end up bankrupt. Qi Lan nodded awkwardly. All right, I understand. He sure sighed with relief, suddenly feeling a surge of sympathy for his father. Based on his mother's current thought process, his father must have endured considerable hardship in his youth. 2 days swiftly passed. At the Xiang family villa, starting from 3 in the afternoon, an endless stream of luxury cars rolled into the parking lot, dazzling the onlookers. The Xiang family's birthday banquet was a grand gathering of all the notable figures in the city, making receiving an invitation from the Xiang family a matter of pride. Those without the privilege to enter the banquet lingered at the entrance, hoping to catch the eye of a prominent guest, inching closer to the upper echelons of society. Xiang Jingshan stood at the villa entrance, greeting guests. Noticing his son had yet to return, his already stern expression darkened further. Xiang Foreign, standing beside him, gently patted his hand. Yuan Si is a good child. Since he promised to return, he will surely keep his word. With that stern face of yours, one might think the Xiang family does not welcome guests. Xiang Jingshan pursed his lips, ultimately heeding his wife's words. I understand. You go ahead and keep your father company. I'll wait here a little longer. Not long after, members of the Zhang, Lin, and Deng families began to arrive in succession. Xiang Jingshan followed them into the banquet hall. Since the Xiang family was closely related to the Deng family, he was naturally on friendly terms with them. Today, Deng Wenyo's father and elder brother were also present. Brother, I heard you agreed to let Yuan Si enter the entertainment industry, spoke Deng Wenyo's father, Deng Wei. What does my approval matter? He now has powerful backing. Came the response. Oh, Deng Wei's interest was piqued. Who is this person? A young man named He Shi. I imagine your brother has heard of him. He has heard of him? Deng Wei appeared puzzled, until his eldest son, Deng Wenkong, chimed in, the new owner of Xing Qianli car rental. Deng Wei's eyes widened in realization. But that is merely a small company. How could he possibly? Does he have another identity? Xiang Jingshan nodded mysteriously, leading the trio to a secluded corner. Moments later, Deng Wei could no longer contain his astonishment, exclaiming, this young man possesses such vast assets? He began to question whether it was his age that dulled his hearing. Names like Wanjia, Shenkong, and Nanshi Hotel, all were top tier in the industry. How could they all be in the hands of a single young man? Xiang Jingshan continued. What astonishes me most is that Nanshi investment has developed to rival Wanjia in such a short span. Furthermore, I have heard that the skyscraper currently under construction in the old city will serve as this young man's future headquarters in the city. The Deng family father and son were left utterly speechless, unable to articulate their feelings. Regarding the ability to gather information about the Xiang family, they naturally harbored no doubts. Could it be that a storm is brewing in Xinjiang? This thought caused them to furrow their brows. Xiang Jingshan discerned the concerns of the two and, after a moment's contemplation, candidly expressed his perspective. In fact, I perceive this as an opportunity. It might just elevate our two families to greater heights. Deng Wei immediately grasped the implication. You mean Yuanxi? A faint smile curved Xiang Jingshan's lips. But it's not just Yuanxi. There's also your Wenyao. What could this mean? Deng Wei felt perplexed, though his irritation overshadowed it. What's with you today? Why are you being so cryptic? Xiang Jingshan merely smiled in silence. No matter how Deng Wei probed, he revealed nothing. Noticing that time was drawing near, he suggested, all right, you father and son should go ahead and explore. I must greet some important guests at the entrance. Coincidentally, at that moment, He Shi and Nan Sun entered the banquet hall, arms linked. Their appearance immediately captured the attention of countless onlookers. With their striking good looks, they swiftly became the focal point of the entire affair. Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation about their identities, they witnessed the head of the Xiang family, Xiang Jingshan, proactively approaching the two. This scene instantly stirred a considerable commotion. After all, Xiang Jingshan was a titan in the business realm, a figure known to all. It was a rarity for him to engage first. Typically, others sought to curry favor with him. Yet, being an elder, He Shi seized the moment to greet him. Good day, Director Xiang. This is my first encounter. I am He Shi, and this is my wife, Nan Sun. Following suit, Nan Sun echoed, Director Xiang. Upon seeing this, Xiang Jingshan's demeanor softened somewhat. Greetings to you both. Welcome to the Xiang family. You are all friends of Yuanxi. So please, make yourselves at home. He Shi naturally acquiesced. Observing the two engaged in conversation, Deng Wei hurriedly approached, eager not to miss any significant news. As for the Lin family, upon spotting the major shareholder of the company, it was only fitting to exchange pleasantries. Surrounded by the power brokers of Xinjiang's three prominent families, the couple of He Shi found themselves momentarily basking in the limelight. Just then, Xiang Yuanxi, who had just returned from a filming schedule, finally arrived. Accompanied by his cousin, Deng Wenyao. Upon entering the hall, they immediately spotted the radiant figure of their brother, He, and rushed over with exuberance. Brother He, brother He. The siblings chorused, their faces adorned with matching silly grins. He Shi nodded at the two, and soon the atmosphere grew lively as the young people exchanged banter. Meanwhile, the two neglected fathers exchanged knowing glances before clearing their throats in unison. Although Xiang Yuanxi had a modicum of conscience, it was fleeting, as he had someone fetch a glass of water for his father. Deng Wenyao, however, blatantly ignored the gesture. This infuriated Deng Wei, who, had it not been for the crowd, might have resorted to removing his shoe on the spot. You little rascal, you actually decided to show up. You've been absent from home every day, gallivanting with those scoundrels. Do you even remember you have a family? Deng Wenyao nonchalantly dug at his ear. He had heard these words from his father time and again, to the point where he could recite them by heart. Additionally, his elder brother was about to step in to mediate. True to form, within mere seconds, Deng Wenkong grasped Deng Wei's arm, launching into a lengthy monologue about not holding grudges against his younger brother, as he was still young and would eventually understand, advocating for a gradual approach to teaching him. Little did he know, the more he urged, the more displeased Deng Wei became with his second son. Observing from the sidelines, He Shi could not help but interject. Chairman Deng, Wenyao is currently the general manager of our Changfeng Entertainment. I presume you were unaware of this? What? Deng Wei's head snapped up in disbelief. Could this rascal truly be managing a company? And not just any company, but Changfeng Entertainment? He Shi nodded. You heard correctly. It has been for some time now. Yet I did not expect you to remain in the dark. Moreover, Wenyao's capabilities are quite commendable. He currently holds the reins of the entire Changfeng. As He Shi concluded, Deng Wei remained dumbfounded, while Deng Wenkong's expression turned grave. Noticing He Shi's gaze, he hastily lowered his eyes. Meanwhile, Deng Wei was still grappling with disbelief. His second son had never accomplished anything worthwhile. Throughout his school years, he was notorious for skipping classes, and after graduation, he had barely set foot at home. He had broken countless canes in his upbringing, yet this boy remained incorrigible. Deng Wei had contemplated sending him into the company for practical experience, yet he had stubbornly refused, preferring to squander his time with a group of ne'er-do-wells. Now, to be told that such a layabout had become the head of a major corporation, Deng Wei felt as though he must be dreaming. Conversely, Deng Wenyao, casting a glance at his father's expression, understood his thoughts. In his eyes, he was already a hopeless wastrel. As a child, when he did not apply himself academically, even a solitary good grade was met with suspicion of cheating. His father had never considered that he too had aspirations for recognition, longing for praise from him. It was always he and Deng Wenkong who faced the consequences of their mischief, while he alone bore the brunt of the punishment. Over time, he ceased to wish for change in his circumstances. What was it to be a fool who merely squandered money? Quite simple. With this thought, Deng Wenyao's face bore a hint of derision. I may not measure up to your eldest son. It is only natural that you would find it hard to believe. However, some may soon be disappointed. Gazing at Deng Wenkong, he continued, for it seems I am not the worthless fool they envision. Deng Wenkong's face stiffened, and he offered an awkward smile. Dad could never think of you as a waste. We would all rejoice at your improvement. Is that so? Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, Xiang Jingshan stepped forward, patting his brother-in-law's shoulder. Let us not linger here. Let us proceed inside and take a seat. Director, he is here for the first time. Come, I shall introduce you to my father. He sure nodded in agreement. Very well. As the elders distanced themselves, Xiang Yuanxi playfully thumped his cousin's shoulder. Are you feeling satisfied now? Did you see Deng Wenkong's expression just now? It was hilarious. The Deng family treats themselves like royalty, always on guard against you as if you were a thief, only to find out we hardly care. The mere thought of it filled Xiang Yuanxi with pride. Though both were cousins, he had never gotten along with Deng Wenkong. While he maintained a facade of virtue, he was, in truth, full of malice and enjoyed reporting others' wrongdoings. In his youth, Xiang Yuanxi had received more than his fair share of beatings because of him. Moreover, having a close relationship with Deng Wenyao, he despised Deng Wenkong even more upon learning of his despicable deeds. Deng Wenyao scoffed. Who cares? I believe, brother, he is right. One cannot simply eat and wait to die. Otherwise, how could we witness such a splendid display of change today? Now you know. Uncle must be livid upon hearing this. The daily lectures from his father pale in comparison to a casual remark from others. Hearing this, Deng Wenyao, feeling somewhat exasperated, gave his cousin a gentle shove on the back. All right, enough of this. Hurry and go greet your grandfather. I am already troubled just hearing about my father. In the spacious lounge adjacent to the banquet hall, a number of notable figures from Shunxiang had gathered. They lingered after presenting their gifts, eager for the chance to engage with the bigwigs. Although the elder of the Xiang family was 80 years old, he remained remarkably spry. Dressed in a traditional Tang suit and seated at the head of the hall, the elderly gentleman with a head of silver hair exuded vitality despite his age. His demeanor bore a resemblance to that of Xiang Jingshan. He appeared somewhat stern when silent. However, upon encountering his grandson, his attitude visibly softened. Xiang Yuanxi approached his grandfather respectfully, greeted him, and then stepped aside. With numerous guests present, it was hardly the right moment for the grandfather and grandson to reminisce. Naturally, the old gentleman did not press the matter, for he was now more intrigued by another individual. Ah, young he truly is erudite. Your previous remarks have greatly enlightened this old man. Upon hearing the unexpected exclamation from the elder, the two younger cousins who had just entered exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? Noticing their curiosity, Nanshuan quietly elucidated the situation. It turned out that when he sure had just arrived, the elder was engaged in a discussion about an investment case with everyone. While opinions were being voiced, he sure, under Xiang Jingshan's recommendation, shared his insights, which prompted a sudden epiphany in the elder. This led to the earlier commendation. Xiang Yuanxi nodded with pride. Indeed, my brother, he has managed to impress even our stubborn grandfather. Meanwhile, he sure and the elder had shifted to other topics of conversation. Possessing extraordinary investment acumen, he was unfazed by any queries related to investment analysis. No matter what the elder asked, he was able to elucidate matters succinctly. Their exchange flowed seamlessly, culminating in a sense of camaraderie that hinted at a late but genuine connection. This left the onlookers in the lounge utterly astounded. Who exactly was this young man? Someone could not help but whisper. He was personally welcomed by Director Xiang upon entering, and now even the elder regards him with newfound respect. Another individual leaned in and whispered. I discreetly inquired with the staff checking invitations at the entrance, and it turns out the identity listed is none other than the chairman of Wanjia. What? We've heard that Wanjia has a new owner, but he has never made a public appearance. So it's this young man? It became clear why the Xiang family held him in such high regard. He certainly possessed significant credentials. Unbeknownst to He, the murmurs of the crowd reached a crescendo. Realizing the time was ripe, he presented his prepared gift. I heard that the elder enjoys collecting antiques. Recently, I unexpectedly acquired a Schwanda blue and white flat vase, and I would like to present it to him for his appreciation. At the mention of antiques, those knowledgeable in the field gasped in astonishment. If memory served correctly, this particular piece had appeared at an auction in Yinqing a few years prior, fetching an astonishing price of 2.3 billion. How could it possibly be here now? Was this young man the buyer from that auction? The crowd erupted in speculation. The elder, momentarily taken aback, soon became intrigued. Ignoring the multitude of guests, he commanded that the item be brought forth immediately. The staff cautiously unwrapped the gift box, donning white gloves, and delicately placed the vase on the display table. Before them stood a round-mouthed porcelain vase, approximately the size of an adult's hand, adorned with a white background and vibrant blue dragon motifs that seemed to come alive, resembling a majestic white dragon. Chapter 72. The triplets become elders. The elder's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stepped forward to examine the vase closely. His slightly clouded gaze gradually ignited with brilliance, and he could not help but exclaim, "What a treasure! Truly magnificent!" The elegant patterns and the graceful shape of the vase exuded an ancient charm. This was the first time he had encountered such a contemporary piece of porcelain. Throughout his life, he had been an avid collector of these antique artifacts, filling his study with various ancient porcelain. Yet this one undoubtedly brought him the greatest joy. Those gathered, too, were captivated. Who could have anticipated that attending a birthday banquet at the Xiang family would lead to witnessing such an extraordinary item? Just as the crowd was lost in admiration of the Schwanda blue and white vase, Xiang Yuanxi suddenly broke the silence. Coincidentally, grandfather's zodiac sign is also the dragon. It seems, brother, he put considerable thought into this birthday gift. Upon hearing this, the elder looked up in surprise. Oh, is that so? The crowd then understood, realizing the thoughtfulness behind the gift. Indeed, it was perfectly fitting. The elder chuckled heartily, his hands patting He's shoulder. This is the best gift I have received today. You have truly outdone yourself, young brother He. A sudden inspiration struck the elder, and he exclaimed, "It seems we have quite a rapport. How about we become sworn brothers? I shall look out for you in Shenzhen." His declaration was bold, yet the entire hall fell silent. Many questioned whether he had indulged in too much drink at lunch and was now feeling the effects. Only Xiang Jingshan sighed, rubbing his forehead, and turned to He to explain, "My apologies, Director He, but whenever my father takes a liking to someone, he has a tendency to propose brotherhood." After uttering this, he felt a flush of embarrassment. This had indeed been a quirk of his father's youth, unexpectedly resurfacing at the age of 80. Over the decades, the elder had formed brotherly bonds with no less than 8 or 10 individuals. Upon hearing his son's words, the elder became indignant. "But it's not the same. My bond with young brother, he is one of shared interests. Although he may be younger, have you not heard of the term cross-generational friendship?" Xiang Jingshan could only respond with a resigned expression. "Young brother He, what say you?" The elder pressed. He, initially taken aback, quickly regained his composure. Knowing that the Xiang family had a history of trading, which had ceased only with the elder's father, he realized this elder had been influenced by his upbringing. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "I cannot refuse your heartfelt gesture, so I shall graciously accept." "Ha ha ha, brother He, your willingness is refreshing. This old man's birthday celebration has reached fulfillment." The elder beamed with joy, inviting He for a drink later that evening. While he reveled in happiness, Xiang Jingshan and Xiang Yuanxi, father and son, donned expressions of despair. One suddenly acquired a new uncle, while the other had gained a new grandfather. Xiang Yuanxi was left flabbergasted. After finally returning home, he found his good buddy he had transformed into grandfather He. Did that mean the triplets would now be his little uncles and aunts? He imagined chasing after a 3-year-old shouting uncle, and a shiver ran down his spine. Yet the elder was relentless, insisting that the father and son publicly address He as uncle and grandfather. Xiang Jingshan sighed and chose to accept the reality. Otherwise, given the elder's temperament, the birthday banquet would not proceed smoothly. Xiang Yuanxi glanced at his father and, ultimately turning to He, softly called out, "Little grandfather." He then adeptly turned to Nanxuan and added, "Little grandmother," nearly causing her to spit out her drink in shock. Nearby, Deng Wenyao pinched his thigh to stifle his laughter, his face turning crimson in mere seconds. Deng Wei, witnessing this, gave his son a firm rap on the head. "Be polite. You must also address him as grandfather." Deng Wenyao's eyes widened in surprise. He was about to question the audacity of it all when he suddenly realized that if he were to call He grandfather, Then wouldn't his father also have to be addressed as uncle? Thus, he readily acquiesced. All right, then let me hear you call him uncle. To his astonishment, Deng Wei showed no hesitation and boldly exclaimed, "Hello, little uncle. Hello, little aunt." The elderly Mr. Xiang, who was in high spirits, nodded in appreciation upon hearing this. Deng Wenyao thought to himself, what utter shamelessness. Deng Wei, with a triumphant glance, signaled that it was now his turn. At that moment, Deng Wenyao truly understood the meaning of shooting oneself in the foot. Although he had internally referred to he as father, calling him grandfather felt a tad premature. He glanced at He Shi and Nan Sun, choosing to embrace the inevitable. After he finished his own call, he felt little discomfort, but the two being addressed stiffened noticeably. Especially He Shi, who was apprehensive that Deng Wenyao might further exclaim, "Fairy, return my grandfather." He immediately regretted agreeing to Mr. Xiang. Before long, the birthday banquet commenced. Guests gradually exited the lounge, selecting their seats. Transforming into Mr. Xiang's brother, He Shi naturally sat beside Nan Sun, with an impressive appearance and commanding presence. He held his ground even next to the illustrious Mr. Xiang, and curiously, his seating position appeared to surpass that of Xiang Jingshan, the patriarch of the Xiang family. Consequently, many began to speculate whether these two were scions of some prominent family. However, Mr. Xiang soon dispelled any doubts. These two are my recently sworn brothers and sister-in-law. Brother, he is also the new chairman of Wanjia Investment. I hope everyone will extend their support to him in Xinjiang. In the brief moment that followed, aside from those present in the lounge, the rest of the guests were left in shock. Mr. Xiang was already 80 years old. How could these youngsters be so young, barely in their 20s? The fact that they had just sworn brotherhood was almost unbelievable. Those familiar with the Xiang family exchanged sympathetic glances towards Xiang Jingshan, who, at over 50, would now have to address a youth as uncle. Such a father surely knew how to put his son in a bind. Yet, the crowd's sentiments toward He Shi leaned more towards envy, putting aside everything else. In the future, whenever he encountered someone of status in Xinjiang, they might just call him uncle. Those with a slightly lower rank might even address him as grandfather. The mere thought of it was exhilarating. Thus, by the end of the Xiang family's birthday banquet, within the span of a single evening, the news of the old patriarch's brotherhood with a young man spread like wildfire across Xinjiang. In no time, countless affluent magnates wore expressions of intrigue, secretly wishing to avoid encounters with the chairman of Wanjia in the future. Chapter 73. At 40, can one develop again? After the Xiang family's birthday banquet, He Shi, in his capacity as the chairman of Wanjia, entered the sights of all the elite families in Xinjiang. Subsequently, astute observers who attended the banquet noted that He Shi bore a striking resemblance to the owner of Xing Qianli Rentals. Although there were no videos circulating online, a search of his Weibo revealed that he was indeed listed as the chairman of Xing Qianli. Helpless, He Shi was compelled to amend his Weibo certification. Wanjia and Xing Qianli were not of the same echelon. The value associated with the title of chairman was inherently different. Thus, it was no surprise that He Shi attracted another wave of attention. "Mr. He, should we manage the online buzz?" Li Tong inquired, clutching a tablet. He Shi shook his head. "No need. I am not a celebrity. In a few days, no one will discuss it anymore. By the way, did you see General Manager Qiao at the company today? He has an investment project that requires this fellow to report back, yet he has been missing all day." He Shi picked up the desk phone, about to dial a number. Li hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "General Manager Qiao seems to have gone to the hospital?" "The hospital?" "Yes. General Manager Qiao came in this morning complaining of an itchy scalp, suspecting he might have lice." "What nonsense." He Shi looked up, incredulous. "Has he not washed his hair for several days?" "Rumor has it, for 3 days." He pulled out his phone, and indeed, he found a message from Qiao Zhibin. "He is staying at the office again?" "Yes." The assistant mentioned that General Manager Qiao hasn't slept a wink in a day and a night due to the project he is working on. He sighed resignedly. "When he returns, have him come to my office." With such a diligent employee beneath him, he truly didn't know whether to feel pleased or concerned. Qiao Zhibin was always a workhorse, which was why he had held the position of general manager at Wanjia for so many years. Yet, precisely because of his relentless dedication, at the tender age of 40, he was already losing his hair. If he continued to push himself like this for a few more years, his health would inevitably deteriorate as well. In the afternoon, Qiao Zhibin arrived at the office. Noticing his noticeably cheerful demeanor, He Shi asked, "How did the checkup go?" Qiao Zhibin was taken aback, pleasantly surprised that he was so concerned about his health. He chuckled and scratched his head. "Nothing serious. The doctor said it was just a result of not washing my hair for a long time, merely a psychological reaction. Additionally, during the examination, the doctor discovered that I'm starting to sprout new hair." The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He had initially planned to shave his head at the end of the month, but now it seemed fate had other plans. Could it be that at the age of 40, he was on the cusp of a new phase of development? He sure was unaware of his subordinate's whimsical thoughts. Yet he couldn't help but ponder upon hearing his words. Xiao Zhibin's sudden change made him instantly recall that black fruit. After all, how could one explain the phenomenon of someone who had been bald for so long suddenly beginning to regrow hair? If one were to ask why he felt nothing, it might be because after consuming the beauty-enhancing fruit previously, that black fruit had ceased to have any effect on him. To confirm his hypothesis, he sure sought out another bald employee in the company, the finance manager, Feng Hua. Though she appeared to be radiant, he sure had once inadvertently spotted her package at the security desk. If memory served correctly, the delivery label read, 3-piece wig set. Otherwise, he sure would never have discovered her secret. When Feng Hua was unexpectedly summoned to the top floor, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. It was common knowledge that their big boss rarely called employees to his office alone. Moreover, hadn't she already reported her work during the morning meeting? Did he somehow find out about her previous intention to introduce a match for Chairman He? With trepidation, Feng Hua approached the desk and softly asked, Chairman He, did you need something? Nothing much. I previously had General Manager Qiao try some fruit from my wife's hometown. He said it tasted delightful. So I thought I'd let you try some too. Feng Hua gazed at the small black fruit, her heart relaxing. She hadn't expected the usually stern big boss to exhibit such amiability. After she consumed it, he sure dismissed her. In truth, as he did this, he had already confirmed his suspicions. Without hesitation, he sure left the company and headed to the Pharmaceutical Research Institute under Shenkong. Shenkong's business scope was vast, encompassing the development and sale of disinfectants, medical devices, pharmaceuticals, as well as daily necessities and cosmetics. The head of the institute, Chu Ming, was a middle-aged man in his 40s and also one of the top researchers at Shenkong. Knowing that the esteemed boss was arriving, they arrived early to wait at the entrance. When he sure arrived, he wasted no time and instructed, prepare a laboratory for me. I need to conduct some tests. Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Was the boss intending to take matters into his own hands? He sure glanced at him and reassured, rest assured. I possess a profound understanding of medicine. Conducting such minor tests is well within my capabilities. Though he spoke confidently, uncertainty lingered in his heart. He was equipped with top-tier medical knowledge, yet practical research was an entirely different realm. However, this task was one he could only undertake himself. Ding! The system detected that the host was about to enter the laboratory for the first time and activated top-tier research capabilities. He sure's heart leaped with joy. The system's timely assistance was, as always, commendable. He donned a lab coat and promptly sequestered himself within the laboratory. Hours slipped away in a blink. Chu Ming paced anxiously in the corridor outside the laboratory. Just as he was on the verge of knocking on the door, he sure finally emerged, extending a stack of reports toward him. Take a look at this. Curiosity piqued, Chu Ming accepted the documents, but after reading just a few lines, his eyes widened in astonishment. Mr. He, what is this? This is an unidentified substance I stumbled upon, he sure explained. Through the recent tests, I discovered that the black fruit is abundant in various vitamins, all of which share a common trait. They promote hair growth. Furthermore, I identified an extraordinarily unique, unidentified substance within it. This substance has never been documented in the annals of scientific history. Miraculously, it enhances the efficacy of these vitamins. Upon conducting a test, he sure found an impressive 5-fold increase. It was this very substance that facilitated rapid hair growth. At that moment, he sure realized why that extraordinary seed was named sprouting. He had suspected that the system's provisions would be exceptional, but he had never anticipated them to be so extraordinary. With no historical records, it was likely that this substance did not originate from their water blue star. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. As long as they could analyze its components, nothing would pose an obstacle. It might take time, but if they could truly decipher this unique substance, it would be an immense contribution to the medical community. As Chu Ming continued to peruse the report, his astonishment deepened, and his hands began to tremble. He comprehended that if this substance were to be added to existing medications, assuming there were no adverse reactions, it could significantly enhance their efficacy. Once released to the public, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout society. Perhaps this substance could be utilized in fields beyond medicine. His breath quickened with excitement at the thought. He sure continued, from this day forward, you are to devote yourself entirely to researching this unique substance. Regardless of the manpower or resources required, the company will provide unwavering support. But remember, this matter must remain absolutely confidential. Chu Ming nodded solemnly. Mr. He, I understand. As a researcher, making a contribution to humanity was his greatest aspiration. Chapter 74. The triplets come to pick Daddy up from work. As he sure departed from the research institute, it was nearly time to clock out. Without hesitation, he drove straight home. Little did he know that at that very moment, his beloved family, consisting of one big and three little treasures, had arrived at the entrance of Wan Jia Company, intending to surprise him. "Mommy, is this where Daddy works? What a grand building!" Nian Nian exclaimed, craning her neck in awe at the towering structure before her. Nan Sun nodded. "Indeed, this is the place. Once we go inside, you'll see many uncles and aunts. You must promise not to be mischievous, all right?" Xiao Yu, obediently holding the hands of his two younger sisters, assured, "Don't worry, Mommy. I will take good care of my sisters." Nan Sun felt a warmth in her heart and couldn't resist pinching his little face. What a good son. "Mommy, my sister and I are also good. All right, you're the best." Nan Sun felt a bit helpless. Her little daughter's lively and energetic character was a mystery, while her sister was overly quiet. Xiao Yu decided to refrain from further commentary. In any case, the trio of siblings were undoubtedly the least like triplets imaginable. She crouched down to adjust their clothing before leading them into the lobby on the first floor. Compared to her visit a few days prior, there were more people present. The receptionists at the front desk appeared to be busy attending to visitors. To avoid disrupting their work, Nan Sun guided the children toward the elevator. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the front desk. It seemed someone had been injured. Security personnel rushed to the scene. Soon, Nan Sun heard a shrill voice. "Don't touch me. I'm a reporter from Qingfeng News. Do you think Wanjia, such a large company, wants to make headlines?" Seeing the woman raise her camera, the security guards were left at a loss. Encountering such a troublesome and unreasonable reporter, they were having an exceptionally unlucky day. Some quick-witted employees hurried to inform their superiors. Yet the woman had already begun to throw a tantrum. "I just wanted to interview your new chairman. I even made an appointment. Why am I being denied entry?" A younger receptionist, clutching her injured colleague's forehead, retorted angrily, "What gives you the right to assault someone? And I've already told you. Our chairman, he is not in the office." The woman was unyielding. "I merely brushed against her with my ID badge. I didn't do it on purpose. It's not that serious." As the two continued to escalate their argument, Nan Sun frowned and approached. "Xiao Dai, stop talking. Go fetch the first aid kit to treat Wen's injury." Upon spotting the boss's wife, Xiao Dai was filled with relief and immediately replied, "Understood, madam." Nan Sun then turned her attention to the raucous woman, or rather, girl, before her. "Just starting out in your career?" Towing glanced Nan Sun up and down. "So what? Who are you?" "That's irrelevant," Nan Sun replied, her tone authoritative. "This is Wanjia, not a place for your antics. What if you're a reporter? Does that give you the right to strike someone? Our security cameras captured everything clearly. Now, please apologize to our receptionist at once." Hearing the mention of surveillance, Tao Ying's confidence faltered. I want to apologize. Is Wanjia trying to bully me?" Nan Sun scoffed. "Qingfeng News, is it? Fine, then let us see you at the police station. Security, please call the authorities." Since they could not resolve the issue internally, they would seek assistance from those who could. Tao Ying instantly panicked. Having just entered the workforce this year, she had worked tirelessly to secure a position at the largest news agency in the city, but for the past few months, she had merely been a lowly intern. Yet, she believed her capabilities were on par with her more experienced colleagues. Hearing her superior mention that Wanjia had a new chairman who refused all media interviews, she saw an opportunity and decided to take a chance by coming directly to the company. To everyone's surprise, the chairman of Wanjia was absent from the company. Tao Ying, unwilling to leave empty-handed, impulsively decided to take a reckless approach. Perhaps by causing a stir, Wanjia would be compelled to appease her, allowing her to negotiate additional benefits for the newspaper. Surely, a promotion and pay raise would follow. But who was this unexpected woman before her? Wasn't it said that larger corporations are more fearful of public opinion? How did it come to the point of involving the police? As Nan Sun observed her panicked expression, a slight smile played at the corners of her mouth. "Don't want to go? Then apologize." This girl before her clearly lacked intelligence. Even if the CEO of Qingfeng arrived, he would not dare to act so recklessly at Wanjia. One could not help but admire her audacity. Clenching her fists, Tao Ying glanced at the circle of security guards surrounding her and ultimately gritted her teeth to apologize. Satisfied, Nan Sun nodded. "Indeed, I shall advise my husband to refrain from granting interviews to your Qingfeng newspaper in the future. Given the quality of your employees, it is evident that the newspaper itself may not be up to par." Tao Ying, stunned, lifted her head, disbelief filling her eyes. This woman was the chairman's wife? What did she mean by never granting interviews to Qingfeng again? Anxiously, she stepped forward to grasp Nan Sun's arm for clarification, only to be suddenly shoved aside with great force. The newcomer was he sure. He had initially returned home, but Qi Lan informed him that Nan Sun and the children had come to pick him up from work. So he hurriedly rushed back, only to witness his wife displaying such a sharp tongue. "You're not hurt, are you?" He sure pulled Nan Sun close, examining her carefully. "No, I'm perfectly fine." Seeing that his wife was indeed unharmed, he sure turned to the security guards with a cold voice. "In the future, If anyone causes a ruckus at the company, regardless of who it is, throw them out immediately. Understood? If they can't even handle a small reporter, George Bin should give them a proper lesson. Yes, Mr. He. Then hurry up and take her straight to the police station. Thus, as Towing finally rose from the ground, she found herself seized by the arm and dragged away. Throughout this ordeal, she had yet to even lay eyes on the chairman of Wanjia. Chapter 75. The triplets seek a little mistress. How are you? Is your forehead all right? Nan Sun approached the two girls with concern. Wen immediately shook her head. I'm fine, madam. It's just a small scratch. That is good to hear. Suddenly, he sure inquired, what was the conflict with that reporter? Xiao Dai, recalling the earlier incident, felt a surge of anger but refrained from acting out in front of the boss. Thus, she recounted the events as thoroughly as possible. That person came in specifically asking to see you, claiming to be a reporter from Qingfeng. But Mr. He, you weren't even in the company at the time. We checked multiple times, and you indeed had no appointment with Qingfeng today. Upon hearing this, she attempted to rush upstairs, but Wen stopped her. To our surprise, she suddenly pushed us. The work badge was accidentally flung, grazing Wen's forehead. Then, Madam arrived. That is how it unfolded. He sure nodded after hearing the account. Understood. You two can leave early today. Xiao Dai and Wen exchanged delighted glances. Thank you, Mr. He. And thank you, Madam. Nan Sun waved her hand. No need to mention it. Once the two had departed, she suddenly felt as if she had forgotten something. That's right. Where are the children? Nan Sun scanned the lobby several times, yet saw no sign of the three little ones. He sure shook his head helplessly. I had Li Tong take them upstairs. By the time you remember, they might have already been whisked away. Nan Sun immediately began to act coy. Well, we are in your company, after all. You do have a knack for twisting logic. The couple bantered as they proceeded toward the elevator, unaware that the three children had already stealthily slipped out of the office. Brother, where are we going? Nian asked. Munching on cake. Her mouth was smeared with cream, one hand tugging at her brother's shirt, waddling like a little duck. Of course, we're off to gather intelligence and see if there's a hidden little mistress, as Uncle Chi mentioned. What is that? The quiet Xiang suddenly interjected. Little mistress? Is she referring to a cat? Is that so, brother? Xiao Yu furrowed his brow, uncertainty clouding his expression. That should be right. I should have clarified with Uncle Chi. Nian, delighted, grasped her sister's hand. Yay. Let us hurry and find the cat. Thinking for a moment, Xiang pulled out a tissue and clumsily wiped her sister's mouth and hands. Mom says girls shouldn't act like little kittens. Thank you, sister. Just then, footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Xiao Yu quickly pulled his sisters to hide. The three little ones pressed against the door. Brother, why are we hiding? Are we playing hide and seek? Nian asked, puzzled. Xiao Yu, with a solemn expression, replied. This isn't a game. It's how they do it on television. We need to hide when we see someone. Oh, the atmosphere was quiet for a moment. Suddenly, Nian exclaimed, Brother, my legs are numb. Just hold on a little longer. Brother, what now? I need to go potty. Xiao Yu, brother, let us go outside. It's so dark and stuffy in here. Seeing that Xiang could no longer endure it, Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. Let us find a restroom first. Then we can look for the cat. You're the best, brother. Nian, clutching her little belly, stood up eagerly. But where is the restroom? This place is so huge. Let us search around. Thus, the three little ones zigzagged through the 20th floor, thoroughly disoriented. Nian, drenched in sweat, pouted her little face in distress. Brother, I can't hold it any longer. Xiao Yu was startled. No way. You're a big kid now. If you wet your pants, the other kids will laugh at you when school starts. Seeing her sister in discomfort, Xiang couldn't help but feel anxious. Then, let us go back and find Mom and Dad. Just as Xiao Yu was about to nod in agreement, Feng Hua, coming from the top floor to report on work, unexpectedly emerged from the elevator. Nian hurriedly approached her, exclaiming, Pretty auntie, can you take me to the restroom? I really need to go. Feng Hua looked at the suddenly appearing little girl. Beautiful and adorable, she resembled a little princess, instantly melting Feng Hua's heart. Then she spotted Xiao Yu and Xiang not far away, and surmised that they must be the triplets from the boss's family. Without further thought, she rushed forward, grasping Nian's small hand and assuring her, All right, Annie will take you right now. Seeing the little girl's face flushed, Feng Hua quickly picked her up and dashed toward the restroom. Xiao Yu and Xiang hurriedly followed behind. When He Shi and Nan Sun arrived upstairs, they discovered a big person and three little ones huddled against the wall, panting heavily. What happened to you? Did you run a marathon? Feng Hua glanced up at the big boss, thinking that was far more urgent than a marathon. If she had been any slower, she might have had to leave work early to change clothes today. Nan Sun wiped the sweat off the three little ones one by one and casually pulled Feng Hua along. Thank you. The usually decisive finance manager suddenly felt a bit bashful. Thank you. Nan Xuan smiled and shook her head, saying, I ought to thank you for taking care of the children. Just as the two women were about to engage in conversation, he sure pushed open the office door and exclaimed, "Come in, don't just stand there." However, the three children hesitated and remained stationary. Nanshuan waved her hand in confusion. "Come here, my darlings." Xiao Yu frowned and reluctantly replied, "But we haven't found Daddy's little kitty yet." He sure, holding a cup, instantly spat out his water. Feng Hua asked, "Who am I? What did I just hear?" Nanshuan, equally perplexed, responded, "What? He is talking about little me, the cat." This single statement left the three adults even more bewildered. Cat? Where would there be a cat in the company? Xiao Yu remained skeptical, but Uncle Chi said to come to Daddy's company and see if you have hidden little me. Upon hearing this, he sure felt a pulsing headache. "Chi Jiang told you that?" Noticing her father's grim expression, Xiao Yu quickly chose to betray her ally. "It was Uncle Chi, and he told me to come secretly and not let anyone else know." He sure retorted, "Well done. You're not allowed to play with Uncle Chi anymore. If you want a kitten, I'll take you all to buy one after work." The three children didn't understand their father's reasoning, but upon hearing the word kitten, their faces instantly lit up with joy. "Yay, we're getting a little kitty." Meanwhile, he sure glanced at his wife, who wore a half smile, and inwardly cursed Chi Jiang countless times. "Dear, you must believe me, there's no little kitty. I always return home on time after work." Feng Hua, who had been watching the scene unfold, worried that Nanshuan might misunderstand the big boss, quickly interjected. "Chairman, he hardly speaks to anyone at the company aside from work. Indeed, I don't interact with them at all." Nanshuan, noticing the tension on their faces, couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, I was just teasing you. I obviously know Cousin Shi is just playing with the children." She then turned to her husband and earnestly declared, "I will always believe in you." He sure, moved, immediately pulled her into an embrace. Feng Hua, suddenly feeling like a third wheel, remarked, "Weren't you two supposed to be arguing?" After the jest, Nanshuan shifted the conversation to serious matters. "What do you plan to do about the incident at Qingfeng newspaper?" Sitting on the sofa, he sure, with Feng Hua having left, pulled his wife closer. "I've already asked Li Tong to contact the manager of Qingfeng. I trust he will provide an explanation regarding the reporter's incident. Of course, if he doesn't, he can't blame anyone but himself." "What about the interview?" "Interview? Although Qingfeng is the largest newspaper in Shenzhen, its reputation in the industry isn't particularly stellar, which is why I declined their offer. Besides, your husband prefers to stay out of the public eye, so let us skip the interview." Nanshuan nodded. "Oh, do you want your husband to appear on television?" "I wouldn't mind." He sure laughed as he pulled her onto his lap, teasingly threatening her waist. "Really? Ha ha. That tickles. Don't touch me. So, is it really not a big deal?" He sure pretended to tickle her again. Nanshuan immediately relented. All right. No television. I want to keep you at home, away from everyone. Now that's more like it." While the couple indulged in their affectionate banter, Xiao Yu occasionally glanced at them. Letting out a sigh, Nian, having exhausted her supply of apples, curiously asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" Xiao Yu shook his head dejectedly. "Nothing. I just suddenly feel full." "You should eat less. Otherwise, you'll have to go to the bathroom again soon." "Oof, brother, you're being mean." As the time approached for them to leave, he sure called for the three children, announcing, "All right, my darlings, let us head out." Nian cheered, "Yay? Daddy, are we going to pick up little me?" Hearing that name made he sure feel uneasy, but seeing his daughter's innocent eyes, he finally relented. "Yes, we're going to pick up little me. Each of you will have one." In the lobby of Wanjia, many employees were queuing to clock in. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Oh my, is that the boss's wife? I've heard she is stunning, and it's absolutely true." This remark drew everyone's attention. They quickly turned to follow the gaze, and indeed, they saw the big boss walking out of the elevator with a fairy-like woman, accompanied by three adorable children. The atmosphere instantly became lively. "Yes, that's the boss's wife. I saw her when she last visited the company. There's no mistaking it. And those three children must be the triplets from the boss's family. They're so cute." The family's attractiveness was simply extraordinary. The son resembles Chairman He and even mimics his serious expression. How adorable. "Shoo, quiet. They're coming over." The once chaotic line fell silent in mere seconds. As He sure's family passed by, everyone greeted, "Good morning, Chairman He." "Good morning, madam." He sure nodded. And Nanshuan smiled gently at everyone. Just when they thought they would pass unnoticed, Nian, the social butterfly, waved her little hand and chirped, "Hello, everyone. See you tomorrow." The crowd froze momentarily before bursting into laughter. "The little princess is delightful. See you tomorrow." Hearing the praises, Nian beamed with joy. She tugged at her little skirt and performed a princess curtsy before scampering to catch up with her older siblings. Witnessing this, Nanshuan couldn't help but twitch her lips. This was definitely not how she had taught her. Meanwhile, he sure wore a proud expression, affirming, "That's my daughter. She is already making waves at such a young age." After exiting the company, the family drove straight to a pet shop called Aisha. He had learned that this shop was quite popular online after inquiring with Xiang Yuanzi. As the two adults and their 3 children walked in, they immediately caught the attention of the store manager, Yang Yi, who noticed their striking appearance and knew they were significant clients. Yang Yi greeted them enthusiastically. "Sir, madam, may I ask what type of pets you're interested in?" He sure glanced around at the store's decor, which was fresh and whimsical. The shelves were laden with pet supplies, and the resting area was cozy and inviting, creating a pleasant atmosphere. "My 3 children wish to adopt a cat. Could you recommend something suitable?" Yang Yi's eyes lit up. "Are you looking for 3 cats?" "Yes. We recently received 2 ragdoll kittens that are perfect for girls. They're both adorable and affectionate. They're almost 3 months old, so they can be taken home now. For boys, we have British Shorthairs that are round-headed and very cute. Plus, they feel lovely to touch." He sure nodded slightly, appreciating the manager's thoughtful considerations in selecting similar breeds for the sisters, thus avoiding any potential squabbles. "Then please lead us to see them," Nanshuan eagerly urged, her curiosity piqued by the manager's description. The 3 children's eyes widened in anticipation. Yang Yi led them upstairs, where an entire floor was dedicated to adorable kittens. There were both store-owned pets and those temporarily housed by customers. All the kittens were in their cages, meowing excitedly upon seeing new visitors. Yang Yi first introduced them to 2 ragdoll kittens. With almond-shaped azure eyes and medium-length fur, both sisters boast a striking resemblance, their coats adorned in a delightful 2-tone pattern. Instantly captivated, they gazed up at their parents with bright, eager eyes. He sure, of course, could not refuse, reaching out to affectionately stroke the hair of his 2 daughters, before turning to Yang Yi and saying, "I shall take these too. Let us also take a look at the British Shorthair. With their large heads and round faces, their plush fur appeared irresistibly inviting to touch, and Xiao Yu immediately nodded in agreement. After a thorough series of inspections, 3 little kittens were gently placed into a cage. Yet, which one was the little kitten? Nian Nian, with wide eyes, suddenly inquired. He sure pondered briefly before responding. "The one for your brother shall be called Demi. Your sisters will be Air Me, and yours will be San Me, if that pleases you. Thus, all 3 shall be your little kittens." The children contemplated this for a moment before promptly nodding in unison. "Father, you are truly clever." Following this, he sure selected an array of cat supplies, litter boxes, cat litter, cat food, scratching posts, and even specialized nail clippers and combs for the feline companions. Yang Yi instructed the staff to load the items onto the vehicle, reminding them not to forget the 2 vaccine shots still needed for the 3 kittens. He sure nodded in agreement, and together with his wife and children, they returned home with their 3 new family members. Meanwhile, Ailing was walking down the street, her heart racing with trepidation. She could not comprehend how events had unfolded in such a manner. What a coincidence it was to encounter the chairman's wife of Wanjia. The memory of that woman's confident and beautiful demeanor struck Ailing with an overwhelming wave of self-doubt. Why was it that she, who possessed beauty and a good marriage, was not similarly fortunate? Each day at the company, she was treated as little more than a servant, left to wonder what warranted such treatment. Before she could fully process these thoughts, her phone, buried in her bag, began to ring incessantly. Upon seeing the manager's name flash across the screen, her heart sank. Anxiously, she answered, only to be met with a torrent of insults. "You fool. It's no wonder you only serve tea and run errands at the company. How dare you cause a ruckus at Wanjia? Have you lost your mind? You needn't come to work tomorrow. You've made a mess of things for me. Just go. You're nothing but bad luck." Stunned, Ailing stood frozen, unaware of when the call had ended. Her mind echoed with the resounding insult of fool. She stared blankly at the distant passers-by, feeling utterly lost. Chapter 77, From Husband to Gaming Machine? At the He family residence, Qi Lan and He Yuhai, just returned from the fruit store, were taken aback by the sudden appearance of 3 little kittens. "Where did these adorable creatures come from?" "We just bought them from the pet store," Nan Sun replied. Without hesitation, Nian Nian eagerly pulled her grandparents to the cage, exclaiming, "Let me introduce them. This one is Demi, this one is Air Me, and this one is San Me, our new friends." Qi Lan was immediately smitten by her granddaughter's enthusiasm, gently caressing her cherubic face. "Wow, so many delightful new friends. Shall we, along with your brother and sister and your parents, help make them a cozy home?" Nian Nian leapt with excitement. "That sounds wonderful." The sheer number of supplies for the 3 kittens was overwhelming. It took the family over an hour to organize everything. The living room and the children's playroom were adorned with scratching posts and lavish cat beds. The assembly of these items consumed a significant amount of time, but fortunately, the household was in the capable hands of Zhang Jia, He Xiong's wife, who was preparing a meal. Being a mother herself, Zhang Jia was adept at caring for children and had prepared dishes that all 3 children relished. She worked diligently, although she was hired by He Shi to cook. She also took it upon herself to tidy up the house. He Jiong, though designated as He Shi's driver, primarily spent his days shuttling He Yuhai and his wife. He Shi certainly would not burden one individual with 2 jobs, thus he raised their salaries, which further endeared them to the He family, inspiring them to work even harder. Observing the spread of food laid out on the table, Qilon smiled and said, Zhang Jia, didn't you mention that Tian went to her aunt's house? Why not stay for dinner? Zhang Jia, taken aback by the offer, quickly declined. Oh no, thank you, madam. My husband will be home soon. I must return to prepare dinner for him. Qilon, hearing this, refrained from insisting further. Very well, do take care on your way back. Thank you for your concern. Madam. Qilon watched the door close behind her and sighed, reflecting on the couple's past hardships, how they sent money home for their elder's medical bills, and how their own child required financial support. Thankfully, their tough times were finally yielding to better days. This made her think of her own son, during his illness. He Yuhai must have borne an immense burden. He sure immediately perceived his mother's thoughts and playfully teased, why is this old lady suddenly feeling melancholic? Your son is quite capable. He certainly did not suffer significantly. It's merely that prolonged driving has caused some strain on his neck and back. But that is all in the past, and of course, you need not worry about such matters. Qilon shot him a playful glare. Indeed, my son is capable. But the most capable one is the one who brought back such a wonderful daughter-in-law. At this, Nansun blushed shyly. During their time together, the two had developed a bond akin to that of mother and daughter, devoid of the typical conflicts often seen between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, leaving Qilon feeling quite proud whenever neighbors and family extolled Nansun's virtues. Seeing the 2 women in his family so fond of one another brought joy to He Shi. He was about to continue speaking when his phone rang from his pocket. You all continue eating. I will take this call. He Shi extracted his phone while making his way to the balcony, only to discover the caller was none other than the elder of the Xiang family. Hello, He Lao Di, long time no see. How have you been? He Shi smiled. I am well, elder. Ah, I thought we were brothers now. Why the formality? He Shi shook his head in amusement and replied, very well then, elder brother. That is more like it. The reason I called today is rather important. Tomorrow evening, I'm hosting a dinner for some old friends, and I wonder if you might be able to join us. He Shi raised an eyebrow. Was the elder attempting to assist him in entering the upper echelons of Shanghai society? He would not decline. I have the time. Why not let the elder brother choose the venue for the gathering? Of course, that is no problem. Where does the younger brother wish to hold it? At Nanshi Hotel. What do you think, elder brother? The elder's hearty laughter resonated through the phone. Sounds good. See you tomorrow evening. All right. Once He Shi hung up, Xiang Jingshan promptly inquired, what did he say? The elder beamed. My younger brother is clever. How could he refuse? He even suggested that he would choose the venue, which will be at Nanshi Hotel. Xiang Jingshan nodded. A family-owned establishment. Indeed, quite fitting. But others may not be aware. I foresee an intriguing evening ahead. The Xiang family's ability to thoroughly investigate He Shi's holdings stemmed from their past business dealings, which had endowed them with certain unique methods. However, other families lacked such resources, and they likely still believed He Shi was merely the chairman of Wanjia, moving through life unassumingly. The anticipation towards the old gentleman has already begun to build. I can already envision the astonished expressions on their faces. In the bedroom, having just finished her shower, Nansun climbed onto the bed and gently shook her husband's arm, inquiring, honey, Annie is inviting me to play games. Will you join? He Shi set down the magazine he was holding and gazed at his wife, whose face was alight with hope, his eyes darkening slightly. Ever since that day he accompanied her for a gaming session. He found himself leading her in matches almost every night, sometimes even until the wee hours. The consequence of this was that they had not shared any intimacy for several days. If this continued, would he not transform from a loving husband into a mere emotionless ranking machine? He sure believed that such a trajectory was untenable. Thus, he immediately wrapped his arms around Nansun's slender form and tossed her phone onto the floor. In a low, coaxing voice, he murmured, wife, playing in the canyon every day is rather dull. Nansun immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, hey, give me back my phone. She reached out to grab it, only to be forcefully pulled down by the man. He Shi's lips curled into a smirk. Wife, your words hold no weight. With that, he captured her rosy lips in a kiss. Nansun struggled momentarily, but the overwhelming disparity in strength soon left her breathless. He Shi secured her soft waist with one hand while the other caressed her long, beautiful legs. Wherever his fingers roamed, her delicate body trembled as if electrified, rendering her utterly pliable. Lying on the bed, Nansun felt as though a fire had ignited within her. Gazing at the man before her, whose collar was slightly askew, she eagerly began to unbutton his shirt. Not playing? He Shi's face radiated delight. He swept back his tousled hair, revealing his striking features completely. causing Nan Sun's cheeks to flush deeper and her heart to race. She swallowed nervously, her face ablaze, her eyes sultry. Her long, raven hair cascaded down, making her appear as breathtakingly enchanting as a fox spirit. He sure lowered his gaze, his eyes dark as night. Wife. Chapter 78. Astonishment. The owner of the 8-star hotel appears. The next day, he sure arrived at the company in high spirits, his demeanor radiant until the end of the workday. Even when subordinates reported mishaps, he maintained a pleasant attitude, requesting them to amend their work. This startled George Bin, who was accustomed to his serious countenance. He placed a hand on Li Tong's shoulder and quietly inquired, "What do you think is up with Mr. He today? Is there some joyful news?" Li Tong, somewhat disdainful, replied, "Did you get married?" "Of course I did," George Bin retorted, perplexed. Li Tong scrutinized him thoroughly. Couldn't he tell? After saying this, he walked away, leaving George Bin in a daze. After a while, he suddenly smacked his forehead. The few department heads passing by were instantly filled with trepidation. What on earth was happening today? From the big boss to the general manager, everyone seemed off kilter. Could the company be facing bankruptcy? They exchanged glances, wondering if that could truly be the case. What could not be? "Have you completed your work? Hurry back now." Upon hearing the familiar bellow from General Manager Chiao, the department heads finally relaxed. They all laughed, saying, "We'll return right away." George Bin, however, looked utterly bewildered. Why are they so joyful even after being scolded? At 8 in the evening, at the Nanshur Grand Hotel, he sure had arranged a private room on the 85th floor, the most suitable venue for a business gathering. With its opulent, expansive dining table, it could comfortably accommodate dozens. Old Master Xiang was taken aback upon arrival. Although he had long since retired, he had frequented many luxurious hotels, none of which had left him as awestruck as Nanshur. Truly, it was an 8-star establishment. By the time the guests began to arrive, more than 30 had gathered, including families like the Lin, Deng, and Zhang, as well as other prominent clans from Shin City. Not only had the older generation come, but even the younger ones sent representatives. After all, the future belonged to the youth. Hence, today's gathering could also be regarded as a conference for the heirs of these esteemed families. Some gazed in admiration at the lavish private room, exclaiming, "It seems old Master Xiang has quite the clout. I heard this Nanshur doesn't open above the 80th floor to the public. It's remarkable we're able to bask in such grandeur today." Old Master Xiang, puzzled, responded, "Is that so? I wasn't aware." The individual continued, "What? You didn't know?" Old Master Xiang then chuckled, "Ha, the host of today's banquet is actually someone else. I'm merely borrowing flowers to present to Buddha." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to speculate. When Old Master Xiang had invited them, they had suspected that today's gathering was specifically arranged for someone else. Now, seeing it confirmed, they were astonished by the prowess of the chairman of Wanjia. The 85th floor of this Nanshur Grand Hotel was a place they had never set foot in until today. Someone immediately inquired, "Old Master Xiang, didn't you say your sworn brother would be joining us today? Why have we not yet seen him?" The speaker was Zhang, a younger member of the Zhang family and the brother of Zhang Yu. On the day of Old Master Xiang's birthday, he had been on a business trip. Upon returning, he learned that Old Master Xiang had publicly announced a brotherhood with a younger man. The four families had always maintained close ties, and naturally, the Zhang family was no exception. The thought of having to call someone younger than himself grandpa left Zhang feeling quite indignant. Old Master Xiang, hearing this, smiled and gestured toward the door. "Look, there he comes." Everyone turned to see a young man in his early 20s gracefully entering the private room. Tall and handsome, he exuded an impressive aura. Dressed in a perfectly tailored suit, he resembled a top model. The first sight of he sure left Zhang utterly amazed. He hadn't expected this legendary little grandpa to be so strikingly captivating at first glance. He sure approached Old Master Xiang with a smile and greeted him. Then he turned to the others, saying, "I apologize for being late. I just want to fetch some fine wine for everyone. I'll take a self-imposed penalty drink shortly." His words not only explained his tardiness, but also put everyone at ease. Naturally, the guests nodded in agreement, seizing the opportunity to express their gratitude for he sure's preparations. Only Zhang felt a knot of discontent lodged in his throat. "Hey, everyone, no need to stand around. Since everyone is here, let us take our seats." Someone suddenly suggested, "Let us sit." Old Master Xiang naturally took the head seat. He had intended to offer his position to he sure, but considering the age difference and the fact that he sure still had to address him as older brother, it would have been disrespectful for him not to occupy the main seat. Rin Sheng, who had been following he sure, waited until everyone was seated before asking if they should begin serving the dishes. "Yes, let us start serving the food and pour the wine." "Very well, boss." Upon hearing this, those seated nearby were momentarily stunned. "Boss, did Manager Rin just refer to Mr. He as the boss?" At that moment, everyone in the private room turned to look. Rin Sheng respectfully nodded, "Yes, Director Lin." Mr. He is indeed the behind-the-scenes owner of our Nanshire Grand Hotel. An eerie silence enveloped the room for a few seconds. This 8-star hotel had sprung up unexpectedly not long ago, and many had quietly inquired about the identity of its owner, but no information had ever surfaced. To everyone's astonishment, I unexpectedly found myself standing before them today. Gazing at Heeshire's youthful visage, a wave of shock surged through the crowd. To possess such a wealth at such a tender age, who exactly is this chairman of Wanjia? Ultimately, it was old Master Xiang who broke the silence, exclaiming, "Now you all see just how formidable my younger brother truly is, don't you? Yet, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. His capabilities are beyond your imagination." His voice brimmed with pride, making one wonder if he was merely extolling the virtues of a family member. The crowd, however, collectively gasped in disbelief. Just this alone, the 8-star hotel, was already enough to pique their envy. He sure felt the weight of numerous fervent gazes upon him and cast a helpless glance at old Master Xiang. Wasn't this boastfulness a tad excessive? With a smile, he remarked, "Indeed, this hotel was an unexpected acquisition of mine, and its current success was quite unforeseen. I have prepared a VIP gold card for each of you as a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will graciously accept it." This was a strategy he sure had meticulously planned. Treating people to a meal and bestowing small gifts would undoubtedly make these magnates feel indebted. Moreover, the gold card, while allowing for priority reservations without the need to queue, bore no significant privileges and could not be used to offset expenses. Nevertheless, it served as a symbol of an 8-star hotel, thus satisfying their vanity. As expected, upon Heeshire's announcement, the attendees began to express their gratitude, their faces reflecting satisfaction. Just then, the sound of a bell echoed at the entrance, as an array of exquisite dishes was presented to the dining table. The waitstaff, impeccably trained, entered in a synchronized line, delivering a staggering total of 108 delicacies. Had the dining table not been sufficiently spacious, it might have proved inadequate. Not only were the other guests left speechless, but even old Master Xiang was momentarily taken aback. Who would have thought that at this ripe old age, he would have the opportunity to indulge in a sumptuous feast? With an equal distribution of 54 dishes from both northern and southern cuisines, the banquet showcased an impressive variety. From cold cuts to hot dishes, snacks, and teas, all meticulously prepared. It was a marvel that the dishes arrived as if they had just been prepared. Finally, once the servers had exited the private room, old Master Xiang raised his glass. "I am grateful for your presence at this gathering. Although I am now retired, it brings me great joy to meet such friends and business partners. My younger brother, he has only recently begun his journey in Shenzhen. Yet his accomplishments today are truly admirable. I look forward to potential collaborations in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, someone stood up with a glass in hand. "It is our honor to collaborate with Chairman He, and we thank old Master Xiang for the invitation." With that, he downed his drink in one go, leaving those who were slightly slower to act feeling regretful. Initially, they had attended out of respect for old Master Xiang, but now, having glimpsed the tip of Heeshire's iceberg, no one was foolish enough to let this opportunity slip away. "Hello, little grandpa. I am Lin Chen, the eldest grandson of the Lin family. We met briefly at the banquet. I raise my glass to you." The sudden address caused Heeshire to blink in surprise before he raised his glass in response. This term of endearment was still something he was unaccustomed to, especially since the one calling him so was a few years his senior. Lin Old Master couldn't help but cast an appreciative glance at his grandson, recognizing his perceptiveness. Indeed, he was worthy of being the heir of the Lin family. Although Heeshere was already a shareholder of their Liang group, the more collaborations, the better. Deng Wenkong, who had remained quiet until now, hesitated for a moment before lifting his glass. "Little grandpa, I toast to you." However, Heeshere merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, not even moving his cup. Although Deng Wenyun had never explicitly stated it, his actions alongside Xiang Yuanxi made it evident that Deng Wenkong had been at odds with them. Heeshere, known for his protective nature, made his disapproval clear, causing Deng Wenkong's expression to sour, though he dared not react. Deng Wei, sensing the tension, awkwardly raised his glass. "Uncle, I toast to you." Beside him, Xiang Jingshan quickly followed suit. "Uncle, let us drink together." Heeshere shot him a glance before reluctantly taking a sip. The elder from the Zhang family noticed that while the other three families had raised their glasses, his own grandson remained motionless and couldn't help but glare at him. This boy, who usually appeared quite astute, seemed rather dim-witted today. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yi was grappling with an internal conflict. On one hand, he felt embarrassed. On the other, he couldn't help but respect Heeshere's excellence. After much internal struggle, he finally rose hesitantly. "Little grandpa, my name is Zhang Yi. I toast to you and hope for your guidance in the future." Heeshere immediately responded, "You must be Zhang Yu's brother? Your sister has a good relationship with my wife. They went out together not long ago." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi relaxed, a smile spreading across his face. Indeed, she has spoken highly of your wife since her return, even declaring her to be her goddess. He sure smiled back. Please convey my gratitude to your sister. As the two conversed amiably, the younger members from other families also raised their glasses. Calling him little uncle or little grandpa, they swiftly downed their drinks without hesitation, until he sure had nearly become immune to these terms of endearment. As the dinner progressed, the atmosphere remained delightful. Old Master Xiang was enjoying himself, but soon, his son snatched the glass from him. Dad, you have high blood pressure. Did you forget the doctor's advice to drink less? Old Master Xiang felt somewhat dejected but refrained from drinking any further. By the time the banquet concluded, it was nearly midnight. Due to He Xiong's family obligations, he sure had already arranged for him to return home early. He initially planned to catch a ride with the Xiang family, but as they exited the elevator, he sure spotted a familiar figure in the lobby's lounge area. The woman's profile was exquisite, her dark hair and fair skin enchanting. Just sitting there, she resembled a breathtaking painting. As if sensing his presence, Nansun turned her head. Upon seeing her man, who stood out even in a crowd, she felt an impulse to rush over but restrained herself, instead rising with a smile and waving. However, he sure paid no mind to decorum and strode towards her, enveloping his wife in a tight embrace. Feeling the surrounding teasing laughter, Nanshu's face flushed crimson. She caught a whiff of the scent of alcohol and whispered, "Let go of me quickly. Have you had too much to drink?" He sure nuzzled against her fragrant neck before lifting his head and took her hand, leading her back into the crowd. Although Nansun was dressed quite ordinarily in a sweatshirt and jeans, her tall stature made her shine brilliantly. As she prepared to greet everyone, she was met with a chorus of enthusiastic shouts. "Hello, little aunt. Hello, little grandma." Her heart skipped a beat, but she maintained her composure, responding with a smile. "Hello." Her poised demeanor, combined with her unpretentious beauty, immediately won the favor of all present, eliciting waves of compliments. He sure felt a surge of pride. Indeed, she was his wife. After accompanying old Master Xiang to see off all the guests, the couple finally prepared to drive home. Just as the car door closed, he sure could no longer resist pulling Nansun into his embrace. In a muffled voice, he remarked, "Wife, why did you come to pick me up by yourself? It's rather unsafe at this hour." Nansun gently tousled his soft hair and replied, "I was worried about you. Besides, I couldn't sleep a wink without you." "Ah, my dear wife, you are truly wonderful. I missed you so much." The phrases echoed in a repetitive cycle until Nansun finally sensed something amiss. Straining to peek from his chest, she asked, illuminated by a faint light, "He sure. Have you been drinking?" The man immediately shook his head in denial. "I haven't drunk too much. I'm just a bit foggy." Nansun retorted, "Clearly, you've had too much." She couldn't be bothered to argue with a drunken fool and intended to drive home directly. However, he sure clung to her, incessantly calling her wife. With a resigned sigh, Nansun playfully pinched his cheek, saying with mock severity, "Why don't you ever act this spoiled when you're sober? It's rather adorable." As she spoke, she took out her phone and began recording, planning to show he sure the footage once he sobered up. The next day, he sure didn't awaken until the sun was well overhead. Rubbing his temples in discomfort, it took him a considerable time to fully regain his senses. He had always prided himself on his alcohol tolerance. Throughout his 4 years at university, he had never succumbed to drunkenness. However, the sheer number of toasts the previous night, coupled with his elevated spirits, had led him to unwittingly overindulge. In the bedroom, Nansun had already vanished. Observing his bare torso, he sure surmised that his wife must have given him a quick wash-up. He casually donned a nearby robe and headed to the bathroom. After a refreshing shower and changing into clean clothes, he sure was surprised to find the living room empty. At this hour, Qilan and He Yuhai had long since departed for the shop, and the triplets were likely with them as well. He then made his way to the studio, where he indeed found a striking figure. Dressed in a light green dress with her long hair cascading over her shoulders, Nansun sat quietly in front of the easel. 3 adorable kittens curling up on the soft carpet by her feet, soundly asleep. The scene was heartwarming, and a smile unconsciously spread across He Sure's face. He initially assumed his wife was painting, but upon approaching, he discovered she was engrossed in a video on her phone. Hearing a familiar voice emanating from the screen, He Sure's demeanor shifted instantly. He stealthily approached and inquired, "What are you watching, my dear wife?" The unexpected sound startled Nansun, and she quickly picked up her phone from the floor, smiling. "Oh, you're awake. I wasn't watching anything. Really nothing at all." He pressed. "No." He sure chuckled in disbelief. "Sweetheart, could you possibly mute the video before denying it? Your talent for fabricating lies upon waking is truly impressive." He stepped closer, wrapping her in his arms. "You were secretly recording me, weren't you?" Hee, you're adorable." "What did you say?" He sure thought he had misheard. Was he adorable? He pinched her pert nose, threatening, "Have you gotten too bold?" Yet Nansun remained unfazed. "Who knew you could be so affectionate when drunk?" The Delete the video. He sure commanded. At his words, Nansun promptly escaped his embrace, declaring, I want to delete it. She dashed out of the studio, her tinkling laughter fading into the distance. He sure shook his head in exasperation, sitting quietly for a moment before standing up. It seemed that his majestic image in his wife's eyes was on the verge of collapse. In the dining room, a breakfast spread had been thoughtfully prepared for Hishur by his sister, featuring millet porridge, buns, eggs, steamed dumplings, and her homemade pickled vegetables. Nansun took the plates, except for the pickles, to the kitchen and warmed them up. Then she called out, Hubby, come eat. You need to drink some porridge first. Coming. He responded. Are you going to the office today? No, I'll take a day off. Nansun's eyes lit up. Then shall we play some games later? Where? Of course. She paused, looking at the man before her, and teasingly exclaimed, You rogue. Before they could finalize their plans, he sure received a call from Chilan. What time is the high-speed train today? All right, I'll head over to pick them up. Curious, Nansun asked, Who are you going to meet? Cousin Hehan is coming to Shangqing. Mom asked us to pick her up at the station. Hehan had long aspired to apply to Shangqing University, and now that her wish was finally coming true, she wanted to arrive early to acclimate to her new environment. Hehan is coming? That's wonderful. Nansun had a favorable impression of this cousin. She was cheerful and had some whimsical ideas, but was undeniably charming. She clung to Hishur's arm, playfully shaking it. I'll go change first. You take your time eating. Hehan's train was scheduled to arrive at 3 in the afternoon. Hishur, accompanied by his wife, first stopped by the Star Sea restaurant, which they hadn't visited in ages, to inspect the place. Then they made their way to the station. Arriving just in time, the couple stood side by side amidst the bustling crowd, their striking appearance drawing countless glances, with some even daring to approach them. Inquiring if they were celebrities, Nansun chuckled and shook her head, leaving the inquisitor visibly disappointed. As Hehan emerged from the station, her eyes sparkled upon spotting her cousin and his wife. She immediately rushed towards Nansun, exclaiming, Sister-in-law, I've missed you so much. Nansun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly placed her hand on Hehan's shoulder, responding, I've missed you too. Welcome to Shangqing. They exchanged smiles and, linking arms, turned to leave, while Hishur, feeling somewhat overlooked, dutifully grabbed his cousin's suitcase, trailing behind the two women. This was Hehan's first journey away from home and her inaugural visit to Shangqing. From the moment she boarded the train, she had been marveling at the scenery outside the window. With wide-eyed wonder, she exclaimed, Big cities are amazing. The buildings are so tall. It's my first time seeing anything like this. I hope one day I can live in such magnificent skyscrapers. Nansun laughed at her enthusiasm. That wish might be realized sooner than you think. Hehan eagerly leaned in. Sister-in-law, what do you mean? What I mean is, we currently live on the top floor of our community, the 23rd floor. Really? Hehan exclaimed in disbelief. But wealthy people like my cousin usually prefer villas, right? They think it presents a better image. Yes, that's the word. She vividly recalled the story of how Hishur had casually mentioned 2 million when he returned home, a sum that had once seemed unfathomable to her. Nansun quickly clarified, we do have a villa, but it's still under renovation. So we are living in this high-rise for now. The view at night is particularly stunning, and your cousin even built a flower room on the rooftop with a swing, where you can lie and gaze at the stars. Wow, cousin is really living the life. Hishur smirked as he drove. This is just the beginning. As they pushed open the door, Hehan was immediately captivated by the expansive flat before her. Though she had seen apartments before, this was her first encounter with one of such grandeur. The bathrooms alone numbered 5. Additionally, there was a playroom, a game room, and a media room. The rooftop pool left her utterly astonished, and she longed to dive in right away. Alarmed, Nansun quickly held her back. If you want to swim, I'll accompany you tomorrow during the day. It's too late now, and the wind is a bit strong. Okay. Hehan's attention soon shifted to the 3 kittens and the little white cat, utterly enchanted. Nanzuin initially intended to confine Xiaobai to her room, but to her surprise, this little rascal has developed quite the temper. In a swift motion, he darted away without a trace. When she next caught sight of him, he was already engrossed in play with Hehan. Sister-in-law, you're so cool. You even have a snake. Nanzuin's lips twitched. It seemed her worries were unfounded. Chapter 81. Hehan, my cousin is a jealous type. That evening, Chilan and Hiyuhai finally returned home with the triplets. Eager to play with the little kitten, the 3 children burst through the door only to be greeted by their aunt. They squealed in delight and immediately rushed towards her. Nanzuin shook her head with a smile, astonished at how deeply they remembered Hehan, having met her only once. Little Yuer excitedly asked, Andy, are you going to live here from now on? Hehan pinched his cheek playfully, responding with a smile, I'll be here until school starts. How long is that? About a month. Upon hearing this, Nian Nian clapped her hands in joy, exclaiming, That's wonderful. Andy can play with us. All you think about is playing. Nanzuan gently tapped the three little heads, urging, "Hurry and wash your hands with your auntie. Dinner will be ready soon." "Got it, Mom." The He family has never adhered to the notion of silence at the dining table, and mealtime is always filled with lively chatter. As Lan and He Yuhai noticed their niece had nearly finished her meal, they eagerly inquired about the happenings back home. Once they learned all was well, the couple felt a wave of relief. "My older cousin and my brother's vegetable greenhouse are on the right track." And they even mentioned sharing dividends with the little cousin by the end of the year. He-han's lips curled into a slight smile. "I have complete confidence in my two cousins' abilities." When he invested initially, he never once considered the possibility of losing money. "By the way, I haven't asked what major Xiaohan is applying for," Lan suddenly inquired. This child has always been quite decisive, never discussing matters with her family, even regarding her college applications. However, the He family has always favored a hands-off approach to their children's education, allowing them the freedom to form their own ideas. Clinical medicine. "I want to be a doctor in the future," He-han exclaimed excitedly, setting her chopsticks down. "Being a doctor is great, but I've heard it's quite arduous and requires many years of study. Once you start school, you can come over to your cousin's house whenever you like, and Sanani will prepare delicious food for you." He-han's eyes lit up with joy. "Thank you, Sanani. Don't mention it." That evening, He-han settled into the guest room prepared by Sister Zhang. Lying on the soft bed, she happily messaged a few of her girlfriends. "Beautiful girl Xiaoana. My cousin's house is enormous, and we're on the top floor. The view outside is absolutely stunning. Beautiful girl Xiaoyu. Is that for real? Show us." "Beautiful girl Xiaohan. Just a moment." He-han hurriedly leapt off the bed, rushing to the balcony to capture a video of the night view, followed by a clip of the room's interior. The video she sent was a whole minute long. The group quickly responded. "Beautiful girl Xiaoyu. That night view is breathtaking. If only I had applied to a school over in Shenzhen." "Beautiful girl Xiaoxin, right? And is this really a guest room? It's so spacious and luxurious." "Beautiful girl Xiaohan. It is indeed a guest room." "Beautiful girl Xiaohan. My cousin's house has so many rooms. And by the way, there are 3 adorable little kittens." "Beautiful girl Xiaoxin. I want to see and pet them so badly." Just as the 3 were enjoying their conversation, a girl who had been silent suddenly sent a message. Beautiful girl shouting, "Xiaohan, is your cousin doing well?" Upon reading those words, He-han, who had been reclining on her bed, instantly straightened up. Her brow furrowed deeply as she opted for a private chat. "Beautiful girl Xiaohan, Ting, do you still have feelings for my cousin?" "Beautiful girl Xiaohan, he is already married, and besides, you've only met him once. To be blunt, my cousin probably doesn't even remember you." Their first encounter was when He-han had just entered high school. One day, she forgot her school ID. Fortunately, he sure was back home for the holidays and delivered it to her school. However, He-han had to ask her best friend and deskmate, Chu Ting, to help her when she had a sudden stomachache after class. The tall, handsome young man drew countless gazes upon appearing at the school gate, his voice melodious. "Thank you." Just those simple 4 words turned Chu Ting's face crimson, making the budding young girl experience the fluttering sensations of a crush for the first time. From that day on, she would often inquire about He Sure, gradually learning about his relationship with He-han, his name, and how outstanding a student he was. He-han was well aware of her best friend's feelings. Despite not harboring any hopes, she still tried to gauge her cousin's interest. It was at that moment she discovered her cousin had someone he liked, and that person had already become her sister-in-law. On the other end of the phone, Chu Ting's eyes dimmed at the mention of married. She had known for a while that He Sure held a special place in his heart for someone, but matters of the heart are beyond her control. Thus, she devoted herself to her studies, hoping that one day she could draw closer to her secret crush, standing before him openly to confess her feelings. Yet now, she had finally gotten into the same university as him, only to find it was too late. Chu Ting's head drooped in disappointment as she saw her friend send another message. "Beautiful girl Xiaohan. Ting, my sister-in-law is truly wonderful. No one is more suited for my brother than her. Beautiful girl Xiaohan. And do you know, my brother waited for her for 4 years." Upon reading this, Chu Ting's tears cascaded down her cheeks. Her secret crush was destined to remain unrequited. Large drops of tears fell onto the bedspread as she finally succumbed to her sorrow, sobbing uncontrollably. Noticing her best friend's prolonged silence, He-han decided to initiate a video call. As soon as it connected, she was met with a pair of tear-streaked rabbit eyes. "Are you alright, Ting?" He-han asked with concern. Chu Ting showed her the crumpled tissues scattered around, choking out, "I just went through a whole pack of tissues." He-han responded, "Then go ahead and cry. Do you want me to buy you more?" Chu Ting's sobs paused momentarily as she looked up in confusion. "Aren't you supposed to be telling me not to cry?" He-han shook her head seriously. "Not at all. You need to let it out to feel better. After all, this is a 3-year-long crush. If I were in your shoes, I'd cry too." Chu Ting couldn't help but smile through her tears. "So, did you call just to comfort me, or to tease me?" Seeing her friend finally smile, Han breathed a sigh of relief. Of course. I'm here to comfort you. There are plenty of men out there. You're just viewing my cousin through rose-colored glasses. He is not as perfect as you think. Chu Ting perked up with interest. Oh, how so? Han crossed her legs and eagerly began to share. Let me tell you, my cousin is incredibly jealous. The moment I got a bit cozy with my sister-in-law, he shot me a cold glare. And when he couldn't find my sister-in-law for a while, he started searching everywhere, acting all clingy. I mean, what woman could tolerate that? Chu Ting interjected with a laugh, and Han continued. Oh, and he is particularly petty. During dinner, when I merely took a shrimp from him, he insisted on taking it back, simply because my sister-in-law loves it. Finally unable to hold back, Chu Ting exclaimed. Stop right there. Are you certain you're not here to flaunt your affection on behalf of your brother? Have I? Han reflected innocently for a moment. Observing her friend's tear-streaked lashes, she couldn't help but worry about another matter. Chapter 82, A Family Outing. Han hesitated before asking, Ting Ting, you will still come to Shenzhen for university as planned, won't you? She had read numerous novels and watched many dramas where the female protagonists abandoned their dream schools after being rejected by their secret crushes. That would be utterly foolish. Chu Ting looked at her concerned best friend and immediately reassured her. Rest assured, I would never joke about my future. After all, it's Shenzhen University. So many aspire to attend yet cannot, and besides, I've already submitted my application. Moreover, I'm not that love-struck. Although the 3 years of unrequited love were arduous, it ultimately helped me become a better version of myself. I should even thank your cousin. After shedding a few tears, she felt much improved. Hearing her best friend speak thus, Han finally felt relieved. That is good. We've been inseparable since high school. And now that we've both managed to get into the same university, I truly don't want to be apart from you. Chu Ting felt warmth spread through her heart. I don't want to be apart from you either. Without me, you would surely get lost at school every day. How could that be? I managed to navigate my way to Shenzhen all by myself. Indeed, you are the most impressive. The two sisters engaged in playful banter for quite some time, finally drifting off to sleep in the early hours of the morning. The next morning, after his usual morning run and breakfast, he sure did not rush off to work. It was his cousin's first visit to Shenzhen, and he felt it was his duty to show her around. Furthermore, his elderly relatives had been busy with their shop lately and deserved a day of leisure, so the family planned to enjoy a day out together. They first went to Zhongwan Century City for a shopping spree, buying Han some clothes and jewelry, and accompanying the triplets to a children's movie. Subsequently, they visited the aquarium. For the triplets and Han, it was the first time witnessing a dolphin show, and they watched in excitement for quite a while, reluctant to leave when it was time to go. He sure promised to bring them back often. With that, they departed, content with the souvenirs gifted by the aquarium. Next, the family headed to the amusement park. Since he sure held shares in the establishment, they accessed a special entrance, much to the envy of those waiting in line under the scorching sun. This was the playground for Han and Nan Sun. The two sisters intended to experience every attraction available. He sure, resigned, took on the role of supervising the children while Chi Lan and He Yuhai strolled leisurely. Standing by the roadside, the three little ones spotted a stall selling small toys. Their eyes sparkled with desire, yet they refrained from asking for any. Eventually, he sure took the initiative and bought each of them a headband adorned with bunny ears, along with a balloon for each. Nian Nian tugged at her father's shirt, reminding him, Daddy, don't forget about my little aunt. Let us get one for her too. He sure readily agreed, speaking to the vendor, please, add another bunny headband. Glancing at the assortment of animal ears on display, he was inspired to request a kitty and a little fox as well. He handed the bunny to his daughter, while the other two held their new treasures. As the sun climbed higher, he sure sent a message to Nan Sun and led the three children to the renowned parent-child restaurant within the park. A father accompanied by triplets inevitably attracted attention, especially given his striking appearance. Upon entering the restaurant, the patrons could not help but gaze in their direction. He sure scanned the room and realized it was even more crowded than he had anticipated. Every table was occupied, with others queuing nearby. However, he had no need for concern, as the manager had prepared a private room for him in advance. Upon presenting his identification, they were promptly greeted and escorted upstairs, further piquing the curiosity of those in the lobby. Those unable to secure a table inquired of the server, is there still dining space on the second floor? Why did those few just go upstairs? The server politely responded, Sir, there is no dining area on the second floor, only a private room reserved for our manager. The man sighed in resignation and decided not to pursue the matter. After all, the family had come to the amusement park primarily for the parent-child restaurant, only to find themselves unable to gain entry. He felt a twinge of guilt towards his daughter. He knelt down to his little girl and said, I'm sorry. And then shall we come back another time? The little girl's face fell slightly, but we have to return to Yen City this afternoon. A woman beside him knelt down as well, gently stroking their daughter's head. Anun, dear, your father has finally found some time for us. Since there is no space here, let us find somewhere else to eat, shall we? There will be other opportunities. Though still reluctant, the little girl recognized that she hadn't seen her father in a long time. Since they could finally spend time together in Shenzhen, she ought to cherish the moment. Thus, she nodded obediently. I'll listen to mommy and daddy. The couple exchanged a smile. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by He Shi, who was taking his son to the restroom. After a moment's hesitation, he approached and inquired, "Are you, by any chance, Mr. Li?" Immediately, the man looked up, his piercing gaze akin to that of a hawk, transforming his demeanor from gentle to formidable in an instant. His muscles tensed, resembling a sword poised to be unsheathed. In mere seconds, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. He Shi, perceiving the change, quickly clarified, "I mean no harm. I merely thought you resembled an elderly acquaintance of mine." He gestured towards the child he was holding. Seeing the child seemed to soften the man's expression, and he nodded, "My surname is Li." He Shi, upon hearing this, became more convinced of his suspicions. "So, you are acquainted with old Master Li Jingyi? My surname is He. Not long ago, the old gentleman purchased a blue and white porcelain tea bowl from me. He handed over a business card. Li Zimu took the card, noting the name and personal contact details of his grandfather, which eased his expression. He was indeed aware of the old master's recent acquisition, having found it remarkable that his grandfather would praise a young man so. He had felt a twinge of jealousy upon hearing of it. Having now recognized He Shi's distinguished presence, Li Zimu sheepishly admitted, "I apologize for my earlier demeanor. That old gentleman is indeed my grandfather. But how did you deduce my identity?" He Shi smiled slightly. "It wasn't so much a deduction. I just found your features somewhat familiar and sensed an air of integrity about you, which piqued my curiosity." Possessing the physique and skills of a special forces soldier, he was naturally attuned to those with martial prowess. Li Zimu's initial hostility had indicated he sensed He Shi was no ordinary individual. As more curious onlookers began to gather, He Shi suggested, "Why don't you and your wife and child join me upstairs?" Li Zimu recognized that this was not the appropriate setting for conversation and readily agreed. Chapter 83. The triplets meet new friends. In the private room, Xiang and Nian had long grown impatient. Upon seeing their father arrive, they rushed over. Meanwhile, Li Zimu's family stood astonished at the sight of the identical sisters before them. He Shi introduced, "These two are also my daughters, and they are triplets with Xiao Yuer." Li Zimu was immediately taken aback. "Oh, so, my dear brother He, you truly are a winner in life. You flatter me." He Shi replied with a slight smile, then turned to the three children, saying, "This is your sister Anan. You must get along well with her, understand?" The triplets chorused in unison, "Got it, Daddy." Nian, with a particularly sweet and innocent grin, eagerly took Anan's hand, exclaiming, "Sister Anan, over there. There are so many delicious treats sent by uncles and aunts. Shall we go enjoy them together?" Anan, feeling somewhat tempted, glanced at Li Zimu. Upon seeing her father's nod, she joyfully followed Nian, while also holding onto Xiang with her other hand. He Shi reached out and patted Xiao Yuer, who was still standing in place, saying, "Son, you should go too and take good care of your sisters." Xiao Yuer solemnly assured, "You can rest easy, Dad." He then waved to Li Zimu and his wife, "Uncle, Aunt, I'll head over first." He carried himself like a little adult, which amazed Li Zimu. His wife, Cheng Yan, couldn't help but praise, "This child is remarkably precocious. At such a young age, he is so considerate. Your daughters must be excellent at teaching children. By the way, where is your sister-in-law? She didn't come along today?" Cheng Yan finally noticed that there were no other people in the private room. Hearing from the family patriarch that this young man adored his wife dearly, always inseparable, akin to celestial lovers, she found it curious that she was absent today. "She went to play with my little cousin. They both enjoy thrilling challenges and are probably having a blast right now." Upon hearing the mention of Nan's son, He Shi's smile widened. Cheng Yan felt a twinge of envy. Although Li Zimu treated her well, both of them were rather reserved, seldom expressing affection. Moreover, due to work commitments, they often found themselves apart. Their relationship, like their life, was rather mundane. In contrast, the young couple before her, though appearing somewhat aloof, spoke of each other with tenderness and affection, effortlessly revealing their deep bond. Cheng Yan speculated that their daily life must be quite vibrant and colorful. She tucked away her thoughts and smiled. "Your sister-in-law is indeed impressive. I am afraid of heights, so there are many games here I cannot enjoy. She just loves to have fun." He Shi gestured towards the dining table. "Brother Li and sister-in-law, please don't stand. Let us eat while we chat." Li Zimu, not one to stand on ceremony, first pulled out a chair for his wife before sitting down himself. "How has the old man been lately?" He Shi casually inquired. "Quite well. He has mentioned you more than once since returning. Your name now resonates within our household." He Shi shook his head, somewhat helplessly. "That is not necessarily a good thing." He continued, "So, Are you and sister-in-law heading back to Yen City today? Not at all. We have managed to squeeze out a 2-day leave. Anin was particularly eager to visit this parent-child restaurant. Had we not bumped into you, we might have made the trip in vain. No worries. I'll arrange for someone to send a membership card to sister-in-law next time you bring it in. You can come straight to this private room without queuing. Li Zimu did not decline. Thank you, my dear brother. The three were engrossed in their conversation when Nan Sun and He Han finally returned, exhausted from their play. He sure had already informed his wife about meeting Li Zimu and his spouse, so upon entering the room and spotting the unfamiliar couple, Nan Sun was not taken aback. She led He Han over and greeted them with a smile. Cheng Nian, her eyes filled with admiration, remarked, "No wonder you could give birth to such beautiful and adorable triplets. Seeing you today, I would describe you as enchanting." Nan Sun felt a blush creep to her cheeks. It was her first time meeting someone as gentle and graceful as Cheng Nian, who seemed as soothing as water, providing comfort just by being present. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, akin to that of a caring older sister. Hearing that she came from a scholarly background and had received rigorous education, one could certainly envision her as a refined lady in ancient times. Unfortunately, their gathering was brief, as Li Zimu's family needed to catch an afternoon flight. After finishing their meal, they parted ways. Anin gazed longingly at her newly acquainted friends, clearly reluctant to say goodbye. Nian Nian, a little crybaby, clutched in Anne's hand and began to wail, leaving the adults both amused and exasperated. They hadn't anticipated that the little ones would form such a strong bond in such a short time. He sure knelt down and helplessly cradled his little daughter, soothing her for quite a while before she calmed down. Sniffling, Nian Nian managed to say, "Daddy, I don't want sister Anin to leave. We haven't played enough yet." He sure gently patted her back and reassured, "All right, Nian Nian, darling, in a little while, your mommy and I will take you to Yen City, and we'll play with your sister again, okay?" "Really? Of course. When have I ever lied to you?" Finally, Nian Nian acquiesced, but did not forget to remind her new sister, "Sister Anin, you must not forget about me. And don't forget about Xiang Xiang and our brother." Anin, fighting back tears, nodded vigorously, "Rest assured, I will not forget you. I will wait for you to come back and play with me." With that, she kissed each of the triplets on their cheeks before following her parents, glancing back multiple times as they departed. He sure wiped away the tears and snot from his daughter's face. Noticing her mood had finally improved, he turned to see Xiao Yuer standing there, his little face flushed. Curiously, he asked, "Son, what is the matter?" Nan Sun and He Han also turned to look. Could it be that he is shy after being kissed by a pretty sister? He Han teased. To their surprise, Xiao Yuer's face turned even redder. Frowning, he mumbled, "Daddy said only husbands can kiss their wives. Sister Anin kissed me. Does that mean she wants to be my wife?" He sure and Nan Sun exchanged glances. "Son, you might be overthinking." But Xiao Yuer continued, "But she is older than me. Mommy said children should listen to adults. So don't I have to listen to Sister Anin? But that would be just like Daddy, being controlled by his wife." He Han couldn't help but burst into laughter. He sure, however, was not pleased. Hey, son, what are you saying? I spoil your mother. It's not being controlled." He glanced at his wife and continued, "Besides, what if she is older? It's just 2 years. Regardless of age, she is your wife. And you must cherish her. If you like her, when you grow up, you'll bring her home." Nan Sun shot him a glare. "Don't teach the child nonsense." She knelt down to patiently explain to Xiao Yuer, "Son, when sister kissed you just now, it was merely a polite farewell. You see, she also kissed your 2 sisters, right? So don't feel burdened. It's different from how Daddy kisses Mommy, understand?" Xiao Yuer hesitated, nodding slowly, somewhat perplexed about the different kinds of kisses. Being a child is tough, and growing up to be a man who marries a wife is even tougher. Just as he sure was about to impart further wisdom to his son, Nan Sun swiftly covered his mouth, threatening, "If you keep talking nonsense, I won't pay you any attention." She momentarily cast aside thoughts of his son, exclaiming, all right, I hear you, I won't say another word." This was more like it. Observing this scene, He Han scratched his cheek in bewilderment. Could this not be considered as being henpecked? Chapter 84, The Art Exhibition Conflict. Nan Sun agrees to a spar. As the time drew near, he sure and his family planned to seek out Qi Lan and He Yuhai. They had one final destination for the day, after which they could return home, the Shanghai Art Museum. Today, an emerging painter was hosting an exhibition there. The reason the He family was intrigued was that this painter was none other than a disciple of Master Chao Wenkai. Nan Sun had often heard of this master of traditional Chinese painting, but had never had the fortune to meet him. Today was a chance encounter of sorts. After all, as the disciple of a closed-door master, it was highly likely that Master Chao would come to lend his presence. Furthermore, she was eager to assess the skill level of this master's pupil. After presenting their tickets, the group entered the exhibition hall. There was a considerable crowd inside. Yet most attendees seemed to be merely scanning their surroundings, appearing disinterested in the displayed artworks. He sure speculated that these individuals were also here from Master Chow. To his surprise, he caught sight of a familiar figure. The man's frame appeared even more gaunt than before, clad in an oversized suit that seemed almost comical. A pair of glasses perched upon his nose, and upon meeting He Shi's gaze, he swiftly averted his eyes. Nan Sun observed the man's hasty retreat and inquired, "Isn't that the fourth member of your university dorm?" He Shi nodded, "Indeed." She continued, "Why does it seem like he is afraid to see you?" At this, He Shi furrowed his brow, feeling that something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint what it was. Regardless, it was of no consequence to him. He turned to his wife. "Why stop looking at the paintings? What do you think of his skill?" With a bored sigh, Nan Sun replied, "I never expected the disciple of a master of traditional Chinese painting to create anything but traditional art. But it's of little matter. He dabbles in various styles, yet fails to master any. I can only describe it in 8 words, chaotic and nonsensical." As the couple conversed in hushed tones, they could not help but attract attention due to their striking appearances. Not only were He Shi and Nan Sun an attractive couple, but their triplet children also drew eyes. No sooner had Nan Sun finished her sentence than a middle-aged man's voice suddenly cut through the air. "Huh, what audacity. This is a disciple of Master Chow Wen-kai. Do you even understand art?" The couple turned to see a man in his 40s, bald and sporting a receding hairline, which immediately reminded He Shi of a breed of dog known as the Pekingese. He was not one to be trifled with. Seeing this lewd man eyeing Nan Sun made his expression darken. So what if he is Master Chow Wen-kai's disciple? If my wife deems his art lacking, then it is indeed lacking. His voice turned even colder. Furthermore, if you don't want your eyes, perhaps you should donate them to someone in need. At his words, the surrounding crowd gasped in shock. How dare he look down on Master Chow's disciple? Who was this man, so brazen in his speech? The middle-aged man, taken aback by He Shi's imposing presence, stumbled back a couple of steps. Once he regained his composure, his expression soured. "Do you even know who I am? This is not a place for your nonsense." He Shi scoffed. "I don't care who you are. Is it a crime to speak the truth?" The man was left speechless, his fury boiling over as he began to curse vehemently. Just as He Shi was about to confront him, Nan Sun grasped his hand tightly. Suddenly, the middle-aged man clutched his throat, his face turning crimson. He struggled to cry out, but could produce no sound. The scene descended into chaos. Lan and He Yuhai hurriedly shielded the triplets. Just as onlookers contemplated calling for an ambulance, the man astonishingly regained his composure, gasping for breath with terror etched across his face. At that moment, an elderly man clad in traditional Chinese attire with a white beard approached, flanked by a group of admirers. Upon witnessing the chaos, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is happening here?" Someone quickly recognized the elder as Master Chow Wen-kai and stepped forward to recount the confrontation in detail. Before Master Chow could respond, a man in his 30s wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped up, his face contorted with anger. "You think my art is bad?" He Shi glanced at him. "So what if it is?" Nan Sun chimed in. "If everyone with this level could hold an exhibition, it would be a disgrace to the artist community. If lacking in skill, they ought to devote themselves to mastering one style. Perhaps they might achieve something worthwhile. Presenting work of elementary school level and being afraid of criticism? Being a master's disciple means nothing. It's akin to selling dog meat under the guise of mutton. How ridiculous." Her words rendered the man pale with fury. But before he could retaliate, Master Chow shot him a fierce glare. "I told you not to act foolishly. Now look at the embarrassment you've caused." Turning to Nan Sun, he smiled. "You, young lady, have quite the tongue. Your assertions are quite compelling. It seems you possess considerable knowledge of painting." Nan Sun, holding He Shi's hand, casually replied, "Just average. I merely dabble at home." The man scoffed, but quickly silenced himself under the teacher's warning gaze. "Shall we set aside some time to spar?" Master Chow suddenly proposed. Nan Sun exchanged glances with He Shi and nodded. "Sure, but there should be some stakes, right?" "All right, what stakes do you have in mind?" Without hesitation, Nan Sun declared, "My father adores Master Chow's landscape paintings. If I win, I would like Master Chow to create a piece on the spot." At this pronouncement, the crowd collectively gasped. Master Chow was a towering figure in the world of traditional Chinese painting, and his works were not something one could simply purchase with money. He Yuhai looked at Nan Sun with pride, feeling fortunate to have such a wonderful daughter-in-law. Master Chow readily agreed, "No problem. But what if you lose?" With confidence, Nan Sun smiled, "I could never lose. If I do, my husband will owe you a favor." Master Chow glanced at He Shi, having sensed from their first meeting that he was no ordinary individual. He nodded in agreement. "Then it is settled." As Nan Sun was about to ask where the contest would take place, Master Chow interjected, "However, before we proceed, I must address an urgent matter. The museum apprehended a thief 20 minutes ago, and he claims to have an accomplice. Please allow me to escort him to the police station first." With that, Guanbai led away the middle-aged man who had earlier insulted He Shi and Nan Sun, ignoring his cries. They placed him into a police vehicle amidst a chorus of gasps from the crowd. Chapter 85. The contest begins, Tiger and Cat. This sudden turn of events left everyone astonished. A thief? No wonder he had come to provoke. It seemed he intended to distract us. How dare he steal in the presence of Master Chow? Truly despicable. He Shi furrowed his brow as he listened to the murmurs around him, suddenly recalling the peculiar behavior of the fourth brother moments ago. He then inquired, Master Chow, was the thief a slender man in a suit? May I ask what he stole? Chow Wenkai pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, it was such a man, who wore glasses. He pilfered a painting of mine titled Tide Watching from several years ago, though it holds little monetary value. Do you, young sir, happen to know this person? He Shi contemplated for a brief moment, not shying away from the truth. From your description, he appears to be an old college roommate of mine. However, he was perplexed as to why the fourth brother would resort to stealing a painting. Noticing the troubled expression on He Shi's face, Chow Wenkai sensed there was a story behind it, and tactfully refrained from probing further. He then addressed the others, since there are no more disturbances. Shall we move to Hall 3? There, everything has been prepared with various painting tools. As soon as he finished speaking, a passerby approached eagerly and asked, Master Chow, may we join you in observing? I have no objections, but you should seek the consent of this young lady. Upon hearing this, Nan Sun casually nodded, whatever. Thus, a throng of people made their way towards Hall 3. Unexpectedly, they soon encountered a group of young individuals adorned in fashionable and luxurious attire. Before they could see their faces, they were met with exuberant exclamations. Grandpa, Grandpa. This unexpected address led everyone to assume it was directed at Chow Wenkai, and even he felt the same. Yet, as the group approached, it became apparent that they were all addressing He Shi. Although they were of similar age, they treated He Shi with utmost respect, as if he were a venerable elder. This made everyone recall the earlier exclamations of Grandpa, leaving them momentarily disconcerted. Even Chow Wenkai was taken aback, not anticipating that the young man before him would command such deference. Grandpa and Grandma, what a coincidence. The speaker was Lin Chun, the eldest grandson of the Lin family, who was astonished to encounter this renowned figure within the elite circles of Shanghai at an art exhibition. Greetings, Grandpa. Greetings, Grandma. Greetings, Grandpa. Greetings, Grandma. The young people trailing behind Lin Chun also offered their respectful salutations. He Shi glanced around and recognized the young heirs he had met at the previous gathering. His expression softened, and he nodded with a smile, acknowledging their address. Those who recognized Lin Chun and the other affluent youths gasped in astonishment, puzzled at when such a formidable young man had emerged in Shanghai to garner the respect of so many wealthy scions. Chow Wenxuan, too, recognized Lin Chun, further piquing his curiosity regarding He Shi's identity. Grandpa, where are you all headed? He Shi looked tenderly at Nan Sun and replied, my wife and Master Chow's disciple plan to engage in some artistic practice. Oh, Lin Chen's interest was piqued. Is Grandma an artist? May we join in to cheer her on? Nan Sun smiled and agreed, of course. In Hall 3, 2 large tables had already been set up. As soon as they entered, Guanbai inquired, what shall we compete in? Nan Sun shrugged nonchalantly. Master Chow's disciple is likely most adept at traditional Chinese painting. So let us compete in that. As for the theme, why not allow Master Chow to decide? That works, Guanbai readily consented. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, Chow Wenkai declared, since that is the case, let us not complicate matters. You two shall each create a painting themed around animals, whether depicting a single species or multiple. Upon hearing this, Nan Sun immediately sparked with inspiration. She exchanged glances with He Shi, then stepped confidently towards a table, picking up her brush without further ado. Guanbai followed suit. As time passed, the hall fell into a hushed silence, broken only by the soft scratching of brush against paper. Eventually, Nan Sun was the first to set down her brush. The collective attention of the audience snapped back to reality, all craning their necks to catch a glimpse of her artwork. Even Guanbai, who had been engrossed in his own painting, suddenly turned to look. A skeptical expression etched on his face. She completed a painting so quickly? Surely it must be a hasty scribble. However, Nan Sun remained unfazed and gestured calmly to Guanbai, encouraging him to continue. Chow Wenkai sighed softly, as if he had already discerned the outcome. Regardless of the quality of the painting, the composure displayed by his disciple, who had been under his tutelage for over 30 years, was something this young girl had already surpassed. Finally, Guanbai set down his brush, applying his seal beneath his inscription. He raised his head, casting a triumphant glance at Nan Sun, his face brimming with disdain. Yet, Nan Sun's attention remained solely on her husband. The two of them engaged in quiet conversation, entirely disregarding Guanbai. This caused his expression to darken instantaneously. Master, since the paintings are complete, might we request your judgment along with everyone else's? With that, he lifted his painting for all to see. What emerged was a magnificent, robust golden yellow tiger, its black stripes adorning its back, exuding an extraordinary presence. A true embodiment of majesty. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This tiger is exceptionally well painted. It appears so lifelike. Indeed, it rivals, if not surpasses, Master Chow's previous work Mountain Tiger. The praises echoed endlessly, and even Chow Wenkai nodded in approval. His disciple may have lacked in other areas, but in traditional Chinese painting, he had indeed inherited his master's true legacy. Throughout his life, Chow Wenkai had taken on only 3 disciples. Guanbai was the youngest yet possessed the greatest talent, albeit with a temperament that often alienated others. Beyond that, he was quite satisfied with the others. Guanbai raised his chin and inquired of Nansun. May I ask what you have painted? I believe everyone is eager to see. Lin Shun and his peers could not help but feel a flicker of concern for Grandma. As a disciple of Master Chow, she was quite renowned in the art community. Previously, they had only heard of her fame, but witnessing her talent firsthand left them in awe. Her reputation was not solely due to her association with the master. Nansun, however, remained unperturbed. As she picked up her scroll, she remarked, "How coincidental. The tiger you painted is precisely what I depicted as a cat." Guanbai scoffed at this, but when his gaze fell upon the painting, all humor vanished from his face. Chow Wenkai's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had encountered an unbelievable sight.